Chapter 1. I was cheated. Su Chang opened the door. Clothes were scattered all over the floor, extending all the way to the bedroom. The bedroom door was wide open, revealing an unsightly entanglement. The fruit and fried chicken in his hands fell directly to the ground. But even such a loud noise could not interrupt the two people in the bedroom. Su Chang clenched his fists and walked over step by step with heavy steps. I also heard the conversation between the two. One was the voice of Lu Xiaoye, his beloved girlfriend for 4 years in college. Brother Wenba, when are you going to take me away? I am so miserable being with that loser Su Chang all day long. The other one is his good brother and roommate for 4 years in college, Zhuang Wenba. Xiaoye, you are mine now. I won't abandon you. My father has arranged a job for me. I will pick you up when I settle down. But, Su Chang, don't mention him to me. The girl's voice suddenly became angry. Su Chang is stupid and foolish. He has nothing but a decent face. Brother Wenba, you are really good. Well, you are good in every way. You must find a good job for me. Su Chang was confused. He has been with Lu Xiaoye since his freshman year. They are from the same village and can be considered childhood sweethearts. Su Chang's family was not very wealthy. He was a low-income household in the village, and the money for his college education was all borrowed. He felt that if Lu Xiaoye was willing to be with him despite his conditions, he couldn't let the girl down. So, the two of them have been together for 4 years, and at most he just nibbled Lu Xiaoye's lips. But he didn't expect that the girl he cherished with his life was like this behind his back. And there is Zhuang Wenba. The two have been brothers for so many years, but Su Chang has never asked for any benefits from Zhuang Wenba. Instead, Zhuang Wenba would come to borrow his notes after the exam. In order to help Zhuang Wenba with the exam, Su Chang even sacrificed his own review time. 3 people graduated from university this year. Zhuang Wenba, who came from a well-off family, was directly arranged a job by his family. Su Chang and Lu Xiaoye's families are not reliable. Su Chang used the money he saved from his frugal life to rent this small, shabby one-bedroom apartment. I would rather eat instant noodles by myself than take Lu Xiaoye to eat spicy hot pot. But that's how she treated him. Judging from their tone, this shouldn't be the first time. This thing is boring outside, so I come back home to find excitement. Su Chang couldn't bear it any longer, so he walked into the kitchen, picked up a bucket of expired peanut oil, returned to the bedroom, and poured it directly on the couple. Ah! Lu Xiaoye screamed and turned pale. Zhuang Wenba was also stunned, and the brothers were almost scared. After seeing who it was, Lu Xiaoye's face was filled with shame and surprise, which was then replaced by a deep disgust. Su Chang, it's you. Since you have already seen it, I won't hide it. Let's break up. Zhuang Wenba was very angry. Seeing this, he put his arm around Lu Xiaoye's shoulders and said, Xiaoye and I have been together for a long time. I'm sorry, brother. But you can't blame me for this. Although you shouldn't bully your brother's wife, you can't satisfy the girl, so I can't refuse her, right? By the way, have you found a job? I heard that your family is very poor and you can't even afford a decent piece of clothing. How about this, since you let me sleep with your girlfriend, I'll find you a security job, how about that? The words were full of sarcasm and disdain. Obviously, Su Chang was the one who was wronged, but he was at a disadvantage. Su Chang clenched his fists tightly, unable to control his emotions, and punched Zhuang Wenba. As a result, he was gently stopped by Zhuang Wenba. Xiaoye, you saw it. He was the first to attack me. I'm going to defend myself. Unlike Su Chang, who lived frugally in college, Zhuang Wenba came from a wealthy family and never skimped on food and drink, and he even had free time to go to the gym. Su Chang spent all his free time on part-time jobs, and he didn't have enough to eat or wear warm clothes, so naturally his strength weakened. Zhuang Wenba kissed Lu Xiaoye's little face. Then, he raised his fist and smashed it directly into Su Chang's face. You only have this pretty face, right? I'm going to destroy it now. Let's see how you can seduce women in the future. Su Chang held his head and ran away in a somewhat embarrassed manner. At this moment, he really hated it. He gathered all his strength to resist, thinking that even if he couldn't beat Zhuang Wenba, he would still die with him. But at this moment, Lu Xiaoye stood in front of Zhuang Wenba. Brother Wenba. Su Chang's fist stopped in front of the woman's body. He, Su Chang, doesn't hit women. What's more, she was a woman he loved deeply. Su Chang. You're going too far. Lu Xiaoye directly filmed a video of Su Cheng hitting Zhuang Wenba and posted it on her Moments. And with the text, "I was really blind these years, meeting such a bastard. There was a gas leak at home, and I asked Zhuang Wenba to fix it. As a result, Su Cheng misunderstood that we were having an affair and wanted to beat Zhuang Wenba. Fortunately, Zhuang Wenba was not injured. I, Lu Xiaoye, have also decided to cut off my relationship with this incompetent and violent man from now on. From now on, Zhuang Wenba is my boyfriend." Zhuang Wenba took Lu Xiaoye away, leaving Su Cheng in this shabby rental house. The house was in ruins and he was covered in bruises. Su Cheng didn't want to stay here any longer. He only had 200 yuan left on him, and he gave the rest to Lu Xiaoye. Su Cheng, who had never rewarded himself before, went there for the first time. A barbecue stall. I originally wanted to go to the bar, but I was short of money. After ordering beer and clams, Su Cheng received a call from his counselor. Although he has graduated, he has not yet received his diploma. The fact that Su Cheng beat his classmate has been recorded in his file. No matter which company he applies for a job in the future, as long as the HR sees this violent tendency in his file, they will not hire him. I'm hurt much more than Zhuang Wenba. You bitch. He knew that the counselor must have received some benefits from Zhuang Wenba, which was why he treated him like this. It's a pity that he was not born into a capable family and could only be bullied by others. The female counselor was very angry and was about to teach him a lesson, but was scared by Su Cheng's words, "If you keep talking, I will spread all the ugly things that happened between you and the school leaders on your desk," and hung up the phone. Su Cheng took a sip of wine. Damn, what a miserable life this is. Do you know what a child who was taught from childhood that our family is poor, don't make trouble, we can't afford it will be like when he grows up? That's what Su's city is like. Chapter 2. I gave birth to twins for you, a boy and a girl. I'm living such a miserable life. Su Cheng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Hello, are you Su Cheng? I would like to ask you to do me a favor, okay? A pleasant voice came from behind. The sound was like a spring breeze, clearing up Su Cheng's slightly tipsy brain. He turned his head, eyes wide. This must be a dream. The little Lolita in front of me, wearing a pink Lolita dress, white stockings, and a big pink hat on her head, is Qin Euro, the beauty of the art department. Su Cheng. It's really you. Qin Euro quickly held him with her soft and boneless little hand. At that moment, Su Cheng felt as if there was a marshmallow in his palm, soft and sweet, and he could crush it with a little force. Am I dreaming? How could I come to such a place? Su Cheng muttered to himself. Qin Euro is not only the most beautiful girl in the art department, but also the most beautiful girl in the entire Imperial Capital University. She is the dream lover of countless otakus. Compared with Qin Euro, Lu Xiaoye is just an ordinary girl. Qin Euro's parents are both chaebol bosses. She grew up in a honeypot, with fair skin, a sweet voice, and a charming appearance. Can you do me a favor? Qin Euro suppressed her voice and her steps were a little staggering. Sure. Su Cheng felt like he was dreaming. How could the goddess appear in such a barbecue stall? Qin Euro stood behind a tree, and no one saw her except Su Cheng. That's great. Qin Euro couldn't help but hold Su Cheng's hand and said softly, "Come with me." Okay. Since this is just a dream, let us just enjoy it for once. The goddess who is normally out of reach is now in his dreams, so doesn't that mean he can do whatever he wants? Su Cheng followed Qin Euro into the alley. Only then did Su Cheng discover that there was a huge pink bow on the back of Qin Euro's clothes. As she walked, the bow swung back and forth. But even more attractive are the two ponytails hanging behind her buttocks. Black, shiny, and straight. Twin ponytails, this is the dream of many men. Su Cheng felt that his steps were becoming more and more light. It seems that God is good to him. He knows that he has a hard life, so he gave him such a beautiful dream. Qin Euro stopped in the alley, turned around, and lowered her head with a red face. At that moment, Su Cheng knew what true beauty was. It's over. He really wants to die in this dream. No wonder Emperor Chang of Han died in Zhao Hada's arms. Who could bear this? Su Cheng. Qin Euro began to pinch her clothes. I want to be with you, are you willing? Su Cheng. He touched his nose first. Oh, no bleeding, no shame. I'm sorry, Su Cheng, I really can't help it. I will definitely be responsible for you. Before Su Cheng could react, Shin Yuro pounced on him. Like a hungry kitten, with sharp teeth and claws. Su Cheng. He was dizzy, he couldn't do it, he couldn't resist. The night is both short and long. Su Cheng woke up on the cold ground in a deep alley. My mind is still confused. He knew he was a knockout, but... Su Cheng looked down, patted his head, and then looked at the bow in his hand. It's over, he is not clean anymore. 10 months later. When the lease on the house expired, Su Cheng was kicked out by the landlord. What happened that day was like a dream, and he never saw Shin Yuro again. Su Cheng also felt that someone like him was not worthy of the young lady. If she didn't mention it, he would be too embarrassed to say anything. During this period, he worked as a waiter, moved bricks on a construction site, and even had a rich woman give him a business card. His life was full of ups and downs. My family called to ask. Su Cheng didn't dare tell them his true situation, for fear of making them sad, so he only reported good news and not bad news. Don't worry, I'm doing fine here. Well, I'm in the adaptation period at work, and I have a good relationship with my female colleagues. I'll soon be able to start a new life. Everyone in the family knew that he and Lu Xiaoye had broken up. Su Cheng's parents felt sad, but Lu Xiaoye's parents felt great. Zhuang Wenba, this wealthy son-in-law, is enough for them to brag about for a while. Su Cheng hugged his quilt and planned to stay in the subway station for the night. Result. A few girls who were on their way home from get-off work happened to be walking by, and they were his college classmates. Hey, isn't this Su Cheng? What, school hunk Su Cheng? Am I seeing things right? How did you end up like this? You're nothing more than a beggar, ha ha. This group of girls usually have a good relationship with Lu Xiaoye. After Lu Xiaoye cheated on him, they all thought that Lu Xiaoye didn't want to be with Su Cheng because Su Cheng had a tendency to be violent. Su Cheng didn't say anything. Oh, our school hunk is really dumb? One girl wanted to move forward, but was stopped by another girl. Hey, why are you going over there? He looks so dirty, there must be a lot of germs on his body, right? We have to stay away from him, don't let him infect us. There is a good saying from the ancients, never offend women and villains, otherwise you don't know what kind of words will come out of their mouths. Su Cheng didn't want to pay attention to them. But this group of girls went even further and even took out a few banknotes and threw them at Su Cheng's face like he was throwing away garbage. Su Cheng wanted to take it away. One of the girls said, "Ha, look at this shameless guy, he actually took the money when I gave it to him, just like a dog on the street. But what I just threw was ghost money. Don't go too far." Su Cheng clenched his fists. He asked himself, he had never done anything bad in his life, he even helped an old lady on crutches when she crossed the road, so why did God treat him like this? We are just over the top, what can you do to us? Ha ha ha. Sisters, it's a good thing Lu Xiaoye doesn't want such a scumbag anymore. Yes. Just then, Su Cheng's cell phone rang. He has applied for many jobs recently, but all his resumes have fallen into the sea and received no response. Could it be that someone is willing to take him? Su Cheng ignored the girls and quickly took out his cell phone. His fingertips unconsciously touched the speaker on the screen, so the voice in the receiver was heard by everyone present. Su Cheng, I'm Shin Yuro, do you still remember me? I gave birth to a pair of twins for you. They are now in the S-City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Can you come over for a moment? Chapter 3, Counterattack Life System. The call was hung up after just this moment. Su Cheng. Several girls. Puff, Su Cheng, if you want to save face for yourself, you shouldn't use this method, right? Shin Yuro is the school belle, she's a typical fair, rich and beautiful woman, how could she fall for a sloppy girl like you? That's right, Su Cheng, you are too shameless. You even fantasize about Shin Yuro. Su Cheng packed up his things and headed to the hospital. If it was in the past, he would never have dreamed that such a thing would happen to him. But he still remembered the time in the alley 10 months ago. The woman's body was so white that it was dazzling. No, Shin Yuro might have really encountered some trouble. Look at him, he's pretending to be so serious. Hey, you look like a dog now. Su Cheng stopped, turned around, and said to the girls, "One day, I will make you kneel down and beg me." What he got in return was the girls' disdainful ridicule and even more outrageous laughter. S-City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Su Cheng took a deep breath. Shin Yuro just sent him the ward number and he was going up now. Su Cheng's footsteps were light, and great doubts and joy occupied his heart. He still thinks he is lucky, otherwise how could he have had that passionate night with Chin Euro? Now Chin Euro said she gave birth to 2 children for him. Ding dong. The sound of the elevator arriving at the floor woke him from his trance. This is a double room. Chin Euro was sitting near the window, with a curtain covering her. Su Cheng could hear that the family next door who had just given birth to a child were talking and laughing, and they looked very happy. As for Chin Euro, if he hadn't vaguely seen a figure, Su Cheng would have really thought that no one lived here. Chin Euro. He walked over. On the single hospital bed, Chin Euro was struggling to prop herself up. On the trolley next to it were 2 children, one wrapped in a pink blanket and the other in a sky blue blanket. Both children were well behaved and did not cry or make a fuss. Chin Euro probably wanted to see the children, but no one helped her, so she had to get up by herself. But she just had a cesarean section. Suchung. The moment she saw Su Cheng, Chin Euro's tears immediately fell. At that moment, Su Cheng felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that a woman who had just given birth should not cry. Don't cry, I'm coming. Su Cheng quickly ran over and hugged Chin Euro. Chin Euro was wearing a hospital gown at this time. Her face looked a little haggard, but still beautiful. The 2 ponytails on her head were a little messy. The moment he held Chin Euro in his arms, Su Cheng realized that he was not dreaming at all. The woman in his arms was his woman, and lying beside him were his 2 children. That night, he hit the jackpot. Su Cheng. I'm sorry, I gave birth to these 2 children without telling you, but I really want to live a good life with you, can you marry me? I destroyed his virginity the first time we met, and I wanted to marry him the second time we met. Oh my god. Are all Lolas nowadays so fierce? At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for unlocking the Counterattack Life System. You now have 2 choices. 1. Accept Chin Euro's proposal and be rewarded with a newborn baby confinement package and a bonus of 100,000 yuan. 2. Reject Chin Euro's proposal, walk out of the ward coldly, be rewarded with a unique identity, throw away the burdensome egg, and never have any worries again. Even a fool knows that it is option 1. Su Cheng chose 1 without hesitation. However, at this moment, his mobile phone dinged. Agricultural Bank of China, your account with the last digit 1250 completed the transfer transaction of RMB plus 100,000.00 at 2046 on September 28, and the balance is 100,250.41. Oh shit. This is actually true. Chin Euro. Su Cheng hugged Chin Euro excitedly. I will marry you, I will definitely marry you. You are simply my little lucky star. Although they had had the most intimate relationship, it was when she was unconscious. Now she was suddenly hugged by this man, filled with the scent of his hormones. Chin Euro's delicate face couldn't help but turn red. Su Cheng, you are so nice. She had never told him about her pregnancy. I didn't tell him until the baby was born. Any man who knows about this will blame the woman. But Su Cheng is different. He didn't blame her. Chin Euro suddenly felt that she had found the right person. No matter what happened in the future, she would stay by his side and never leave him. TSK, I really thought you were some rich girl, but it turns out your husband is dressed so casually. At this moment, a disdainful voice came from the woman in labor next to her. It turned out that it was the husband of the woman in labor who pulled open the curtain. But at that moment, her husband also saw Chin Euro's beautiful face, her eyes were watery, and although her face was pale, it made people feel pity for her. He was stunned for a moment. It's the same as giving birth. Why does my woman become so sloppy, like a yellow-faced woman, while others still look like a 17 or 18-year-old girl? The woman in labor became jealous. Seeing that Su Cheng didn't have any brand name items on him, he was certain that he was just an ordinary person. Just as Su Cheng was about to say something, Chin Euro pulled his arm and shook her head. She doesn't want to cause trouble. But Su Cheng disagreed. It didn't matter that he had suffered before, and it didn't matter that he had been ridiculed by others. He was a man and didn't care about these things. But Chin Euro was different. This was his woman, the woman who had carried him for 10 months and gave birth to 2 children for him. He would not allow her to suffer any grievances. Just then, a nurse came in. He was pushing a cart of things. Excuse me. Is Mr. Su Cheng here? Yes. Su Cheng stood up. Oh, it must be because your clothes are too torn. The hospital is afraid that you may have germs, so they want to kick you out. Your wife has given birth to a child with you, maybe she has also been infected with this disease. TSK, husband, I really want to change the ward. The woman in labor is talking nonsense again. But her husband actually listened to her and his expression was somewhat moved, as if he really wanted to change wards. The husband of the pregnant woman walked up to the nurse and was shocked when he saw the cart the nurse was pushing before he could say anything. This is the most complete and high-end set of maternity and newborn supplies in the country. Even rich people can't buy it. He had browsed around online before and knew that the price of just one of the maternity pads was 2,000 yuan. Oh my god. How did this whole set come about? Could it be given to him by the hospital? At this time, the nurse said, Mr. Su Chang, the complete set of maternal and newborn supplies you ordered has arrived. Please sign for it. Chapter 4, Husband is here to help you. The little nurse had a sweet voice and looked at Su Chang with admiration. How is it possible? The woman in labor was shocked, and her husband was also shocked. Their mouths were open so wide that it seemed like they could fit an egg in them. Yeah, okay. Su Chang went over to sign for it. Su Chang, where did you get these things? Others may not understand Su Chang, but doesn't Qin Yuro understand him either? She knew that his family was not well off and that he often worked part-time outside during college. How could he have such a valuable thing? Be good, this is not something you should worry about. Lie down and leave the rest to me. Although Qin Yuro was still confused, she nodded obediently. She suddenly felt that the current Su city seemed a little different from before. The woman in labor and her husband were both stunned. It turns out that Su Chang is a hidden rich man. It's just that rich people all have some strange habits, so he dressed himself so ordinary. Well, Mr. Su, I'm sorry. My wife just gave birth to a baby, and I'm sorry for offending her just now. Can you please be more magnanimous and not bother with a woman who has just given birth? The woman's husband spoke. Can. The couple breathed a sigh of relief. Of course you can, but you have to apologize to my wife right away and admit that you are not as pretty as her, not as lucky as her, and that you are a very jealous woman. Hiss. Apologize to another woman in front of the whole family and admit that you are not as good as her. The mother was completely stunned. Su Chang is already very generous. Because the other party was a woman who had just given birth, he only asked her to apologize verbally. Otherwise, hurry up and apologize. We will have no good life in the future after offending such a big guy. Yes, yes. Despite the dissuasion of the whole family, the woman in labor still apologized reluctantly. Qin Yuro finally smiled. It's not because of the other woman's surrender to her, but if there is a man in this world who can protect her like this and shelter her from the wind and rain, she would be willing to die immediately. Thank you, Su Chang. Qin Yuro spoke tenderly. Su Chang originally wanted to say that there was nothing to thank each other for, but then he changed his mind. I've got that in mind, honey. Verbal thanks are useless. You need to be more practical next time. Qin Yuro blushed again. Boss, is there anything I can help you with? The man shamelessly moved forward. He had a longer-term vision than the woman in labor, and knew that if he met a noble person and tried to curry favor with him, it might be more effective than his efforts for 5 years. But need not. Su Chang refused directly. We are going to upgrade to a VIP single room. Then I will take care of my wife myself. I will never let other men covet her again. After saying that, she looked at the man meaningfully. The man felt so upset that he lost face again. He hated himself. How could he be so tactless as to offend such a big shot? City Maternal and Child Health Hospital, VIP ward, 3,188 yuan per day. In the middle of the night, the child kept crying. Su Chang looked at her daughter with fondness. Her double eyelids and dimples looked very much like her mother. Qin Yuro sighed. Su Chang, don't just look at your daughter, look at your son too, they are all your children. Obviously, the two little kids were crying together, but Su Chang only had his daughter in his heart. The son did not inherit Qin Yuro's dimples, but his nose and chin are somewhat similar to his. The boy was smart. After crying for a while, he realized that his crying was useless, so he restrained his energy. The baby girl is delicate and will cry if she doesn't get what she wants. Su Chang. He did glance at his son, but only once. Qin Yuro. This guy favors girls over boys. The two babies kept crying, and Su Chang and Shin Yuro, who were new parents, didn't know what was going on, so they had to call a nurse. After the nurse checked, he said directly, "The child is just hungry. Just give him some milk powder." Fortunately, there is newborn milk powder in the set. Su Chang followed the nurse's instructions, prepared the milk powder and fed the two little ones. The nurse said, "It's not good for newborns to only drink formula. We still advocate breastfeeding, which is good for both mothers and babies. Logically, your wife's milk shouldn't be so little. She probably hasn't started to produce milk yet. Try your best today. If it doesn't work, you can only find a lactation consultant tomorrow." Su Chang nodded dazedly. Shin Yuro on the other side blushed. Open the milk?" Su Chang helped him. "Don't." Su Chang looked at Shin Yuro, scratched his head embarrassedly, and said, "Shin Yuro, you have to believe me, I am not that kind of person." "Shin Yuro." The woman snorted coquettishly, "Please put away the smile on your face before you say that." Well. At night, both babies finally fell asleep. Su Chang lay beside Shin Yuro and coughed softly. "How about, let's wait for the milk technician to come?" The woman felt a little embarrassed. She would tremble whenever Su Chang got close to her. Su Chang was also distressed and was about to agree. "You now have two choices. 1. Help Shin Yuro to breastfeed, and you will be rewarded with a 100-level breastfeeding skill. A bonus of 200,000 yuan. 2. Refuse to help Shin Yuro to breastfeed, and you will immediately suffer from male breast development disease." Su Chang. What kind of system is this? This is too much to ask. Every time he is given a choice, smart people know to choose one. He is really. Love this system. Shin Yuro, you are my woman now. I don't want anyone to touch you, even a woman. Relax, I will help you. Shin Yuro blushed, but finally had to compromise. "Well, then can you turn off the light?" "Good." 1 hour later. Su Chang wiped the saliva clean. "My hands are a little sore. Oh, I really want a cigarette." The woman was tired and embarrassed, so she turned over and fell asleep. Su Chang lay on the accompanying bed, looking at Shin Yuro lying on the bed in the moonlight, but he couldn't fall asleep. It all happened too fast and made him so happy. God is indeed merciful and kind. Shin Yuro, my children, Su Chang, will never let you down in this life. The next day. Sister. Sister. Sister, please open the door. Shin Yuro was still sleeping, and the two little ones were still asleep, when there was a series of knocks on the door. Su Chang hurried to see. At the door, there stood a short guy. No, there stood a girl who was estimated to be no taller than 1.6 meters. Her eyes were somewhat similar to Shin Yuro's. "The mother and baby need to rest. Please don't make loud noises in the hospital," Su Chang said directly. The short and fat girl is still quite good looking, but Su Chang already has Shin Yuro, so other women are not in his eyes. Chapter 5 Calling Husband. Who are you?" the girl asked him. "I am Shin Yuro's husband." Su Chang raised his eyebrows, feeling very proud indeed. "But I didn't expect that this girl would become even more furious. So you're the bastard who got my sister pregnant. I'm going to beat you to death, beat you to death, beat you to death, beat you to death." One after another, the little pink fists hit Su Chang's chest. It doesn't hurt, but it's pretty annoying. If you don't know, you might think he did something to this girl. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, Su Chang had no choice but to carry the little girl to the ward. "Ah! How dare you lift me up? You lift me up like a chicken. Ah! You stinky man." It started again. Shin Yuro had been woken up and was comforting the two little ones. "Stop it." Su Chang raised his voice, without any emotion. This time, the little girl was actually scared. She stood there in a daze, tears in her eyes, not daring to speak. "Meng Meng, how did you get here? Your parents don't know, right?" Shin Meng Meng came back to her senses only after Shin Yuro spoke. I came here secretly. My parents don't know." "Don't worry." Shin Meng Meng quickly ran to Shin Yuro. "Sister, is this the man who got you pregnant? Why is he wearing cheap clothes? They are obviously not brand names. What does his family do? Can they afford to support you and a child? Sister, since he's here, just give him the baby and let's go." You're still young, and as long as we don't tell anyone, no one will know that you've had a baby. It turned out that Qin Yuro's sister Qin Mengmeng came here to persuade Qin Yuro to abandon her husband and children. Meng. Qin Yuro pushed Qin Mengmeng away. I don't know why you say that, but I tell you, Su Cheng is my husband and the father of my children, and I will never leave him. Qin Mengmeng. Sister, you are ruining your life. What's so good about this man? What can he give you? After marriage, you will have to take care of the children and do the housework by yourself, and if he is not satisfied with his work, he will come back and take it out on you. Su Cheng. He couldn't help but say, I won't let your sister do that. Shut up. This sister-in-law is so unreasonable. Qin Yuro just said gently, Meng, this is the path I chose myself, I hope you bless me. Su Cheng. He didn't know about the child at first, I insisted on bringing him here, if anything happens in the future, it will be my own fault. Elder sister. What When the two little ones heard the quarrel between the two sisters, they couldn't help crying. Qin Mengmeng wanted to say something else. Qin Yuro looked haggard and obviously had no energy. At this moment, Su Cheng no longer cared about the taboos between men and women. He simply grabbed his sister-in-law's arm and dragged her into the corridor. Su City. How dare this man treat her like this? He knows who she is. Qin Mengmeng, even if you have a problem with me, you should think about your sister. Although they are both daughters of the Qin family, the difference between them is really huge. Su Cheng didn't know that Qin Mengmeng was her father's daughter who was born in his old age, so naturally he spoiled her to the point of lawlessness. Qin Mengmeng also realized that her crying and making a fuss would disturb her sister's rest. At this moment, the light above her head suddenly shook, and when Qin Mengmeng was stunned, it suddenly fell down. Careful! Su Cheng just hugged her and dodged. Bang! The overhead lamp fell to the ground and shattered, and soon a security guard came over to check. I'm sorry, it was our negligence. Are you two okay? It's okay. Su Cheng waved his hand. Qin Mengmeng was still in shock and stayed in Su Cheng's arms for a long time before coming out. At this time, a woman passing by said to Qin Mengmeng, I really envy you for having such a brave boyfriend. If it weren't for him, you might have been smashed to death today. He's not my boyfriend. He's my brother-in-law. Are you acknowledging the relationship between Qin Yuro and me? Su Cheng laughed. Qin Mengmeng then realized that she had said the wrong thing. Snort. The little girl stamped her feet. Considering that Su Cheng saved her, she didn't say anything sarcastic. I just advised earnestly, Su Cheng, for your own good and for my sister's good, you should leave her as soon as possible. Coming again? Goodbye. Su Cheng stopped serving. Looking at Su Cheng's leaving back, Qin Mengmeng was as angry as a puffer fish. Although this man is indeed very brave, but he has nothing, how can he bring happiness to my sister? In the ward. You're back. Meng didn't make things difficult for you, did she? That's just her personality. She's actually not a bad person. Don't bother with her. My wife is still obedient and sensible. Yeah. The haze in Su Cheng's heart was dispelled at once. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Su Cheng, I still have a wound on my stomach, so it's not convenient to tie my hair. Can you come and help me? The little lowly has an obsession with twin ponytails. Even if you have just given birth to a baby, you must tie your hair into 2 ponytails. Forget about tying her hair, Su Cheng has barely touched a woman's hair in his life. I can't. What if I hurt you? Wouldn't it be better if you were a little gentler? Qin Mengmeng had just walked to the door when she heard this conversation. Her little face turned red. Su Cheng is such a beast, her sister just gave birth to a baby. Qin Mengmeng wanted to push the door open, but felt embarrassed. Just then a phone call came in, so she quickly ran to the side. In the room. You can also ask me to help you. Dear, we are already husband and wife now. Although we haven't obtained the marriage certificate yet, we are already in a de facto marriage. Do you still want to call me Su Cheng? Being with Qin Yuro is happiness. Su Cheng has found the happiness that he has never experienced with other women before. You are so bad. Qin Yuro gave him a reproachful look. The other person was smiling, and that face could beat most of the popular young actors in the entertainment industry, so she couldn't get angry at all. If a man is not bad, women will not love him. Newborn babies sleep most of the time, so Su Cheng takes advantage of this time to develop a good relationship with Chin Euro. So, what do you want me to call you? What do you think you should call me? Wife. Su Cheng felt like a gangster now. A bit greasy. But he was really super happy. However, as a science student with little education, I can only use wow to express my excitement at the moment. Chapter 6 Husband, help me. Chin Euro was awkward for a while, and finally said softly, husband. Good wife. Su Cheng couldn't contain his excitement and rushed forward to hug Chin Euro. Be gentle, don't disturb the child. Chin Euro was still a little scared. Okay. Su Cheng compromised immediately, I will braid your hair now, but this is my first time, and I can't control the strength well. If it hurts you, just scream out. Chin Euro sat down obediently. Su Cheng picked up the comb, touched the woman's silky black hair, and couldn't help but sigh. This feels so good. It wasn't the first time he touched a woman's hair. He had touched Lu Xiaoya's hair before. But Lu Xiaoya liked to dye and perm her hair, and her hair was messed up like dry grass. Unlike Chin Euro, who had long, straight black hair that had never been processed. You could be a little heavier. I can bear it. Su Cheng originally thought that this was no different from tying corn husks when he worked in the fields before, but now he feels. She tied 2 braids crookedly, one high and one low. Ugly. Su Cheng smiled embarrassedly. Chin Euro also picked up the mirror and took a look. Her little mouth immediately pouted unwillingly, humph, look at what you tied for me. Even a 3-year-old child is better than you. It was his first time and he had no experience. I'm sorry, let me help you take it down. No. Chin Euro immediately pushed his hand away. Although it doesn't look very good, this is the first time you braided my hair. I want to look at it for a while longer. Although it was just an ordinary sentence, it hit Su Cheng's heart heavily. When he was with Lu Xiaoya in the past, he was very open-hearted. Because Lu Xiaoya just said I'm hungry, no matter how tired he was from his part-time job during the day, he would immediately get up and cook for her. What he got in return was the vast Hulunberg grassland. But now, he just tied Chin Euro's hair, and it was so ugly, but Chin Euro was so moved. Wife, Su Cheng, swear that I will never let you down in this life. If I have any second thoughts, I will chop you off live. Chin Euro. You, what are you talking about? Who wants to listen to that kind of stuff? I don't care, huh? The woman blushed again, he made her. It makes me happy just thinking about it. After a while, a doctor came in to check on the mother and asked Su Cheng to go out and wait. Su Cheng didn't dare to go far, so he stood at the door and waited patiently. Suddenly, Chin Euro's uncontrollable scream came from the ward. It hurts. It really hurts. Wife. What on earth is this doctor doing? Su Cheng pushed the door, but it was locked. Su Cheng was extremely anxious and wanted to kick the door into pieces. After a long time, the doctor came out. How's my wife? It's nothing, I just removed a urinary catheter. Go back and comfort your wife. All women have to go through this. After the doctor said this, he went to the next ward. The nurse next to him said maliciously, if you are really worried, go and check your wife. We didn't hurt her. Are all female nurses nowadays so open-minded? Su Cheng returned to the ward. Chin Euro had already laid down. At this time, the 2 little guys started crying restlessly again. Bring the children here, I will feed them. Good. The baby boy started crying first, so Su Cheng put the baby boy in front of Chin Euro and helped her take off her clothes, but after just a few seconds, the baby girl also started crying. My daughter is hungry too. But my son ate with gusto and showed no intention of letting go. This kid may not be very big, but he eats a lot. At this time, his daughter cried harder and harder, and Su Cheng felt a dull pain in his heart. Chin Euro blinked and said, You can put her here. It's okay for both of them to stay together. Su Cheng was a little worried about Chin Euro, can you handle it? With one on each side, wouldn't he suck his beautiful wife dry? He doesn't want to. Chin Euro blushed, I have enough milk. Besides, if I can't suck it out completely, it will. Forget it, you don't understand. Just bring the baby over first. Oh. Su Chang obediently took the child over. Seeing the two little guys eating with gusto, he also smacked his lips. Chin Euro blared at him angrily, "Beast!" He. Su Chang tilted his head. They both seem to be eating so deliciously. Is it really that delicious? It's not like you didn't eat it when you were a kid. Chin Euro said. That's different. How can I remember the taste back then? Besides, one is my mother's and the other is yours, how can they be mixed up? Chin Euro. If not, and this man was still needed to support the baby, Chin Euro would definitely kick him out. It doesn't matter if Chin Euro doesn't say anything. The complete set of supplies also includes precautions for pregnant women. After Chin Euro finished feeding, Su Chang sat by the window and watched attentively. He didn't realize that while he was reading seriously, the woman on the bed was looking at him seriously. It doesn't matter if a man has no money or can't speak. As long as he is ambitious and can take care of others, then everything is worth it. Su Chang understood. It turns out that there is no need to worry about Chin Euro being sucked dry. Too much will make you feel uncomfortable. Su Chang searched around and soon found a breast pump in the package. After simply reading the instructions, he understood. Wife. Su Chang held the breast pump and looked at Chin Euro. Other mothers worry about not having enough milk, but his wife has too much. Chin Euro turned her head. Not now, idiot. Oh. There was a hint of disappointment in Su Chang's tone. After a while, Chin Euro received a call. It's Chin Meng calling. Looks like he's in some trouble. Husband, can you help me go and see my sister? Chin Euro couldn't move, but was very worried about her own sister. Su Chang suddenly became energetic. Chin Euro calls him husband. Active. So natural. He has made progress, Su Chang has made progress. Who would dare to believe it if it were told to others? The school beauty Chin Euro called him husband sweetly. How many men would be jealous to death? Okay, don't worry. Su Chang paid for a nurse to take care of Chin Euro temporarily, and then he rushed to find his sister-in-law according to the address Chin Euro gave. Chapter 7, Brother-in-law is handsome. Chin Meng is in front of a hotel. The name of the hotel is Sex in the City, and it is a theme hotel. Su Chang had heard from his classmates before that there were more cameras in one room than in their entire school. Chin Meng is here? That girl looks quite innocent. It is true that you cannot judge a woman by her appearance. But Su Chang was still wrong. It was nice for Chin Meng to come to such a place, but she was standing at the door crying. There's no one else around. Su Chang walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and said, Chin Meng. Get lost. Ignore me. None of you men are good. Damn, here it comes again. He had known that this girl had a bad temper, but fortunately he was mentally prepared. Your sister asked me to come here, otherwise do you think I would be willing to take care of you? Su Chang also lost his good face. Wah-ah. Asshole. Chin Meng got angry and started hitting Su Chang's chest with her little fists. Seeing this, the people around looked at Su Chang with strange eyes. It was as if he had done something wrong to Chin Meng. Su Chang held his forehead helplessly. Don't look at me like that, I'm just her brother-in-law. So everyone looked at Su Chang with even more strange eyes, and even mixed with deep contempt. After a while, Chin Meng saw a couple hugging each other as they walked out of the hotel, and she felt even more upset. But the little girl wanted to save her face, so she refused to let herself cry this time and bit her lips tightly. Su Chang had to speak up, or, if you really feel uncomfortable, just pinch my arm. Don't feel psychologically pressured. After all, your sister, hiss. Chin Meng was really rude when she attacked. The beautiful hand with red nail polish pinched into his flesh, causing so much pain that Su Chang wanted to hit someone. Chin Meng. You and your sister are so different. Whoever marries you in the future will be unlucky. Oh my god. Hey, Chin Meng, you are still here. The man came over, hugged the woman in his arms, and looked proud. He is indeed quite pretty, and his peach blossom eyes have attracted many girls. Fan Luji glanced at Su Chang next to Chin Meng again. Fan Luji was indeed surprised by Su Chang's appearance, but when he saw that he was wearing cheap clothes and didn't even have a watch on his wrist, he felt relieved. Chin Meng, where did you find this piece of trash? Did you become mentally ill after being dumped by me and just pick up a guy from a gigolo club? Fan Luji. Qin Mengmeng stood in front of Su Chang. This is my brother-in-law, don't slander me. I haven't said anything about you yet. You are with my best friend behind my back. You are really. After hearing this, Su Chang finally understood. Qin Mengmeng's boyfriend cheated on her, and the person he cheated on was Qin Mengmeng's best friend. Qin Mengmeng couldn't accept being betrayed by her boyfriend and best friend at the same time, so she called Qin Euro, and Qin Euro sent him over. Fan Leji, however, hugged Qin Mengmeng's bestie and said, "Hey, we are all adults now, what's wrong with having some fun? Qin Mengmeng, don't tell me that you have real feelings for me, I'm so scared." That's what he said, but the smile on his face was a bit frivolous. Fan Leji likes to see girls crying for him, as if this is the only way to show his masculinity. Qin Mengmeng did have feelings for Fan Leji. The two people have similar family backgrounds, and Qin Mengmeng quickly fell for Fan Leji's active pursuit. But Qin Mengmeng didn't know at that time that Fan Leji was a spoiled rich second-generation man who changed girlfriends faster than he changed clothes. Fan Leji repeatedly assured Qin Mengmeng that she would be his last girlfriend, until Qin Mengmeng found out. Fan Leji is sick. There is something wrong with my brain. No, there is nothing wrong with it. He not only likes to pick up his girlfriend's best friend, sister, and classmates, he also likes the way Luo plays. It's absolutely insane. Fortunately, although Qin Mengmeng has a carefree personality, she is relatively conservative. I don't really approve of premarital sex. But after Fan Leji's repeated requests, she finally gave in and planned to devote herself to him today. However, after she arrived, she discovered that Fan Leji no longer needs her. Her best friends and roommates care about her so much that even her boyfriend takes care of her. Qin Mengmeng then ran out. Fan Leji was not in a hurry to pursue her. He waited until he had finished all his things before he leisurely came out with his arm around Qin Mengmeng's best friend. Qin Mengmeng cried, not because she couldn't bear to leave this scumbag, but because this was a relationship after all, and it was a relationship supported by both families. Before this, she wanted to tell everyone in the world that she was going to marry Fan Leji. Even more, he always used her in Fan Leji's affairs to teach Qin Euro a lesson. Now, she was the one being betrayed. And Su Chang, the man she had always looked down upon, came to her and protected her. Maybe, this man is not as bad as imagined? Ding dong, congratulations on getting the approval of my sister-in-law. The reward is a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, license plate number 54188, parked in the hotel parking lot. Su Chang. He is not panicking, he is very calm, really. Fan Leji continued to mock, so this man is your brother-in-law? Ha, Qin Mengmeng, it turns out that you and I are the same kind of people. How does it feel to be your brother-in-law? Does he make you want to die? Shut up. This time, Qin Mengmeng didn't even have time to speak. Su Chang took a quick step forward and punched Fan Leji directly. Fan Leji was hit unexpectedly and staggered a few steps. He subconsciously touched his nose bridge, it was crooked. Ha ha. Su Chang couldn't help laughing, so your nose is fake? Why would a grown man need plastic surgery? It's so funny. It turns out that Fan Leji's beauty was the result of plastic surgery. Hospital, I want to go to the hospital. Fan Leji didn't have time to confront Su Chang. The most important thing now was to go to the hospital. He hurried to the hotel parking lot, and Qin Mengmeng's best friend weighed the pros and cons and said to Qin Mengmeng, Mengmeng, I didn't mean to do it. Fan Leji forced me to do this. Can you forgive me? Bang! This time it was Qin Mengmeng's turn to take action, and she directly slapped this fake bestie. From now on, I, Qin Mengmeng, will cut off all ties with you. A little domineering. Su Chang couldn't help but cheer for his sister-in-law in his heart. It's just, my sister-in-law is very violent, but my wife is gentle. My wife has never hit him except for leaving a few nail marks on his back that night, hee. My best friend ran away crying. Let's go. Su Chang said at this time. Where are you going? Parking lot. Fan Leji, you have hurt so many young girls. Since God won't take you away, I, Su Chang, will teach you a lesson. Chapter 8, Put It On. Fan Leji finally found his BMW X7. Before I opened the car door, I saw Su Chang and Qin Mengmeng coming over. This Su Chang has made him become like this, it's so hateful. Fan Leji didn't plan to go to the hospital, as it would be bad if someone saw him. He called his private doctor directly, then covered his nose and walked towards Su Chang. Mengmeng. As if he didn't see Su Chang, he spoke directly to Qin Mengmeng. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Fan Lezhi thought, Qin Mengmeng must have brought Su Chang to apologize to him. Otherwise, why are they here? Could someone like Su Chang have a car? Fan Lezhi walked over happily. You. Fan Lezhi interrupted Qin Mengmeng and continued, I know you still have me in your heart. Don't worry, I'm not a cruel person. As long as you ask the person next to you to kneel down and apologize to me, I will decide not to pursue this matter. In addition, I heard that you have a sister named Shinyuro, who is quite pretty. How about this, after your sister is out of confinement, you can arrange for us to meet. Don't worry, I just want to get to know her and make friends. But who believes this? How could Fan Lezhi, such a playboy, not know the name of Shinyuro, the campus belle of Imperial Capital University? Fan Lezhi. Don't go too far. Qin Mengmeng clenched her fists tightly. Mengmeng, hit him. Su Chang whispered something behind Qin Mengmeng. Qin Mengmeng didn't know why. She was still a little hesitant just now, but when she heard Su Chang's words, it was like taking a reassurance pill. She punched Fan Lezhi in the chest without hesitation. Although she is a girl, she put a lot of strength into this punch. Hiss, you dare to hit me. Fan Lezhi felt the pain. He was not a man who would show sympathy to women, and was about to fight back. Su Chang pulled Qin Mengmeng behind him. The moment he saw Su Chang, Fan Lezhi felt his face hurt even more. He didn't dare to make any more moves. At this time, the parking lot security guard came to tell them, What are you doing here? There is a traffic jam ahead, don't block the road here. There is only one exit of the parking lot, but due to a minor accident, it was severely congested. Fan Lezhi snorted and said, I am a member of this hotel. I demand to use the emergency exit now. Yes. The security guard went to arrange it without any hesitation. Fan Lezhi looked at Su Chang and Qin Mengmeng proudly, even if you two are really a little clever, so what? People like you are the waste of society, destined to rot at the bottom of society. Fan Lezhi got into the car proudly. But at this moment, out of the corner of my eye I caught a glimpse of a silver phantom. My God, the price of that car must be no less than 1.5 billion. Which big guy came here? Fan Lezhi felt his legs go weak. However, under his surprised gaze, Su Chang walked in front of the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Hey! You poor bastard! Don't damage that luxury car. Do you know how much you have to pay for it? However, Su Chang sat on it. Fan Lezhi. How is that possible? This car actually belongs to Suchang? How can he deserve it? Under Fan Lezhi's surprised gaze, Su Chang drove away. The security guard came back and muttered, I'm sorry, sir, you don't have the right to use the emergency exit today. Just now, Su Chang drove the car and specifically instructed the hotel staff not to let Fan Lezhi's car leave. Although he is not a member of the hotel and has never spent money here, no one dares to mess with him just because of this Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. The whole plot seems to be £1 million. Fan Lezhi had no choice but to wait silently for the doctor to arrive. But at this moment, not only his nose hurt, his whole body was shaking and trembling. That man can actually afford a Rolls-Royce. What kind of hidden boss is he? At the same time, Rolls-Royce, in the car. Although Qin Mengmeng is a rich and beautiful woman, she has never ridden in such an expensive car. Brother-in-law, she asked incredulously, this car is yours? So you are so rich? Then what are you wearing? Su Chang couldn't help but look down at what he was wearing. It's a little bit rustic. I guess those who look down on him do so because of the clothes he wears. Sister-in-law, my brother-in-law has helped you so much today, you should also do something for him. Let's go shopping together and buy some decent clothes for my brother-in-law. After all, he is Qin Euro's man now, and he can't embarrass Qin Euro. Okay, brother-in-law. Qin Mengmeng's voice became soft and she agreed very readily. Su Chang was still a little uncomfortable hearing this. I'm still used to her chattering. Soon, the two arrived at the largest shopping mall in the imperial capital. This is a huge den of money. Two people walked in. Although we got a system for no reason, Su Chang just didn't understand how this system came about or when it would disappear. Su's City. The voice in my head spoke. The voice was a somewhat mechanical lowly voice, sounding emotionless. Su Chang was startled. Su Chang, as the owner of the strongest counterattack face slapping system, if you want to obtain equipment or upgrade, you must do one thing. Pretend to be awesome. Su Chang subconsciously replied, I'm not a woman, why should I? Ahem. Pretending to be awesome will make people feel happy physically and mentally. Pretending to be awesome is the best way to say goodbye to your past self. Pretending to be awesome and stepping hard on the faces of those who once looked down on you is the principle of our counterattack system. Pretending. Okay, I understand. If he continued listening, Su Chang would start to curse. Just tell me how to upgrade. Ahem. Small B will only reward you with supplies or money, while Big B will reward you with the ability to increase your force. As long as you are willing to pretend, no matter how big B you are, this system will help you achieve it. Really? Then I will immediately become the master of the universe. No. Woo 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 liar. You just said that all wishes can come true. It must be consistent with daily reality and your current situation, and cannot exceed the zone of proximal development, otherwise, you will be punished. As for what this zone of proximal development is, you need to figure it out by yourself. Even though I don't understand it, just pretend it. Brother-in-law, what are you thinking about? When Qin Mengmeng saw that Su Chang did not leave, a look of worry immediately appeared on her face. Chapter 9 My ex-girlfriend. Nothing, let's go. Su Chang walked towards the men's clothing store. Wait a moment, brother-in-law. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay. Su Chang was not surprised, as girls always looked for toilets when they were outside. Back then, Lu Xiaoye. Forget it, why bother mentioning that scumbag? Su Chang. A familiar voice came from behind. This voice Su Chang will never forget it in his life. Lu Xiaoye, the girl he had been tied to for 4 years, felt sorry for 4 years, and cared about for 4 years, but in the end, she treated his kindness as a donkey's liver and lungs. Su Chang turned around. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Lu Xiaoye's attire now is much simpler and more elegant than before. She was wearing a lot of jewelry, and it seemed that she had been very well off recently. Su Chang used to make money, but he was a student after all, and could only give his girlfriend 2,000 yuan a month at most. Lu Xiaoye spent most of that 2,000 yuan on cosmetics, and they were not high-end ones. Lu Xiaoye is living a comfortable life now. Zhuang Wenba can easily transfer 10,000 yuan to her. At this time, Su Chang's roommate and good brother Zhuang Wenba was also beside Lu Xiaoye. Although Zhuang Wenba's family is rich, he is not as good looking as Su Chang. The most important thing is, he is only 169 centimeters tall, while Lu Xiaoye is 170 centimeters tall. Lu Xiaoye used to look down on Zhuang Wenba, but now, Lu Xiaoye must be particularly proud of being with Zhuang Wenba. Su Chang. I didn't expect you to be so shameless that you followed me here. Lu Xiaoye subconsciously thought that Su Chang came here to follow her. After all, considering his net worth, why would he come to a place like this to spend money? Don't waste your energy. Zhuang Wenba and I are truly in love. No matter how hard you try, you can't break us up. Lu Xiaoye hugged Zhuang Wenba. Zhuang Wenba looked very proud. He had liked Lu Xiaoye for a long time, but at that time they were all still in school, and the difference in their family backgrounds was not very obvious. Everyone paid more attention to a person's study and appearance. But things were different after graduation. Lu Xiaoye soon understood who her true love was. Facing these, Su Chang only felt that boring. Deeply boring. Are these two people trying to find a sense of existence in him? Then Su Chang wouldn't mind giving them a greater sense of presence. Wenbo, have you been doing well recently? Have you continued to take your medicine? Take medicine? Brother Wenba, is there something wrong with your body? How come I don't know? Lu Xiaoye looked worried. That's not true. Don't listen to his nonsense. Zhuang Wenba's anxious tone made his intentions even more obvious. Oh, I can't tell you. Su Chang looked as if he had suddenly realized something, but he still told Zhuang Wenba, Lu Xiaoye is your girlfriend now. You can't hide this from her. She will find out sooner or later. Su Chang. Stop stirring up trouble here. Lu Xiaoye didn't listen. She still felt that everything Su Chang had done so far was to make her regret and return to Su Chang. This man is so disgusting. Su Chang smiled maliciously. Am I trying to sow discord? You can just go see a gynecologist when you have time. Enough, Su Chang. Zhuang Wenba was finally irritated by him. However, he smiled happily in an instant. Since you didn't come here to follow us, then why did you come? Don't tell me you came here to spend money. I remember that there was a heavy note on your file. Now it's difficult for you to even find a job. Your parents are not in good health, and your good-for-nothing brother is still in school. Since we are roommates, we know each other very well. Also, because they are roommates, it is very easy to bully my friend's wife. Their quarrel finally attracted a lot of people's attention. Everyone looked at what Lu Xiaoye and Zhuang Wenbo were wearing, and then looked at Su Chang, who was wearing all these cheap clothes, and naturally stood on Zhuang Wenbo's side. Stalker? This man is too shameless. He is quite good looking, but unfortunately he has a bad personality. He would do this for a woman. TSK, I wonder if he is interested in men. I am willing to go for the glory of our city. The person who said this was a fat man with big ears. Lu Xiaoye also knew what to do. She squeezed out 2 tears in an instant and said pitifully, Brother Wenbo, why does this man keep pestering me? I'm so scared. I gave him a lot of money to get rid of him before, but I didn't expect that he still wouldn't let me go. Oh my god, they robbed me of my money and my body. How shameless. I really want to take a picture of this man's face and post it on TikTok. Zhuang Wenbo looked at Su Chang proudly. That look seemed to say you will never be as good as me. And Su Chang turned around and walked into a high-end custom menswear store. This is the place that all the men in the capital want to visit the most. A set of clothes costs 500,000. Every set of clothes is custom made and absolutely exquisite. Besides, the sales positions we are looking for are women aged 20 to 25, who must be graduates from key universities and have passed the CET 6. They must have beautiful figures and elegant manners, and are definitely etiquette models. As soon as you enter, professional personnel will come forward to verify the identity of the guests. If the verification fails, they will not even be eligible to enter the store to buy clothes. Su Chang doesn't know this yet. But just as he entered the door, the counterattack system sent a message, congratulations to the host for starting the slap the ex-girlfriend mission. From now on, you will be a black gold member of this store and enjoy the free services of this store for life. All tailors and designers will work for you and put your mission first. Hey! Cool. If this system had a physical body, Su Chang would definitely find a place to keep it properly. I am a girl, not a god or Buddha. The system actually spoke. And it has nothing to do with the mission. But the tone was still cold and mechanical. Su Chang didn't have time to chat more with the system. Zhuang Wenbo and Lu Xiaoye came behind him like flies. Hey, Su Chang. You don't want to come here to buy clothes, do you? You probably don't know that ordinary people can't enter this kind of high-end clothing store. But, my sister works in sales here, so it's okay for me to go in and look around. As for you, hee. Zhuang Wenbo's eyes were full of contempt. This is his good roommate. When I was in college and needed his help to bring meals, help with extra classes, and help reserve seats, I was very kind to him. Now, I feel that he is useless and I am sarcastic towards him. Oh, and he also stole his girl. Chapter 10 Confession from an ex-girlfriend. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a woman wearing a sales manager tag walking towards him gracefully. Cousin. Upon seeing this, Zhuang Wenbo immediately went over to greet him with a smile on his face. The person who came over happened to be his cousin. It seemed like even God was helping him. Ko Xiaoyan originally wanted to find Su Chang, but ended up seeing her cousin. Although the relationship between the two families cannot be said to be very good, there are many business collaborations, and Ko Xiaoyan cannot pretend not to see it. Seeing the girl next to Zhuang Wenbo, Ko Xiaoyan understood and said with a smile, "Bring your girlfriend here." Ko Xiaoyan is a senior salesperson in this store. She maintains a great figure and her professional attire perfectly shows off her strengths. Paired with a pair of black pointed high heels, it adds a touch of charm to the capable look. Yes, cousin. Zhuang Wenbo showed a smug look, put his arm around Lu Xiaoye, and said, "Cousin, I want to go to your store to take a look, is that okay? It just so happens that the store manager is not here today, so it's not impossible for them to come in. Besides, employees can bring their families in." Okay, but you can only come in by yourself, forget about the girl next to you. The store's rules and regulations are very strict, and Ko Xiaoyan doesn't dare to offend them easily. Oh, I can go in then. Zhuang Wenbo is still proud. At least, he is much better than Su Chang, who is not even qualified to enter the store. Xiaoye, just wait for me at the door, I will take a picture for you. Lu Xiaoye felt both shy and happy that her boyfriend took such good care of her in public. Okay, I'll wait for you to come out. After saying that, she added with a hint of sarcasm, some people have wasted 4 years of my youth. Not to mention this high-end luxury store, they didn't even let me eat spicy hot pot a few more times. They always say they are doing it for my own good and spend all their money on me, but what is the reality? It's obvious that he has no ability, but he puts the blame on a woman. Such a man is really shameless. It turns out that in Lu Xiaoye's heart, Su Chang is like this. Lu Xiaoye is not allowed to eat malatang because although it tastes delicious, it is unhygienic. Some of the dishes in their kitchen are not even washed. Su Chang had thought about Lu Xiaoye's health and thought about everything for her, but he didn't expect that this would be the result in the end. Ha, Lu Xiaoye, I really should thank you for dumping me. Lu Xiaoye, you originally had the opportunity to enter the store, but you didn't seize it. Ha ha ha. These words made Lu Xiaoye laugh uncontrollably. She pointed at Su Chang in front of her with trembling fingertips and asked, "Do you think I can enter this store? If I can really get in, it must be Brother Wenba who brought me in. What does it have to do with you? How could you say such a thing? You really overestimate your own abilities." Yes. He overestimates his own abilities. He. Everyone was laughing at him and everyone thought he was crazy. Su Chang also felt that he was crazy, but he always believed that God was fair. He has been a good person for so many years and has worked diligently for so many years, so he is favored by the counterattack system. Now, anyone else want to laugh at him? You, the sales manager, take me into this store right now. Su Chang. Lu Xiaoye was a little surprised. Could it be that Su Chang was really crazy? Zhuang Wenba became more and more proud. He has pushed Su Chang to the end and he has even started to daydream. Not to mention that Ko Xiaoyan is his cousin, just based on Su Chang's lowly status. Okay, Mr. Su. Ko Xiaoyan actually agreed. He even made the standard gesture of inviting someone to come in. There was also a perfect smile on his face. Mr. Su, it's an honor to serve you. Your presence in our store instantly makes our store shine. Look, what respectful words. Zhuang Wenba was stunned, and Lu Xiaoye was also stunned. Everyone present couldn't believe what they were seeing. Are they hallucinating? As it turns out, not. Mr. Su Chang is the only black gold member of my store and will enjoy my store's free services for life. Ko Xiaoyan stood up to explain. Although she didn't know what kind of entanglement her cousin had with this gentleman, her professional ethics told her that what she needed to do now was to protect the black gold members of the store and prevent him from suffering any injustice. Yes, sure. But I want to bring someone in. Su Chang suddenly spoke. Lu Xiaoye's eyes lit up again. Could it be that he wanted to take her in? Su Chang. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that to you before. In fact, I deliberately said that to stimulate you and get your attention because I still have you in my heart. In fact, I still love you deeply. Regardless of Zhuang Wenba's existence, Lu Xiaoye directly confessed to her ex-boyfriend. Zhuang Wenba's entire face almost turned green. But Lu Xiaoye didn't care. As long as she could walk into this store once, even if she and Su Chang eventually parted ways, it would be enough for her to brag about it for a long time, and there would be countless rich second generations coming to her door, so there was no need to hang herself on Zhuang Wenba's tree. What's more, the tree is surprisingly short. She felt embarrassed every time she went out and had to buy a lot of luxury goods to dress herself up so that others would think she was noble. But Su Chang? Lu Xiaoye, belated affection is cheaper than grass, don't you understand this sentence? He silently reached out his hand to her. Just when everyone thought that Su Chang couldn't forget Lu Xiaoye and wanted to snatch this woman back from Zhuang Wenba, Su Chang actually walked past Lu Xiaoye and grabbed Qin Mengmeng behind him. Come on, brother-in-law will take you to have fun. Okay. Qin Mengmeng immediately jumped out happily and followed Su Chang obediently, leaving behind confused Zhuang Wenba and Lu Xiaoye. Su Chang finally understood that clothes make the man, and gold ornaments make the Buddha. He had suffered so much oppression during this period, largely because he did not have a decent set of clothes. Now that he has the counterattack system in his hands, he can't waste it. Watching Su Chang and Qin Mengmeng enter the store, Lu Xiaoye's eyes flashed with jealousy. Cousin, then I. Zhuang Wenba still wanted to go in. Even if he can't buy the clothes in it, it's good to take a look at it. However, Ko Xiaoyan refused. And warned him, Zhuang Wenba, even if we are relatives, I can't use the back door for you. If you don't want your cousin to lose this job, you'd better take your girlfriend and leave. Now, saying these 3 words to girlfriend seems a bit ironic. Lu Xiaoye's pretty face turned red. Thinking about what I just said. Chapter 11 Apology and Affirmation from Sister-in-Law. Alas, it's too early. Brother Wenba. Lu Xiaoye spoke cautiously. Snort. Zhuang Wenba is very angry. Just now, Lu Xiaoye said in front of so many people that she still couldn't forget Su Chang. Oh. He would never forgive her. Zhuang Wenba turned and left. On one side is her ex-boyfriend, whom she originally looked down upon but who later became successful and out of her reach. On the other side is Zhuang Wenba, who has been pursuing her for 4 years and has a fanatical obsession with her body. After much thought, Lu Xiaoye still feels that she should keep the latter for the time being. Zhuang Wenba is not easy to conquer. But Su Chang, who knows if he is just a flash in the pan? The impression of cowardice and poverty that Su Chang left on her was so deep that Lu Xiaoye still has lingering fears. What's more, Su Chang loved her so much and spoiled her for 4 years. Who would believe that he suddenly stopped loving her? Su Chang was acting. Just to get her attention. Su Chang is her eternal support, and she can come back anytime she wants. But Zhuang Wenba is different. Lu Xiaoye hurried to follow. Brother Wenba. I was just blinded by lard. I didn't mean that. You have to believe me. Zhuang Wenba didn't say anything. The pace slowed down a bit. Brother Wenba, Lu Xiaoye approached and whispered to him, I'll give you a kiss tonight, okay? Zhuang Wenba snorted coldly, but his tone was not as cold and hard as before. For a man, the best way to make a woman surrender is. He had proposed this many times before, but Lu Xiaoye had always refused. He is not a virgin and has never been kissed by Lu Xiaoye. It's so embarrassing. Today, she finally agreed. I want to record the video. Ha? Lu Xiaoye blushed and said shyly, this isn't a good idea. All in all, the most outrageous thing the two of them had ever done was on the bed that Lu Xiaoye and Su Chang had slept in, and Su Chang had even discovered it. If you don't agree, forget it. Zhuang Wenba returned to his cold tone. Brother Wenba, don't. Lu Xiaoye quickly changed her tone. I am willing, just record it however you want. That's about right. Zhuang Wenba suddenly became full of anticipation for what would happen tonight. The blow he had just suffered from Su Chang had also healed by a large margin. Zhuang Wenba felt comfortable when he thought that the woman whom Su Chang had loved and cherished for 4 years would do such a thing for him. All in all, he still won. But what Su Chang just said. Xiaoye, if you believe Su Chang, there's nothing wrong with going to the hospital for a checkup. But I have a friend who is very good at gynecological examinations. I don't feel comfortable if you go to someone else, so you should go to him. Lu Xiaoye said tenderly, Brother Wenba, I believe you, there won't be any problem. However, I still tactfully accepted the man's phone number. Zhuang Wenba also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He is a little sick there. I couldn't find a girlfriend in college because of my height and grades. Whenever I needed one, I had to ask friends for help. Over time, I naturally got infected with some things. But it's not that serious. Maybe, because he is still young, it is not that serious. Zhuang Wenba didn't care much. Now he only has one woman, Lu Xiaoye, and it was Lu Xiaoye's virginity when she was with him. Lu Xiaoye is very clean. He felt that he could rest assured. For this kind of thing, Zhuang Wenba was too lazy to go to the hospital for a checkup. He always felt that only men with bad health would go to see an andrologist. It will be fine soon. It was only to avoid unnecessary trouble that he asked Lu Xiaoye to go to a friend she knew. Su Chang didn't choose anything too high-end, but just some light luxury clothes that didn't look so high-profile. At least, others won't look down on you at first sight. I used the remaining money to buy some skincare products for my sister-in-law and some for Qin Euro. Bought a beautiful hairpin. Also at Qin Mengming's suggestion, she bought Qin Euro a beautiful purple bow to tie around her waist. Although Su Chang didn't know why Qin Euro liked this kind of thing. It's so cumbersome to wear. But he could never forget Qin Euro's slim waist and big bow tie, ru. The maternal and infant supply system was given away for free, so he didn't have to worry about it. Su Chang felt that he should buy some girl stuff for Chin Yuro to let Chin Yuro know that in his heart, Chin Yuro didn't have to be a good mother or a good wife. She would always be his little Lolita, and he would spoil her and his daughter for the rest of his life. As for my son, just like him, something that can grow up by just feeding it, huh? Su Chang can't wait to go back to the hospital. Brother-in-law. The fierce sister-in-law was a little reluctant to let him go. What's wrong? Well, thank you, and I'm sorry. People with lively personalities find it very awkward to apologize, and this probably refers to people like Qin Mengmeng. Why are you saying sorry? I should thank you for taking care of your sister for me for so many years. If you really think Qin Mengmeng is troublesome, don't say it out loud. We are still a family in the future. Su Chang is not stupid. What's more, Qin Mengmeng has become a better person now. How nice it is to have a lively sister-in-law. Brother-in-law, I am relieved to leave my sister to you now. It's just, my parents. I will try my best to tell you, they are quite stubborn and may make things difficult for you. It's okay. It's not the first time I've been embarrassed. Yeah, brother-in-law, you are so nice. The sister-in-law smiled sweetly. After seeing Qin Mengmeng off, Su Chang went straight back to the maternal and child health hospital. Although there was a nurse watching there, Su Chang was still worried. He hurried upstairs. Wife. After opening the door, he couldn't help but wanted to hug Chin Yuro, but was stopped by Chin Yuro. The nurse is here. Chin Yuro was shy. The nurse helped Chin Yuro tie two beautiful and neat ponytails with two heart shapes on them. It was the first time that Su Chang realized that there were so many things that could be done with a woman's hair. You two are so sweet and affectionate, I won't disturb you. The nurse wisely left. Su Chang sat down next to Chin Yuro without stopping. There are some things that cannot be done, but there are some things that must be done to the fullest. Especially, after meeting Lu Xiaoye today, Su Chang missed Chin Yuro particularly for some reason. Chin Yuro is his little lucky star. Hubby, you, Su Chang kissed Chin Yuro's delicate lips directly, and the two were inseparable. Time passed quietly, Chin Yuro's body became softer and finally collapsed in Su Chang's arms. Su Chang felt very uncomfortable, but he controlled himself and would not take the next step. The two little guys woke up but didn't cry. They looked at their parents at the same time. Hey, what are they doing? Chapter 12. I wanted to tell my parents that I had a wife and a child, but they... It looks like a lot of fun. Seeing the two little guys looking at her, Chin Yuro's cheeks turned red. The children saw it. She pushed Su Chang away. However, Chin Yuro was not stupid and could see how uncomfortable Su Chang was feeling. The rosy face suddenly became even redder. You? Chin Yuro hesitated. Will it be very uncomfortable? Su Chang really wanted to beg this young lady not to say such things at this time. It made him feel more and more uncomfortable. It's okay. I'm a man. It will pass if I just bear with it. Although he said that, Su Chang still stood up obediently and moved towards the bathroom. I will recover as soon as possible, you just have to bear with it. Oh my god, it's so embarrassing to say this. Slowly, Chin Yuro was about to hide under the quilt. Although for Chin Yuro's health, Su Chang would not do anything to her. But my wife said so. Then I'll wait for you, my dear wife. You, humph. So embarrassing. Su Chang went to the bathroom and calmed himself down with cold water. After coming out, Chin Yuro had already finished feeding the two children. Two little pigs, they fell asleep after eating. TSK. Let's give the child a name. Chin Yuro said. Okay, my dear wife. The call of my dear wife made Chin Yuro feel extremely embarrassed. Wife, you are well educated, so you can give it to me. Let's see what's the best name. It should be based on your last name. Chin Yuro carried the child for 10 months and gave birth to him alone. Even if the child was his, he was embarrassed to let them take his surname. But unexpectedly, Su Chang's kindness made Chin Yuro cry. Why do you need my last name? Don't you recognize these two babies? I feel wrong. JPG. Or do you still want to have a child with another woman and let the child take your last name? No. Su Chang was anxious, and quickly brought toilet paper to Chin Yuro to wipe her tears. Don't cry. I just feel sorry for you giving birth to a child for me. I don't mean anything else. You can't cry during the confinement period. Okay, I'll bear with it. If she wasn't allowed to cry, she would really try hard to hold it back. So fucking obedient. I want someone with your last name. I also heard that you all have that generational ranking, right? The second character of people of the same generation is the same. Su Cheng's generation name is 1, but when his parents registered their household registration, they didn't pronounce it clearly, so they only registered it as Su Cheng. Well, I have to call my parents. Wife, my parents are from the countryside, and their living conditions are difficult, so they themselves have become stingy, don't mind it. It doesn't matter, Shin Yuro smiled sweetly, if I really cared, I wouldn't have given birth to a baby for you. I will live with you in the future, not with your parents. You can video call them. It will be a good opportunity for them to see me and the baby. Su Cheng agreed. The first call to Mom Lin Yinjin was unsuccessful, but the second call to Dad Su Guogang was successful. Dad, how are you feeling lately? Necessary greetings are indispensable. Su Guogang spoke slowly, okay. However, after he said just 2 words, the phone was snatched away by Lin Yinjin. Rural women quarrel all the time, and their voices are really loud. Su Cheng was forced to turn down the volume for fear of waking up the 2 babies. Although newborns are soundly asleep and cannot be woken up by normal conversations, they are still disturbed by Lin Yinjin's loud noise. How long has it been since you sent money home, Su Cheng? How can we be okay? Your brother is living like a refugee. Su Cheng clenched his phone tightly. These are his parents. He vaguely remembered that when he had just been admitted to university, Lin Yinjin said that the family could not afford to support 2 college students. Even though his younger brother Su Bin was still in his senior year of high school at the time, he directly said that the family savings were for his younger brother and told Su Cheng not to covet any. Later, Su Cheng worked during the summer vacation, studied hard to get scholarships, and borrowed some loans, and only then did he slowly finish his studies. In the first year after graduation, other parents feel sorry for their children who are looking for jobs, so they give them money and let them have a good time and not worry about the family. His parents called him a month later and started by asking, Su Cheng, you've already graduated. It's not easy for your family to support you as a college student. I heard from Aunt Wang next door that her son now makes more than 6,000 yuan a month. You go to a better school than him, so you should be able to make more, right? So, you can keep 1,000 yuan for yourself every month and give the rest to your family. But Li Nian really didn't know that Aunt Wang had only that one son, whom she had taken good care of since childhood. He also had some connections, and the job was found for him by his family. But what about him? What does he have? When my family calls, they always ask for money. When he was a junior in college, he accidentally revealed that he was a tutor, and Lin Yinjin would quickly ask him for money. Parents, Su Cheng never felt that these 2 words were his warm harbor. Su Cheng said that his file was marked once and he couldn't find a job. Lin Yinjin directly called him a good-for-nothing and then hung up the phone. After that, they never contacted each other again. Getting married, having a child and naming him her is a big deal and Su Cheng has to tell his family. But I didn't expect that Lin Yinjin would open her mouth and say. It's still a video with the audio played out loud. Shin Yuro was listening nearby. A strong sense of inferiority rose from the bottom of Su Cheng's heart. Every family has its own problems, and an unhappy childhood takes a lifetime to heal. Shin Yuro has been spoiled by her family since she was a child, so she must have never experienced these, right? I don't know if she will be scared. Mom, I called you today because I have something important to tell you. I have. Have you run into any trouble? Let me tell you, I've raised you up, and you haven't helped the family, and you've been causing trouble for me all day. I won't help you. Something happened to your brother at school, so transfer 100,000 yuan to me right now, I don't care what you do. Lin Yinjin miscalculated. It was Su Cheng who was admitted to university that year, but Su Bin did not. His grades were not good enough to get him into a junior college, so in the end his family pooled money together to find him a school to attend. But Su Bin was spoiled by Lin Yinjin since he was a child. He didn't study hard at school. He was either picking up girls or fighting. Su Cheng reminded him that Su Bin would get into big trouble sooner or later, but no one listened. Su Cheng wanted to say something when a fair and delicate hand suddenly reached out and helped him press the red button. Hang up. Shin Yuro. Su Cheng. Shin Yuro's voice was gentle, without any disdain. Instead, she said to him, It's okay. Tell me about your family. Chapter 13 The Feeling of Being a Gigolo. The experiences over the years have been very bumpy. But it can also be summarized in one sentence: Motherly Nianjin favors her younger brother over her older brother and treats Su Chang as a tool to make money. Although Father Su Guogang wants to help him, the family's financial power is in Li Nianjin's hands, and he is not easy to talk to, so like Su Chang, he is bullied. Su Chang said something briefly. Xin Yuro leaned in his arms obediently and said, "Husband, you have suffered a lot these years. Don't worry, the children and I will treat you well in the future." Su Chang was very excited. Although he is a grown man, he felt like crying at this moment. He had tentatively mentioned family matters to Lu Xiaoye before, and Lu Xiaoye's answer was, "Your parents are so bad, cut off your relationship with them immediately, all the money you earn from now on will be mine." But his Qin Euro. After his Qin Euro finished her words of comfort, she told him, "After all, they are your parents who gave birth to you and raised you. We should provide for their retirement according to the law, and we can give them more during the holidays. But your brother is already an adult, so there is no need for us to help him." Good. What Qin Euro said was exactly what Su Chang was thinking. In this case, the child's name doesn't have to follow the generational order in my family. Aren't many people using that now? Let's give the child a new name together. With Qin Euro around, the haze will go away quickly. Good. Qin Euro thought for a while and said, "The boy should be named Cheng Xian, Cheng for Prime Minister and Xian for Xian Yuan. The girl should be named Xingnua, Xing for Star and Nua for Promise. What do you think?" "I feel very good." Su Cheng himself didn't have such good literary talent, but he liked everything Qin Euro wrote. Su Cheng Xian, Su Xingnua, Xian Xian, Nuonuo, it sounds so nice. Su Chen looked at the two little people and once again felt the magic of life. The two little ones who carry his and Qin Euro's genes will soon have their own lives. Su Cheng didn't want to force his children. If they are mediocre in talent, then they will just be at your side. If they are destined to be extraordinary, then the sky is the limit for them to fly high. Oh, right, Su Chang remembered something important. We haven't gotten married yet, so our child's household registration cannot be registered for the time being. But you will be discharged from the hospital soon. I found a few houses. I'll rent whichever one you like. Although he didn't have much money, he would spend it all on Qin Euro. This. Qin Euro hesitated. Actually, there's no need to be so troublesome. I have several properties under my name. One of them is an apartment that is quite good and very suitable for confinement. Otherwise, let's go there. It's not easy for Su Chang to make money. Qin Euro wants to do her best to share the burden for him. Su Chang. He almost fell to his knees. Oh my god, it is said that 9 out of 10 Lolita girls are rich. Su Chang thought that Qin Euro had a quarrel with her family because of the child. Even if she had money, it was not that much. Who would have thought? Is this the joy of living off a gigolo? It's over. I feel a little high. Since my wife said so, I won't be polite. Qin Euro is not short of money, and there is no need for Su Chang to act like a woman. He will compensate Qin Euro in other ways. Yeah, okay, it's getting late, so let's get some rest. After taking care of Qin Euro and letting her lie down, Su Chang also lay on the accompanying bed. This time, he closed his eyes, and in front of him appeared a green meadow with a clear spring in the middle, filled with crystal clear water. Where is this? Su Chang was a little confused. Until a girl in a pink fairy dress floated in front of him. Brother Su Chang, I finally found you. The girl had her hair in a long bun and her eyes were moist. The voice was strangely familiar, but the tone was unfamiliar. When the girl rushed over, Su Chang's body nimbly tilted. The girl jumped into the spring behind him. I'm sorry, it's not appropriate for men and women to touch each other, and I'm a married man now. When you are away from home, even if your wife has not told you to, you still have to behave yourself. Fortunately, the spring water is not deep. The girl in ancient costume got up, shook herself, and the water on her body miraculously dried up. She tilted her head, looking unhappy. Brother Su Chang only has your wife in his heart, don't you remember me? Su Chang remembered. Isn't this the sound system? However, the system that usually chatted with him had a stiff tone, while the tone of the girl in front of him was ups and downs. It's you. Su Chang quickly pulled her up. So you're probably an intelligent AI, right? That doesn't matter. In other words, this girl is a robot, or rather a string of data. There was no need for him to stay away from her like that. The girl was stunned for a moment, but did not deny it. I guess so. He just let his hands hang by his side and clenched them into fists. A little unhappy. It turns out that in his heart, I am just an intelligent AI. Why am I in a place like this? Is this a dream or is it real? It's your space. The girl came over and said, I'm the system, you can also call me Tong Tong. Because your relationship with Chin Euro is getting closer and closer, and now it has progressed to the point where she is willing to learn about your family, so your space has also been opened. Here, this is the spiritual spring. What you need to do now is to soak in it for a night to clear the dirty air in your body. Su Chang. He seriously suspected that he had been transported into a martial arts novel. However, I still walked in resolutely. Su Chang, who treated everything as data, did not avoid her and began to take off his clothes. I was very interested in watching it at first, but then my cheeks became redder and redder. When Su Chang only had the last piece left, she couldn't help it and covered her face with her little hands. Brother Su Chang, just soak it slowly. One night will be enough. You will feel the changes in your body tomorrow. As long as your relationship with Chin Euro gets closer, or as long as your status gets higher, this place will also slowly upgrade. Aha! It was so comfortable inside the spiritual spring that Su Chang couldn't help but close his eyes. All left. The night seemed to pass very quickly. When Su Chang opened his eyes, he saw that the spiritual spring water had turned black due to his soaking. The kind that is pitch black. Before he could do anything, he returned to reality. Ah! Su Chang couldn't help but stretch and yelled. It's really comfortable. A lot of changes happened physically. The most important point. All men have. He himself couldn't help but admire it for a long time. Until I felt the gaze from Chin Euro. Chapter 14, Meet the Ex-Girlfriend Again. Wife. Su Chang felt a little embarrassed. Chin Euro blushed and said nothing. Su Chang quickly got up and the first thing he did was to go to the bathroom. After coming out, he felt much calmer. Chin Euro said embarrassedly, Hubby, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Alas, this kind of thing was clearly the fault of a grown man like him, but Chin Euro, this silly girl, actually blamed herself. You'll be discharged from the hospital in the afternoon. I'll help you pack. Su Chang changed the subject. It's indeed a bit inappropriate to talk about this kind of thing so early in the morning. They ordered breakfast at the hospital. After eating, Chin Euro stayed there to look after the child while Su Chang started to pack up. Chin Euro's things were packed in one suitcase, and the baby's things were packed in another suitcase. He had to pack 2 suitcases by himself, and he had to bring 1 adult and 2 children with him, which was indeed a bit tiring. It seems that I really overestimate myself. Brother Su Chang can put things in the space, and it's okay to put your wife and children in it. All the voices rang out again. The difference from before is that this time everyone has their own tone, exactly the same as the ancient girl last night. Not for now. What if someone finds me and sends me to the research institute as a monster? All right. We will definitely support Brother Su Chang's decision. Just when Su Chang was considering whether to ask for help, his savior arrived. Sister, brother-in-law. Chin Meng Meng came in skipping. She looked very energetic, but if you looked closely, you could still see the swelling under her eyes that couldn't be covered up by makeup, and her clothes were a size too big. The more carefree a girl is, the more attentive she is to her relationships. Although Chin Meng Meng won the incident with Fan Laji, he still left a heart-wrenching impression on her heart. Meng Meng. Chin Euro was very happy to see her sister. She was even happier. Didn't you say something bad about Su Chang before? Why are you calling him brother-in-law now? What are you doing behind my back? I can't tell you that. That's a secret between me and my brother-in-law. Chin Meng Meng helped Chin Euro up and then braided her hair into 2 ponytails. In short, my brother-in-law is a really, really good man. He is very low-key, very kind, and very handsome. If my sister wasn't with him, I would have been attracted to him. Chin Meng Meng said jokingly. Su Chang staggered for a moment and quickly explained, Wife, please believe me, I really didn't do anything to your sister. That's it. Why does it feel like the more he explains, the worse it gets? He really can't afford someone like Chin Meng Meng. Chin Euro, the gentle, pastoral, jade-like little girl next door, is more suitable for him. Don't worry, I believe you. Chin Euro's eyes were full of affirmation, and that loving look moved Su Chang very much. Shinjiro, thank you so much for helping me when I had nothing. Shinjiro said to Qin Meng Meng again, as for what you mean by low-key? Oh, this. Qin Meng Meng quickly explained, my brother-in-law is very rich. He can even afford a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. That's my friend's. Su Cheng quickly interrupted. Shinjiro was in the same school as him, and she knew him very well. It's better not to say those things out loud. Firstly, he was afraid that Shinjiro could not bear the stimulation. Secondly, those things were all given to him after all. He didn't earn them by his own ability. Even if they were in his hands, he wouldn't feel at ease using them. There is no such thing as a free pie in the world. Well, it doesn't matter. Shinjiro acted very naturally, whether Su Cheng has money or not, whether he is a hidden rich man or not, I am his wife now, and all I have to do is to accompany him to live a good life in the future. Having heard the conversation between Su Cheng and his parents last night, Shinjiro didn't quite believe what Qin Meng Meng said. She just felt that her man had a hard life as a child, and she must love him well in the future. Well, okay then. Qin Meng Meng was speechless and felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Su Cheng was responsible for taking the 2 suitcases down. Qin Meng Meng looked after Shinjiro, and when Su Cheng came back, they would take Shinjiro and the 2 little ones downstairs. Xian, Nuanyuo, you 2 are so beautiful. Remember to love your aunt in the future. When Su Cheng was away, Shinjiro had already told Qin Meng Meng a lot about the children. Su Cheng chuckled. My children are in such a difficult situation. It's not enough to support their parents, but they also have to support such a noisy aunt. Brother-in-law. Qin Meng Meng was almost angry to death. Where did she make a fuss? However, because Shinjiro was still here and Qin Meng Meng had to take care of her, she did not do anything to Su Cheng. Su Cheng changed to a Volkswagen and took them upstairs. Just as I was about to get on the bus, I ran into a familiar person again. Su Cheng. It was Lu Xiaoya's voice. She just vaguely saw someone get on the car, but she didn't know who was inside. However, he was still slightly shocked when he saw Su Cheng holding the car keys. Did you buy a car, or a Volkswagen? Although Volkswagen is cheap, it is not something that people like Su Cheng can afford. Su Cheng, you came here specifically to pick me up today, right? Although we have broken up, I know that you have always had me in your heart, and I still have feelings for you. After suffering a loss in the men's clothing store last time, Lu Xiaoya knew that Su Cheng might really have some secrets. It's just that this man usually keeps a low profile, so she didn't notice him. But she was also afraid that Su Cheng was just pretending. Now, she knew very well what kind of person Su Cheng was and what the situation was at home. To be able to own a Volkswagen in such a short time was something that could not be underestimated. Today, Lu Xiaoya came to the maternal and child health hospital for a gynecological checkup, but she didn't expect to meet Su Cheng. Thinking about the gynecological checkup, it was Su Cheng who reminded her to come, and Lu Xiaoya understood. He came here just for her. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoya became more confident. I have removed you from the blacklist. Let's keep in touch in the future. Well, I've finished the examination, but the report hasn't come out yet. Please take me to my workplace first, but please park far away so Zhuang Wenba doesn't know. She walked to the car door and opened the passenger seat. As a result, we found that there were 2 beauties sitting in the back of Su Cheng's car. And each of them was holding a child. Lu Xiaoya. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and looked again. It's true. Chapter 15, Current Girlfriend Meets Current Girlfriend. This. Shinjiro. Why are you here? Since they were from the same school, Lu Xiaoya recognized Shinjiro easily. As for Qin Meng Meng next to her, she also recognized her as the girl that Su Cheng brought into the high-end men's clothing store that day. Several sisters had told her before that they had run into Su Cheng at the subway station, and that guy had the audacity to say that Shinjiro was pregnant with his child and had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and even called him frantically to ask him to go see them. At that time, Lu Xiaoya just smiled and passed it off. Who is Su Cheng? They have known each other for so many years, how could she not know what kind of coward Su Cheng is? Su Cheng is destined to be a male nanny in this life. But today, seeing 2 women who were both more beautiful than her and holding 2 children in their arms, Lu Xiaoya had no choice but to believe it. Oh my god. Are you Lu Xiaoya, Su Cheng's ex-girlfriend? Shinjiro tilted her head and looked at her with a generous smile. I'm his wife, so of course I'm in his car. She is very gentle, and the gap between her and the jealousy that can't be hidden on Lu Xiaoya's face is so huge. Impossible, this is impossible, how could you be with Su Chang? He clearly. Su Chang is fine. Xin Yuro interrupted her directly, and her tone became a little cold. You have broken up now, it doesn't matter. I am his wife. If you say this about my husband, I will be angry. Xin Yuro grew up in a wealthy family, and her temperament is far beyond the reach of a country girl like Lu Xiaoya. Lu Xiaoya was so frightened that she was speechless. Now you believe that I didn't come here just for you, right? Well, my wife is still in confinement and can't be exposed to the wind. Please move aside. I want to take her home. Lu Xiaoya had to move aside. Su Chang tucked Xin Yuro's clothes back in first before returning to the driver's seat. This man was so considerate and gentle, and he once belonged to her, but now. No, didn't you say you would love her forever? What are you doing now, Su Chang? You are betraying her. He once lit the fire for me, cooked for me, and even washed my underwear. He hugged me and said that he would only love me in this life and would never fall in love with anyone else. Lu Xiaoya roared. She didn't even realize that her eyes were filled with tears, which would fall if she blinked. Su Chang's pupils shrank slightly. He couldn't refute anything because everything Lu Xiaoya said was true. When they were in love, he did say that he would only love Lu Xiaoya in this life, but that was on the premise that there was no green grassland above his head. The things he did for her were what he thought a boyfriend should do. He was not afraid of being mentioned by Lu Xiaoya, but he was afraid that Xin Yuro would mind. It's easy for women to overthink when they are in confinement, not to mention that it's the ex-girlfriend who was protesting like this. Su Chang subconsciously wanted to explain to Xin Yuro. But Xin Yuro spoke first. Oh, that was all in the past. I also want to thank you for raising such a good husband for me. It's a pity that you can't enjoy it. From now on, Su Chang can only take care of me, Xian Xian and Nuonyuo. Xin Yuro smiled gently. But, you have taken care of Su Chang for me for so long. Even if you have no credit, you have worked hard. Tell me, how much money do you want? I will give it to you. You. Lu Xiaoya was very angry. How can the time two people spend together be measured by money? If she took Xin Yuro's money, what's the difference between her and those ladies in the club? You will regret it. Lu Xiaoya felt so ashamed that she finally left in her high heels. Hey, wife, you are so nice. Oh, don't talk to me. But Xin Yuro, who had just been wholeheartedly protecting him, suddenly became like a different person and started to throw a tantrum. Wife, what's wrong with you? Su Chang was a little flustered. Brother-in-law, you are so stupid. Xin Mengmeng couldn't help but speak. My sister wasn't angry just now because she didn't want to embarrass you in front of outsiders. Now that we are alone, of course she has to be angry you are so good to your ex-girlfriend. If she is not jealous, that would be abnormal, right? Meng Meng. Xin Yuro blared at Xin Mengmeng in reproach. He. Xin Mengmeng made a face but was not scared. Wife, I swear, you are the only one in my heart. Humph, you must have said this to Lu Xiaoya before. Xin Yuro is not stupid. How did she know? Oh shit. I promise that you are my last woman. Even if you betray me in the future, I will still love you. Is this okay? Xin Yuro finally burst into laughter and said, Okay, I don't want to pursue what happened between you two, but just don't contact each other in the future, otherwise, my dear wife, you will break my legs. It's the third one. Xin Mengmeng started to make a fuss. Ah hey ah. The two little guys also cried out. Okay, drive quickly and don't block other people's way here. Xin Yuro's emotions came and went quickly. Thinking back to when he was with Lu Xiaoya, every time she got angry, he would spend a lot of time coaxing her and finally buy her a gift. Sometimes Su Chang didn't even know why Lu Xiaoya was angry. Maybe Lu Xiaoya just wanted him to buy her a gift but didn't have the nerve to ask. My current wife. TSK. Su Chang understood a sentence. There is always a better choice. Missing out on Lu Xiaoya was the best thing he had ever done in his life. Yes, my dear wife. Su Chang started driving. Fortunately, he had learned to drive and had worked part-time as a driver before, so something as simple as driving was not difficult for him. When getting off the car, Xin Mengmeng couldn't help but praise, brother-in-law, you are a good driver. A couple who happened to be taking a walk happened to come by at this moment. When they heard this, their eyes towards Su Chang immediately changed. Su Chang. It's okay, he hasn't done anything wrong, he is not afraid. Xin Mengmeng, however, became playful and moved closer to him, acting in an intimate manner. Su Chang couldn't explain it clearly now. After the two people walked away, Xin Mengmeng said, "Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. In addition to my biological sister Qin Yuro, I also have several cousins. I wouldn't dare to do this in front of those cousins' husbands, but you are different, because my sister and I believe in you." Really? Su Chang felt a little excited when he was praised. Yes. He. They quickly went upstairs and arrived at the door of the apartment. This apartment has one bedroom and one living room. Although it is small, the decoration is. Chapter 16. The couple looked after the child late at night. A true princess style. Pink sheets, pink curtains, pink lace, pink. Pink is everywhere. Oh, except for the pile of Lolita dresses hanging on the hangers, which have different colors, the rest are all pink. Did he marry a doll? My sister likes pink the best. Xin Mengmeng added. The two little ones were also very curious about this house, especially Nono, who, although he couldn't express how happy he was yet, was dancing and jumping around restlessly. Well. Xin Yuro also felt that it was not good for a grown man like Su Chang to sleep in pink all day, so she said, "If you like other colors, just buy some for decoration. I lived here by myself before, so I just did whatever was comfortable for me." Wife. Su Chang said quickly, "As long as you like it, I am willing to do it. Besides, isn't there a saying that goes like this: no matter how powerful a man is, he has to sleep on the pink sheets prepared by his wife when he returns home? I am so happy that I can't wait. Just, don't be disgusted. I'm already living in a princess nest, how could I dislike it?" Xin Mengmeng, who originally wanted to see the two people quarreling, was inexplicably fed a mouthful of dog food. She felt that her already fragile heart was further hurt, and she ran away whimpering. Su Chang first made the bed, carried Qin Yuro up to it, opened the curtains, and let her look at the scenery outside to relax herself. Xin Mengmeng was busy for a while and then she was exhausted. Xin Mengmeng weighs only 90 kilograms. She has been controlling her diet to maintain her beauty and has no strength in her body. Looking at Su Chang busying around without even a drop of sweat, she couldn't help but feel strange. "Brother-in-law, aren't you tired at all?" "Not tired." Su Chang cleaned up the refrigerator again, threw away the expired items inside, and then wiped the refrigerator, saying, "Don't worry, just sit there and rest. I'm used to doing these things at home, don't worry." Yeah. Xin Mengmeng also sat down with Qin Yuro. In fact, Su Chang also felt that his body had changed a lot compared to before. It is absolutely impossible for him to work for such a long time without even breaking a sweat. Could it be that the spiritual spring he soaked in last night strengthened his body? That's great. After we had almost finished cleaning up, it was time for dinner. Qin Yuro originally wanted to order takeout, but Su Chang just tied on an apron. That is. Brother-in-law, it feels so weird when you put on this pink apron, This apron belongs to Qin Yuro, and there are no other aprons at home, so Su Chang had to make do with this one. You're still laughing. I won't cook for you later. I won't laugh anymore. Qin Mengmeng quickly covered her mouth. You can cook too? Qin Yuro looked at him in surprise. Yes, and my cooking skills are pretty good. I'll show you guys later. Okay, then we can start looking forward to it. Su Chang closed the kitchen door. They all came out and said, "Brother Su Chang, the water in the spiritual spring has been updated. If you use the water here to cook, the food you cook will be fragrant and delicious, and it can also strengthen your body. So useful. But that's the water I use for bathing. It's not a good idea to use it to cook for the two sisters. What's the big deal? The water has long flowed away. What's coming out now is new spiritual spring water. Besides, in many rural areas, isn't the water in the river used for bathing and cooking? That's different. Don't worry, the new water is absolutely pure." Yeah. Su Chang has always believed in everything. Fortunately, no one came from the kitchen, so Su Chang could use the spiritual spring water as much as he wanted. Postpartum women cannot eat too greasy food or too nourishing food, so Su Chang made simple stir-fried pork slices with cucumber and black fungus, peanut, dragon bone, and lotus root soup, and loofah stewed with wolfberry. When they saw these dishes, the two sisters were stunned. Brother-in-law, you graduated from New Oriental, right? Sister, if you meet a new Oriental chef, just marry him. My sister-in-law knows how to talk. Su Chang also increasingly treated Qin Mengmeng as his own sister. I didn't expect him to be able to cook like this. These dishes smell delicious. Oh, husband, if I gain weight during the confinement period, what if you dislike me? Qin Euro began to worry. Don't be afraid. I think you are too thin. You should grow taller. But Su Cheng doesn't know that if you say a woman is fat she will be unhappy, and if you say a woman is thin she will not be happy either. Do you mean that you are dissatisfied with me? Qin Euro looked down. It was obvious where she was looking. Then he muttered quietly, "You're not satisfied even after reaching D. Really? Should I try reaching E?" Su Cheng said quickly, No, that's not what I meant. You are just right like this, really. Given that Su Cheng's attitude of admitting his mistake was obvious, Qin Euro didn't care about it. Su Cheng is so tired. But it's also quite happy. Because everything I'm experiencing now is a sweet burden, hee hee. The two little ones are very well behaved. They sleep all day and don't cry for milk. Then at night, they will suffer. Qin Mengmeng went back to school. Su Cheng had just taken a shower and went to bed. He wanted to hug his dear wife for a sweet while. Even if Qin Euro said, "I haven't taken a shower for many days." Su Cheng still shamelessly said, "It doesn't matter, I just like this taste." After he finished speaking, the two children started crying one after another. Su Cheng hurried to hug the child. After feeding one after another, they were quiet for a while. Su Cheng climbed back onto the bed. Before they could even sit down, the two little bastards started crying again. Su Cheng was stunned. They just drank milk, so their appetites are small. They shouldn't be hungry. Qin Euro smiled and said, "They sleep too much during the day, so they are more energetic at night and are looking forward to having someone to play with them. Turn on the light and let's coax them for a while." Good. Sure enough, mothers understand their children best. When the lights were turned on, the two little ones saw their dad and mama's faces and stopped crying without being held. And laughed. It's a laugh without any sound. Su Cheng went to check and found out that the baby's laughter at this time is spontaneous and not real laughter. The two poor little kids couldn't even laugh. Ha, Su Cheng began to laugh at them. Chapter 17, Want to practice magic skills? After playing for a while, Su Cheng said, "Wife, go to bed, I'll stay with the kids." Wouldn't it be too tiring for you to watch both by yourself? Qin Euro now envies those mothers who only gave birth to one child. One child is enough, let alone two. The key point is that Su Cheng still insists on having his parents accompany him and will not ask for help unless there are special circumstances. It's okay, I'll just sleep a little longer tomorrow. Su Cheng comforted Qin Euro. In fact, he was really not tired. After soaking in the spiritual spring, I felt as if I had endless energy and was enlightened. Okay then. Qin Euro was so sleepy that she narrowed her eyes like a lazy kitten. Su Cheng looked at the child for a while, and coaxed Qin Euro from time to time. The whole night was very fulfilling. The next morning, Su Cheng had 2 dark circles under his eyes. Go to sleep, I'll take care of the child. Okay. Before Qin Euro woke up, the 2 little guys finally fell asleep. They woke up many times last night, and Su Cheng kept coaxing them. When it didn't work anymore, he took the children to Qin Euro's side and let them feed for a while. Later, even if the 2 little ones were feeding, Qin Euro would not wake up. Sleeping soundly. Su Cheng prepared breakfast and brought it to Qin Euro, telling her, "Just leave it here after you finish eating, I'll clean it up later." Okay, I'll do as you say. Go to sleep. When she first found out she was pregnant, Qin Euro didn't cry. When Qin Euro went to the hospital for a prenatal checkup with her big belly, she didn't cry. Qin Euro did not cry when she learned that it would be difficult to deliver the 2 babies naturally and curled herself up on the hospital bed to receive an 8-centimeter long anesthetic injection. But at this moment, her eyes were wet. The biggest asset for a woman to show off in her life is not her bags and cars, nor is it how handsome her husband is or how rich her family is. But how your man loves you. This is something that money can't buy. I'm so glad that I didn't abort the 2 children and have a new family with you. Looking at Su Cheng's sleeping face, Qin Euro said slowly, "Otherwise, I will never find a man who treats me better than you in my life." But Su Chang, who was sleeping, did not have the blessing to hear these words. Brother Su Chang. In his sea of consciousness, the spiritual girl in ancient costume ran towards him again. When watching The Legend of Sword and Fairy before, Su Chang particularly liked Zhao Linger in the play. Coincidentally, all of them look very similar to Zhao Linger. Su Chang's mood also became happy. "Oh. You're here. Brother Su Chang, do you feel much better today? Then we can start practicing." Tong took out a book from his arms mysteriously and held it carefully. "This is our family heirloom." "What? Family? Heirloom? Tong, who are you exactly?" Su Chang was a little confused. Everyone quickly changed their words and said, "It's just a string of data. I can't say anything else for now. It's up to Brother Su Chang to figure it out himself." "Wow, you're still a girl full of secrets." "Okay, I won't ask anymore. But, since this thing of yours is a family heirloom, it wouldn't be good to give it to me, right? I still don't want it. Although, that antique book looks very tempting." No, I must give it to you." They stuffed the book directly into Su Chang's arms. Su Chang wanted to refuse, but if he raised his hand he would touch everything, so he withdrew his hand. "No, you can't touch it." So the book fell into Su Chang's hands. The blue cover exudes an ancient scent. That is, I read it over and over again, and this book has no name. An unknown book? Brother Su Chang, as long as you practice according to the above method, your body will become great. Tong Te reminded beside him. Is this the legendary? Su Chang couldn't wait to open the book, and saw 8 words written on the first page. If you want to practice magic skills, you should wield a knife to kill yourself. Sunflower Manual? I don't practice anymore. Su Chang stuffed the book back. But he was afraid of disappointing the kindness of the whole team, so he added, "When I am 50, no, 70, and I don't have any needs in that aspect, I will definitely practice hard." They all opened the book, took a look, and then laughed sweetly. "Ah, Brother Su Chang, don't be fooled by the appearance of this book. If it were in ancient times, then of course some things would have to be cut, but in modern times, all you need is." Having said that, everyone subconsciously looked towards somewhere in Sioux City. But he quickly looked away. Do not look at Amitabha Buddha without permission. Excuse me, Brother Su Chang, did you wear a skirt when you were a child? Of course not. He is a normal man with no special fetishes. Oh, then you probably haven't had your circumcision done. Su Chang didn't understand. Oh, it's just a teenage boy who got his circumcision done. It's inconvenient for him to walk, so he secretly wears a skirt at home. So this is what Tong meant. To put it simply, it means peeling off a layer of skin. Fortunately, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Indeed, no. His family was not well off to begin with, so he could take this thing with him or not. Ling Yanjin and Su Guo would not spend the money to peel it for him, so he just kept it with him. Brother Su Chang, you should go to the hospital. This kind of surgery is very quick now. It only takes about 10 minutes to inject anesthesia. The recovery is also very fast. You can continue in a month. Oh, I won't say it anymore. There is something really special about girls in ancient costumes when they look shy. Su Chang was so excited after seeing this, that he would like to let his rich lowly Qin Euro change into ancient costume if there is a chance, he. Okay, I'll go right away. Su Chang withdrew from the sea of consciousness. The body in the sea of consciousness is connected to the body in reality, so Su Chang still has to go to the hospital for a skin incision. He also knew that men of his age basically stopped growing and it was optional to have their penis circumcised. But it would be more hygienic to go there, which would be good for myself and Qin Euro as well. And the time will be extended. Well, I'm afraid Qin Euro can't bear it. After all, he has made his little lowly cry, ha ha ha. After Su Chang got up, Qin Euro hurriedly asked him, "Husband, what is this thing? Why is it so smelly? Is there something wrong with our baby?" Su Chang was so scared that he rushed to see. It turned out that it was her brother Xian who defecated black shit, and Qin Euro was scared. She felt that she had been insisting on breastfeeding, and Xian shouldn't have pooped like this. I'm almost scared to tears. What would she do if something happened to the child? Chapter 18, Going to the men's hospital and meeting my ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend. Qin Euro loves these 2 little guys very much. Now that her brother has such a big problem, she feels so sad. However, when Su Cheng took a look at it, he couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing. Do you have any conscience as a man? Shinjiro gritted her teeth and hammered Su Cheng's chest with her tender little hands. However, after hammering it twice, he asked again, "Why, did it become so hard?" "It hurts my hand." "Good wife." Su Cheng put her little hand in his palm. "I'm not making fun of you. I just think you're cute." All newborn babies have to pass meconium, which is black in color. It usually takes 3 to 5 days to pass. Our Nuonyuo is clean and has excreted all his meconium long ago. But Xian Xian, that naughty boy, must have been trying to steal food from his sister when he was in your belly, so he hasn't excreted all his meconium yet. In other words, this black shit was brought out of the mother's body by the 2 babies. Shinjiro didn't believe it, so she took her phone and checked online, then she breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's how it is. I thought we didn't take good care of the baby." She breathed a sigh of relief. "Honey, take a rest. Leave the rest to me. We don't want anything that the brat has pulled out anymore, so we just throw it away." While Su Cheng was changing Xuanxuan's diaper, he couldn't help but look at his daughter. Nuonyuo is so soft and white, with the same big eyes and double eyelids as Shinjiro. She is so beautiful, hee. "Oh, honey, I have to go to the hospital today. Can I ask Qin Mengmeng to come and accompany you in the afternoon?" "Hospital? Is there something wrong with your body? Are you too tired from taking care of me and the baby recently?" Shinjiro asked worriedly. "No, I'm just going to get a circumcision, don't worry." "Oh." Su Cheng added, "It is said that you cannot have sex within a month after the circumcision. I just cut it off while you are still in confinement. By the time you are out of confinement, I will have recovered." He. "You're so bad, I don't want to pay attention to you." Shinjiro turned away coquettishly. The little woman was shy again. Su Cheng found it interesting and teased her for a while before going to cook. Afternoon, hospital. I didn't expect that there are so many patients coming here for men's treatment. It seems that with the development of society, many people don't take good care of their bodies. That's fine, but what's up with that old man who looks nearly 60? Still strong despite his age? Still wanting to have sex? TSK. Interesting. Finally, it was Su Cheng's turn, and he stood at the door waiting. A conversation between a patient and a doctor came from inside. "Hasn't things been going well lately? Didn't you use the method I told you? You need to do more work in advance, so that it won't be so tight, and you won't be so fast." I swear to God, Su Cheng didn't eavesdrop on purpose. The person inside forgot to close the door. But if he raised his hand to close the door now, he would definitely scare the 2 people inside. How embarrassed that big brother would be by then. Su Cheng decided to stay put and pretend that he heard nothing. Until that big brother spoke up. "I tried it, but it didn't work. How about this, you give me some medicine?" "No, Mr. Zhuang, you are still young. Medicine is poisonous. I don't recommend you to take medicine. What you need to do is to reduce the frequency of sex, exercise more, and stay away from tobacco and alcohol. Stop talking nonsense. I've checked before. The medicines that men take are all tonics. How can they be harmful to the body? Just prescribe it for me when I ask you to." "Mr. Zhuang." This familiar voice. It turned out to be Zhuang Wenba. Holy shit. He's done for? "Well, since you strongly request it, I will prescribe some for you, but remember, don't eat too much. Smoke less, drink less. Otherwise, this will be a big problem. You are still so young, don't exhaust your body." Okay, I get it. I'll pay attention." Zhuang Wenba's tone was impatient. Su Cheng. As far as he could remember, Zhuang Wenba had been treating patients of this type since he was in college. It was also because of this that he reminded Lu Xiaoye to see a gynecologist that day. The main reason why Zhuang Wenba has this disease is that he likes to play by himself. At that time, Zhuang Wenba was not tall and his academic performance was not very good. He had always liked Lu Xiaoye, but his confession of love to her had never been successful. If a man at that time has nothing to do all day, he will think about this. As the saying goes, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex. Zhuang Wenba has no worries about food and drink, so he doesn't need to work everywhere to earn money like Su Cheng. When Zhuang Wenbo came out, he happened to meet Su Chang. This kind of thing is a man's secret. Su Chang pretended not to see it and didn't say hello to him. Zhuang Wenbo's face turned red, as if he wanted to say something. But he eventually ran away. Only then did Su Chang go in for consultation. Just as he expected, the doctor said that it could be removed or not. However, circumcision is better for both husband and wife and more hygienic. After making an appointment to have the surgery the next day, Su Chang set off to go back. Finally, he reminded her, "Be sure to shave your hair before the surgery." "Oh, okay, I get it. It's just the hair in that area is difficult to shave, and I'll need someone to help me. But who can I ask for help?" Back home, Qin Mengmeng helped take care of the 3 people for the whole afternoon, and in return, Su Chang cooked for them. "Brother-in-law, the food you cook is so delicious. If I find a boyfriend again in the future, I must find one who cooks better than you, otherwise I will be thinking about brother-in-law's food all day long." The little girl started talking nonsense again. However, Su Chang just pretended not to hear it. It seems that the shadow left by Fan Leji in Qin Mengmeng's heart has almost dissipated, and Su Chang is also happy for Qin Mengmeng. "Anyway, I don't want to stay in our dormitory. Ko Shayan is still there, crying and apologizing to me all day long. Bah, I'm so disgusted. Ko Shayan's family is not well off, but Qin Mengmeng becomes her good friend and takes care of her in every way. But no one expected that Ko Shayan was actually having an affair with her boyfriend. It takes 2 to tango. Even if Fan Leji forced it, Ko Shayan would be unwilling and Fan Leji would have no choice. But Ko Shayan is so graceful. It's okay, you'll find something better." "Yeah, thank you brother-in-law." Qin Mengmeng smiled sweetly. "If you really want to thank me, leave right away after dinner and don't disturb our world of 2. Ha, man. She throws it away after using it. He is indeed that heartless guy. Chapter 19 Shaving and Surgery. After Qin Mengmeng left, Su Chang cleaned up the dishes and went to see the 2 children. "You just came back from the hospital, you should take a rest. Leave this to me." No, honey, can't you see that these 2 little guys are sleepy again? If they fall asleep now, they will definitely not be able to sleep at night. I have to play with them for a while. So that they won't get up and make a fuss." Su Chang had no problem looking after them, but he was afraid that they would disturb Qin Yuro's rest. However, since they are newborns after all, Su Chang will not torture them for too long. "I will play with the 2 little ones for an hour today so that they can be well behaved for an hour at night, and then continue tomorrow." After coaxing the 2 little ones to sleep, Su Chang also went into the bathroom and washed himself thoroughly inside and out. Then he remembered the doctor's words. "You need to shave your hair." Su Chang pretended to look depressed and walked out, his upper body naked and his lower body wrapped in a bath towel. "What's wrong? Did you find any problems during the examination today?" Qin Yuro asked with concern. "It doesn't matter if there is any problem. Anyway, we already have 2 lovely babies. We have experienced that kind of thing. I am not the kind of person who needs that." This silly daughter-in-law thought Su Chang was no longer powerful. Su Chang resisted the urge to laugh. "It's okay. I won't let your second half of life be hopeless. Don't worry. It's just, I have to have surgery tomorrow and shave my hair. I can't see it myself, so I can only trouble my wife. That's putting it mildly. But if you find that place disgusting, it's okay. I'll look at myself in the mirror. Maybe I won't hurt myself. I'll help you." Since Su Chang said so, Qin Yuro would of course help him. Su Chang lay down obediently, feeling extremely happy. "Wife, you are so nice." Qin Yuro took out the razor and disinfected it. Su Chang lay on the bed with his legs apart, and Qin Yuro sat between his legs. As soon as Su Chang lowered his head, he could see the woman shaving his hair seriously. He asked her, "I see you don't have much hair on your body, why do you still use a razor?" Qin Yuro blushed when she heard this. I shave where I want to, none of your business." He. Qin Yuro's movements were so gentle that Su Chang felt like a gust of wind blowing past. When he looked down, he found that she was completely naked underneath. "Okay." Qin Yuro withdrew her hand. "Wait, this place isn't quite clean yet." Su Chang pointed to a place at random, and Qin Yuro had to continue. It was at this time that Su Chang quickly took a photo as a souvenir. Only. Crack. Oops, he forgot to turn off the sound. This is so embarrassing. Wife, please listen to my explanation. Shin Yuro didn't listen and stood up immediately. Handle the rest by yourself, I don't care about you. He actually took a secret photo of her, at that time, so shameless. Su Chang looked at Shin Yuro's perverted expression and felt uncomfortable himself. He didn't mean anything else, he just felt that Shin Yuro was particularly gentle at that time. Heaven and earth's conscience. But in the end, I still offended my wife. No explanation was of any use at this time, Su Chang could only admit his mistake. Honey, I was wrong this time. I promise there won't be a next time. But, can I keep the photo? You look so beautiful from this angle. Shin Yuro. No. My dear wife, since I have to have an operation tomorrow and have to remove a large piece of flesh, please let me keep it, okay? After saying this, Su Chang felt himself to be feeling corny. Fortunately, Shin Yuro was soft-hearted, and was really moved when she heard him say that. Okay, but this is just this once, it won't happen again. At the same time, a voice came from my mind, congratulations on having an intimate contact with the rich woman. You will be rewarded with a pair of perspective glasses. Friendly reminder you can only use it once a month. Periscope. What a dream it is for so many men. Our perspective glasses are similar to contact lenses, so you won't be noticed when you wear them. They are effective for 1 hour. It's over, it's fallen. With this perspective mirror, he can see whatever he wants, slurp. Hubby, what are you thinking about? Shin Yuro looked at him worriedly. Su Chang quickly came back to his senses. Thinking about how I looked just now, it was indeed a bit vulgar. I must not scare Shin Yuro. Hey, honey, I have to get up early tomorrow to draw blood, so I might not be back until the afternoon. Please don't miss me too much. Don't worry. Her body has recovered well and she can now move around simply. Moreover, Shin Yuro pays more attention to postpartum care and has been learning from videos during this period. It's still easy to take care of 2 children for a few hours. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Su Chang still felt distressed. The next day, Su Chang came to the hospital, had his blood drawn and lay on the operating table a while later. This was his first surgery. Thinking about it makes me a little excited. After a while, a petite nurse came in, lifted the quilt, and held iodine in her hand. Su Chang. Girls. Don't. The doctor seemed to notice his nervousness and comforted him, brother, don't be stressed. We nurses have seen a lot of this. In their eyes, you are just a piece of meat. As soon as she finished speaking, the young nurse blushed. Although the young nurse was wearing a mask, the skin under her eyes had turned visibly red. As you can imagine, the rest of her body was even redder. Doctor. Xiao, you are an experienced nurse now, don't be so useless. Oh. The nurse named Xiao quickly came back to her senses, but still couldn't help but say, although it's all meat, this is also the most beautiful piece of meat I have ever seen. Doctor. Su Chang. The operation was indeed over quickly and Su Chang was kept under observation. After a while, the young nurse who wiped the wine on him came running over. I'm sorry about what happened just now. You know this is human nature. I will definitely improve my professional skills in the future and will not let this happen again, said the young nurse. It's okay. He didn't want to mention thank you. By the way, good brother, can you give me your WeChat ID? If you have any questions in this regard in the future, you can tell me directly. Su Chang, goodbye. If Shin Yuro knew about this, she would tear him into pieces. Chapter 20. Before going out, I have to tease my wife. Little sister, my brother is married and has 2 children. It is really inappropriate for him to keep in touch with any woman other than my wife. I'm sorry. Su Chang told the truth directly. The young nurse was shocked. You are so young, and you already have 2 children. However, she did not continue to pester him. She absent-mindedly told Su Chang some precautions and ran to see other patients. If it weren't for Shin Yuro, Su Chang would definitely be living a life of flirting with other women based on his face, but he doesn't regret it at all. After the attending physician finished an operation, he examined him and finally prescribed some medicine. After you go back, take care to rest and don't rub too much. If you have any problems, contact me in time. The most important thing is don't have sex frequently during this period. Don't get up, and don't sleep with your wife. I know. The medicine prescribed by the doctor can suppress estrogen. Su Chang had never thought that one day he would be able to eat this kind of thing. I won't get sick while eating, right? He is still young. No. Oh, that's fine. Only then did Su Chang leave the hospital. The effect of the anesthetic has not worn off yet, and Su Chang doesn't feel anything special. But he didn't know that the conversation between him and the doctor was filmed. Back home, Chin Yuro was singing to the two little ones. I have a donkey, but I never ride it. One day, I suddenly felt like riding it to the market. When the setting sun shines on a woman, there is always a feeling of peace and tranquility. Wife, I'm back. Su Chang looked for a while before breaking this beautiful scene. Yeah, look, babies, Daddy is back, hurry up and call Daddy. Ah. How could the two little guys call for help? Su Chang joked, Wife, as their mother, the best way for you to teach your children to call you Dad is to lead by example. Why don't you call me Dad first? I hate it so much. Chin Yuro didn't want to call him Dad. Well, Su Chang also knew that his little wish would not come true so quickly. How did your surgery go? That's good. It will take longer in the future. You have to be mentally prepared. How long will it take? Chin Yuro showed an embarrassment, I can't stand it anymore. Looking at Chin Yuro's aggrieved look, Su Chang was a little overwhelmed. He quickly looked away. The doctor said that I can't get up too often, otherwise it will be bad for my health. Wait for me, honey. I'll go cook for you guys. Aha! After dinner, there was a message in the class group that tagged all members. It's been so long since graduation, let us get together. The time and place have been set, so be sure to come. It was sent by the class monitor. When I was in college, this monitor was very responsible and took good care of everyone in the class. In college, there was no class teacher, and the counselor could not take care of so many students, so everyone depended on the monitor to take care of them. As soon as he gave the order, Su Chang naturally had to go. After replying with a received, Su Chang ignored it. But he didn't know that someone anonymously sent a video to the group. In the video, Su Chang had just walked out of the men's department, and his expression was slightly painful. For a moment, the classmates all thought that Su Chang had some health problems. He had maliciously slandered Zhuang Wenbo before, and now he is getting his comeuppance, right? Will he come to the class reunion this time? If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to show up in front of everyone. Who knows? I heard that he didn't have a job after graduation and his girlfriend ran away. I don't know what he is doing in this city. He is really affecting the appearance of the city. What's wrong with him? He looks pretty good dressed. Could it be that he hooked up with a rich woman in her 50s who wanted him to party every night and ruined his health? Ha ha. Zhuang Wenbo said, we are all classmates. It is their freedom to be with whomever they want. It is better not to discuss it. This sentence seemed to be a disguised way of saying that Su Chang was really a gigolo. Zhuang Wenbo had such a good relationship with Suzhou University, so what he said could not be wrong. So everyone believed it. Some people even secretly sent messages to Su Chang, calling him shameless. After all, he was an undergraduate graduate, and how could he do such a thing? It's such a disgrace to them. But at this time, Su Chang had already fallen asleep. I hugged my sweet wife and fell asleep soundly. The next day, when Chin Yuro got up, she asked him very considerately, how do you feel today? Are you in pain? Do you want to go to the hospital for another checkup? It feels good to have someone care. This was not the first time Su Chang had been in a relationship, but when he was with Lu Xiaoye before, she had never been so worried about herself. Even when Su Chang had a severe cold and fever, she asked him to buy her sanitary pads. Su Chang was somewhat touched. Don't worry, your husband is in good health and he will never let you down in the future. Su Chang smiled wickedly. This man is not serious again. Chin Yuro ignores him and goes to see the two babies. After settling his wife and children, Su Chang drove to the agreed hotel. The party was supposed to start at 10 o'clock, but when Su Chang arrived at 9:50, everyone was there except him. It was as if it was waiting for him. Good morning, everyone. Su Chang started awkwardly. Zhuang Wenbo glared at him. No one knew why, but Lu Xiaoye, who had agreed to join him in humiliating Su Chang at the class reunion, suddenly said she was not feeling well and would not come. Su Chang must have said something to Lu Xiaoye. She didn't come to avoid the embarrassment of the two of them being together. This shameless thing, even after breaking up, he is still in contact with his ex. Zhuang Wenbo snorted coldly. After graduation, he joined his family's company and is now a manager. No one in his class is doing better than him. Naturally, many people follow his attitude. Hey, isn't this our college bully? How come your illness is cured? Su Cheng frowned slightly. Is skin cutting considered a disease? It's okay now, he said. Zhuang Wenbo laughed out loud, and many classmates couldn't help laughing as well. Until someone said, she looks so fragile, no wonder she needs to see a men's doctor. Su Cheng, I feel so sorry for your future wife. Ha ha ha. By the way, Su Cheng, since you said you were cured, have you ever played with it secretly by yourself? How many minutes can you last at a time? What the hell? Su Cheng looked at Zhuang Wenbo. At this time, a kind person reminded him, didn't you watch the video in the group? Chapter 21 My ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend was? Su Cheng then realized it and opened the class group to check. He set the group message to Do Not Disturb, so there will be no reminder unless the message mentions all members. After watching the video in the group, Su Cheng finally understood. He just went there for a skin cut, but it was maliciously edited into a visit to see a male doctor. I had just had a skin surgery and was naturally in low spirits, but people mistakenly thought that I had found out that I was hopeless after seeing a doctor. Good guy, he is really good. Zhuang Wenbo, did you ask someone to maliciously edit this video? How could you be so despicable? Su Cheng questioned him directly. Zhuang Wenbo said, do you have any evidence? If not, don't make false accusations. But, it is a foregone conclusion that you went to see a male doctor. Do you want to deny it? Don't blush when telling lies. The person with the problem is obviously him, Zhuang Wenbo. Su Cheng only hated himself for being too kind and not recording that video. But what did he get in return for his kindness? Zhuang Wenbo approached him and whispered, Su Cheng, you can't beat me. Your woman is under me, your future is ruined by me, and your reputation will be ruined. You can only look up to me in this life. Su Cheng. Over the years, he truly treated Zhuang Wenbo as a brother. But he didn't expect that there could be such strong jealousy between brothers. Zhuang Wenbo, you will regret it. Oh? Zhuang Wenbo looked him up and down with disdain, and then said, with you, what capital do you have? What qualifications do you have? Zhuang Wenbo, I'll give you 3 minutes to kneel down and apologize, and admit that it's you who has the problem, not me. Ha ha ha. Su Cheng's words caused Zhuang Wenbo to laugh uncontrollably. Not only that, the classmates around him also thought Su Cheng was crazy. Zhuang Wenbo is a real rich second generation with an immeasurable future. Su Cheng's reputation is now ruined, his file is heavily marked, and his family is a mess. How can he deal with Zhuang Wenbo? Upon seeing this, the squad leader hurried over to mediate. Today is the day for us to get together again, so don't make things so awkward. Zhuang Wenbo said to the squad leader, you are no longer our squad leader. Stop interfering in these matters. Otherwise, today's Su Cheng will be tomorrow's you. Although the squad leader is loyal, he does not dare to offend Zhuang Wenbo. He became depressed. Turning around, he said to Su Cheng, things are different now. You should apologize to Zhuang Wenbo. This way, we can still be classmates in the future and take care of each other. Yes. Zhuang Wenbo laughed impudently, just as you said just now, kneel down and apologize, and admit that you have a physical problem, and don't frame me. Then I will consider forgiving you. If you kowtow to me 10 times again and call me dad again, I might consider talking to the counselor and removing that dishonorable record from your file. This condition is very tempting. For a commoner without a family background, he only needs to give up his dignity to have a clean record. It will be easier for him to find a job in the future. Life is back on track and everything will be fine. Everyone persuaded Su Cheng to agree. Su Cheng, don't be ungrateful. For someone like you, Zhuang Wenbo doesn't have to do so much for you. Yes, there is nothing good about you, but he only asked you to kowtow a few times and then cancelled the matter in your file. You should thank him. Oh my God, if I met such a noble man, I would definitely cling to his thighs and not let go. But, according to the Su Cheng files, it was clear that the incident of him beating up his classmates was a conspiracy between Zhuang Wenbo and Lu Xiaoye to frame him. He is not wrong. It's this world that's wrong. It seems that you are not willing to accept my toast and will have to drink the wine for punishment. A strange smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Su Cheng's mouth. Zhuang Wenbo was shocked by what he saw. Damn, when did this piece of shit become so scary? He didn't have this kind of temperament before. Su Cheng walked straight forward and grabbed Zhuang Wenbo without saying anything. I still remember that 10 months ago, Su Cheng, who had uncovered the scandal between Zhuang Wenbo and Lu Xiaoye, not only did he not seek justice for himself, but he was also punched by Zhuang Wenbo, the shameless man. At that time, he was weak and was concerned about Lu Xiaoye. He didn't want to hurt a woman in the fight between two men, so he was at a disadvantage. Now, when a man is away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. Zhuang Wenbo originally disdained to fight with Su Cheng. It would be meaningless to fight with a defeated general like him too much. However, but he couldn't break free from Su Cheng's constraints. Su Cheng Zhuang Wenbo felt a little scared. How long had it been? He couldn't even beat Su Cheng. His pupils dilated. Zhuang Wenbo, you are still wearing medicine today, right? And is it the kind of medicine for treating impotence? You are talking nonsense. Impossible, he didn't tell anyone during this period, not even Lu Xiaoye knew. How could Su Cheng know? He must have just guessed. I can't let myself be scared by him. You just want to frame me. It's obviously you who is sick. You are impotent, and your whole family is impotent. You are not your father's child, and your mother is a slut. He became anxious and wanted to curse out everything. Su Cheng clenched his fingers. It's okay to insult him, but what about his family? Even if his family relationships are a mess, they are still his family and he won't allow outsiders to be so presumptuous. Swish. Su Cheng directly pulled down Zhuang Wenbo's pants, including his underwear. Now, everything about Zhuang Wenbo was exposed to everyone. He only felt a chill in his lower body, and then he heard the sighs of his classmates. I really applied the medicine. Wow, I recognize the smell of this medicine. The old man in our village also applies it often. Oh my god, this is what a man's thing looks like. Is it always so small? I don't want to see it, you perverts. That's just Zhuang Wenbo being small. You, Su Cheng, I'm going to fight with you. Zhuang Wenbo had never suffered such an injustice, so he immediately fought back with his teeth and claws bared. However, the current Su city is no longer the useless place that was bullied by others. Having soaked in the spiritual spring water, even if he has not started practicing martial arts, his physical fitness is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Zhuang Wenbo has been obsessed with sex lately, and his health has been in a very bad shape. How can he be a match for Su Cheng? He was quickly defeated. Su Cheng. Zhuang Wenbo looked at him with gritted teeth. Zhuang Wenbo probably will never know in his lifetime that Su Cheng just now actually used a perspective glass. You were the one who framed me first, I'm just trying to prove my innocence. Chapter 22. The woman he once cherished was. It's over, now everyone has seen it. When had Zhuang Wenbo ever suffered such humiliation? I know more of your secrets. If you don't want them to be revealed, just do as I said before. Su Cheng spoke coldly. Zhuang Wenbo couldn't help but shudder. He didn't really believe it at first, but Su Cheng suddenly knew about the medicine he had applied down there, which was indeed a bit weird. You only have 3 seconds to think. 3. 2. Why? Dad, I was wrong. In front of the whole class, Zhuang Wenbo knelt down in front of Su Cheng with a plop, and his 2 knees knocked against each other loudly. The key point is that his lower body is not wearing any clothes. So, this scene is funny no matter how you look at it. Dad, please forgive me. He couldn't take any more risks. Rather than letting his secrets be exposed to everyone, he might as well lose face this time. Anyway, he could get it back later. But there were some things that couldn't be known by others. To be honest, Su Cheng also didn't know what other secrets Zhuang Wenbo had. But when you encounter this kind of situation, you can't panic, you just have to pretend to be cool to the end. Laugh. Some people couldn't help laughing. Everyone was concerned about Zhuang Wenbo's background and wanted to give in to him and everything, but the scene in front of them was really too funny. Soon, laughter came out one after another. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The way he kneels down and begs for mercy looks like a dog. Oh my god, this is too eye-catching. Oh, Su Cheng has a new son, ha ha. Zhuang Wenbo was simply ashamed. Su Cheng, is that enough? he asked through gritted teeth. Enough. Su Chang was very generous and understood one thing: he must never let the enemy survive in a desperate situation. Some things cannot be done too much before you have enough strength. Good brother, get up quickly. Su Chang is here to be a good person again. But in Zhuang Wenba's eyes, this was a complete insult. I don't need you. He wanted to be strong, but his voice became weaker and weaker. Zhuang Wenba was really scared this time. I suddenly remembered that my girlfriend is waiting for me at home. I'm sorry I can't keep her company. In fact, Lu Xiaoye was not waiting for him at all, but for the sake of his own face, Zhuang Wenba deliberately said this. You know, the entire Imperial Capital University knew how attentive Su Chang was to Lu Xiaoye. Now, doesn't Lu Xiaoye still obey his every word? So, for a moment, those people who originally admired Su Chang showed a lot of contempt and sympathy in their eyes. He couldn't even keep his girlfriend and gave her to his roommate. What good can a man like this be? Su Chang said calmly, since your girlfriend misses you so much, then ask her to pick you up. Yes. After all, Lu Xiaoye is also our classmate. She should come to our party. We, a bunch of mediocre fans, can't get her to come over. Zhuang Wenba, you are her boyfriend, can't you invite her over? When Lu Xiaoye was with Su Chang before, she listened to Su Chang. Zhuang Wenba, her temper has changed after she got together with you, right? This last sentence finally angered Zhuang Wenba. He only has Lu Xiaoye. Only with Lu Xiaoye can he defeat Su Chang. Well, isn't it just a matter of asking my woman to come over? Isn't that easy? Zhuang Wenba went to call Lu Xiaoye. Lu Xiaoye refused to go, using the excuse of having to work overtime. If you don't come over, I will send out all the photos I took of you. That way, no one will dare to want you, and you will have to stay by my side obediently. Pa! Lu Xiaoye's cell phone fell on the table and she quickly picked it up. Zhuang Wenba! How can you be so shameless? You agreed that those photos were only for yourself. I am your woman. If you post them, won't your reputation be ruined? I don't care. Zhuang Wenba didn't care about that. He even started to get excited when he thought about Lu Xiaoye's photo being leaked. The woman who was once regarded as a treasure by Su Chang is now in his hands. Isn't she just a toy for him to play with? My girlfriend has such a great figure, what's wrong with letting them take a look and be jealous? They can't take her away anyway. You. My dear, I only give you half an hour to get here. Remember to dress sexy, otherwise, you will be in trouble. Zhuang Wenba hung up the phone. On the other side, Lu Xiaoye's tears could no longer be held back and rolled down from the corners of her eyes. She suddenly remembered how many times she had been with Su Chang before, when he had been so horny that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he would take a cold shower just because she said, I'm not ready yet. She was once someone who was loved and cared for by a man. What about now? Lu Xiaoye changed into a strapless mini dress and put on a windbreaker, then took a taxi to the address sent by Zhuang Wenba. It's just a class reunion, nothing serious. She wants everyone to know that she, Lu Xiaoye, is living a good life. Restaurant. Everyone was already seated in the box and eating. As we talked about this year's experiences, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Zhuang Wenba was not in the mood and kept chatting with Lu Xiaoye on WeChat, asking her to send him photos. I want to see what you are wearing. If I am not satisfied. Picture.jpg. That's a really cool photo, and it's also quite intoxicating. Zhuang Wenba couldn't help but reply, you don't know how many times I secretly looked at your photos in college. Now I finally have the chance. You have to take photos of whatever I want to see. Lu Xiaoye. Admittedly, this was not the first time that Zhuang Wenba had sent her such disgusting messages. But in the past, Lu Xiaoye always felt that it was because of her charm that she attracted the attention of men, and she was happy about Zhuang Wenba's words. Now. Zhuang Wenba. You are just a stepping stone for me. I will get rid of you one day. She swore secretly in her heart. At the same time, Lu Xiaoye, who originally wanted to tell Zhuang Wenba that Su Chang's girlfriend was Qin Yuro, also suppressed the words in her heart. Just let him teeter on the brink of death. It's so boring to just eat. My woman will be here soon. How about letting her sing a song for you? Zhuang Wenba looked radiant again. When he said this, he looked at Su Chang meaningfully. Everyone knows how much Su Chang loves Lu Xiaoye. But in just 10 months, Lu Xiaoye has become Zhuang Wenba's woman, and even sang in front of everyone for Zhuang Wenba. Just like an ancient singing girl. Just an actor. Chapter 23. She was singing on the stage, but she was looking at him in the audience. Everyone was suspicious. Seeing such a scene, Su Chang, doesn't your heart hurt? Su Chang said. I do lament the impermanence of life, but I don't feel heartbroken at all. The look on Lu Xiaoye's face when she betrayed him is still deeply engraved in his mind and cannot be erased. Okay. Zhuang Wenba is so lucky. I remember that Lu Xiaoye was the second place in the top 10 campus singers. Who was the first place? Oh, it was our school beauty Qin Euro. She is like a fairy in our hearts. Let alone inviting her to sing, it's difficult for us to even meet her. If I can't see the school beauty, I can let the second most beautiful girl in the department sing. Zhuang Wenba is really capable. Not only can he hold a beauty in his arms, but he can also make her sing obediently. Yes. Zhuang Wenba was very pleased with these words. I'm not like some people who follow women around all day and live like eunuchs. Eunuch, ha ha ha. I don't know who you are talking about. Su Chang nodded. If these people knew that the school beauty Qin Euro not only became his woman, but also sang to him every night, and he also got her pregnant, how would they feel? Lu Xiaoye is here. Wow, Lu Xiaoye, you are wearing something so sexy today. Zhuang Wenba is so lucky. After entering the door, Lu Xiaoye took off the windbreaker on her shoulders. The fair skin was exposed to the air, and because the air conditioning in the hotel box was set to a low temperature, the white skin actually turned a faint pink. Her shoulders were exposed, revealing her delicate collarbone, and the two beautiful butterfly bones on her back were also faintly visible. Lu Xiaoye, with her long wavy golden hair that had just been permed and dyed and bright lipstick on, sat next to Zhuang Wenba. She glanced at everyone, paused on Su Chang, and then said, I'm sorry, there was something going on at the company, so I'm late. It's okay, it's okay. We just started a short while ago anyway. The squad leader came out to smooth things over. Zhuang Wenba slapped Lu Xiaoye on the butt in front of everyone and said, since you are late, drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment, and then go on stage and sing a song. Well, let's just sing the song Sticked Up Butt. Lu Xiaoye's face changed. That was an indecent song. It would have been fine if she sang it to Zhuang Wenba in private, but Zhuang Wenba actually asked her to sing it in front of so many people. I don't. Have you forgotten about the photo again? Zhuang Wenba warned in a low voice. But to outsiders, Zhuang Wenba was just leaning close to Lu Xiaoye and whispering something to her. The girls present felt that this was a bit too much, but seeing how Lu Xiaoye was dressed, they no longer had the heart to speak up for her. You come to the class reunion dressed like this, you are clearly here to seduce people. The air conditioner is so cold, and you are still showing so much flesh. How shameless. Since she's dressed like this, she has to pay the price. Just let her perform. Just like a prostitute. Ha ha ha. There were also many boys waiting for Lu Xiaoye to perform. Lu Xiaoye's appearance is considered high in the imperial capital university. Su Chang protected her very well before, and no one could take advantage of her. But now, Lu Xiaoye's boyfriend has become Zhuang Wenba. Zhuang Wenba is a person who loves to show off and share. With such an outstanding girlfriend by his side, of course Zhuang Wenba has to show her off to everyone. Lu Xiaoye suffered a loss in silence. Plus, her ex-boyfriend is here too. There was a microphone and a song selecting machine in the box, but despite Lu Xiaoye's repeated requests, Zhuang Wenba refused to let her change the song. Zhuang Wenba. I am your girlfriend. Not an object. Since you asked me to do this, don't blame me. Lu Xiaoye shook her hair, walked onto the stage in a charming manner, picked up the microphone, and smiled coquettishly to the audience below. Many boys were fascinated by her. Someone has already taken out his cell phone, ready to record a video. Lu Xiaoye glanced at Zhuang Wenba again. Not only did the other party not react at all, but he also said very proudly, go ahead and take pictures as much as you want. Anyway, Lu Xiaoye is my woman. No matter how much you want her, you can't get her. Lu Xiaoye was completely desperate. When he was in college, Zhuang Wenba liked to secretly take photos of Lu Xiaoye and fantasize about Lu Xiaoye. Now, he wants other men to have a taste of the same feeling, as if that way he could get back the face he had lost. The music starts. Lu Xiaoye danced to the singing. Like a female ghost in a nightclub, so fascinating. All the men's eyes were focused on her. No, there was one person who wasn't. It's Su City. He stood quietly in the corner, but unlike before, now Su Chang, even if he stood there without saying a word, was still eye-catching. There seemed to be something different about him. Su Chang, are you feeling sorry for me? Su Chang, you must feel very uncomfortable when Zhuang Wenba treats me like this, right? Su Chang, you are with Qin Euro just to get revenge on me, right? Su Chang, you still have me in your heart, right? Su Chang, will you be as nice to me as before? The song is over. One more. Wonderful, great singing. Lu Xiaoye, one more. Smile happily, like you did just now, and I'll take another picture of you. The scene became more and more chaotic. Lu Xiaoye's heart was also completely broken. Suddenly. Bang! It was the sound of a beer bottle falling on the table and breaking. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. The person who broke the bottle was Su Chang. That's enough. Su Chang said calmly, don't you think it's very rude to treat a woman like this? She's my woman, I didn't even say I didn't want to, why are you worrying about me? This was the scene Zhuang Wenba was waiting for. Using Lu Xiaoye to humiliate Su Chang is indeed the best trick. He walked over with his head held high, and the next second. But he was kicked away by Su Chang. Everyone. What is happening? Su Chang, that loser who only knew how to follow a woman around, actually kicked the rich second-generation Zhuang Wenba away. And he also stepped forward. He stepped on Zhuang Wenba's face with his leather shoes and said, Zhuang Wenba, I handed her over to you carefully, and this is how you treat her. Let me go, let me go. Zhuang Wenba struggled to his death. But he couldn't break free at all. He looked at the students next to him and said, what are you still standing there for? Come over and help me, otherwise. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Chapter 24. My ex-girlfriend begged me to come back. Although they didn't know why Su Chang, who used to be in poor health, became so good at fighting, they still couldn't offend Zhuang Wenba in the business world. As soon as Zhuang Wenba finished speaking, many people came forward to help. You will regret it. Su Chang said coldly. Su Chang, no matter how powerful you are, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Why don't you just beg for mercy, ah? Before Zhuang Wenba could finish his sarcastic words, he was punched hard again. Those who rushed forward were also knocked down one by Su Chang. Ah! Oh! Pain! No! Su Chang is very good at fighting, and each of his kicks hits the vital parts, leaving them no chance to fight back. Those who wanted to teach Su Chang a lesson were kicked to the ground by Su Chang, covering their vital parts. Su Chang walked over. Someone immediately begged for mercy, Don't come over here. Isn't it okay that I was wrong? Please let me go. Su Chang said coldly, hand over all your phones. They had no choice but to take out their cell phones. However, the phone needed fingerprints to unlock, and Su Chang was too lazy to look for their fingerprints one by one. So, Su Chang just threw the phones on the ground and crushed them one by one. Bang! 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 The mobile phone, which was worth more than 5,000 yuan or even more than 10,000 yuan, was easily crushed by him. In this way, the video they just recorded about Lu Xiaoye will not be leaked. Someone finally couldn't help it and said, Su Chang. We'll call the police. That's even better. Su Chang said indifferently, there are surveillance cameras in the box. What you just did is completely considered a gang rape. If you want to go to the police station, then we'll just burn it together. Anyway, it's already been noted in my file, and a few more won't hurt. Since you want to accompany me, I'm very grateful. Su Chang is not afraid. Then what else can threaten him? At this moment, Su Chang's cell phone rang. Someone called him on video. Su Chang clicked the answer button. Qin Euro's gentle voice and angelic face came from the other side. Hubby, is your class reunion over? When are you coming back? The children are anxious to find their dad. Everyone. Oh shit. What a shocking piece of news. The woman opposite was actually Qin Euro. Qin Euro married Su Chang? No. She even gave birth to 2 children for him? How is this possible? The 2 of them, one in heaven and one in hell, how could they possibly get together? Be good, I'll go back now. Su Chang didn't want to stay here anymore. Amid the surprise and questions of the crowd, Su Cheng calmly walked out of the hotel. Su Cheng, don't go. We are classmates after all. Let's have a meal together. Someone said. Hey, classmate? When he was bullied by Zhuang Wenbo just now, no one stood up to help him. This is what classmates are like. Friendship in college is just for the sake of interests. Su Cheng is gone. But not long after. Lu Xiaoye also ran out. Parking lot. As Su Cheng was about to stop the car, he suddenly felt someone hugging him. He was startled and quickly pushed the person away. Su Cheng. It's Lu Xiaoye. Although he knew that Qin Yuro would not appear here, Su Cheng still subconsciously looked around. After confirming that no one had noticed, he spoke, Lu Xiaoye, what do you want to do? Su Cheng's distant tone made Lu Xiaoye feel very uncomfortable. He has never spoken to me in this tone before. Su Cheng, I'm so cold. Even if you can't let me hide in your arms to warm myself up, can you at least lend me your coat? Lu Xiaoye's windbreaker was still in the box. She was only wearing a black strapless dress. It was windy outside and the sky was cloudy. A chill came over her and Lu Xiaoye couldn't help shivering. No. Su Cheng refused without thinking. Please get out of the way. I need to drive back to see my wife and kids. Su Cheng is about to leave. Lu Xiaoye ignored the advice and directly blocked Su Cheng's car door, using her white body to stop him. Su Cheng could even see Lu Xiaoye's surging. However, at this moment, he was not moved at all. He even felt that Lu Xiaoye was so vulgar that it made him feel a little disgusted. Su Cheng, you still have me in your heart, right? No more, Lu Xiaoye. Then why did you help me just now? Since he didn't have her in his heart, and she was his ex-girlfriend, Su Cheng should have clapped his hands to see her being humiliated by so many people. But he actually helped her, beat up so many people for her, and asked them to delete the video in their hands. Isn't this still having him in his heart? I know, you're just being stubborn and refusing to admit it. It doesn't matter, this time I'll say it, Su Cheng, let's make peace. Lu Xiaoye has completely seen through Zhuang Wenbo's character. I also understood the strength of Su Cheng. In the future, maybe there are some things that Su Cheng can help her solve. Today, Su Cheng dared to offend Zhuang Wenbo and even beat him up. Tomorrow, Su Cheng will dare to take the photos back from Zhuang Wenbo. As for what kind of consequences Su Cheng would suffer if this were to happen, that was not something Lu Xiaoye should consider. Then, couldn't she just break up with him? Men are nothing more than tools, there will be plenty of them in the future. There is a man who is willing to give his all to her, so she is willing to give him some grace. After all, he loves her so much, even if he is deceived by her, he should be happy in his heart, right? But Su Cheng said calmly, you also know that Lu Xiaoye and I are already married. In China, it is illegal to maliciously destroy other people's marriages. Do you know that? Lu Xiaoye didn't believe that Su Cheng was so cruel to her. Su Cheng, even if I beg you, please help me. Zhuang Wenbo is a beast. He took a lot of photos of me. If I continue to be with him, I will be forced to do more things like tonight. You don't want me to be like this, right? It's impossible for Su Cheng not to love her. He promised to love her forever. Even if she cheated on him, Su Cheng shouldn't break his promise. He is just being stubborn, all men care about their reputation. Well, that must be the case. Su Cheng was speechless. He pulled Lu Xiaoye away directly with such great force that her wrist hurt. A red mark was left on the fair skin. It hurts, Su Cheng. In the past, when she said she was in pain, even if she was pretending, it would be easy for people to recognize her and Su Cheng would come to coax her. Lu Xiaoye wanted to use the same trick again. But she forgot one thing. They can't go back. Chapter 25, Bringing my wife and children back to the village. Lu Xiaoye, I helped you just now to repay you for your companionship for the past 4 years. Now, we are even. As for the photo you mentioned. Lu Xiaoye, you chose your own path, and you should know what consequences you will have to bear. Zhuang Wenbo was not a good person. Su Cheng. Su Cheng got in the car and drove away. He doesn't care about Lu Xiaoye's life or death. Lu Xiaoye gritted her teeth and found the hotel's surveillance camera. She used the excuse that she had lost something and downloaded the video from the parking lot. After editing it several times, she put together a video like this. Su Cheng domineeringly pressed her against the car door and grabbed her arm. Regardless of her struggle, he had bad intentions towards her. Afterwards, Lu Xiaoye sent the video to Qin Yuro. In the next few days, Su Cheng stayed at home obediently to accompany Qin Yuro. He himself had just undergone surgery and needed rest. He still had about 80,000 yuan on hand, which served as his startup capital. He can't rely on others all day long. He has to learn to be self-reliant and support these two children, hee. Only this time, while he was browsing the information online, a pillow was thrown at him. Then came the pillow, the remote control, and even the pink underwear. Wife, what's wrong? Grievances.jpg. Su Cheng, are you still in contact with your ex-girlfriend? If you really like her, then go back to her. I can raise the child by myself. That's what she said, but Su Cheng clearly heard the cry in Lu Xiaode's voice. How could he bear to do that? Wife, I broke up with her a long time ago. Su Cheng picked up all the things pitifully. You have lost contact with her, but your physical body is still connected. Qin Yuro threw the phone over. Girls' phone cases are all pink and tender, with two small white wings next to them. Su Cheng had long wanted to touch this phone that was as cute as Qin Yuro, but he didn't expect that he would touch it in this way. In the video, he was pulling Lu Xiaoye, who was wearing revealing clothes, and trying to do something indecent. Su Cheng. He really couldn't explain it even if he had 10,000 mouths. That's not what really happened. Wait, I'll get it for you. Stop. Qin Yuro held him back. It is best not to get out of bed in the early stages of confinement. Su Cheng was afraid that she would move around and hurt the wound, so he stopped immediately. Wife. Su Cheng had no choice but to tell Qin Yuro everything that happened that day. Finally, he added, the reason why I stood up for Lu Xiaoye was because I couldn't stand seeing that group of people bullying a woman. But later I thought it through. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Lu Xiaoye had to go through all that because she had to blame herself. If this happens again in the future, I will definitely stand by and watch. Qin Yuro breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, don't be angry. I'll make you something delicious, okay? It's hard to marry a rich woman. If an ordinary woman was angry, you could just buy her some jewelry and clothes, but for Qin Yuro, her Lolita dress was worth hundreds of thousands, and Su Cheng really couldn't afford it. Besides, Qin Yuro doesn't need his money. To capture a woman's heart, you have to capture her stomach first. Qin Yuro propped up her chin and said, I checked. This phone number is from another place. It's not someone in my address book. He sent me this kind of video for no reason and didn't tell me the reason. It's obvious that he wants to break up the relationship between us. It's all because of your useless husband. If I were a hacker, I wouldn't let you go through all this. Ha, I don't blame you. Qin Yuro's emotions came and went quickly. After the confinement period is over, please take me out for a walk. I'm going to be bored to death staying at home all day. Of course. With Su Cheng's company, the remaining time of confinement seemed to pass very quickly. When the two were discussing where to go for fun, Su Cheng received a call from Lin Yanjun. To be honest, Su Cheng didn't feel any maternal love from Lin Yanjun. Ever since he could remember, Lin Yanjun had always favored his younger brother Su Bin. But Su Cheng was young and ignorant at that time. When he encountered such a thing, he naively thought that other people's brothers and sisters should also give selflessly to their families. Later, when he went to school, he realized that it was his duty to protect his younger brother, but he had no obligation to be responsible for Su Bin's life. But this time, Lin Yanjun came to him because your father is in hospital due to an accident. Please try to send some money back. Su Cheng's father Su Guogang. Su Guogang is a cowardly and incompetent man, and has been bullied by his wife all his life. He once wanted to be nice to Su Cheng, but due to Lin Yanjun's tyranny, he finally suppressed that thought. Su Cheng frowned slightly and asked, my dad is sick? What's wrong with him? Is it serious? Which hospital is he in? If he is sick, then he is sick. Why do you have so many questions? How can I, as your mother, lie to you? Transfer the money back quickly, otherwise, you can just wait to collect your father's body. Lin Yanjun hung up the phone directly. Su Cheng called again, but she didn't answer. Su Cheng looked at Qin Yuro helplessly. Hubby, how about I go back with you to take a look? You just came out of confinement, don't go back and get bullied. Every family has its own problems, and Su Cheng didn't want Qin Yuro to see all this. Su Chang, since I chose to marry you, I am not afraid of being bullied. Besides, your home is very beautiful, and it is spring now, so why not go and take a look? Su Chang looked at the two cute babies. Ah. I don't know what they are discussing, but they are showing their baby talk face to face. Su Chang reached out his hand, and the two babies each stretched out a chubby hand and grabbed his fingers, as if to say, "Don't be afraid, Dad, we are here." "Okay, I'll take you there. A family should be neat and tidy." Shinjiro smiled gently, and the two little ones babbled in agreement. From then on, they were the strongest backing for Sujo. I packed my things that afternoon and rented a nanny car so that Shinjiro could take care of the children. I also bought gifts for my family. Finally, I had a good sleep and set off early the next morning. After a 3-hour drive, we soon arrived at our destination. Su Chang's home is in the village, and to get in one has to pass by some talkative aunts and uncles. Look at that child, isn't he the eldest son of the Su family? Yes, the one who is not favored. What? Not favored? Let me tell you. Chapter 26, Su Chang's room was used as a garbage dump. The eldest son of the Su family is actually just a tool. He never had any good food since he was a child. He was weaned off milk and had to drink rice soup at 2 months old. Oh, you don't know how much he cried when he was a child. I was listening next door and I felt so distressed. No way, aren't these two from the Su family both sons? Aren't they both inheriting the Su family's incense in the future? There's no need to favor one over the other. I don't know, and I don't dare to ask. They just love the younger one, but the older one is very hardworking and the younger one is not. He is really spoiled by his family. He has been raised like a gangster since he was young. Those of you who have girls in your family, please watch out for them, don't let them be fooled by this kid. After hearing this, Su Chang drove away. Seeing the scene, Shinjiro couldn't help but ask Su Chang, "Husband, will you be partial in the future?" Su Chang answered without hesitation, "Of course." Shinjiro's heart skipped a beat. However, Su Chang quickly explained, "Silly wife, my daughter will get married in the future, and she will have to go through the pain of pregnancy like you, so before that, I must love her more. But don't worry, I know what I'm doing and I won't spoil our daughter." Raising a daughter in wealth does not mean unlimited spoiling, but improving her cultural literacy and knowledge, so that when she faces the world, she will not be moved by the slightest romance. Shinjiro was relieved. We soon arrived at the gate. A middle-aged man with gray hair was squatting at the door smoking, his face showing visible fatigue and melancholy. However, judging from his appearance alone, Su Guogang did not seem to have an incurable disease. Su Chang got out of the car and walked in front of Su Guogang. "Who are you?" Su Chang changed his clothes and hairstyle, and his whole temperament improved several levels. Even Su Guogang, his biological father, did not recognize Su Chang at first sight. He looked carefully for a few seconds before he was sure that the man in front of him was his eldest son Su Chang. "Su Chang, why are you back?" Su Guogang stood up quickly. The emotions in his eyes were first relief and touching, but soon they were replaced by fear and boredom. Lin Yinjin asked him to pretend to be sick to trick Su Chang into transferring money. If Su Chang now refuses to transfer money because he sees that he is in good health, wouldn't Lin Yinjin beat him to death? He can't afford to offend that crazy woman. Cough, cough, cough. Su Guogang quickly began to pretend to cough, looking as if he couldn't get up, and said, "Good boy, help me up quickly, my rheumatism has come back, and I can't get up." "Ah, Dad, look, there seems to be a snake over there." "Ah? Where?" "It's right under your feet." Hearing this, Su Guogang jumped up immediately. His movements were very swift and there was no sign of rheumatism at all. Su Guogang himself felt embarrassed, smiled sheepishly, and said, "It's all because of seeing you that my illness got better all of a sudden." Su Guogang is most afraid of snakes, and just one word from Su Chang can make his true nature reveal itself. At this time, Su Guogang saw the car behind Su Chang. Although he didn't know what brand it was, he was also surprised and asked, "Su Chang, is this your car?" "It's his." At this time, Shinjiro also got out of the car, smiled charmingly, and said, "Dad, hello, I'm Su Chang's lover, and I'm back to see you with my 2 children." She pushed open the door and showed the 2 little ones to Su Guogang. Ah! The 2 little guys were not shy and waved their lotus root-like little arms towards Su Guogang. The boy looked so much like Su Chang when he was a child, they looked just like each other. Su Guogang's eyes became moist as he watched, and he thought of Su Chang when he was a child unconsciously. "You already have a wife and children, why did you bring them back now?" I called you before and wanted to tell you something, but I didn't have the chance. Because Li Nianjun was the only one chattering on the phone, he didn't have a chance to speak at all. And what about Su Guogang? As a father, he was always suppressed by Li Nianjun and dared not even fart. Oh, your wife is so beautiful. Su Guogang looked at Qin Yuro with an obsessed look. There is a saying on a certain audio platform, those born in the 2000s like older sisters, those born in the 1990s like aunts, those born in the 1980s like mature women, and those born in the 1970s like Lolas. Qin Yuro's twin ponytails and the pastoral-style Lolita that she had specially prepared for today, paired with a green hat, made her look pure and lovely, like the tea-picking girl next door. Su Guogang's eyes made Qin Yuro feel very uncomfortable, but out of politeness, she still kept smiling. Su Cheng stood in front of Qin Yuro, blocking Su Guogang's view, and said, "Dad, your daughter-in-law has just finished her confinement, and the children are still young. I brought you some things and put them in the trunk. Let's take them together." Su Cheng deliberately emphasized the three words daughter-in-law. Remind Su Guogang that Qin Yuro is not someone he should covet, and don't be disrespectful to the elderly. Okay, Su Guogang withdrew his gaze awkwardly. As Su Cheng came to the back of the car and saw the things in the trunk, Su Guogang's mouth opened into an O shape. This cigarette. This wine. Holy shit. It looks expensive at first glance. He's only seen it on TV. These, are they genuine? And they're all for me? Yes. After all, he couldn't eat when he was a child, and Li Nianjun didn't care about him. It was Su Guogang who fed Su Cheng mouthful by mouthful, so even if Su Guogang was not a good person, Su Cheng would take care of him in his old age. Good boy, you have made great progress. A greedy light flashed in Su Guogang's eyes. This time, without Su Cheng saying anything, he took the initiative to move the things home, fearing that if he was a second late, these good things would be gone. In fact, these things are not expensive. A bottle of wine is at most 800 yuan. The wine that Qin Yuro's family drinks costs thousands of yuan. She even advised Su Cheng to buy some expensive ones. But Su Cheng refused. Wealth cannot be exposed. The Su family is a bottomless pit that can never be filled. The Su family's house was a small bungalow, but it had many rooms. Su Cheng returned to his room, opened the door, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. The things inside were in disarray, and the bed, cabinets, and desks were all covered in dust. That would have been fine, but the point was that in addition to his things, there were also a lot of Su Bin's things piled up here. Scrapped bicycles, deflated basketballs, useless textbooks, and even unwashed underwear. This is his room. What does Su Bin think it is? A trash can. Chapter 27, My Brother-in-Law's Affairs. Su Cheng was so angry that he wanted to run away. At this moment, everything in his sea of consciousness spoke. Don't worry, brother Su Cheng, I can help you. My brother has brought his girlfriend and children home, which is a big step forward in life. The system will reward you with automatic cleaning and decoration. You just need to watch here. Since everything has become physical, talking has become so comfortable. Good. Just during this time, Su Cheng took a look at the nameless book that was left for him. His wife and children thought he was cleaning up inside, so he couldn't go out. It was just a pity for Qin Yuro, who had just come out of confinement, and her two babies. They had to wait in the car for a while longer. Su Cheng originally wanted to take a quick look at the book to get a general idea, but he became more and more fascinated as he read on. When he looked up again, 2 hours had passed. But he only read 5 or 6 pages. But I have benefited a lot from it. Brother Su Cheng, I'm done. The room was almost arranged, all the extra garbage was thrown away, and the utensils were washed with spiritual spring water, which was more effective than disinfectant. The bed and cabinets were replaced with high-end items, and the rest is not needed for the time being. It's so clean. Su Cheng seemed to see an antique-looking girl, cleaning for him gently, but in fact, he could not see anything. As long as brother Su Cheng likes it, that's fine. Everyone's tone was very happy. Brother Su Cheng, let me tell you another secret. As long as you can be even slightly disrespectful to Li Nianjun, the system will reward you with a permanent photographic memory. Not filial to Li Nianjun in the slightest? But Li Nian is really his biological mother. Even though she had never shown favoritism or love for him, it was Li Nianjun who gave birth to him after 10 months of pregnancy. Especially after Qin Yuro came into the picture, Su Cheng felt more and more that women who had given birth to children were the greatest women in the world. The system must have its reasons for this arrangement. Brother Su Chang, we chose you and we must train you well. You can't be so indecisive. Brother Su Chang, please think about this carefully. No, I can do it. Su Chang also knew his indecisiveness. Now that he had a family, for the sake of his wife and children, he had to eat whatever he could eat immediately. Brother Su Chang, you will never regret it. Believe me. All the voices sounded very happy. Why? Because. Sorry, the secret cannot be leaked, everything has been blocked, sent to the Buddhist temple to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha for a month, please take care of yourself. Su Chang? What is this? Everything, can she still go to the Buddhist temple to reflect on her mistakes? Why can't she say some things? Su Chang. This is all your fault? Su Guogang's voice came from the door. Just now, Su Guogang went to the hospital and took Lin Yinjin and Su Bin back. It turned out that the person in the hospital was not Su Guogang, but Su Bin. Su Bin had committed a crime recently and was stabbed. He had been in the hospital for a long time and had just been released. However, if he wanted to continue learning a skill, he would need a lot of money. Ling Yin was really afraid that if she told Su Bin directly, Su Chang would not agree, so she used Su Guogang as a shield. If it was a normal matter, according to Su Chang's personality, he would also help, but this time, Su Bin was beaten because he fell in love with a woman who was his friend. After several attempts to seduce her, he took advantage of the time when the woman and her friend were playing games in the woods in the middle of the night, knocked the friend unconscious, and then blindfolded the woman. Afterwards, Su Bin did not repent. I even said this to my friend. That's your girlfriend. Even if she was blindfolded, she should have recognized you. But not only did she not reject me, she also cooperated with me very well. What does this mean? It means that she actually wanted to cheat on you a long time ago. And she particularly likes me. It was these words that caused the woman to go home in shame and anger. His friend couldn't stand it anymore and was determined to beat Su Bin up, risking having a record on his file. This friend's family has some influence, but he was well educated, so he doesn't show off. This time he was pushed too far, so he got into a fight. But in Su Bin's family, there is nothing except Lin Yinjin, who loves to take advantage of others and is unreasonable, Su Guogang, who is weak and incompetent and knows nothing, and Su Chang, who only knows how to make money foolishly but now can't even make any money. The Su family is really in trouble this time. Fortunately, Su Bin was seriously injured, and the student was only slightly injured. They just asked Su Bin to drop out of school. But what future can Su Bin, who doesn't even have a diploma and is uneducated, have? So, Lin Yinjin was thinking that she must make sure Su Bin learned the skills no matter what. This requires the help of Su Chang, the silly brother. Su Guogang, who had just returned from picking up Lin Yinjin and Su Bin, saw that his eldest son's room was brand new and smelled fragrant. The bed and cabinet were obviously top quality. He immediately screamed in shock. This also attracted the attention of Lin Yinjin and Su Bin. Oh, Dad, why are you making so much noise? I'm a patient and need a quiet environment to rest. It's so annoying. Su Bin, who was being supported, started to lose his temper. Su Bin is still the same as before, wearing a black denim jacket and tight pants, with long bangs and earrings from a 10 yuan store. From a distance, his head looks big and his body is small, but up close, not only is his head big, but his face is also covered with acne. Su Bin likes to stay up late and play with his phone. At a young age, he already has a big bump on his face, which makes him look like a hunchback from a distance. The acne on his face has left many pits, and now white pimples pop up from time to time. Lin Yinjin also complained while glancing over here. He was shocked when he saw this. This is. Su Chang cleaned it. Su Guogang felt quite proud. He himself had no ability, but he didn't expect that his son would be so successful and could buy his own furniture. Su Chang explained, I brought my wife and children back home, and I can't let them suffer. Wife and child. Lin Yinjin's face was filled with shock, but she didn't have the slightest joy of being a grandmother. She just reminded him, she got the child out without telling her family. It seems this woman is not a good person. You guys created this mess, so you have to solve it yourselves. We don't have any money to give you. Since ancient times, when a family brings a new daughter-in-law home, shouldn't the parents-in-law show some appreciation? Even if the red envelope is a little smaller, it is a token of my thought. But Lin Yinjin was unwilling to pay even a few dollars. Xin Yuro and the children were still outside in the car, so Lin Yinjin and Su Bin probably hadn't seen them yet. Chapter 28. My husband lacks maternal love. This place is well kept. I just got out of the hospital and I'm not feeling well, so I'm staying here. This time Su Bin was no longer impatient. He walked over and took a few glances. Without asking Su Cheng's consent, he walked in. Pulled out by Su Cheng. Ah, it hurts. Brother, what are you doing? My waist is still wrapped in a bandage. Su Bin was wounded right on the waist by the knife and almost had to have one of his kidneys removed, but luckily he was saved. Su Cheng. Your brother is injured, what do you mean by this? Li Nianjun hurriedly went over and pulled Su Bin over, checking his wounds with heartache. When Su Guogang encountered this scene, he held his head and dodged it. He probably hid somewhere to smoke. He can't take care of these things. Boss, you can even buy yourself new furniture. It seems that you are doing well outside. It just so happens that your brother was beaten by that beast. You can leave some money for him, 100,000 will be enough, and give him the house as well. When he recovers from his illness, we will return it to you and not take advantage of you. Good guy. What a good guy. How could Su Cheng not know who Li Nianjun and Su Bin were? If Su Bin lived in this room, he could forget about getting it back. Don't even think about it. Su Cheng stood at the door and didn't let anyone in. Mom, I remember you told me that Dad was in the hospital, so I rushed back. But I see that Dad is fine, so there is no need for me to stay, and I will leave tomorrow. You. After all, she lied. Li Nianjun choked up for a moment, but then continued. Boss, aren't your father and brother your relatives? It doesn't matter who you help. Mom, it hurts so much. I need to rest. When will you guys get out of the way? Su Bin was already showing his impatience. Li Nianjun frowned in pain and quickly pushed Su Cheng, saying, I'm your mother, you don't listen to me? Get out of here, this room belongs to your brother, who do you think you are, do you deserve to live in such a nice house? Since they can't win the argument with reason, they start to act unreasonable. Su Cheng is not worthy, but that bastard Su Bin is worthy? Su Cheng grabbed Li Nianjun's wrist with great force. Li Nianjun cried out ouch many times, her eyes were red, she looked at Su Cheng in disbelief and said, You dare to hit me, you rebellious son, you will be struck by lightning. Su Cheng pushed Li Nianjun, and Li Nianjun almost fell down. Ah! You're rebelling. I've raised you for so many years, and fed you with all my hard work. And you repay me like this. Ah! Her words also attracted the attention of neighbors. After a while, someone came to the door pretending to be a street sweeper to watch the fun. Who doesn't know about the Su family's troubles? They can watch if they want. That is his Qin Euro, still waiting for him in the car. He must make a quick decision. Su Cheng turned around and went into the room. After a while, he came out with a half-meter long bamboo green snake in his hand. The emerald green snake spits out a bright red tongue. This snake is extremely poisonous. The pit viper is one of the 10 most deadly creatures in the world. Mom, Su Bin, I've been away for a few months now. I don't have any other interests except raising some small pets. I've been with them for a long time, and they have no hostility towards me, but you guys. Su Bin, let me ask you one question, do you dare to live in a room like this? If you dare to rob my room again, I will respect you as a man. Su Cheng pushed the bamboo green snake forward. This snake was found in the newly grown grass next to the space spiritual spring. For some reason, when Su Cheng saw the snake, his first reaction was not fear, but closeness. No, don't come over here. Snake. Mommy, save me. Good mommy. Su Bin stepped back quickly, so scared that blood seeped out of his bandages. Li Nianjun was also afraid, but she felt more sorry for her youngest son. She quickly helped Su Bin back to his room, saying on the way, don't be angry, after he leaves, those things will be yours. Is it Su Bin's? Oh, dreaming. After Li Nianjun and Su Bin calmed down, Su Cheng brought Qin Euro and the babies in. But before that, he put the bamboo green snake back into the room. Li Nianjun was so angry with Su Cheng that she didn't even cook dinner for Su Cheng and his new daughter-in-law. She only cooked for herself and Su Bin, and took the food to her youngest son's room to eat. Su Guogang wanted to prepare something simple to eat for Su Cheng and Qin Euro, but he was scolded by Li Nianjun and soon he didn't even dare to fart. Fortunately, Su Cheng had made preparations. There were prepared nourishing soup and meals in the thermos. After serving Qin Euro, he lay down next to her. The two little guys were not making much noise when they arrived in a strange place. After a day of travel, they went to bed early. They say that children born out of an unexpected pregnancy come back to repay their parents. These two little guys were a little fussy in the first month, but since then they have been little angels who eat and play by themselves and don't need to be fed at night. Su Cheng lay there on his side, a small, soft hand wrapped around his waist, resting on his abdominal muscles which had just begun to take shape. Well, the cow he circumcised was fine, but the woman who had just had a cesarean section should pay more attention to rest. He didn't want to do that to Chinuro. But since Chinuro is so proactive. Wife, do you know hand, foot and mouth disease? Hand, foot and mouth disease? Isn't that an infectious disease? Why, did you have it when you were a child? My wife is so naive that I can't bear to ruin it. Almost passed. Su Cheng mumbled over and was about to turn over and tell Chinuro what hand, foot and mouth disease really was when he heard Chinuro's words. Has your mother always been like this to you? It turned out that she hugged him because of her overflowing maternal love. Ever since I can remember, she has treated me like this. Over the years, I've gotten used to it. It's no big deal. Chinuro hugged him even tighter. Hubby, it's not that I'm rude, but you're really not a mother. Oh, I won't say anything else. How about this, hubby, from now on, I'll be your mother, okay? I'll be your wife during the day and your mother at night, how about that? Su Cheng almost choked to death on his own saliva. What does this little girl think about all day? Well, I heard from Meng Meng that nowadays many men like their girlfriends to call them dad. I think those women may be willing to call them that because they lack fatherly love. Husband, you are also a man who lacks motherly love. If I ask you to call me mom, will you be happier? Wife, don't talk to Qin Meng Meng about these indecent things in the future. She has led you astray. We are just an ordinary husband and wife relationship. Don't do those nonsense things. It hurts me. Oh. Why, Chinuro's tone sounds a little disappointed. Chapter 29. The new daughter-in-law has to serve the family for dinner. Wife, do you like to play these tricks? Su Cheng quickly turned over and hugged Chinuro, but he restrained himself and did not dare to use too much force. Chinuro's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly relaxed. But Su Cheng could feel that the woman's body was getting hotter and hotter, and he was afraid that she was shy. No. I understand. Su Cheng smiled maliciously. At this time, if a woman says no, then yes. I know what my wife likes. Don't worry, when you get better, your husband will definitely satisfy you. You are talking nonsense. The more you talk, the more indecent you become. Chinuro's voice was a little low. She probably knew how unconfident she was when she said this. Okay, I won't say anything. Su Cheng was still happy in his heart. After today, he felt that the distance between him and Chinuro seemed to be closer. I just don't know when I can achieve negative distance. The next day, early morning. Boom boom boom. Open the door, open the door. It's already noon, how long are you going to sleep? It was only 6 o'clock in the morning, and Li Nianjun was busy knocking on the door to wake Su Cheng and Chinuro up. She thought to herself that since that woman had given birth to a child with Su Cheng, she would be the daughter-in-law of the Su family. Since she was the daughter-in-law, it was her duty to get up in the morning and serve the whole family dinner. As a mother-in-law, it's time for her to act like a mother-in-law. Even if the two adults pretended not to hear her knocking on the door like this, the two little bastards couldn't stand it. She just didn't believe that Su Cheng wouldn't come out to open the door. Such a nice room, but he didn't even give it to his younger brother. She must teach Su Bin a lesson today. But no matter how she cursed and banged on the door, the neighbors next door couldn't stand it anymore, but the Su Cheng couple still pretended not to hear. Su family, stop shouting. Otherwise, we won't get enough sleep and we'll have to go to your house. I'm shouting in my own home, what does it have to do with you? Li Nianjun responded in a fake manner, but his momentum was reduced a lot. What a bunch of deaf people, they still don't get up when the sun comes up, lazy and useless, ugh. After cursing a few more times, he heard some noise in Su Bin's room. Fearing that Su Bin was about to wake up, he left in a hurry. Little did they know. They had already installed high-quality soundproof cotton on the doors and windows, for fear that Su Cheng, Chinuro, and the baby's sleep would be disturbed. The family slept until 8:30, and then Su Cheng got up to prepare food. He knew that Li Nian would never leave any food for him, so while Chin Euro was feeding him, he secretly went into the space and did it. It smells so good, Mom. What are my brothers and the others eating? I want to eat it too. Su Bin, who had just finished breakfast, smelled the rich aroma of tonic soup coming from Su Cheng's room. His mouth started watering again and he urged Li Nianjun to go and get some. Li Nianjun did not hesitate and directly took 2 empty bowls and came to the gate of Sucheng. The door was still closed, but the window was open. Chin Euro was sitting in front of the window, drinking soup from a bowl in small sips. But at this moment, a fat old hand snatched the soup from her hand. Why? Then, Li Nianjun wanted to take the soup on the table away. Chin Euro was so angry that Su Cheng hurried over. Before Li Nianjun could make any more moves, he took the bowl away. Mom, this is food for my wife. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ha, you guys are eating delicious food secretly without inviting me and your brother. It just so happens that your brother just came back from the hospital and needs a lot of tonic. This soup is just right for your brother. She looked at the soup in Su Cheng's hand with a sly look. I knew my eldest son's cooking was delicious, but I didn't expect it to be even better now. Moreover, before, whenever Su Cheng was at home, he would cook all the meals at home. His current cooking skills were cultivated by her as a mother. Again and again, this rice soup is obviously freshly made. Su Cheng must have used the fruits and vegetables she kept in the kitchen to make such a delicious soup. This originally belonged to her. Su Cheng knows all the little tricks in Li Nianjun's mind. If you try to reason with her, she will argue with you. Besides, he had reached an agreement with Tuandong that he would not repay Li Nianjun a single cent. Although they were all sent to the Buddhist temple and could not come back for the time being, Su Cheng has always been a man of his word. I won't give it to you. You'll be mad to death. Not only that, Su Cheng also stretched out his arm and knocked the soup and rice that Li Nianjun had snatched from her hand to the ground, so that the soup and rice spilled all over her. The bowl also fell to the ground and broke with a loud noise. Ah, you evil creature. You! Su Cheng simply locked the windows. He was not afraid of Li Nianjun scolding him, because for Li Nianjun, in this world, only those who were beneficial to her and Su Bin were good people. Evil creature. Rebellious son. Li Nian put his hands on his hips in anger. But when he saw the face of the new daughter-in-law brought back by his eldest son, he was also extremely shocked. Oh my God, she looks like a doll. The stars on TV are not as pretty as her. Is she a real person or a fake? How could such a beautiful daughter-in-law fall for the eldest son in her family? She should marry the second son. Li Nianjun returned to Su Bin's room. Su Bin, who was used to asking his mother to ask for things from Su Cheng, looked very depressed when he saw her return in such a mess. Mom, you are so useless. You can't even get a meal from your own son. If you don't know, you would think you are not his biological mother. Don't say that. I can only be his biological mother. Hearing this, Li Nianjun became particularly excited. However, Su Bin thought she was angry, so he didn't care. But Mom, I'm hungry. I want to drink the tonic soup. If I can't take good care of my body, what will I do in the future? But, the money in my hand is for you to go back to school. I don't care, I don't care. Su Bin stood up angrily and walked out. You are useless and can't get anything from Big Brother. Then I will go by myself. Big Brother and I will not abandon me. He is such a stupid person. Oh, son, you have to walk carefully. You're not well yet. Li Nianjun hurriedly followed him out. But even when he arrived at the gate of Sucheng, Su Bin was still a little scared. Because the incident with the bamboo leaf green snake yesterday is still fresh in my mind. Mom, come and ask them to open the door. Mom called out just now, but they just pretended to be dead and couldn't hear me. There was nothing I could do. Now the windows are closed and the curtains are drawn, and no one knows what the family of 4 are doing inside. Su Bin didn't believe it and knocked on the door himself. This time, the door opened quickly. Chapter 30 Brother, I'm going to your room to find a ball. However, it was Chin Euro, not Su Cheng, who opened the door. You. The words that Su Bin originally wanted to say were stuck in his throat and he suddenly couldn't say them. Hello, I am Su Cheng's wife. You should be his younger brother Su Bin, right? Out of politeness, Chin Euro stretched out her hand to shake hands with Su Bin. Su Bin was stunned, saliva was almost flowing from the corners of his mouth. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Subin wiped his palm on his trouser leg nervously before shaking the woman's hand. It was then that he remembered that he had not washed his hands after dating the fifth lady last night. Now he was about to shake the hand of a beautiful woman, so rounding off, wasn't Shin Yuro his fifth lady? Holy shit! This is too beautiful. Only. Before he touched the girl's hand, Shin Yuro was hugged back into Su Cheng's arms. Su Bin's hand was still awkwardly suspended in mid-air. Brother! So this is my sister-in-law. Su Bin tried hard to act polite, but still couldn't hide his vulgar temperament. No, brother, I just want to shake hands with my sister-in-law, what's wrong? There's no need for you to look at me so closely. Come on, don't you think I don't know your little tricks? If you have nothing to do, get out of here right away. I want to take my wife and kids back home. Su Cheng didn't want to stay in such a place any longer. A mother who favors her younger brother without any reason, a cowardly and incompetent father who only knows to hide and smoke when encountering problems, and a brother-in-law who has improper thoughts about his sister-in-law. It's really enough. Hey, brother, don't go. If Su Cheng left, he would not be able to see this beautiful sister-in-law. Brother, you finally came home, so just stay a few more days. Don't worry, we will definitely not disturb you, no, hee. Su Bin, this is the first time you are so easy to talk to. Su Cheng frowned slightly. He knew that he was becoming indecisive again. Su Bin was spoiled by Lin Yanjun, but he was still his own brother after all. If something really happened to him, would Su Cheng really leave him alone? After all, he is the younger brother whom he has loved since childhood. Seeing him talking to him in a friendly manner for the first time, Su Cheng felt a little touched. Could it be that Su Bin has really changed? Shin Yuro also said, hubby, let's stay for a few more days. I think the scenery around here is pretty good. It's a good opportunity to take the children out for a walk. Okay. Since his wife said so, Su Cheng had no reason to refuse. But, looking at the way Su Bin looked at Shin Yuro again, Su Cheng finally understood. How could this brat let him stay for a few more days just because he missed his brother? It was obvious that he had a crush on Shin Yuro. Su Cheng himself knew that it was always dangerous to have a beautiful wife by his side. However, Su Bin was his brother, so he would not be so shameless. Even if he liked her, he should have kept it to himself. It turns out that Su Bin is shameless. Su Cheng looked at Lin Yanjun, then at Su Bin, and immediately had an idea in his mind. Okay, then I will show you whether the person you tried so hard to stay with is a sucker or a living devil. In the afternoon, I took Shin Yuro and the children out for a walk, and my wife and the children were in a good mood. It really is true that as a man, you should take your wife and children out for a walk every now and then. This way, your wife won't cause trouble for you at home, hee. On the way back, Su Cheng took Shin Yuro and said, wife, I actually have an unwelcome request and need your help, but this matter. You tell me, I'll help. Shin Yuro agreed before Su Cheng finished speaking. Su Cheng was moved again, and when no one was watching them, he gave Shin Yuro a big kiss on her smooth face. However, he kissed her too hard, not only leaving a mark on Shin Yuro's face, but also making a loud pop sound. Shin Yuro covered her face shyly. However, Su Cheng was not feeling well. His wife's face was fragrant and soft, but she had applied primer and sunscreen, as well as some skin care products that he didn't understand, and now he had eaten them all. The taste was really unpleasant. However, on the surface, Su Cheng still had to praise, that's great, it makes me a little excited. The two little guys listened to the sound and looked at their parents, only to see their mother covering her face shyly. However, they could feel that their parents were very happy, so they were happy too. A child who grows up in a loving family will definitely be very optimistic in the future. Su Cheng just wants them to be happy. At this time, Su Cheng told Shin Yuro his plan. Back home. For the first time ever, Su Cheng went to the kitchen to prepare a large table of delicious dishes. Lin Yanjun crossed his legs and snorted coldly, finally turned over a new leaf? That's the right thing to do. As a brother, you should come back to take care of me and your brother. Su Cheng replied calmly, do you know what the Last Supper is? What? What Last Supper? Are you cursing us to death? You bastard. Lin Yanjun wanted to hit someone again. But this time, Su Bin stood up and said, Mom, we are a civilized family with good upbringing. How can you hit someone casually? What if this scares my sister-in-law? After he finished speaking, he looked at Shin Yuro in a way that he thought was very handsome. Shin Yuro lowered her head shyly and said, I'll go back to the room and coax the children to sleep first. Li Nianjun nags a few more times. However, she still listened to Su Bin's words and finally stopped saying anything unpleasant. After a while, Su Bin said, "Brother, I forgot a basketball in your room. It's broken. I'd better go look for it. In case you two bump into it and make any noise, it will scare the child." Good. Su Chang also readily agreed. Su Bin was impressed by his own intelligence and intelligence. He washed his hands and went to Su Chang and Qin Yuro's room. When he arrived, Qin Yuro had just coaxed the two babies to sleep and tidied her clothes. Qin Yuro was wearing nursing clothes with zippers on both sides. She could feed her baby by simply unzipping them, which was very convenient. Su Bin only regretted that he had not come earlier, otherwise, he would have seen an even more beautiful scene. "Su Bin, why are you here?" Qin Yuro was startled and took 2 steps back, her twin ponytails swaying. Su Bin couldn't help swallowing. "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law." Chapter 31 Husband, I don't understand. Qin Yuro still took 2 steps back, as if she sensed that the person coming was not friendly, and said, What do you want?" "Sister-in-law, I left a basketball in this room, so I came in to look for it." Although he said this, Su Bin's obscene gaze could no longer be controlled and fell on Qin Yuro's. Qin Yuro felt nauseous. But thinking of the plan with Su Chang, Qin Yuro still endured the disgust and said slowly, "Okay, you look for it." She walked over deliberately, keeping some distance from Su Bin. The sweet fragrance of the woman penetrated into Su Bin's nostrils. Su Bin's fists hardened. "Sister-in-law, what kind of shower gel are you using? You smell so good." His voice lowered and his tone became very ambiguous. Qin Yuro tried to smile and replied, "Do you want to know? But I can't tell you here. Is there any hidden place here?" She agreed. Su Bin's eyes lit up and he pinched himself hard to make sure he was not dreaming. "Sister-in-law, I knew you had good taste. Yes, my brother is very handsome, but my parents don't like him very much. From now on, everything in the Su family will be mine. Don't worry, I don't mind you having given birth to a child. When the time comes, just give these 2 children to my brother, and we can still live happily. My brother is a sucker. He is soft-hearted. As long as you cry in front of him, he will agree to anything. Sister-in-law, as long as you follow me." Su Bin wanted to say something, but Qin Yuro couldn't listen anymore. What kind of worldview-destroying quotes are these? He fell in love with his brother's woman and acted so righteously. I really don't know what kind of future such a person will have. Stop talking. We might be discovered later, let's go out first. Qin Yuro threw a coquettish glance at Su Bin. How could Su Bin, who had always lived in the countryside and had never seen such a beautiful woman even though he had experienced sexual relations, bear this? His legs felt a little weak. "Okay, sister-in-law. There's a bamboo forest behind my house. Go wait for me there first. I'll tell my mom and come find you right away." Good. Su Bin then went out contentedly, and before leaving, he did not forget to take one more look at Qin Yuro. To die under the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost. "Mom, a classmate of mine is waiting for me outside. I'll be back soon. By the way, my sister-in-law said she was tired today and has already rested. Don't disturb her." Su Bin tells so many lies that he doesn't even blush. Su Chang gave him a cold look. "Be careful out there. We won't eat until you come back." Li Nianjun did not forget to give instructions. Before leaving, Su Chang said to Su Bin, "Brother, those who do evil will eventually die. Go away. I'm just going to the purple bamboo forest." "What are you thinking about?" Su Bin still looks down on Su Chang. This is the outlook he has developed since he was a child. But the clothes on Su Chang. "Brother, you can afford such nice clothes now." "I don't care. You have to buy me one. Otherwise, take off the one you are wearing and give it to me." Su Chang picked up the kitchen knife directly, looked at him and asked, "Can you say another word?" The man's eyes were truly terrifying. It was the first time that Su Bin had seen Su Chang like this. For some reason, he was actually frightened. "I'm leaving." He fled. After a while, Su Chang said to Li Nianjun, "Oh, I suddenly forgot something. The bamboo green snakes I raised just ran to the purple bamboo forest." "Is that where Su Bin went to?" "You evil creature. You ungrateful bastard. You shameless thing. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" If anything happens to your brother, you'll see how I'll deal with you. Li Nianjun quickly packed up and went out. Mom, I'm still cooking. Please go out first. I'll be here soon. Useless guy, I didn't expect you to help. Li Nianjun ran out in a hurry. Su Cheng immediately put down the kitchen knife in his hand. TSK, the fun has begun. Li Nianjun had just walked into the purple bamboo forest when she realized that she had not brought her cell phone with her and therefore had no way to find light. Su Bin, she called out. She was also afraid of those snakes, so her voice was very weak. Su Bin, who had been waiting here for a long time, didn't realize that the voice was not Qin Yuro's at all. He rubbed his hands and whispered, "Don't make any noise. Come over here. Can you find me by following the sound?" Ah, the beautiful lady is coming. It's exciting just thinking about it. Their first time was in a place like Zizulan, how memorable it was. Li Nianjun felt strange. There seemed to be something wrong with her son today. But it doesn't matter. She would agree to anything her son asked for. So Li Nianjun obediently shut her mouth and walked towards Su Bin. Listening to the footsteps, I felt the woman approaching. Closer. Every step was like stepping on his heart. Baby. You kept me waiting. Su Bin couldn't restrain himself any longer. He reached out and grabbed the woman, and his hands began to become restless. Ah. Who is it? Let me go. You filthy bastard. Li Nianjun was shocked and screamed immediately. It was only at this time that Su Bin realized that there was something wrong with the woman's voice. Mom? Why is it you? Me? Why can't it be me? The mother and son looked at each other, realized that they were being plotted against, and wanted to separate, but at this moment, several flashlights shone on them. Oh my god, Su family, what are you two doing? We heard there were snakes here, so we rushed over to save you, but we didn't expect you to. It is really disgraceful and shameful to our ancestors. I want to vomit. You guys are so shameless. Su Bin, that's your mother. The one who gave birth to you and raised you. You have such a strong taste. I can't bear to watch. Many villagers came to find them. Following Su Cheng's instructions, they dared not move too much for fear of disturbing the snake, so neither Su Bin nor Li Nianjun noticed them. No, that's not the case. I didn't even know this was my mom. The person I met today was obviously my sister-in-law. Everyone. What the hell? What kind of shocking news is this? Everyone looked at the beauty that Su Cheng brought back, Qin Yuro. At this moment, Qin Yuro was carefully curled up in Su Cheng's arms. Hearing this, she groaned aggrievely, "Husband, what is he talking about? I don't understand at all." Chapter 32, Carrying My Wife Home. She pestered Su Cheng again and said, "My dear husband, I only have you in my heart. How could I be with your brother? Besides, you are so handsome and your brother is so ugly. Humph, I won't fall in love with him." Anyone with a discerning eye can see that any woman would choose Su Cheng instead of Su Bin. Su Bin is lying. That's right. I think either the mother and son are really shameless or Su Bin is coveting his sister-in-law, which is even more unforgivable. No matter how beautiful that woman is, she is still your eldest brother's woman. How could you? Hey! You're a person like me, and you're still expecting us to help you learn skills? You're dreaming. From now on, we will pretend that we don't know your family. Apart from Su Cheng, we won't be willing to help you again if you ask us for help. In the same village, life would be very difficult without the help of fellow villagers and neighbors. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. No. Just listen to my explanation. Okay, then explain it. But Su Bin really couldn't explain it. He had no way to defend himself. After brewing for a long time, he finally blurted out, "Su Cheng. It's all your fault. This is all your scheme. Ah, I'm going to kill you." He ran towards Su City. In the past, when Su Cheng still recognized him as his younger brother, no matter how hard Su Bin hit him, he would not fight back. That was why Su Bin rushed over so recklessly. At this time, someone handed him a knife. Some villagers around started recording videos. Murder! Murder! When Su Bin arrived in front of Qin Yuro, he said, "You adulterous couple, I will kill you, peel off your skin, and drink your blood." But Su Cheng blocked Qin Yuro behind him, and when Su Bin rushed over, he grabbed his wrist with his backhand, turned him over, and kicked him in the lower back. Ah! Mom! Su Bin screamed and fainted. My son! Lin Yinjin ran over lazily without tidying up her clothes and knelt in front of Su Bin. Su Bin, how are you? Open your eyes and look at Mom. Su Chang! You beast! How dare you kill your brother? Ah, don't even think about running away. I'm going to put you in jail, and your woman and son won't have a good life. Also a son. But it's a different way of treating it. Seeing this, the villagers couldn't help but feel sympathy for Su Chang. He's from the Su family. Su Chang is also your biological son. We all saw it. It was Su Bin who started it first. Su Chang was just acting in self-defense. Yes, I have video evidence here. We both have sons, but you act as a babysitter for Su Chang and you hold Su Bin in your hands. But now, Su Chang is so promising, and you actually let him take care of his brother. Here, since ancient times, it's a favor for an elder brother to help his younger brother. If he doesn't help, there's nothing to blame. Su Chang is the son of your Su family, not Su Bin's father. There's no need to side with Su Bin in everything. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Now that Su Bin was in trouble, not even one villager was willing to call an ambulance for him. It is conceivable how many evil things Su Bin and Lin Yinjin have done in their daily lives. Su Chang looked at the man who handed the knife to Su Bin. He was his childhood friend, but he had poor academic performance, did not get into university, and stayed in the village, so the contact between the two gradually faded. Even an outsider could help him like this, but his mother. Su Chang took Qin Euro and turned to leave. Hubby. When they reached a place where there was no one around, Qin Euro hugged him, her body trembling slightly. Wife, I just made you feel wronged. Did he touch you? No. I'm already very happy to be able to help my husband. I just feel a little sorry for you. Qin Euro's maternal love began to overflow again. Su Chang chuckled and said, You feel sorry for me as my wife, not as my mother. Qin Euro's face turned red. Under the moonlight, the already beautiful person looks even more charming. Wife. Su Chang couldn't help it and lowered his head to kiss her. Her lips were suddenly bitten, and Qin Euro was shocked at first. Her eyes widened. But when she saw his furrowed brows, Qin Euro forced herself to relax. Husband, I know you feel bad. No matter how well you pretend, you will still be unwilling to give in. It doesn't matter. Since you want to vent, just vent it on me. Anyway, my heart and my body all belong to you. Qin Euro put her hands on Su Chang's shoulders. Then she moved slowly upwards, and finally, she inserted her fingers into the gaps between his hair and rubbed it slowly, as if to soothe him. Little did he know that such an action made Su Chang even more unbearable. The two people kissed passionately. In the end, Qin Euro was the first to lose, her body completely limp on Su Chang. She pinched his ears with her hands, indicating to him that she really couldn't do it anymore. Call. After they separated, Qin Euro gasped for breath. Her cherry lips were made red and swollen by him, and there were ripples on them, and it was hard to tell whose saliva it was. Don't look at me. The woman was shy again. But Su Chang still looked at her. Seeing her look like she couldn't bear his kiss, Su Chang felt very happy. Honey, how about I carry you back home? Ha! It's not good at night. Qin Euro didn't have a chance to refuse. Su Chang just hugged her like a princess. The twin ponytails swayed in the air, and the woman's small hands held him tightly, as if she was afraid of falling. Relax. Su Chang advised her, as long as I am here, I won't hurt you, my dear wife. Yeah. Qin Euro's body gradually relaxed. Her warm little face pressed against Su Chang's chest as she listened to his strong heartbeat. Plop, plop. At this moment, she felt extremely at peace. Oh no. Let's go back and check on the children. They will probably cry when they wake up and can't find us. Good. When they came out, the two asked Su Guogang to help look after the child. But Su Guogang, to be honest, he is unreliable. Su Chang held Qin Euro in his arms and quickened his pace. The two of them quickly rushed back home. Fortunately, the two children slept soundly. Su Guogang was called away by Lin Yinjin. They might have to spend the night in the hospital. Su Bin's friend failed to hurt Su Bin's kidney, but Su Chang, his brother, did it for him out of justice. Chapter 33, The Ex-Girlfriend is Making Trouble Again. Su Chang put Qin Euro on the bed. When Qin Euro tried to crawl away, Su Chang grabbed her ankle. His wife is really thin, with extremely thin legs, but well proportioned. However, she has plenty of flesh where it should be, and she has enough milk for the 2 children, hee hee. Husband. Shin-Yuro was a little shy and nervous. She didn't know what Su Chang was going to do next. But Shin Mengmeng said that if this man sees his woman being intimate with another man, he will get excited and pester the woman. That's not right, she and Subin didn't do anything at all. Besides, this matter was discussed by the couple, why should Su Chang be angry? At this moment, Shin-Yuro saw Su Chang taking off her socks and wrapping her white and tender feet with his big hands. Wife, your feet are so cold, why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Chang felt very distressed. You wait. He went outside and fetched a basin of hot water. After testing the temperature with his hand, he put Shin-Yu's soft and tender feet in. Shin-Yuro's feet were small, only size 36, and he could grab them with one hand. The woman's skin is so white, it becomes even more charming underwater. Su Chang watched and suddenly wanted to take a bite. Well, he himself didn't know what kind of magical idea he had. I didn't notice it either. I was just busy talking to you. Su Chang rubbed her feet considerately, and after a moment, Shin-Yuro started to giggle. Don't touch me like that. He. She was really itchy. Su Chang wasn't paying attention, and the woman's little foot was lifted up and kicked right on his handsome face. Puff. Su Chang choked on the foot washing water and quickly spat it out. Oh, honey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Although she said that, the little woman couldn't help laughing, and the louder she laughed, the louder it got. It's really funny. My husband drank her foot washing water. Su Chang was originally feeling a little depressed, but after hearing the woman's laughter, he immediately felt better. Never mind, as long as she is happy. Honey, you have to relax. I'm just giving you a massage, not doing anything else. You have to relax. Yes, husband, come again. This time I will try to control myself and won't let you drink the foot washing water again. Shin-Yuro looked at him secretly with a naughty look in her eyes. It turns out that his gentle wife also has such a funny side. Su Chang finally saw it today. As expected, Shin Mengmeng and I are sisters, and some things in our bones cannot be changed. Su Chang sighed in his heart. When you meet a wife like this, what else can you do except pamper her? Alas. But Shin-Yuro was obedient this time. Her body gradually relaxed and she began to let him do whatever he wanted. Very comfortable. Miss, do you want to apply for a card? Su Chang also asked her. Manage. 688 or 1888? The couple began to act. I want to cover the rest of your life. How much money do you need? The woman's voice lowered and became much gentler, like a small brush, brushing back and forth on Su Chang's heart. Wife. He raised his head and Shin-Yuro lowered her head, and the two of them kissed each other again in this position. Ugh. Su Chang. You bastard. You just drank my foot washing water. Bastard. But no matter how Shin-Yuro slapped him, Su Chang refused to let go. Later, Shin-Yuro simply gave up struggling. The man touched her feet and kissed her little mouth. Such comfort made her feel like she was in heaven. People say that a woman who has just given birth has no mood to do that kind of thing. But at this moment, Shin-Yuro suddenly thought. Hubby, the kids are asleep, and I'm almost well again, why don't we? Shin-Yuro looked at him shyly, wanting to say something but hesitant. Oh my god. There were suddenly 10,000 wild horses galloping in Su Chang's heart. Is he going to start galloping? Woo, although such an opportunity is rare, but for Shin-Yuro's health, I can't do it now. Wife, when you are completely well, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. I promise to satisfy you. Su Chang picked up the foot washing water and poured it out. Watching the man leaving, Shin-Yuro felt a little disappointed, but also very happy. How much does a man love you that he would not want to touch you? She likes touching more and more. The next day, early in the morning, Su Chang and Shin-Yuro were at home with the two little ones practicing raising their heads. Su Chang was scolding the two little guys, there is no free milk in the world. If you two want to drink milk, you must take some practical action. Wah. The two little guys protested. Shin-Yuro's maternal love overflowed. She took out her mobile phone to take a lot of photos of the two big-eyed cute babies and posted them all on Douyin. Among them, there are photos of her and Su Chang. Wife, if you send this out, all your relatives and friends will know about it. Don't you regret it? TikTok will automatically push the content you post to people you may know. Chin Euro shook her head firmly. Why would I regret it? I'm so happy. After they knew about this, there were only two reactions, those who wished me well and those who didn't. Those who wished me well are of course good, but as for those who didn't, I don't need to care. Life is so short, why bother about other people's gossip? His wife is really open-minded. Okay, I'll post it too. Su Cheng directly opened his moments and posted a photo of their family of 4. Soon, many people gave him thumbs up. There are many people commenting. Isn't this our school beauty Chin Euro? Su Cheng, did you really get her? 666. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Isn't this photo photoshopped? Chin Euro, my goddess Chin Euro, how did you fall from grace? No matter what, brother, I still wish you the best. This sentence was commented by his childhood friend. They just added each other on WeChat last night. Su Cheng clicked on the developer's WeChat and replied, "Thank you, brother." His childhood friend Chung Jigang quickly replied, "Your sister-in-law is so beautiful, brother, you are so lucky. When can I be as lucky as you?" I was just saying that. With my background, I'm lucky to have found a wife. Chung Jigang complained a lot. Don't worry, if I become rich in the future, I will definitely not forget you and will introduce you to a good wife. Su Cheng replied with a grunt. Over there, Su Cheng was chatting happily. Soon, Chin Euro kicked him again. Su Cheng. Your ex-girlfriend commented on you again. Chapter 34. My husband is fine, and so are my children. Lu Xiaoye? Haven't they already cut ties? Su Cheng remembered that he even deleted her contact information. When he picked up his phone, he found that Chin Euro had commented on him using a classmate's WeChat account. She said, Su Cheng, I am your ex-girlfriend Lu Xiaoye. I didn't expect that in your heart, our 4 years were so worthless. You have a wife and children now. No matter what. I still wish you happiness. Su Cheng? What does she mean? Su Cheng directly deleted the comment. Then he looked at Chin Euro pitifully, wife. I believe you this time. After experiencing so many things, Chin Euro also saw clearly that Su Cheng no longer had any feelings for Lu Xiaoye. It was just that Lu Xiaoye was a clown who was still living in the past and refused to come out. Wife, you are so nice. There was no need for them to stay at the Su family anymore, so Su Cheng drove Chin Euro back today. However, as if he had seen it in advance, just as they passed by the hospital, Su Guogang called him and said that Lin Yinjin had fainted. Oh, she fainted, what does it have to do with him? This time, Su Guogang made a video call to him directly, so Su Cheng saw the scene of the frail Lin Yinjin fainting on the ground. They weren't acting. Lin Yinjin, his mother, has never cared about him, so why should he care about Lin Yinjin? Dad, a man can't be as cowardly as you. You can't listen to my mom and everything. Okay, I'll stop here. Su Cheng hung up the phone directly. But Chin Euro suddenly said to him, Hubby, I think we need to go to the hospital. Wife, don't be soft-hearted at this time. That family doesn't deserve our sympathy. He thought Chin Euro was soft-hearted. However, Chin Euro said to him, Husband, you are confused because you are in the know. You think you have jumped out of this quagmire, but in fact you are still trapped in it. You are both born by the same woman, so it is impossible to favor one over the other. Have you ever thought about whether you are your mother's biological child? Su Cheng's brain buzzed. There are indeed many cases in rural areas. The couple was unable to have a child, so they adopted a child from another family. Later, they had their own child and treated the adopted child harshly. Su Cheng gripped the steering wheel tightly. Hubby, there's a hotel nearby. Leave me and the baby there and go to the hospital. Chin Euro supported him very much. Wife, you just finished your confinement and the child is only 2 months old, how can I? Hubby, as long as you are fine, the children and I are fine. Go ahead and don't worry about us. After saying these 2 sentences, as if she was afraid that Su Cheng would go back on his word, Chin Euro pushed him out of the driver's seat. Husband, go and get us a room first. He was very touched. I must never let this woman down in this life. Su Cheng checked into a room, settled the 2 children and Chin Euro, and went to the hospital. Lin Yinjin fainted because too much blood was drawn. Only Lin Yinjin's blood type matches Su Bin's. She would do anything for her youngest son. When Su Cheng went in, Lin Yinjin had already woken up. Seeing her eldest son, Lin Yinjin immediately burst into tears and cried, "My child, I am sorry for you. I have done so many things to let you down before. It is all my fault." She actually started to admit her mistake? Su Chang remained unmoved. If someone is too nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Lin Yinjin continued to cry, "But you are also my flesh and blood. I just felt sorry for your brother's young age, so I did a lot of unreasonable things. Please don't blame me." Su Chang still didn't speak. Su Guigang hid by the window again. Every time he encountered something like this, he never said a word. Lin Yinjin cried for a while and felt very embarrassed. So he just said, "Just tell me whether you forgive me or not." Su Chang. "Mom, your tone is like forcing me to forgive you, hee hee. If you're asking me for money again, I think you'd better forget it. Don't even think about taking a penny from me in the future." Su Chang didn't want to stay here. "Su Chang, we won't ask you for money anymore. Everything in the Su family will be yours from now on. Your brother will never compete with you for it." Lin Yinjin's words surprised Su Chang. Seeing Su Chang was moved, Lin Yinjin cried and said, "Child, your brother has given you everything, you can't not help him. His kidney is useless, and your father's and mine don't match. Why don't you go get a matching test? What if yours does? We've checked it out. Losing a kidney won't kill you. It can also save your brother. You've done a great deed. Clap, clap, clap." Su Chang clapped his hands. "Mom, you have such great acting skills, you should go to Hollywood." He asked why Lin Yinjin changed so quickly, and it turned out that it was because she wanted to find a kidney for Su Bin. Since you've checked and found that he can survive with only one kidney, then Su Bin will naturally be able to survive well too. What are you talking about? Lin Yan was really angry and returned to his original unreasonable attitude. Your brother is still so young. If he loses a kidney, how will he live in the future? How will he find a job? How will he get married? How can you be so vicious as a brother? How can you bear to watch your brother's life fall into despair? So you had the heart to watch me have a kidney removed. You are such good parents to me." The two people stopped talking. After a long while, Lin Yinjin spoke up, "You already have a wife and children, so it doesn't matter whether you have kidneys or not. I see your wife is well dressed, so I guess your family is rich and can support you. If it doesn't work out, you can become a live-in son-in-law. Both of us as parents have no objection." Well, they are really good parents. You are dreaming. Su Chang sneered, "Don't even mention that we don't know if my kidney is suitable. Even if it is suitable, I would use it to save a stranger instead of my own brother. You. It's so vicious. You are so vicious." Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yinjin started cursing. A nurse came in and knocked on the door and said, "Please be quiet, there are other patients next door." But the more the nurse said this, the more Lin Yinjin became upset. "I really raised an ungrateful kid. I raised him with so much hard work. Now that he's successful, he doesn't recognize me as his poor mother anymore. Seeing me lying in the hospital bed and his brother also lying in the hospital bed, he was afraid that we would bring trouble to him, but he didn't even show any appreciation." Chapter 35, Because I have been with my husband for a long time, I have become more and more popular. Why am I such a miserable old woman? I've worked so hard for most of my life, but in the end I ended up raising an ungrateful person. I was the only one who transfused his brother's blood. I didn't ask him and his father to help. Why can't he think of my good points? Etc. Only Lin Yinjin received the blood transfusion, but Su Guigang was not affected? Rural people don't care about their blood type. There are not enough medical conditions when they are born, and they are not tested. Some people don't know what their blood type is until they die. Even if Su Guigang's blood type is not suitable, Su Chang's is not suitable either? It's not such a coincidence. Looking at Su Guigang, who had always been weak and incompetent and was despised, Su Chang had a bold idea in his mind. Lin Yinjin was making a lot of noise there, and he didn't want to get close to her. It was easier to get close to Su Guigang. So, Su Chang took Su Guigang's hair. Then he said to Lin Yinjin, "What happened that night was recorded on video. If you don't want you and your son to be ruined, you'd better shut your mouth." Lin Yinjin stopped talking. The picture of her and Su Bin hugging each other, even if there is nothing wrong, will be suspected by those who have ulterior motives. When everyone saw that Lin Yinjin had become depressed, they all knew that she was just talking nonsense and was a crazy woman making a fuss. Su Chang went to Su Bin's ward again, and Su Bin was still sleeping. It was also easy to take his sample. Then, go for a paternity test. If Su Bin is not Su Guogang's child, then everything makes sense. Ling Nianjun didn't like Su Guogang, and she also didn't like Su Guogang's biological son, so she betrayed Su Guogang, but was very fond of her younger son who was born to someone else. Su Chang told Qin Yuro about this matter. Qin Yuro directly contacted the most famous local doctor for him and guaranteed that the results would be out the next morning. Su Chang, who was once again enjoying the benefits of his wife. Fragrant. It smells so damn good. Wife, it's great to have you. He couldn't help but hug Qin Yuro. Qin Yuro was stunned because the two babies were looking at her in confusion. His face turned red again. She said softly, "Honey, compared to what you've done for me, what I've done for you is insignificant. If I didn't happen to know a doctor who was my mother's friend, I wouldn't be able to help you. This is a blessing in disguise. Fortunately, he doesn't know about the falling out between me and my family, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't help me. Since he doesn't know, that's good too, we'll bother him. Honey, do you think I'm smart? That's because I've been with my husband for so long. I become smarter without realizing it. What do you call this? The closer you are to the red, the redder you are. This woman. Her little mouth is always so sweet and talkative. Give him enough face as a man." But this also made Su Chang hesitate. "Wife, hey, then tell me, what have I done for you? What did he do that he thought was insignificant, but touched Qin Yuro's life?" Su Chang looked at her expectantly. Because he himself couldn't figure it out. Could it be that he accompanied her in taking care of the children and did not abandon her when she was down and out? Or should you not blame her for secretly keeping his child? Until Qin Yuro spoke. "Hubby, you love me so much that night, that's why we have these two lovely babies, Xian and Nuonuo. If you had left me alone, or been a gentleman and sent me to the hospital, I wouldn't have had so much happiness, and I wouldn't have had the chance to be a mother. I hate it. You have to make me say rude things. I hate it so much. Such a coquettish tone. This rosy little face. This little expression of wanting to refuse but being shy. It's over, Su Chang felt that he was finished. He was going to die in Qin Yuro's arms. Su Chang couldn't help but poke Qin Yu's soft and rosy lips with his calloused hand, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Little hoof, you were so good at talking, who trained you, huh?" It's normal for Qin Yuro to have a boyfriend since she's so beautiful. Su Chang won't mind. Because he knew very well that it was definitely the first time that Qin Yuro was with him that night. No matter how many men she has been with, in the end her body can only belong to him. Qin Yuro was a little angry. She acted coquettishly and cutely in front of Su Chang, but Su Chang actually thought that she was at a high level and was trained by her previous boyfriend. Damn it. The woman bit Su Chang's finger mischievously, and her sharp little fangs pricked Su Chang's fingertips. Su Chang pretended to say ouch, but in fact, he had calluses on his hands from doing too much work, so the woman's bite only felt itchy. It doesn't hurt at all. But Qin Yuro felt sorry for him and soon stopped biting him. Instead, she held his finger in her mouth and said vaguely, I never had a boyfriend before. You are my first man and boyfriend." Because he had Su Chang's finger in his mouth, his speech was unclear. But this anxious explanation, begging for his forgiveness, and looking up at him innocently. "Wife, I feel bad." Su Chang's ears turned red from holding it in. However, he was greedy for this tenderness and refused to leave. Qin Yuro bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. She knew that for a boy as young and full of vigor as Su Chang, it was a miracle that he could endure for so long. At the same time, she was also a little happy. Because this man was too charming, she couldn't bear it again and again. Oh, it's really embarrassing to think like this. However, everything depends on the right time, place and people. It is getting late, and the lights are just coming on. This is called the heavenly time. The hotel was well hidden, so she didn't have to worry about being discovered. There weren't many people she knew in the city either, so it was a good location. But that is. The two little guys were still staring at them with their dark eyes, so in terms of people, they lost. Qin Yuro had no choice but to say, "Husband, next time, I promise to help you next time, okay? The babies are all awake today, we can't do it in front of them." The rest is, of course, self-explanatory. Those who understand will understand. Su Chang nodded and gradually calmed down. Suddenly, he sighed and stared at the two kids beside him in annoyance. He complained, "It's all because of you two that I, your father, don't even have the chance to be happy." Ah. Nuonuo waved her little pink fist as if declaring victory. Seeing his daughter so energetic, the haze in Su Chang's heart gradually dissipated. However, he still had a very important question. "Wife, your body hasn't recovered yet. Are you thinking of using other methods?" Chapter 36. They were both cheated. Turn me on? It haunts my dreams? Let me. Stop. Don't say that. Why is this person like this? He has to say such things. Fortunately, the babies don't understand. Okay, I won't say anymore. Wa'ada. At this moment, the bad boy Xianxian suddenly started crying. The couple looked over at the same time. At this moment, they found a funny scene. Xianxian was crying miserably, his two chubby little legs still kicking the air. However, Nuonuo did not catch her brother's tears, but looked at Xianxian with disgust. That is right, Su Chang and Qin Yuro could see the disdain on the face of this little baby who was only almost 2 months old. Chubby face, old-fashioned expression, and pink little hands. It seemed to be saying, "Why is this brother still crying? Can he be more mature like me? I won't cry." The two adults were also laughing so hard that they fell backwards. Indeed, after having children, it will tie you down. Studies, work, family, will all be affected. But what can you do? The baby can't do anything and can't express himself. He needs you. But as time goes by, you'll find. In fact, it's not that the child can't live without you, but that you can't live without the child. It also teaches you a lot. Xianxian had poop. The little brat had a really good digestion and pooped a big pile. However, Qin Yuro was exclusively breastfed, so Xuanxuan's poop wasn't that smelly. Xianxian eats a lot and poops a lot. He will definitely be tall and handsome like his dad in the future. A mother never dislikes an ugly son. Qin Yuro looked at Xianxian with a gentle expression. Su Chang pinched Xuanxuan's chubby little face and echoed, "I hope you won't just grow whiter and not longer in the future." "Ah, yeah." The little guy responded as if he understood. So cute. Night. When he was about to fall asleep, Su Chang did not forget to poke Qin Yuro in his arms. "Honey, tell me, what method can make me happy? If it's the normal method, then I, husband, won't agree to it because it will hurt you. But besides this, what else can you think of?" This man. He actually classified that kind of thing as normal? Could it be that he is not normal? Qin Yuro pretended to be asleep. But her eyelashes were trembling slightly, and Su Chang could see it clearly under the warm yellow bedside lamp. He couldn't help but sigh. "My wife's eyelashes are really long and curly, just like little fans. And you can tell at a glance that it's a natural." Unlike his ex-girlfriend Lu Xiaoye, her long eyelashes were grown, which cost him more than 10,000 yuan. Not only did it hurt her eyes when she slept at night, but a few of her eyelashes would always fall out when she woke up in the morning. Every time she asked Su Chang to help her deal with it, and if the wrong force hit her, she would get angry and make trouble. This made Su Chang feel helpless and uncomfortable. "Honey, I know you're not asleep. Stop pretending. If you don't tell your husband, I will definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Can you bear to see me sleepless all night? It is said that insomnia is not good for men. It will affect the quality of their health, and then affect the harmony between husband and wife and family harmony." "Okay, I won't pretend anymore." Qin Yuro turned over. The furry little head tucked into his chest. The soft little hands also hugged Su Chang's waist and drew circles on his back. Wait, what was drawn was not a circle, but 2 numbers were written. After Su Chang recognized these 2 numbers, he almost flew up. He is looking forward to it so much. Qin Yuro was simply his goddess. His everything. His dream lover. His. Forget it, these are the only words science students know. Just express the meaning. It is said that what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. So that night, Su Chang dreamed of Xiao 6 and Xiao 9 with arms and legs jumping in front of him. Hey. He woke up with laughter, disturbing Qin Yuro, and then was kicked off the bed by Qin Yuro. The identification results are out. Just as you thought, they are indeed not biological father and son. Qin Yuro hung up the phone and immediately told Su Chang about it. In other words, Lin Yan really cheated on Su Guogang. And it's been going on for more than 20 years. Su Cheng suddenly felt some sympathy for his weak and incompetent father. Because he had also been cheated on, and he saw it with his own eyes, and that feeling was really unpleasant. I've sent you an electronic version of the appraisal report. When you go downstairs later, you can ask the counter to print out a copy for you. Yeah. My wife is very thoughtful. Honey, are you okay? Shin Yuro was still worried about him. It's okay. Su Cheng hugged Shin Yuro and kissed her on the forehead. If you're really worried about me, then I'll take off my clothes and check you out, okay? Go away. He still had the mind to joke with her. It seemed that he was not really hurt seriously. But the more this happened, the more Shin Yuro felt sorry for Su Cheng. What on earth did this man experience to develop such a cold and calm personality? Alas. I don't know if her passionate heart can warm him. Then wife, I will go to the hospital. Okay. Honey, I promise this is the last time I'll leave you. When I'm done with this, I'll stay with you and the kids. I believe you. In fact, he hadn't been away for long. He always came back at night, didn't he? When the children cried and made a fuss at night, it was Su Cheng who comforted them. The children's clothes, bottles, and even her own clothes, the little clothes that were washed by Su Cheng due to lochia discharge during the confinement period. She is already happier than most women. She is very satisfied. Su Cheng patted the two little guys on the face before reluctantly going to the hospital. Some things. It's time to end it. Hospital. Coincidentally, Su Cheng met Su Guogang, who was coming back from buying food for the mother and son. Dad. Su Cheng called him. As I said, when he refused to eat as a child and Lin Yinjin ignored him, it was Su Guogang who fed him mouthful by mouthful. Otherwise, he won't grow up. Just for this reason, no matter how cowardly Su Guogang is, he will not abandon him. Oh, you're here. He hurried upstairs to bring food to Lin Yinjin and Su Bin. If he was a step late, Lin Yinjin would have scolded him again, but he didn't know how to talk back. There are so many people in the hospital, he is so embarrassed. It's really better not to mess with Lin Yan. Dad, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Su Cheng took 3 or 2 steps forward and stopped Su Guogang from moving forward. And took out the appraisal report. Chapter 37: Su Cheng's background. Throw it into Su Guogang's hands. The voice said angrily, look for yourself, what this thing is. Unexpectedly, Su Guogang didn't want to read the black and white words at all. All he wanted to do was to get to the ward as soon as possible to avoid Lin Yinjin nagging him. After all, Lin Yinjin is the woman who gave birth to 2 sons for him. Just for this reason, he should also give her the meal. Just at this moment, Lin Yinjin also came down from upstairs. After all, she is a woman who was used to doing farm work in the countryside, so her body recovers quickly. She was still wearing a hospital gown, but her complexion had improved a lot. When he saw Su Guogang, he didn't care that this was a hospital and he couldn't make loud noises, he just cursed at him. I'm just asking you to buy a meal, do you have to be so hesitant? Su Guogang, you are a waste who can't do anything. I really regret marrying you. I was so blind to marry a piece of shit like you. Other people in the hospital couldn't bear to watch it anymore. They all cast impatient glances at me. But seeing that Lin Yinjin was still wearing her hospital gown, it was hard to say anything. But Lin Yinjin saw Su Cheng behind Su Guogang again, and became even more angry. Su Cheng, you ungrateful bastard, you still have the nerve to come to the hospital? Ha! Get out of here right now, we don't have people like you in our Su family. Su Cheng, who was caught in the crossfire for no reason. However, he did give Su Guogang a chance. He asked Su Guogang, Dad, if you were given a chance, would you choose me or my mom? On one side is his eldest son, and on the other side is his wife who has bullied him for many years. Su Guogang chose the latter without hesitation. Your mother and I are husband and wife. When you two start a family in the future, she will be the only one who will spend the rest of my life with me. Su Cheng, I don't allow you to talk to your mother like that. It's wrong. Su Guogang is still the same Su Guogang, unable to utter even a harsh word. Laugh. Su Cheng smiled. This time, he doesn't have to worry about Su Guogang's face at all. He took the paternity test report and unfolded it to show Su Guogang. Although Su Guogang only has an elementary school education, he can still recognize the last few words. Not a father-son relationship. Dad, have you seen this? Su Bin is not your biological son. I am your only biological son. You have been cheated on for so many years, and you still don't realize it. The whole audience was silent. More and more people gathered around, and everyone was attracted over. Since you have nothing to do waiting in line, you might as well listen to some gossip. The essence of human beings gossip. Su Chang added, you know my character. I never do anything sneaky. This appraisal report was written by the most famous doctor in our municipal hospital. You don't have to doubt its authenticity. At that moment, Su Chang saw unprecedented anger and helplessness on Su Guogong's face. He took it and looked through it carefully. It was finally confirmed that he and Su Bin were not biological father and son. Bitch. This is the first time that Su Guogang has erupted in so many years. A loud slap hit Li Nianjin's face hard, shocking her so much. He Su Guogang dared to hit her? It's outrageous. Li Nian was really angry. But Su Guogang came over with his fists raised, saying as he walked, I've been so good to you, I've done everything you asked me to do, I've taken care of your shit and urine, washed your clothes and cooked for you, I've endured all your tempers, I've given you all the money, and I've let you scold me, is this how you repay me? Although the words were a bit rude. But at that moment, Su Chang suddenly felt that his cheap father was still quite tough. He used to be very tolerant. It was just because Li Nian was really his woman, and she gave birth to 2 boys for him after 10 months of pregnancy he thought so. What a man cannot tolerate the most is that his woman betrays him. Bitch, I'm going to beat you to death today. Su Guogang was crying while getting angry. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. Not only was he cheated on, but he was also kept in the dark for more than 20 years. What's more, he has been raising someone else's son for so long. How embarrassing. Su Guogang slapped Li Nianjin on the face several times. If rural women like Li Nianjin are in good health, then rural men like Su Guogang are in even better health. One slap was enough to make Li Nian's head buzz for a long time, let alone so many. The security guard also looked down on this woman who had been cheating on her husband for more than 20 years. So they waited until the Su Guogang army was almost done, and if the fighting continued, people would be killed, before they went up to stop them. Brother, let's talk it over, don't use violence. That's right. If you hurt someone, you'll have to pay for the rest of your life. Another security guard continued. But Su Guogang was still very stubborn. If you want to pay for it, then pay for it. I'm going to kill this woman today, or I won't be named Su. This scene seems to be a sentence from Jianwei in King of Glory. Completely. Crazy. Crazy. Su Guogang was forced into a corner. Seeing that he was about to rush over again, Li Nianjin couldn't stand it anymore and fell to his knees with a thud. Boss. Don't come over here. I admit it's all my fault. But. She pointed at Su Chang and said, he is not your biological son either. Su Guogang, I've been married to you for 3 years and we still don't have a child. Do you know what the villagers say about me? In desperation, we took a child from someone else's family, that is, Su Chang. They say if you adopt a child, you'll attract children of your own. But then, I still didn't get pregnant. They all said it was because I was useless. But it was actually you. It was you, Su Guogang, who couldn't have children. I had no choice but to find someone else. Otherwise, everyone in the village would have spitted at me and drowned me. Li Nianjin was pregnant with someone else's child and treated it as Su Guogang's. She said that she did this because of Su Guogang. It was because of Su Guogang. It was Su Guogang who forced her to do it. And Su Chang is not their biological child. Not their biological child. The amount of information was overwhelming, and everyone present said they didn't know how to take it. Su Guogang cried, then laughed, cried while laughing, and laughed while crying. And Su City. He stood there, seemingly calm and without any extraneous emotions. It was as if the person Li Nian was discussing in the story was not him. It turned out that he was brought here by someone else. Now, not only the Su family is gone, he is even without a father or a mother. Li Nianjin knew that after she said these words, Su Chang would no longer help the Su family, so she kept it hidden. But because she felt guilty, she always reminded Su Chang. I raised you with my own shit and piss. Chapter 38. She missed the old Sucheng. But now, she had to say it. Otherwise, Su Guogang would really beat her to death. In rural areas, if a woman cannot have children, it is her fault. Li Nianjin had no choice but to do this. Impossible. Impossible. How could there be something wrong with me? I'm fine. Su Guigang stopped beating Lin Yinjin. He was busy doubting himself. A middle-aged man over 50 years old actually began to roll on the ground. How shameful. But more of it is heartache. In order to prove his innocence, Lin Yinjin generously gave Su Guigang 2,000 yuan for the first time. Whether it's true or not, just check it yourself. Su Guigang, if I hadn't given birth to Su Bin with someone else, you would have had a much more miserable life over the years. A man who is destined to have no descendants, ha! Even if he was saying something harsh, Lin Yinjin didn't dare to get too close to Su Guigang. The Su Guigang today is no longer the Su Guigang of the past. Not only will he not accept it, he will also fight back. After saying this, Lin Yinjin felt ashamed and quickly ran upstairs without even taking the food. That's not like her character. It seems that this time, Lin Yan was really scared. She hurried to her son Su Bin's ward. Su Bin lay there weakly, with an angry expression on his face. However, since he was too weak, there was nothing he could do. Next to him was Su's city. Why are you here? Lin Yinjin was startled. She took the elevator up and didn't see Su Chang. Because Su Chang ran up the stairs and ran very fast. What do you want to do to my son? Lin Yinjin's eyes turned red with anxiety. Are you afraid of me? Su Chang sat slowly on the chair beside him, his long legs casually crossed. The temperament of a big boss has already taken shape. Lin Yinjin couldn't explain the reason, but she was just extremely scared. What do you have? Let him go and come at me. Reason told her that even if she wanted to provoke Su Guigang, she should not provoke Su Chang. He is a man who dares to use a real knife. Mom, what is going on? Cough cough. Su Bin forced himself to say this. He wanted to say something insulting about Su Chang, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the wound on his lower back hurt terribly. It has left a shadow. He was really afraid that Su Chang would remove his other kidney. Su Chang would definitely do such a thing. But didn't Mom tell him that she would try every possible means to match him? I don't know if Su Chang has done it. Why is Mom so scared of Su Chang all of a sudden? It's so strange. He's the only one who's out of the loop. That's not all. Su Chang simply ignored Su Bin. Just looked at Lin Yinjin and spoke. Su Bin. Physically and mentally exhausted. JPG. Can't join group chat at all. Tell me where you brought me from and give me the details of your experience. Of course, you can choose not to tell the truth or lie, but if you do that, the video of you and Su Bin will be spread online, and then both of you will be finished. I think that now that you have lost Su Guigang as your backer, you will never be able to withstand another blow. Am I right? Yes, that's right, absolutely right. I say. Lin Yinjin had no other choice at all. The child she bullied for 24 years has now grown up and is back for revenge. She can no longer bully Su Chang as she did before. It's really like 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. For the sake of her only bloodline, she had no choice but to do so. Yes, it's at the S-City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. ISNT, that the place where Chin Euro had her cesarean section. At that time, Su Guigang and I used the excuse of going to the city to work. A year later, we brought you back and said you were ours. That day was July 15th, Ghost Festival. You were in the neonatal ward. We dressed up as ghosts and scared away the nurse on duty, and then stole you away. In the 1990s, surveillance cameras were not popular. It is common for children to be lost in hospitals. I really don't know anything else. You didn't have anything on you. We were so worried and scared that we even threw away your name card. Bang. Su Chang directly crushed a cup. Lin Yinjin and Su Bin were both stunned. Su Chang, isn't he thin and malnourished? When did he become so strong? Child trafficking, do you know how many years of betrayal this will take? Su Chang smiled coldly. No. Su Chang. You said. As long as I tell the truth, you won't care. You liar, what else do you want? Su Chang, you can't be too greedy. Greedy. That's what I said. I want you and Su Bin to leave the house with nothing, and everything in the Su family will be left to Su Guigang. Otherwise, I will go back on my word. Su Chang smiled slyly. After all, Lin Yinjin and Su Guogang are a legal couple. If they divorce and divide their property, Lin Yinjin will definitely get a share. Although the Su family has nothing now. But this place will be demolished soon, and then the subsidy will be given based on the number of people. 500,000 per person plus an apartment. Although the house is a resettlement house and does not have a property certificate, it can still generate a lot of income if rented out. He didn't want to let Lin Yinjin and Su Bin get away with it. What if I do as you say and you still don't let us go? Lin Yan was really smart for once. But, no matter how smart she is, it's useless. Because, at this moment in Sioux City, they could no longer afford to offend. As for calling the police? What Su Bin did is enough to make him stay in prison for several years. Su Bin and Lin Yinjin don't have the courage to fight to the death with Su Chang. You can try. Su Chang stepped on the broken pieces of the cup. I walked out of the ward under their angry and unapproachable gazes. As soon as Su Chang left, Lin Yinjin almost fell down like a deflated ball. Mom, what is going on? Why is my brother like this? Su Bin was asking questions non-stop. His first reaction was not to care about her as a mother. Lin Yinjin's lips twitched. She remembered what a well-behaved and obedient boy Su Chang was when he was a child. No matter what she asked him to do, he would do it obediently, even if those things were not good for Su Chang. She didn't pay a penny for Su Chang to go to college, but she often asked Su Chang for subsidies. But Su Chang always reported good news but not bad news. Every time he went home during the spring festival, he would happily report how much money he had earned and give each of them a big red envelope. In fact, Lin Yinjin could see it. How can Su Chang's increasingly thin body look like he has endless money? Chapter 39. His little cotton padded jacket. He looked increasingly tired, but he pretended to smile. But how did Lin Yan really treat him? He said that those things were all bought by Su Bin. Over the years, the family relied on Su Bin's support to avoid bankruptcy. It was said that Su Bin had clearly been admitted to university, but he did not go in order to take care of his family, and only chose a technical school close to home. In his spare time, Su Bin would do odd jobs in tutoring to earn money to support his family. Su Chang, this ignorant boy, not only does not know how to share the burden with his family, but also always asks his family for money. As a result, relatives and friends all hated Su Chang and swore that they would never help if anything happened to Su Chang in the future. Su Chang had no explanation for any of this. He has always believed that as long as he has a clear conscience, everything will be fine. He treated Lin Yinjin as his biological mother and was extremely filial to her. Lin Yan really thought that even if he could give Su Chang 1 point in return, he would not end up like this. Su Chang. She called his name softly. Mom, what happened to my brother? Why did he run away? Why didn't you tell me? Su Bin was still complaining. What did you do? You took my brother away. What should I do in the future? You don't have the ability to support me. Call my brother quickly, just talk to him and he will be back soon. This way, I can feel at ease. I'm already lying in the hospital bed, please don't make me worry. Su Bin's tone was matter of fact and commanding. Lin Yinjin was annoyed by what he said and yelled at him, Stop talking, Su Chang is not your brother anymore. Your father is also going to divorce me, and my mother and I will be kicked out of the house. You are not your father's biological son at all. You are the son of me and another man. Now you have no relatives except me. You better be quiet. Hearing this, Su Bin was emotionally agitated and bleeding excessively, so he was sent to the emergency room again. Hotel. Although he was in a daze, Su Chang immediately picked up Qin Euro and Xian Nuonyuo. He wants to take them home. On the way back, Su Chang was in a bad mood and didn't say much. Qin Euro was watching anxiously from behind. Nuonyuo kept pointing his finger in the direction of the driver's seat and babbling in baby language that adults couldn't understand. Yeah, that's Dad. Even with babies, Qin Euro is very patient. Talking to your baby more can promote the development of their nervous system. Nuonyuo still pointed at Su Chang with her pink and white fingers and babbled. It's a pity that she couldn't speak complete sentences, so no one knew what she wanted. And what about Xian? The little brat was sleeping soundly after eating, and ordinary noises could not wake him up. Su Chang felt sorry for his daughter and stopped at a service area. Qin Euro went to the bathroom. Su Chang opened the car door and took his daughter out to breathe some fresh air. "No, do you miss your dad?" Su Chang asked her. The little guy bared his teeth and pointed at Su Chang's mouth with his chubby little hands. Su Chang thought she wanted to touch him, so he put his lips close to his daughter's fingers. I have to say, the milky scent of his daughter really healed him a lot. But Nuonyuo was still not satisfied. She continued to poke his lips with her hands, and kept kicking her legs. She even kicked the off-white socks on her feet onto the ground. Ha ha ha. Su Chang was amused by his silly and cute daughter and squatted down to pick up her socks. Unexpectedly, after he picked up the socks, he found that Nono was no longer making a fuss and was even smiling. Giggling. It's simply the most beautiful sound in the world. His daughter will laugh. Baby, my dear Nuonyuo. Su Chang happily hugged her and spun around. Shin-Yuro was shocked when she came out of the toilet. Hubby, don't give our daughter a concussion. Only then did Su Chang stop. Yes, look at my brain, how could I forget such an important thing? Wife, our daughter can smile now. Look, I smile at her and she smiles at me too. After they finished speaking, the father and daughter showed Shin-Yuro what it meant to smile at each other. Nuonyuo is so smart. Shin-Yuro also felt happy. However, the woman quickly realized something. No wonder Nuonyuo kept looking for you just now. She noticed that you were in a bad mood today and didn't smile, so she was uneasy. Our daughter is really daddy's little cotton padded jacket. Hey, as a mother, I have to share my love with a little girl like you. Mom also feels sorry for dad, but dad didn't notice it. Nono is really smart and made dad laugh easily. Shin-Yuro's tone was half relieved and half jealous. Su Chang's heart, which had been completely cold, was now much warmer. Who says children are ignorant? They are actually the most sensitive and can easily detect if something is wrong with your mood, and then do their best to make you happy. It is just a method used by babies, which is difficult for people to understand and is generally regarded as fooling around. My dear wife, don't be angry, you two are my little princesses. Su Chang held his daughter in one hand and Shin-Yuro in the other. At that moment, he seemed to own the whole world. He felt much better and gave Shin-Yuro a brief description of what he had experienced in the hospital. It's okay, husband. Shin-Yuro said after listening to Su Chang's story, I believe that your parents definitely didn't abandon you on purpose. They must love you very much and have been looking for you all these years. God will definitely let you meet again, otherwise, how could you run into me at the maternal and child health hospital? We'll help you find your parents when we get back. It doesn't matter if we can't find them for a while. The children and I are your home. Shin-Yuro is really virtuous, gentle, and sensible. Su Chang couldn't help but pecked her little mouth. He. Little Nuonyuo laughed even more happily. Stop kissing, the children will see it. Shin-Yuro was shy. Okay. Su's city gave in. Shin-Yuro carried Nuonyuo back and was about to turn back to the car when she suddenly felt a pain on her head. It turned out that one of her ponytails was entangled in Su Chang's zipper, and it was the zipper of his suit pants. Shin-Yuro is 165 centimeters tall and Su Chang is 187 centimeters tall. The woman has waist-length hair that ends just at Su Chang's thighs. Shin-Yuro exclaimed, and felt a little embarrassed. Hubby, please help me tear my hair apart. There are only a few of them anyway, no big deal. But Su Chang felt distressed. Not even a hair of his wife could be lost. Chapter 40, the woman fainted in front of the shelf. Wait a minute, I'll help you untie it. The two adults hid behind the car, and Shin-Yuro put her daughter in the car first. This is more convenient. It's a pity that Su Chang, a rough guy, couldn't open it no matter how hard he tried, and in the end he even pulled it so hard that it hurt Shin-Yuro. I'll do it. Shin-Yuro squatted down and untied herself. Her hands are thin and tender, perfect for this kind of work. Only. Another car owner walked over and happened to see Shin-Yuro squatting in front of Su Chang. From this car owner's perspective, Shin-Yuro seemed to be giving Su Chang. Well, that's very embarrassing. How to explain it? Fortunately, the car owner is also a man, and men understand men. His eyes stayed on Shin-Yuro's twin ponytails for a few seconds, and finally he gave Su Chang a thumbs up. Su Chang. Su Chang raised his eyebrows. Everything is implied. The car owner left and Shin-Yuro finished it. She stood up, glanced at Su Chang's expression, and asked, "What's so happy about?" Oh, it's okay. You must not tell her this, otherwise this little girl will be shy again. Your expression is full of spring feelings, like a cat in spring. Shin Yuro couldn't help but comment. Yes, 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 whatever my wife says is right. Su Chang began to play dumb. You. Humph. Shin Yuro was obviously dissatisfied with his perfunctory attitude and quickly went back to the car. Su Chang also went back happily to drive. At least, after knowing that he was not Li Nianjin's biological son, Su Chang no longer felt so bad about Li Nianjin's past behavior towards him. After all, he is not her biological son. Li Nianjin using him to raise her own son Su Bin can be considered immoral at best, rather than being disheartening. The car drove for another hour and a half and arrived home. Send Shin Yuro and the babies upstairs first, and then Su Chang will go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. There was not much food left at home, so he had to buy some new food. But in the supermarket, he met a woman collapsed in front of the sanitary napkin shelf. Originally, Su Chang wanted to ask the supermarket staff to take a look, but he knew this person. Ko Xiaoyan? She is the cousin of Qin Mengming's ex-boyfriend Fan Leji, and also the sales manager of that high-end men's clothing store. Ko Xiaoyan covered her stomach. She was still wearing a tight Chanel OL professional suit, stockings and high heels on the lower body, and delicate light makeup on her face. The hair is pulled back and secured with a clip. Just because she was feeling unwell, her hair was a little messy, the lipstick on her mouth was much cleaner, and her pearly teeth were lightly biting her lips. She lay sideways on the ground, her S-shaped figure was incredibly beautiful. It's just, blood has seeped out of the stockings. Big sister, please help me. Su Chang was reluctant to make this matter public, fearing that it would affect Ko Xiaoyan's reputation. He called a vegetable seller over. Fortunately, there were not many people in the supermarket at this time, and no one was shopping here. Oh, girl, what's wrong with you? Women care about other women, so the elder sister immediately took off her coat and covered Ko Xiaoyan's lower body with it. Come, something's happening, thank you guys. Ko Xiaoyan found it difficult to speak, but still sincerely thanked Su Chang and the supermarket lady. The older sister thought Su Chang was Ko Xiaoyan's boyfriend, and scolded Su Chang harshly. How can you be a boyfriend? You don't care when your girlfriend has her period? Do you know how painful it is for a woman to have her period? You should just let her lie down at home, and then you can buy sanitary pads. You really don't deserve to be her man. Sister, he's not my boyfriend, he's my friend. Ko Xiaoyan quickly interrupted her elder sister. Su Chang is a distinguished guest of the store, and she can't offend him. Oh, so that's it, young man. I spoke too quickly just now. I apologize to you. The eldest sister is also easy to talk to. But with Ko Xiaoyan like this, there is no way she can leave. Su Chang still had a wife and children to take care of, so he had to ask Ko Xiaoyan, who is at home. Let them pick you up. Ko Xiaoyan bit her lower lip and shook her head. Then this. Let me do it. A voice interrupted the conversation between the three people. It turned out to be Chang Jigang, my childhood friend from Suchine. He's here too. However, Chang Jigang looked exhausted and had just arrived in S-City. Chang Jigang. Su Chang, let's talk about politeness later. I'll take this sister home for you first. I think she can't stand it anymore. Okay. Nothing is more important than human life. This is my brother. Don't worry, he's a good man and won't take advantage of others. Su Chang entrusted Ko Xiaoyan to Chang Jigang. My wife and children are at home. They can't leave without me, so I won't send you off. Ko Xiaoyan was originally a little worried about Chang Jigang, but after hearing what Su Chang said, her uneasiness was dispelled. Since he is recommended by Mr. Su, there should be no problem. Go back to see your wife and children, don't worry about me. Good. But before leaving, Su Chang gave Chang Jigang a look that said come on. Chang Jigang. He knew what Su Chang meant. But he was from the countryside, had little education, was dirty and smelly, how could he be worthy of a city girl like Ko Xiaoyan? In the taxi. Ko Xiaoyan gave an address and then fell asleep in a daze. She didn't even know that she was leaning on Chang Jigang. Who said Chang Jigang stinks? Unlike the men in the city, he doesn't wear any women's perfume or cologne, it's all his own hormones. Ko Xiaoyan seemed to smell the scent of sunshine. She slept very comfortably. Even though she knew it was dangerous to fall asleep in a taxi with a man she had just met, she still couldn't control herself. When she woke up, she was already back home, with a hot towel on her face, a blanket covering her body, and a small hot water bottle at just the right temperature on her stomach. The clothes on his body were intact and had not been touched by anyone. That man named Chung Jigang? There was a delicious smell coming from the kitchen. Gurgle. Ko Shayan was also hungry, so she stood up and walked over to take a look. It turned out that Chung Jigang was busy inside. The man was so engrossed that he didn't even notice her coming over. What are you doing? Ko Shayan leaned against the door with her eyebrows slightly raised. Her long legs are casually intertwined, and she exudes the aura of a queen. Ah, sister, you're awake. Chang Jigang was startled and almost dropped the spoon in his hand to the ground. He is quite well behaved and even calls me sister. I was afraid you were hungry, so I made something for you. Don't worry, I'll leave as soon as I'm done. And I didn't steal anything. In the pot, there were little brown sugar balls that he had cooked. It looks delicious and has good color, aroma, and taste. Chapter 41 became his landlord's sister. Ko Shayan was amused by him. Silly brother, she has lived for 25 years, what kind of men has she not seen? Chang Jigang doesn't look like the kind of person who would steal or rob. She also wanted to tease this silly brother. So the professionally dressed woman frowned slightly, crossed her arms over her chest, and said fiercely to Chung Jigang, who had just arrived in the city and knew nothing, I don't believe it. It's not easy for me, a weak woman, to live alone. You can't treat me like this. Unless you let me search you. Body search. That's right. Body search. This is normal procedure, Chung Jigang told himself, and he should agree to it. Chang Jigang felt a little embarrassed to be searched by such a beautiful woman. The country boy instantly took on the temperament of a grown-up girl and began to back away shyly. Good brother, if you really have nothing to hide, you shouldn't be afraid. Ko Shayan walked closer step by step, and Chang Jigang retreated step by step. Finally, Chung Jigang leaned against the kitchen balcony with nowhere to retreat. The beautiful sister came in front of him. With his hands on either side of him, he leaned forward slightly. Chang Jigang's Adam's apple rolled several times. He tensed his body and looked straight ahead, because if he looked away, he would see what was wrapped in Ko Shayan's shirt. Black, sister is so bold. Where are you looking, little brother? If you saw something you shouldn't have seen, you have to admit it, otherwise, be careful or I'll dig your eyes out. Ko Shayan threatened him. My sister is so fierce. So fierce. That fierce, yes. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Brother, you are not good. If you did something wrong, just admit it. My sister likes well-behaved boys. Ko Shayan's voice really made Chung Jigang feel weak all over. Mom, my sister in the city is so scary, I want to go back to the countryside. Su Chang, my good brother, please come and save me. Still not telling, huh? Forget it, since you won't say anything, I will search you. Don't worry, sister will be very gentle and won't hurt you. After she finished speaking, the woman's tender hands with red nail polish moved from his waist to his trouser pocket. Then, without hesitation. Reach in. Ugh. How embarrassing. Because the bottom of his trouser pocket was rotten. What a shame, he only has this good pair of pants, which is just bright on the outside. The woman's warm little hand finally touched Chung Jigang's leg hair. Hiss. What the hell is that? It's so prickly. What did you put in there? I want to pull it out and take a look. The royal sister was so domineering that before Chung Jigang could react, she just pulled his leg hair off. It hurts. Chang Jigang cried out in pain. It's so painful to pull out the leg hair on the thigh. Whoa, sister, where is the gentleness you promised me? Chung Jigang was so ashamed and in pain that he couldn't say anything. He thought, this is great, he must be completely disliked. He was so poor that he didn't even have a complete pair of pants. He looks very poor. That is fine, after all, no one can be poor all their life, but what about the prickly leg hair? It's so prickly. Ko Shayan is such a young sister, she must be scared, right? He can't just keep shaving. Wait, why did he think of shaving? Ko Shayan really let him go. Chang Jigang finally had the answer. He lowered his head and blushed, like a child who had done something wrong. Sister, I promise I will never appear in front of you again, I promise. I'll leave after I finish making this meal for you. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened today. It won't damage your reputation. The sister in professional attire didn't say anything. Chang Jigang walked out of the kitchen sideways. His luggage consisted of just one dirty bag, which he threw at Ko Xiaoyan's door. He was too embarrassed to bring it in. Goodbye, beautiful sister, goodbye, fragrant sister's house. He opened the door. Just then, a hand grabbed his strong arm. That hand had no strength at all, and Chang Jigang could break free quickly if he wanted to. But he didn't. He was possessed, he seemed controlled, he couldn't move. Sister, he spoke cautiously. Ko Xiaoyan smiled brightly and said, Brother, don't go. You're new here and you don't know anyone here. You've helped me so much, I can't bear to see you go. Well, my second bedroom is still empty. You can rent my house from now on. I'll only charge you 800 yuan a month, but you are responsible for the hygiene of the living room and kitchen. If I want, you have to cook for me. I'll tell you something in secret. You have a high nose bridge and abundant body hair. That's what I like. Ha ha ha. Ko Xiaoyan walked away with a smile. Chang Jigang was left standing there alone, confused for a long time. Until something wet flowed out of his nose. Oops, his sister's words actually made him bleed from the nose. Sister, you are so good at speaking. Chang Jigang hurried to the sink. There was a smile on his face, and the corners of his mouth were almost reaching his ears. The beautiful sister turned into his landlady in the blink of an eye. From then on, there was an inextricable connection between them. They spend every day together, fall in love with each other, and after drinking, what is he thinking? He is a gentleman. Chang Jigang. I'm hungry. I want to eat the brown sugar meatballs you made. The landlady is calling him. Okay, I'll be right there. Damn, why do I feel like the eunuch who served the imperial concubine in ancient times? This side of Su City. After dinner, Su Cheng told Qin Euro everything that happened today. I originally wanted to wait for Qin Euro's praise. He didn't touch Ko Xiaoyan, but handed Ko Xiaoyan over to his good brother. Outside, he is a chaste man. Unexpectedly, Qin Euro's face turned bad. After dinner, she acted very calmly when Su Cheng asked for a kiss. He even ignored Su Cheng and went straight to tease Xianxian and Nuonuo. What did he do wrong? Su Cheng cleared the dishes and washed them obediently, and at the same time made a reservation for the porridge he would have the next morning. During this time, she saw Qin Euro rummaging through the closet. Seeing him peeking, she slammed the bedroom door shut. Woo 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 wife. Su Cheng finished washing the dishes and mopping the floor before carefully knocking on the door. Honey, I'm coming in. No one paid any attention to him. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Chapter 42 The couple's late night game. There was still no movement inside. Su Cheng pushed the door and walked in. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom, and the two little guys slept more soundly. Not long after Nuo learned to laugh, Xian also learned to laugh. This little brat is not as smart as his sister. Su Cheng secretly kissed the two babies on the face a few times, and then set his eyes on the bathroom door. He couldn't actually see anything. But listening to the sound of water, I still have some thoughts. Ah, wife is wife. It's better not to think about it. Even if you think about it, you can't eat it, and you will be the one who suffers in the end. Su Cheng came to the balcony and practiced his skills for a while. I just felt my whole body was unblocked, my waist and legs were no longer sore, and I could last for 40 minutes at a time. I was thinking in the wrong direction. I'm done washing, you go ahead. Okay. In fact, living in a small one-bedroom house also has its advantages. A couple can only share one bathroom, and taking a bath in the place where the goddess has bathed is exciting just thinking about it. Su Cheng went to the bathroom without stopping, just to feel the remaining warmth of the goddess. There is a scent of lavender here, which is the shower gel that Qin Euro usually uses. She had a lot of bottles and jars, and Su Cheng didn't recognize any of them. For a rough guy like Su Cheng, all he needs to take a bath is a bar of soap and a towel. I wash my hair with soap, He washed quickly and finished quickly, but found that his towel was thrown in the trash can. Su Cheng opened the bathroom door a crack and asked Qin Euro, Wife, why did you throw away my towel? Your husband will be wet like this, and he won't be able to wipe it dry. He'll catch a cold when he goes out. Or do you want me to use your towel? But you have so many towels. I don't know which one to use. Is this blue one okay? Su Chang was about to reach out to take it. Fortunately, Chin Euro reacted quickly and replied, "Don't move, that's for me to wipe my butt." After saying that, my face felt hot. So embarrassing. I see. Su Chang deliberately stretched out the voice very long. He thought Chin Euro was just like him, wiping her neck but with the same towel. These girls are so particular. We are all flesh and blood of our own body, so why should we distinguish between high and low? Then what do I use? Wife, your husband is so cold. A good man will become very sissy once he becomes your boyfriend. In fact, I just like to act coquettishly with my wife and make her happy. I'm sorry, your towel was so disgusting that I thought it was a rag and just threw it away. How about this, you use mine first, the yellow one for your hair, the green one for your body, the blue one and the red one for your face. Remember that? It makes no difference. Su Chang just liked the blue one and rubbed his whole body with it. I suddenly felt so disgusting. Then he secretly washed it and hung it up to dry. I'm fine. My wife's towel smells so good. I feel refreshed now. Su Chang came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. But when he saw the scene in front of him, he almost had a nosebleed. Chin Euro. She actually changed into a black business suit. A small suit and a white shirt on the upper body, and a small black skirt that just covered her butt. She also wore black stockings underneath. Pointed high heels. She no longer tied her hair into twin ponytails, but let it fall smoothly behind her head. Because I just took a shower, my hair still smells of conditioner. She turned around. Although she was not wearing any makeup, her skin was lightly tinged with pink due to shyness. Women's skin is really delicate. If he uses a little force, it will leave heavy marks on it, which will take several days to fade away. Su Chang swallowed. Ah! Don't move. Stop. Stop looking at me like that. Also, don't come over here, just stand there. Chin Euro has always been gentle and lovely. But to match the outfit, she tried hard to look fierce. However, in Su Chang's eyes, this looked fierce and aggressive. Even cuter, hee. Okay, I won't move. Wife, what are you trying to do, hee. Shut up. Who allowed you to call me wife? I want you to call me President Chin. Chin Euro put her hands on her hips, thinking she was very cool. Su Chang was so embarrassed that he had to hold back his laughter. He called her in a servile manner, Boss Chin. Humph, that's more like it. No wonder Chin Euro was angry. When he was reporting the supermarket incident to Chin Euro just now, he inadvertently said a beautiful woman in a professional suit. Chin Euro ignored all his words and only remembered these few words. Her husband is not allowed to say other women are beautiful. She wants to save her face. Since Su Chang likes professional attire so much, she might as well wear it once. It's just that she doesn't wear this kind of thing very often, so she spent a lot of time rummaging through the closet. I secretly changed it while Su Chang went to take a shower. Humph, she must conquer Sioux City today. Chin Euro walked to the sofa outside and sat down. However, they still kept the bedroom door open so that they could observe Xian and Nuonuo at any time. The moment you sit down, you tend to keep your knees together and your calves apart. But he quickly reacted and crossed his legs. When talking about Loli with twin ponytails, many people's first reaction is flat chest. Su Chang also thought so at first. Later he realized that it was not that Chin Euro was flat, but that the clothes she wore did not reveal her. Now she has put on this little suit. It exploded. Su Chang followed obediently. Boss Chin, do you have any instructions? No matter what Chin Euro asks tonight, Su Chang will agree to it. Chin Euro was not polite either. She raised her delicate chin proudly, and then forgot the words. What did it say in the book My Stunning Female CEO Wife that I just read? She quickly took out her cell phone and prepared for the battle. Finally I found it and put the phone aside. He said coldly, "Come here." But he didn't want to go too far, so he added, "Well, just kneel on one knee." Su Chang did as he was told and knelt on one knee in front of Chin Euro. Then, Chin Euro lifted Su Chang's chin with her fingers. Su Chang was forced to look up and meet the woman's eyes. It's so heavy. Chin Euro thought, why is her husband's head so heavy? She can't even lift it with one hand. Su Chang also noticed it, so he secretly used his strength. Otherwise Chin Yuro would not exert too much effort and her little arms would feel uncomfortable. Then Chin Yuro took the next step. Now! Take my shoes off. Quick! Chapter 43 Childhood Sweetheart comes to visit. Su Chang is very obedient. He obediently took off Chin Yuro's high heels and held her feet, which were still wearing black stockings, in his hands. Chin Yuro curled her toes. Obviously a little nervous. However, she still pretended to be calm. Su Chang actually wanted to tease her. While holding her feet gently, he asked, "Boss Chin, are you satisfied with this service? Next, what other services do you need, my queen?" Su Chang's submissive tone and obedient expression. He was so handsome and gentle that Chin Yuro couldn't hold on any longer. Chin Yuro pulled her foot out of his hand, covered her face, and said embarrassedly, Okay, I don't want to play anymore. Isn't it okay to just consider myself defeated? I admit defeat. Su Chang stood up. He supported himself on the sofa with both hands, trapped Chin Yuro between himself and the sofa, and gave the woman a solid sofa bang. Old husband. Her face, which was bare of makeup, became visibly redder. Like cherries in spring, sweet and delicious, waiting to be picked. Are you happy playing like this? Su Chang casually lifted a strand of Chin Yuro's hair, gently twisted it around his fingertips, and smelled its faint fragrance. It's okay. Chin Yuro smiled. Wife, I only have you in my heart. You don't have to pretend to be someone else for me. It will hurt me. Su Chang's words made Chin Yuro's eyes red. This man always thinks about her and takes care of her mood. Yeah. She also hugged Su Chang. The two hugged each other for a while, but the fire in Su Chang was still not out. Chin Yuro's clothes were close to her body, so she naturally felt the change in the man. It's okay, don't worry about me, I'll be fine after a while. It's not the first time anyway. Chin Yuro bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and finally made up her mind. Hubby, you've been so good to me, I can't let you suffer anymore. Let me help you this time. The couple's gazes fell on Chin Yuro's white, tender and delicate hands at the same time. Then, an hour and a half later, Su Chang took Chin Yuro's sore little hand and washed it under the faucet. Chin Yuro was very tired and was still panting. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Su Chang was very happy, and even wanted to smoke a cigarette. But for Chin Yuro and the children, he couldn't smoke. Hubby, as long as you are happy. Chin Yuro's tone was still a little weak. She leaned her whole body on Su Chang, and after Su Chang washed her hands, she found that Chin Yuro was so tired and sleepy that she could not walk anymore. Su Chang simply picked the person up sideways. Well, husband. Shoo, don't be afraid, your husband will take you to bed. He put the woman on the bed and felt very distressed when he saw Chin Yuro, who was so exhausted. Su Chang manually helped Chin Yuro close her eyes. But I haven't taken off my clothes yet. Let me help you. Go to sleep, and leave the rest to me. Okay. Chin Yuro was dazed. But she could feel someone gently undressing her and wiping her neck and hands. Then he covered her with a blanket. Well, very comfortable. Chin Yuro smiled slightly and fell asleep just like that, feeling very peaceful. Late at night, news came from Su Chang's Sea of Consciousness. Congratulations to the host for completing the intimate act with Miss Chin Yuro, and now you are rewarded with a mysterious chat group. Please check it carefully. Chat group? What is that? It's just an ordinary group. And this sound is not all, the poor one is still chanting in the Buddhist temple. Su Chang didn't care much about it. Instead, he placed his body in the spiritual spring and continued to practice. He could feel that there were some small things around him drilling into his body, and after those things drilled in, he felt very comfortable. Just like that, the night passed quickly. The next day, after taking care of Chin Yuro and the two babies, Su Chang finally had time to check WeChat. He was actually pulled into a group. The name of the group is Human High Quality Male Subordinates, and the group leader is Su Chang. Oh shit. So childish. There are female CEO Shen Yan, female painter Mu Bingbing, national goddess Zhan Yiru and so on. All women. Moreover, early in the morning, they were frantically tagging Sioux City in the group. Good morning, junior brother. Junior brother, how are you feeling today? How is your health? I have some birds' nests here. Would you like me to send some to you? Junior brother. I know the oldest and most effective massage techniques in China. Don't listen to her. Come to me and I guarantee you will feel comfortable. Junior brother, please pay attention to me. Junior brother, the avatar is me, are you not satisfied? Su Chang fainted. What little junior brother, what group pet, etc. What if Chin Euro saw it? Host, rest assured, only you can see these things, Miss Chin Euro cannot see them. The mechanical sound came again. Not all of them yet. Only then did Su Chung feel relieved. He sent a message in the group, please take care of me. Then, the senior sisters inside started showing off their selfies crazily. The purpose is to make him remember them. Su Chang. Women are really scary together. He didn't reply, but went to accompany his wife. Chin Euro is enough for him. However, Chin Euro answered a phone call, and after hanging up, her expression was not so good. What's wrong? Su Chang asked her. Chin Euro choked up and said, my parents introduced me to a blind date. They said that the other party would not mind me having a child, as long as I don't have a child in the future. His family and my family are old friends. Our ancestors had a very good relationship and we have a lot of business cooperation. Because of my situation, my family's stock market has plummeted, and I still need their help during this period. We grew up together, but I don't have that kind of feeling towards him. Hubby, he's on his way. It's all my fault. Woohoo, it's my fault. Chin Euro broke down and cried. On one side is her family, and on the other side is her husband, and she actually doesn't want to give up either of them. Su Chung hugged her distressfully and said, wife, it's not you who is wrong, it's me. I should have gone with you to get the marriage certificate earlier. This way, our relationship would not be severed, and there wouldn't be such trouble. Don't worry, since he is your friend, I will still entertain you. But, he can only be your friend. If he wants something else, don't blame me for being rude. Wife, are you satisfied with what I'm doing? Chin Euro is his woman. She is Xian Xian and Nuon Yuo's mother. Can't be taken away by anyone. Absolutely not. Chapter 44 The rival arrives. Yes, husband, just do whatever you want. Since I'm married to you, I'll listen to you on such important matters. At this moment, Chin Euro was a little woman who was completely dependent on him. Need his protection. So good. Su Chang opened the kitchen door and started cooking. Chin Euro was outside watching the two babies. At the same time, downstairs in the elevator. Everyone in the Chin family knew about Chin Euro's real estate, so Chin Euro's mother told Yu Zisher. Before coming here, Yu Zisher also bought a set of high-end cosmetics. It was imported from abroad and is also a project their company is developing. The counterparts all agreed, so he also brought a set for Chin Euro. I heard that Chin Euro's man also lives here, and they have a bastard? It doesn't matter. When Yu Zisher first learned that Chin Euro was pregnant, he felt very uncomfortable. His goddess was actually defiled by someone else. He has a bit of a virgin complex. So although he liked Chin Euro very much at first, he no longer wanted Chin Euro after his family told him about this. His family members also listened to him. Yu Zisher has many entertainment businesses under his name. He is 2 years older than Chin Euro and started working in the company very early. Well, actually it was because I didn't study well and couldn't get into university, so I came back to my own company under the pretext of helping out. As for entertainment companies, the majority of them are artists. There are many beautiful female stars in Yu Zisher's company. He thought to himself that since Chin Euro had betrayed him, it would be okay for him to play with a few female stars. Anyway, as a man, who can tell whether it is the first time or not? So Yu Zisher found someone who was good looking. Although she is not as good as Chin Euro, she is not much worse than Chin Euro and is the top quality in their place. After one night, Yu Zisher felt very refreshed. Although Chin Euro's figure still appeared in his mind from time to time. Only. After the woman had her fun, she began to ask him for resources in a roundabout way. She wanted him to make her a big star. A top star. A queen of the screen. What a movie queen, she has nothing but a face, and she used to work in that kind of club. Yu Zisher disagrees. The woman still pestered. When he was upset, Yu Zisher missed Chin Euro even more. Moreover, he slapped the female star. The female star knelt there with a wronged look on her face, unable to find a word to refute for a long time. Yu Zixia is her boss. If she wants to continue to stay in this circle, she must keep her mouth shut and accept all the insults Yu Zixia gives her. Finally, the female star covered her face and said, "You can hit me, but please don't touch my nose. This was done 2 months ago and it hasn't healed yet." Yu Zixia, what? You are not original. Damn, so disgusting. Nowadays, where can you find natural beauties? Almost everyone in this circle has had plastic surgery. I only had my nose done, which is the smallest. Abuse. Yu Zixia had never really understood anything about this before. Get lost, don't show up in front of me again, or I'll kick you out of the company. Yes. From then on, a shadow was left in Yu Zixia's heart. Later, I found out that the female star's mask cost only 9 yuan to make, which made Yu Zixia, who already had a mysophobia, feel like he had been screwed. After comparing them all, Qin Euro is still better. At least, he could be sure that Qin Euro was completely original. Even though Qin Euro had given birth to a child, but he heard it was a cesarean section, so it was okay, he could barely accept it. As long as the Qin family gives more dowry when getting married, he can be exempted from the bride price. After all, being with Qin Euro was also a disadvantage for him. After entering the elevator, Yu Zixia met another person, who was going to the same floor as him. The man was dressed in rags, had a crew cut, was tall, and looked like a farmer. Yu Zixia asked, "Hey, you're not that Su Chang, are you? Su City?" Cheng Jigang was shocked. It turned out that his brother was so famous here? So many people knew him? "I'm not Su Chang, I'm his childhood friend, my name is Cheng Jigang." "Hello?" Cheng Jigang extended his hand toward Yu Zixia and greeted him politely. Unexpectedly, Yu Zixia snorted disdainfully and looked at his hand with disgust. "Where did you come from, a country bumpkin, to be worthy of shaking my hand? Are you here to look for Su Chang?" "What? Su Chang has found a rich woman, and living with Qin Euro shamelessly is not enough. He also wants to help his friends. Are you all here to suck Qin Euro's blood? You country folks are disgusting." Cheng Jigang's hand stayed awkwardly in mid-air. The more Yu Zixia spoke, the angrier he became. "This Yu Zixia looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect his quality is so low. It's true that I'm a farmer, but you know what it means to just do it. There's no distinction between high and low occupations. All professions are equal. It's true that I came to ask my brother for help, but I will pay him back. I will pay him back double in the future." Cheng Jigang made a bold statement. He came here with the intention of starting from scratch, but he overestimated the consumption in big cities. "After paying 3 months' rent and buying some things, I didn't have much money left. He has no academic qualifications. It's really difficult. I came to Suchang to borrow some money only when I had no other choice. Unexpectedly, I was insulted by this man wearing glasses. Trash should stay in the trash can and never turn over in this life." Yu Zixia sneered. Cheng Jigang wanted to say something, but they reached their final floor. He had no choice but to get off the elevator first. When they arrived at Qin Euro's house, Yu Zixia went straight to open the door and ignored Cheng Jigang. Cheng Jigang clenched his fists with mixed feelings. Ding dong. The door opened quickly, but the person who opened it was Su Chang. He was a little surprised to see Yu Zixia and Cheng Jigang coming together. "Jigang, why are you here? Say hello to your childhood friends first." Then he turned aside and said to Yu Zixia, "You are my wife's friend Yu Zixia, right? Come in." Su Cheng's dress and temperament are much better than Cheng Jigang's, and he doesn't look like someone from the countryside. Moreover, his face. Oh. So what if he's handsome? Maybe it's just like that female star, it's a result of plastic surgery. Because of plastic surgery, she spent all her family's savings, but she used this face to cheat his Qin Euro. These two men are more despicable than each other. Looking at the apron on Su Chang, Yu Zixia snorted sarcastically. "Hey, you are Ruer's nanny, right? Ruer is such a fool. Why doesn't she hire a female nanny at home, but instead hire a sissy male nanny? Any good-looking man is a sissy." Humph. Chapter 45. I will protect my husband. Su Chang didn't believe that Yu Zixia didn't know who he was. Knowing that Qin Euro already has a husband and children, he still shamelessly came to visit. It would be fine if he came as Qin Euro's childhood friend, but... Su Chang frowned slightly. "Go away, you are not welcome in our home." Yuro, who was sitting in the living room, had already heard every noise at the door clearly. If the two babies weren't awake and needed her attention, she would have run over and chased Yuzishir away. In fact, when we call them childhood sweethearts, they are just the kind of childhood sweethearts where you grew up in your home and I grew up in mine. She and Yuzishir haven't seen each other very often. Every time Yuzishir came to their house, he would come to play with Yuro. Yuro has liked wearing pretty little skirts since she was a child, and Yuzishir likes girls who wear pretty little skirts. But when Yuzishir was a child, his nose was sloppy and dirty, and Yuro hated him. When she grew up, her family told Yuro that Yuzishir might very well become her future husband. Oh my god, she doesn't want to marry that slug. She had clearly stated her attitude and rejected him, but Yuzishir just loved to tell others that she was his fiancée. The mouth is on someone else's body, Yuro really can't control what Yuzishir says. Su Cheng over there said to Chung Jigang, "Brother, come in. This Su's city. He is so polite to this country bumpkin, but treats his wife like this? Who does he think he is? A loser and trash from the countryside, he just deceived Yuro's trust with his plastic surgery face. In fact, he is a useless person who can only do things like washing clothes and cooking to serve others. Men should be successful in the business world. What kind of man is he, who relies on women for support and eats free meals?" Taking advantage of the time when Chang Jigang went in, Yuzishir also quickly slipped in. "You? Breaking into someone's house?" Su Cheng's fist was hard. He really wanted to beat this guy out. But Yuzishir said to Yuro, who was sitting on the sofa, "Roar. Your parents have something for me to tell you." Yuro's delicate figure froze. "Dad, Mom." Because she got pregnant before marriage and refused to abort the child no matter what, her parents had already had a falling out with her. They cut off all contact with her. It would be a lie to say that she didn't miss them. Especially after giving birth to a child, Yuro realized more and more how difficult it was to be a parent. Yuro's red lips trembled slightly, and her heart began to waver. But then he thought about how rude Yuzishir was to Su Cheng. If he continued to stay here, it would only cause trouble for Su Cheng. When her parents came to her, they just wanted to criticize her, and she really didn't want to make her husband feel bad. Therefore, Yuro did not speak. "Roar, your parents really want to tell you something very important. You will regret it for the rest of your life if you don't listen." Yuzishir continued to work hard. Yuro turned her back to him and still ignored him. But Su Cheng was still relieved. "Okay, stay, but leave after you finish talking." Humph. Yuzishir was not polite and sat directly on the sofa, with only two people between him and Yuro. "Brother, why is he so close to your wife? What if he starts to make a move on you? I'll go and pull him away for you." As Su Cheng's brother, Chung Jigang himself couldn't stand it anymore. He was about to take action but was stopped by Su Cheng. Su Cheng looked determined to win and said, "Don't move. The one who will get hurt later will definitely not be me, but Yuzishir." Chung Jigang was becoming more and more confused. Yuzishir, who was sitting next to Yuro, immediately took out her cosmetics and said with a flattering smile, "Roar, this is a product of my company, developed abroad, and brought it specially for you to use. I'm not like some people who just spend your money and make you suffer." This certain people undoubtedly refers to Su Cheng. "Thank you, but I don't need it." Yuro refused directly. As she spoke, she faced Yuzishir and exposed her neck. Today Yuro was wearing a beige home clothes and a hat with two long rabbit ears, which were furry and very cute. However, twin ponytails are still essential. Yuro loves twin ponytails to a certain extent, and she wears them every day. Yuzishir's heart warmed every time he saw them, and he wanted to grab the ponytails with his own hands. But this time, he saw the strawberry faintly visible on Yuro's neck, which was covered by the ponytail. After a night, the strawberries are still very dark. One can imagine how intense the fight between the two people last night was. Pa! The gift in Yuzishir's hand fell to the ground. He looked at Yuro in disbelief and said, You, on your neck." He always thought that it must be an accident that Yuro would be with Su Cheng. After this fight, Yuro definitely didn't want to go through this rubbish a second time. But reality slapped him hard in the face. Yuro not only had close contact with Su Cheng, but was also willing to let him leave marks on her body, such deep marks. "Oh, sorry, please stop looking. My wife will be embarrassed." Su Cheng walked over and covered the red mark with Yuro's ponytail. Yuro was a little shy. However, she did not show any rejection of Su Cheng's touch, but obediently let him play with her. Like an obedient doll. Yu Zi was really envious. Jealous. Hate it. Rower, how can you like him? Yes, only at this point did Yu Zisha realize that Qin Yuro was not forced by Su Chang, and the two of them were not an accident, they were in love with each other. He can't accept it. Qin Yuro, the only woman who is worthy of him, actually likes a guy like Su Chang. And it's not just for fun. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell from Qin Yuro's shy and dependent expression that she was truly in love with that loser. Ah. How can that rubbish compare to him? Why can't I like my husband? If I don't like him, how can I like you? Yu Zisha, why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Throwing away the strength of the Yu family, what do you have left? If you hadn't been born in a good womb, I'm afraid your current situation wouldn't be as good as my husband's. Arms on hips, angry.jpg. When it comes to protecting her husband, Qin Yuro is absolutely ruthless. She will protect her man. Su Chang was very moved. Yu Zisha was so angry that his face turned pale and blue. He stood up and said, "You will definitely regret this." Chapter 46. Love rival kneels and begs for mercy. Absolutely not. Even if you regret it, it's not your turn to take care of it. Yu Zisha, even if all the men in the world died, I would not be with you, so just give up on this idea. Qin Yuro also refused to admit defeat. How could Yu Zisha have ever suffered such humiliation? He even wanted to take action. This stinky bitch, such a shameless slut. If you have nothing else to do, just go ahead, or I can invite you out. Su Chang showed his fist. Yu Zisha knew that he could not beat Su Chang at all. I've been doing that a lot recently, and my lower back hurts. I get out of breath even when climbing stairs. Seeing that Su Chang was about to come over, Yu Zisha felt that he couldn't lose face, and hurriedly said, "Qin Yuro, your parents have already betrothed you to me. Do you dare not listen to them? There is a problem with the entertainment company under your family's name. Without the help of our Yu family, you will not be able to get through this. If you don't marry me, I will withdraw my investment. Don't beg me on your knees then." Ha! Is there a problem with your family's company? How are mom and dad? Seeing Qin Yuro's embarrassment, Yu Zisha continued, "But if I want a piece of scum like you, I'll just leave it at home. If I can't get it, no one else can get it. I will treat you coldly and violently after marriage, making you serve me and never see the light of day for the rest of your life." Yu Zisha believed that Qin Yuro was not the kind of person who would abandon her parents. It is precisely because of her kindness that she can only be with herself. If you can't get it, destroy it. This is his life motto. There are many disputes and grudges in the wealthy families, and no one will be able to control him when the time comes. Not only that, I will also keep many mistresses and ask them to bear my children. After the birth of the children, I will ask you to take care of them during the confinement period and take care of the children. You will be my slave, my maid, and you will never be able to turn over in your life. Ah. It hurts. Yu Zisha was hit hard in the face by a punch. It was Su Chang who beat him. Wow. Although Nua didn't see this scene, she still heard Yu Zisha's pig slaughtering scream and started crying out of fright. This brat Xian is quite calm. You actually dared to hit me. You. Yu Zisha looked at Su Chang and was completely speechless. I'll beat you if I want. Do I need to pick a day? It was obvious that Yu Zisha was only 10 centimeters shorter than Su Chang, but Su Chang was able to lift Yu Zisha up like a chicken. You can't fight here, it will scare your wife and children. Su Chang glanced at Cheng Jigang, who understood and hurried to help Su Chang open the door. Su Chang dragged Yu Zisha out of the door and slammed it shut. Qin Yuro, who was inside, watched all this and her heart beat faster and faster. She touched her hot face and suddenly felt so useless. She is already a mother of 2 kids, but she is still so easily seduced. Any woman would be furious and ashamed to be scolded like that by Yu Zisha. Being angry is not good, it makes you age easily. However, her man Su Chang stood up for her and would give that man a good beating. Qin Yuro was very happy when she thought of this. Her husband is so handsome. Her legs were so soft because of him being so handsome. Stairwell. There was no surveillance here, so Su Chang gave Yu Zisha a severe beating. Your parents didn't teach you how to speak properly, so I will teach you today. Since Yu Zisha's mouth stinks so much, let's just pull out his front teeth one by one. Dental nerves are complex and sensitive. At the beginning, Yu Zishir was still very arrogant. You dare to hit me? I'll make you kneel down and beg me tomorrow. You country bumpkin, you're a waste. If it were in ancient times, I would be the emperor and you're a eunuch. I would cut you into pieces and torture you to death. I won't let you go. Someone come. Aw, it hurts. When the first tooth was pulled out, Yu Zishir was already covered in cold sweat and his body was shaking uncontrollably. The second tooth, he began to flutter constantly, trying to attract other people's attention and call for help. Su Chang put 2 teeth into his mouth. If you keep yelling, you'll swallow your teeth. Wu Yu Zishir cried, crying in pain and also crying out of fear. How could this person be so cruel? Now, kneel down and kowtow to me, and I will spare you today. Su Chang looked at him leisurely. Kneel down and kowtow to this country bumpkin? How is that possible? Where is his face? You won't kneel, right? You won't kowtow, right? Looking at the majestic Su Chang, Chang Jigang was also eager to try. However, he didn't attack so harshly. He just kicked Yu Zishir's knees twice. Yu Zishir knelt down in front of Su Chang with a plop, head lowered, sweating profusely, but it was just cold sweat. I was wrong. He had teeth in his mouth, so his words were unclear. But Yu Zi was really scared. He was afraid that if he didn't beg for mercy, he would be tortured to death by Su Chang. Su Chang is a living devil, so scary. Things may change over time, but he will definitely take revenge for today. That's more like it. You can go now. With Su Chang's permission, Yu Zishir ran out without stopping, covering his mouth and pressing the elevator button. This place is horrible, so horrible. He has to leave quickly. The food on Su Chang's table couldn't be wasted, so Chang Jigang was invited to stay here to eat. Brother, I have an unwelcome request. Actually, I came here today to borrow money from you. But don't worry, I will write you an IOU and will definitely pay you back in the future. With no job, no education, no property and no car, Chang Jigang is not even qualified to open a Jibei account, let alone take out a loan. After much thought, only Su Chang could help him. Su Chang transferred 100,000 yuan to his card without saying a word. Forget about the IOU. I believe you. Su Chang patted Chang Jigang on the shoulder. But have you decided what to do? I've made up my mind. I'll set up a stall in front of the school to sell hand-pulled pancakes, starting from scratch. Setting up a stall? That's not an easy job. Not only do you have to get up early and work late, but you also have to be on guard against the various urban management officers. However, although Chang Jigang has no academic qualifications, his biggest advantage is his ability to endure hardships. Well, I support you. However, as a brother, I still want to tell you that you should take the adult college entrance examination when you have time. Learning is always useful. Now I regret not taking the postgraduate entrance examination. Yeah, I'll think about it. Chang Jigang swore that Su Chang would be his only brother from now on, and for this brother, he would even be willing to give up his kidney. He said to Su Chang, if you need my help, just come to me. I will do my best to help you. Even if I have to kill someone for you. Chapter 47, A man who does not indulge in romance is not in vain when young. Su Chang knew that Chang Jigang was afraid that if he provoked Yu Zishir, he would have no good life in the future. Yu Zishir is so powerful. After suffering such a big loss today, I'm afraid he won't let Su Chang go. So Chang Jigang made up his mind that if Su Chang couldn't survive, he would definitely fight for his brother. Anyway, there is nothing for him to miss in this world. It's so strange, why did I suddenly think of Ko Shayan? That domineering and bold queen. Forget it, even if someone is interested in him, it's just for the sake of novelty. He shouldn't have thought too much about it. Ah, brother, you underestimate me too much. You know I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Su Chang's eyes were firm. Maybe it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Chang Jigang suddenly felt that his brother had changed. He no longer recognized him. However, he admired Su Chang even more. After the chat, Chang Jigang wanted to leave. In fact, he also wanted to talk to Su Chang about Ko Shayan, but he was too embarrassed to speak up. However, when sending Chang Jigang off, Su Chang asked an extra question. You and Ko Shayan are living together? Puff. Chang Jigang almost choked on his own saliva. Living together? It hasn't come to that yet. No, I'm just renting her house. She's my landlord. How did you know? Su Chang replied, Ko Xiaoyan told me that you were a very good person and asked me not to worry about finding a house for you and to let you stay by her side and take care of her. You won't be with her. I didn't. Cheng Jigang's face got a little hot. Ko Xiaoyan actually said this in front of Su Chang. She needs him, damn, the thought of this makes his heart beat fast. Okay, I understand. Su Cheng patted Cheng Jigang on the shoulder and gave him a look that said all men understand. Cheng Jigang, he couldn't explain it clearly. I'm not worthy of her, Cheng Jigang said his true feelings. She graduated from a prestigious university, is rich, pretty, and well-spoken. I'm a country bumpkin who doesn't even have the money to pay a down payment on a house in this city. There's a world of difference between her and me. She's the cloud, and I'm the mud. Brother, who didn't have a goddess when they were young? What you should be thinking about now is not that you are not worthy of her, but how to improve yourself so that you can be worthy of her. Before this, could you believe that I could be favored by a beauty like Qin Yuro, and even get her pregnant and have her give birth to 2 children for me? So, in a man's life, everything is possible. Su Cheng's words made Cheng Jigang's blood boil. You're right. Come on. Come on. After parting, Su Cheng returned to his room. Only then did he realize that Qin Yuro was sitting not far from the door and she had heard the conversation just now. Yeah, Su Cheng felt a little embarrassed to ejaculate. Qin Yuro raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, You're proud of me for getting pregnant, aren't you? He just knew it. It would be a lie to say I'm not happy. Well, actually, I am really happy. The woman sighed deeply and said, I understand. If the person you met that day was not me, but another woman, or if another woman secretly gave birth to your child, such as your ex-girlfriend Lu Xiaoya, you would treat her as well as you treat me. The woman suddenly became sad. She held Xian Xian in her arms and turned her back to Su Chang. The little shoulders were shaking all the time, and the little thing looked so pitiful. Su Chang is really a headache. Qin Yuro was clearly speaking the same Chinese dialect as him, but why couldn't Su Cheng understand when she put the words together? Laughing and crying.jpg. There is no such possibility. You are the only one with me now. He walked over and gently stroked Qin Yuro's back. After 2 months of careful care, Qin Yuro's back finally had some flesh on it, and it wasn't as painful to touch anymore. The pigs he raises not are really good. However, Qin Yuro dodged his touch. The tone became even more aggrieved. Look, you're just dodging my questions and talking about other things. Because I have guessed your thoughts. If it was another woman, you would have accepted it too, humph. It's over, I'm even angrier. Xian Xian also seemed to sense that something was wrong with Qin Yuro's mood. So, the brat used his chubby little hands to grab the clothes on Qin Yuro's chest. This action shows that he is hungry and wants milk. They are an old married couple, so there is nothing to be shy about. Qin Yuro fed Xian Xian right in front of Su Chang. This little brat, eating one is not enough, he also wants to grab another one with his hands. After finishing, he looked at Su Chang with a provocative look. That expression seemed to be saying, You made mommy angry, huh? Then both of them are mine. I won't give you any. Su Chang? Is this a fucking baby? This must be a fucking divine beast. Your dad is so pissed off. Su Chang walked up to Qin Yuro and patted Xuanxuan's little butt. Then he said to Xian Xian, Your mother is mad at me, but you are so happy, aren't you? ABA. The little guy was eating so happily that he didn't pay any attention to what Su Chang said. Qin Yuro had a stern face and ignored Su Chang. Seeing Xian Xian eating with relish, Su Chang also licked his lips. He looked at Qin Yuro pitifully, Wife, I'm hungry too. I want to drink milk. Get lost. Why would a grown man in his 20s eat milk? Would he like to eat a peach to cool down? It's so annoying. After feeding Xian Xian, Qin Yuro put him on the bed. Even though the brat always made him angry, Su Chang still picked up Xian Xian again. She let his little head rest on her shoulder and patted his back gently with her hands. Burped the brat to prevent him from getting bloating. Useless brat, can't even fart. Like no matter what, she farts, which sounds so festive. Qin Yuro watched for a while and felt that this scene of loving father and filial son really warmed her heart. However, after meeting Su Chang's eyes, she immediately returned to her angry look. He stood up with his hands on his hips, looking fierce, and ran to the bathroom to wash up. After coaxing Xian Xian, Su Chang put the brother and sister together and fixed the bed rails. Then, go to the bathroom and find your wife. I don't know if Chin did it on purpose, but the bathroom door was ajar. It's like waiting for someone to come. Su Cheng's Adam's apple rolled several times. It's over. What should he do if he feels like he is becoming more and more of a hooligan? What should I do? Very good. If a man does not indulge himself in romance, he will live his youth in vain. Chapter 48, Sofa, forcefully kissing the disobedient wife. Hey, hey. Brothers, remember one sentence. Never leave a woman alone when she is angry. Otherwise, this woman will be like an atomic bomb explosion, her anger will grow stronger and stronger, and in the end she will even dig out the old accounts that have been buried deep in your box. How did you get in? Shin had just flushed the toilet and was turning around when she saw Su Cheng standing behind her. So, how much did Su Cheng see just now? Oh, so embarrassing. You are not allowed to look. Shin was so angry that her cheeks flushed. She sniffed hard, but luckily she didn't smell anything strange. Fortunately, she had just taken a small size instead of a large size, otherwise, where would she put her face? The corners of the woman's eyes were slightly red, and she looked extremely pitiful. It was as if Su Cheng had done something wrong to her. To be honest, Su Cheng didn't know that Chin was playing on the trumpet in there. Oh, if he had known this earlier, he would have opened the door earlier, He quickly comforted her, silly wife, where haven't I seen you? I even cleaned up your lochia. Do I still dislike this? A woman who has just given birth will expel excess lochia from her body, which is the menstruation that lasts for more than 10 days. At that time, Shin had just had a cesarean section and was unable to turn over, let alone wipe her own butt. It was all thanks to Su Cheng's help. Husband, don't you feel disgusted? Shin bit her lip slightly. Her originally pink lips were alluring, and now when she bit them lightly, she looked even more delicious. Su Cheng's throat felt hot after watching this. He held Shin hand and said, "Don't mind. We are going to spend our lives together, not just as lovers. When you are old, I will still take care of you like this, and I enjoy it." Husband. Shin was deeply moved. Just when Su Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he would be able to spend the night peacefully, Shin suddenly shook off his hand. With a pink face, she said angrily, "Don't even think about running away. I haven't completely forgiven you yet. One thing at a time, humph." This. Shin was pouting softly. "Push Su Cheng away and walk outside." The two babies fell asleep and Shin stopped making noise in the bedroom. She went into the living room, sat on the sofa and punched a pillow, then ran to the balcony to trim potted plants. Su Cheng saw that she was very busy and didn't dare to disturb her. I obediently put away the baby's clothes and squatted in the bathroom to wash them. After a while, the noise outside stopped. Su Cheng ran out quickly. "What's the matter? Have you had enough of the trouble and are starting to calm down?" However, it did not. The door was open, and Shin was standing outside barefoot. His body was crooked and it seemed that he could not stand. However, when the little rabbit Shin outfit really looks like a little rabbit heard Su Cheng's approaching footsteps, she stood up straight again. Just like students in military training. The straighter her back is, the more she has something to hide. "What's the matter?" "Humph. I'm going to freeze myself to death and leave you without a wife, humph." Puff. Su Cheng almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He really wanted to remind Shin that you won't freeze yourself to death like this, at most you'll catch a minor cold. But he held back. If he said this, he would not be able to go to bed tonight. "My dear wife, it's all my fault. If you freeze to death, I won't live either. I'll die with you. Xian and Nuonyuo will be without parents, so this is a good opportunity to train them to be self-reliant." Speaking of children, Shin finally relaxed. Snort. This coquettish hump was just giving Su Cheng a way out. Su Cheng chuckled and ran back to the house to get Shin pink cotton slippers with rabbit ears. Then he ran to the door and put it on Shin himself. The woman's feet were so cold that Su Cheng felt very distressed. So when he put her feet in the palm of his hand, Su Cheng couldn't help but kiss them. Oops. Shin couldn't help but scream. She herself didn't know that her feet were so sensitive. "It's so itchy, so itchy, so itchy. Su Cheng is so mean, why did he kiss her sensitive spot?" Shin could hardly stand, so she had to hold on to Su Cheng's shoulders. This posture is just convenient. Amid Chin Yuro's tender voice, Su Cheng directly carried the person up and returned to the living room. Close the door with your foot. Ever since the two of them met, they have always been polite to each other. Su Cheng was also very gentle to Chin Yuro, fearing that he would hurt her somewhere. This is the first time that Su Cheng is so tough. Chin Yuro, who was thrown on the sofa, felt a little dazed. What should I do? What should I do? The terrible thing is that she was not afraid of Su Cheng's behavior, and even felt a little, vaguely excited. Is she impure? Is she shameless? Rower, that you Zisher actually called you Rower. Has he always called you that? Su Chan leaned over Chin Yuro, his tone a little cold. Follow your wife's path and leave her with no way to go. Don't you like to make trouble for no reason? He also came once, letting Chin Yuro have a taste of how humble he felt. It's not, he insisted on calling me that, and I couldn't do anything about it. How can she control you Zisher's mouth? But this name is really too intimate, no wonder my husband is angry. So do you like him calling you that? This title sounds, not bad. So Su Cheng made up his mind that as long as Chin Yuro nodded, he would call her Ruer and Ruer from now on. But Chin Yuro shook her head without hesitation. I don't like it. I don't like my name when it comes out of his mouth. But I like my name when it comes out of my husband's mouth, even if you call me by my full name. Or call me Little sh. Chin Yuro's voice was particularly low when she uttered the last three words. She felt embarrassed after she finished speaking and covered her face with her hands. But Su Cheng was so excited that his blood boiled. He asked her in a low voice, My dear wife, did you call Chin Meng Meng again today? Chin Yuro opened her fingers with her small hands, blinked her bright peach blossom eyes and asked him, Oh, husband, you are really a prophet, but how did you know that? Silly wife, all the yellow garbage in Chin Meng Meng's head has been poured into your brain. But, well, he still likes Chin Yuro who was like this, flirting without knowing it. Su Cheng couldn't bear it any longer. He bent down and forcefully kissed Chin Yuro. Chin Yuro struggled non-stop. Asshole, you just kissed my feet and now you're kissing my mouth. Chapter 49 My wife washes my feet. To round it off, that means she kissed her own feet. Woo woo woo. My husband is so abominable. But, how come her husband's kissing skills are getting better and better? She is feeling more and more dizzy. Chin Yuro was still struggling at first, but finally turned into a pool of soft mud. Su Cheng held it in his hands and played with it, kneading it at will. My wife's kissing skills are so bad that she couldn't breathe after just 10 minutes. Su Cheng had to let her go. Hoo. Before they knew it, their positions had reversed. Chin Yuro lay on Su Cheng's chest, grabbing his clothes with her two small hands. Panting heavily. Su Cheng's clothes were wrinkled by this woman. However, he was very happy in his heart. Su Cheng played with Chin Yuro's ponytail and said earnestly, Wife, you should look forward. It's pointless to dwell on the past. What we should do is think about how to live in the future. Besides, there is one thing I can tell you responsibly. If the person I met that night was not you, I would have sent her directly to the hospital instead of using my body to save her. Hear the word body. Chin Yuro's little hands froze slightly. The scene of that night unconsciously emerged in my mind. You are bad. That's only bad for you. Su Cheng picked the person up and went to wash together. Chin Yuro curled up in his arms obediently, like an obedient little quail. You are my only baby tonight, and I will serve you. Su Cheng was able to hug Chin Yuro with just one arm. He let Chin Yuro sit on his little arm and gave her a standard daddy hug. His hand was holding Chin Yuro's thigh to prevent her from falling. Brush your teeth first, right? He picked up Chin Yuro's little rabbit toothbrush, put some toothpaste on it, and handed it to her mouth. Chin Yuro has hands and feet, but Su Cheng has turned her into a little waist. She just needed to open her mouth, and even brushing her teeth was done by Su Cheng for her. The little teeth are quite white. Su Cheng praised while brushing. Chin Yuro had a toothbrush in her mouth and couldn't speak. She just glared at Su Cheng with her charming eyes. Su Cheng took it happily. After brushing your teeth, wash your face. Seeing Su Cheng holding the warm water and about to hand it to her face, Chin Yuro finally couldn't help it. I'll do it myself. She jumped off Su Cheng. While she was skillfully looking for makeup remover oil, she muttered to Su Cheng, Although I didn't wear makeup today, I applied primer, so I still have to remove my makeup. Otherwise, there will be makeup residue and I will have acne tomorrow morning. Although Su Chang didn't understand. We haven't been out of town, and our health codes are both green. Do we need to be quarantined? But he is studying very seriously. There's nothing wrong with learning women's things. You might get it right one day. Only. Before, Su Chang didn't realize that it actually took the goddess so long to wash her face. When Shin Yuro was washing her face before, he was also busy. I didn't feel that time passed very slowly. But this time, when Shin Yuro washed her face, he just watched obediently beside her. Only then did I realize that it took Shin Yuro a full half hour to wash her face. After taking a shower, she patted her soft face and asked Su Chang, "How is my skin? Has it gotten better?" To be honest, apart from the fact that there was some water on it, he really couldn't tell how this face was different from the previous ones. But he had to say this. "Wow! Honey, you are amazing. How do you wash it so clean? If I had your skills, I would be a big star now." Poochie. Shin Yuro was amused by Su Chang's flattering words. True and false. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, go take a shower and go to bed. When Su Chang went to the bathroom, Shin Yuro went to look for a facial mask again. It is very simple for him to wash himself, just a bar of soap. After coming out, she can also help Shin Yuro wash her feet. But today, after Su Chang washed Shin Yuro's feet, Shin Yuro actually fetched a basin of hot water. Little Shin Yuro looked a little funny holding the big basin. "Wife, what is this?" "Hubby, you've washed my feet so many times, this time it's my turn to wash your feet." Shin Yuro raised her chin and motioned Su Chang to sit down. Su Chang. There is such a good thing? He sat there obediently. He still said in a sly tone, "Honey, there's no need for that. I'm a grown man with a healthy body. Why should I wash your feet?" But the body is honest. He has already rolled up his trouser legs. Shin Yuro placed the basin in front of him, lifted his feet and placed them in the basin. Squatting is not very convenient, so I just knelt on the blanket beside the bed. Oh my god. In order to wash his feet, the goddess Shin Yuro actually knelt in front of him. He has made progress, Su Chang has made progress again. If other people knew about this, I wonder how much they would envy Su Chang. Shin Yuro rubbed his big feet with her small hands and said, "You can't say that. There are many benefits to foot bathing. Husband, you are so tired all day, shouldn't I take good care of you? Try it, can you do it with this strength?" Shin Yuro's hands were already very strong. But in Su Chang's view, it was just a gentle touch. However, he still commented against his conscience, "Yeah, just right, honey, you are really talented. If you open a massage parlor, business will definitely be booming." Shin Yuro was a little angry at what he said. Huh, who wants to give others a massage? My parents don't even have this kind of treatment, okay? Listen to me carefully. From childhood to adulthood, I, Shin Yuro, have only washed your feet. It's quite touching. Su Chang nodded quickly. Yeah, I heard it. Is my wife done washing? Looking at Shin Yuro's kneeling posture, Su Chang was really worried that she was uncomfortable. As for washing feet, it's just a formality. Shin Yuro was indeed tired, her upper body leaning on the bed, her hands still wet. Su Chang got up, poured out the foot washing water, and then washed Shin Yuro's hands. The two people lay on the bed, snuggling up to each other, and an ambiguous atmosphere spread. Wife. Su Chang suddenly spoke. Shin Yuro was a little confused and seemed to be very sleepy. Su Chang pointed at Shin Yuro's closet and said, "I see there's a maid outfit in your pile of skirts. Can you wear that and wash my feet next time?" Shin Yuro suddenly woke up. That's not called a maid costume, that's called a dark girl. Okay, then dark girl. In Su Chang's eyes, it's just a maid outfit. In his opinion, Shin Yuro's skirts can be divided into two types: the charming type that looks like a beautiful girl next to a small family, and the black, tight-fitting type that makes you dazzled. Chapter 50. The female boss is difficult to deal with. Black always gives people greater visual stimulation. It also makes people feel more sexy. So women's clothes in Sioux City have become two colors. One is black and one is another color. Hey. Is it good? Okay, I promise you. Since you like that outfit so much, I'll wear it more often in the future. Wear it more often. Qin Yuro, feeling sleepy, could not hold on any longer. Curled up in Su Chang's arms, she fell asleep soundly. Su Chang gave her a heavy kiss on the forehead. Well, actually the kiss was on Qin Yuro's bangs. He was not sleepy yet and planned to practice some kung fu. Just then, the WeChat notification sounded on the phone. Someone applied to add him as a friend. It turned out to be the female president in that strange group. Su Chang nodded in agreement. Since it is a group assigned to him by the system, he still has to take it seriously. The female president's avatar shows 2 legs, wearing black fishnet stockings. Fortunately, Qin Yuro couldn't see this group, nor could she see the WeChat chat history between the female president and him, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it. I was panicking when I saw the female CEO calling me via video. Damn it! Can you please not be so provocative? Su Chang glanced towards the bedroom guiltily. The 3 of them were sleeping soundly and should not have been disturbed by the noise. Su Chang breathed a sigh of relief. However, I still want to hang up the phone directly. However, he clearly remembered that he pressed the red button, but the phone prompt showed that the call was connected. What the hell? A pair of legs soon appeared on the screen. These were the same legs wearing fishnet stockings on the female president's avatar. Sitting on the leather sofa with legs crossed. Su Chang was really afraid that the 2 legs would separate immediately. Junior brother, don't you want to answer the video call from senior sister? How did she know? Wait, junior brother and senior sister, what do these mean? The female CEO continued, you have to accept it even if you don't want to. If they knew that I was the first one to go in and got rejected, I would be laughed at to death. Can you please let him say something? But, junior brother, you are more handsome than I thought, hee hee. The female CEO made a sucking sound. Suck your saliva. Oh my god, he is a married man. Female president, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up the video. I have a wife and children, and it's hard for me to do anything if you do this. He pointed at her legs. Qin Yuro's legs were slender and attractive, with well-proportioned lines and a pink and cute appearance, but the pair of legs in front of him were full of a bewitching flavor. Su Chang felt that he couldn't look at it any longer. Stinky brother. The female president was angry. My name is Zhun Linger. I'm your senior sister. You have to call me senior sister, do you understand? TSK. Zhun Linger's voice is so sharp and high. She also carries an invisible deterrent force, worthy of being a female president. Su Chang was really afraid that Qin Yuro would hear it. Okay, senior sister, can we hang up the phone now? It was so strange that he couldn't hang up the phone all the time and had to wait for Zhun Linger to hang up. Humble.jpg. No, you have to call me big senior sister. Not even one less word. Come on, senior sister. Why add a big character? Su Chang didn't understand. But soon, Su Chang understood. The woman in the video exposed her whole body. When he saw her chest, Su Chang almost choked on his own saliva. This is so. He thought only foreigners would have such a big one. No wonder she is called Big Sister. However, it's not good to be too big, it looks almost the same size as his head, and it feels tiring. He still likes Qin Yuro, who is just right. The woman in the video has golden curly hair, fiery red lips, and a pair of charming fox eyes. She leaned forward and asked him, brother, do you like senior sister? No, I only like my wife. He is a good man, please don't let him go astray, okay? Boring. Zhun Linger was a little angry. Can we hang up now? Okay. I know you care about your wife and are afraid that she might misunderstand me, so I'll just make it short. Zhun Linger then became serious. The Shenhao group of China is given to you. Someone will contact you soon. This is the first gift given to you by the senior sister, you must take it seriously. By the way, even if you are here, you must practice well. I will teach you some methods of absorbing spiritual energy. Wait, spiritual power? What is spiritual power? Is it the things that drill into my body? Whenever he practiced, something would drill into his body. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished saying this, Zhun Linger was dumbfounded. Well, comparing yourself with others really makes you angry. When she first started practicing, in order to absorb spiritual power, she had to get up early every day and do a lot of preparation. Suzhou City is good. He just needs to stand there still, and the spiritual power will flow into his body uncontrollably. TSK TSK TSK. Her junior brother is indeed not to be underestimated. Okay, it seems that I don't need to teach you this for the time being, just practice well first. Good. Then, I'll hang up the phone. Remember to think of me. Jean Linger started to act coquettishly and clingy. Su Chan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It's really painful. Goodbye. His voice was already a little unnatural. But Jean Linger went even further and said, No, I will hang up the video only if you call me Big Sister again. Otherwise, you will have to keep looking at Big Sister. Senior Sister. My stinky little brother is so good, Moa. I really hung up this time. Good. Jean Linger finally hung up the phone, and Su Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did I react. Shenhao Group. That is the largest commercial empire in China, with hundreds of years of history. It covers both black and white businesses and has industries all over the country. It is said that with its current capital, it would be no problem to buy the entire Hawaiian Islands. Just now, Jean Linger said that Shenhao Group is his? Is it true? Husband. A delicate voice brought him back from his trance. Su Cheng turned around and saw Qin Euro with tears in her eyes. It's over. It's over. She won't find out, will she? However, Su Cheng remembered that he was a virgin and had not done anything to let Qin Euro down. Hubby, woo-woo. Qin Euro's eyes turned red, and tears as big as beans fell from the corners of her eyes. Finished? Su Cheng thought. This must have been discovered. What should he do? Chapter 51, Honey, were you constipated when you were pregnant? Wife, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Su Cheng almost fell to his knees. However, this apology made the crying Qin Euro a little confused. Qin Euro sobbed and said, Okay, I won't blame you. It was all in a dream. How can I blame you? I was just complaining. Believe me, I'm not the kind of woman who makes trouble for no reason. Su Cheng thought to himself, how many times have you been unreasonable? Etc. In a dream? Wife, did you just have a nightmare? That's right. Qin Euro yawned, I dreamed that you were doing naughty things with another woman. I went over to beat you up, but you actually said, you even invited me to join you. It's really infuriating. The little rabbit stood with his hands on his hips. Angry.jpg. Phew, Suchan laughed out loud in his heart. It turns out that Qin Euro cried because she had a dream about being cheated on. It was so funny. He thought that his affair with Jean Linger had been discovered. No, nothing happened between him and Jean Linger. Okay, my silly wife, people say dreams are the opposite of reality. Don't worry, I will never do anything to betray you. Su Cheng picked her up. Qin Euro is now accustomed to Su Cheng's occasional princess hug. She didn't exclaim, but just acted shy, which was exactly what Su Cheng wanted. So, it is good for a man and a woman to have a height difference of one head, because you can hold the person in your arms. When Qin Euro gets better, he will definitely try that position. I hope I won't die after trying. He. Su Cheng secretly prepared spiritual spring water and wiped Qin Euro's eyes. In this way, Qin Euro will not feel uncomfortable when sleeping at night, and her eyes will not be swollen when she wakes up the next morning. Silly wife, don't cry anymore. But I can't help it. I was born with well-developed tear glands, I was born with a lot of tears. I'm talking about tears. Look, there are people who have made themselves anxious. Su Cheng wanted to cry but had no tears. I didn't say anything else. But I felt it. You must have thought too much. You filthy demon king. Su Cheng. Okay, I'm the king of filthy demons, okay? Then you're my queen. My queen, it's already 1 a.m. If we don't go to bed, we will have dark circles under our eyes tomorrow. If you have dark circles under your eyes, you won't be pretty. But no matter you are pretty or not, I like you. Look at what this says. Watertight. Qin Euro couldn't find any fault with it. Plus, she really cared about her appearance, so she just hummed reluctantly and went to sleep obediently. When the babies were 100 days old, Su Cheng took his wife and children to the mall. Come out for a walk. Twins, a boy and a girl, are rare, and Chin Euro knows how to dress up the babies. A blue baby stroller, with the chubby Xian lying inside. He was curious about everything and kept kicking his feet to make his presence felt. Another pink stroller holds the cute baby Nono with big pink eyes. The little girl has big eyes and long eyelashes, and wears a pink baby hat with lace edges. She is really adorable. Not long after entering the mall, many people came to take pictures. The babies are so cute. Wow, I love this little girl so much, I'm melting because of her cuteness. She's smiling at me. Oh my god. I thought such beautiful children only existed on TV. There aren't even babies this pretty on TV. Click, click, click. The sound of taking pictures continued. At this moment, Sucheng held his head high and chest out, wishing he could get a loudspeaker to tell everyone, he made it, isn't it awesome? However, the increasing number of people is not good for the babies. So Sucheng reluctantly pulled down the curtain and apologized to everyone. The child is still young and cannot stand the wind. Thank you for your kindness. It's okay, it's okay. We've already taken the photo. Woo woo woo, for the sake of the cub's safety, we have to hold back even if we want to rub it. Wow. A burst of crying came from Xuanxuan's stroller. Oh no, the baby has diarrhea, find the mother in baby room. Xian, this bad boy, shits at the critical moment. He really owed him in his previous life. Sucheng said with a sour face, don't cry, I'll find it for you right away. At this moment, a man passed by Sucheng and said enviously, brother, you are so lucky to have such a promising son. Sucheng? Could it be that pulling a lot has become a skill these days? Unexpectedly, the man covered his buttocks and limped, hey, look at how well your son can poop. Unlike me, I can't even poop. I really don't know what's the point of living. Then, he walked away slowly, sighing. Judging from his appearance, he must be suffering from hemorrhoids. Sucheng suppressed his smile and hurried to find a mother in child room for Chin Euro. But the guy just now did give Sucheng some inspiration. In the baby room, while changing his son's diaper, Sucheng pretended to ask Chin Euro casually, wife, did you have constipation when you were pregnant? I heard that women start to get constipated easily when they are in the 7th or 8th month of pregnancy. They can sit in the toilet for a long time with a big belly and not feel anything. Wow, it's so vivid. Chin Euro. The woman snorted angrily, Sucheng, this is in the mall, my favorite place, don't force me to slap you. Sucheng, hee hee. Being pregnant for 10 months must have been very hard. It's a pity that I didn't spend a single day with you and didn't see your big belly. Speaking of this, Chin Euro felt a little sad. 10 months of pregnancy and 1 day of delivery. It's all very painful. What impressed her most was that when she went for the glucose tolerance test, she had her blood drawn 3 times in the morning. Other pregnant women are accompanied by their husbands, who care about them and talk with them. As soon as the blood test is completed, the sensible husband will immediately bring food to the pregnant woman to prevent her from feeling uncomfortable due to hunger for a long time. But what about her? At that time, she went there alone. After drawing blood, you need to hold your things and press the bleeding area with a cotton swab. It's difficult to balance the two. So, the pressure was not applied for long enough, resulting in a large bruise on her fair and tender arm. Don't even mention how painful it is. At that moment, she really wanted to give up the baby in her belly. But, feeling that the babies were still kicking her, Chin Euro couldn't bear to do it. Forget it, it's all over. The woman's tone was clearly filled with disappointment. Sucheng chuckled. He said to the woman with a joking face, hey, I have a way to make you feel less uncomfortable, my wife. What? Chapter 52. Come on, I'm happy to be a father. That's right, if you get pregnant again, we can have another sister. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of you throughout this time and won't let you suffer any injustice. I will make up for all the suffering you went through when you were pregnant with Xian Nuonyuo. It's really a solemn promise. But don't bully her because she is stupid for 3 years after pregnancy. You know that Sucheng is responding to the national call and wants a 3rd child. She won't be fooled, huh? After a cesarean section, you can't get pregnant within 3 years, you idiot. Are you trying to force me to get pregnant before my uterus has fully recovered? Man, you are such a scumbag. The woman waved her little fist at him in protest. Today, Chin Euro was wearing a red and white Lolita dress, with a white headband on her head and 2 ponytails swinging around. The way she waves her fist makes her look more like a doll. However, men's eyes always fall on one place of women. Baby-faced giant. Hee hee, I was just joking. Su Chang looked away. This was not his home. If he continued like this, he would be the one who would suffer. While chatting and laughing, the diaper was changed. After patting Xuanxuan's stinky butt, Su Chang put him back in the stroller. But the brat started crying again. Judging from the rhythm of his crying, he must be hungry. Su Chang admired himself. He had taken care of the children for so long and knew what the little ones wanted just by listening to their cries. Xian Xian is hungry. Thank you, my wife, for feeding him. Every time Qin Euro fed her baby, Su Chang was the most loyal audience. He likes this kind of drama with monotonous characters and simple plot the most. But this time, there was a knock on the door. It turned out that there was also a pregnant woman who wanted to come in to breastfeed. It would be inconvenient for Su Chang to just stand here and watch. I'll go out and wait for you. Su Chang kissed Qin Euro's ponytail. As for why not kissing on the cheek, Qin Euro refused to let him kiss her, fearing that it would ruin the makeup she had carefully put on today. Alas, he really has no status at all in this family. It seems that it is time to restore the husband's authority. Start tonight. Just when Su Chang was immersed in his beautiful fantasy, he didn't know that he had been targeted. In this world, there is a kind of creature that lingers on, called ex-girlfriend. Although Su Chang deleted Lu Xiaoya's WeChat, he still kept her QQ. Because he doesn't use QQ very often, he didn't notice this. During this period, Su Chang and Qin Euro stayed at home to take care of the baby. They went out occasionally just to buy things and returned soon. That day, Lu Xiaoya finally waited for Su Chang's QQ to change from Wi-Fi online to 4G online for more than an hour, and immediately came out to find Su Chang. That's right, this time, she came here for Su Chang. Knowing that Su Chang would not be too far away from home with Qin Euro and the children, she came to this mall on purpose to take a look. Unexpectedly, I really met Su Chang. Look, even God is helping her. Su Chang, what a coincidence, you are here too. This time Lu Xiaoya came alone, not with Xuan Wenba. She was dressed brightly and elegantly, wearing a light yellow dress that Su Chang had once praised her for being pretty. She knew everything that happened when Su Chang returned home. After all, the two people are from the same village. Su Chang is now able to get rid of his blood-sucking parents. He is so awesome. For some reason, after leaving her, Su Chang became richer and more powerful. Lu Xiaoya was unwilling to accept this. Since you are so capable, why don't you show it when you are with me? I have suffered so much following you. So, it's not entirely my fault that Zhuang Wenba and I cheated on you. You are also responsible. Since you feel sorry for me, this time. Sorry. Lu Xiaoya placed her hand gently on her lower abdomen. She is pregnant. But Zhuang Wenba denied it. Lu Xiaoya originally wanted to abort the baby, but when she went to the hospital, the doctor said she had a severe uterine infection. It should be because I don't pay attention to it in my daily sex life. If you abort this child, there is a high probability that you will never have children in the future. Lu Xiaoya has only ever had one man, Zhuang Wenba, and she doesn't know how she got this disease. But she is also a girl who grew up in the countryside, and has more traditional ideas in her mind. I always feel that a woman must have a child of her own in her life. Zhuang Wenba refused to admit it, and there was nothing she could do. I can only come to Sucheng. After all, she felt that Su Chang still had deep feelings for her. As long as she humbles herself, Su Chang will definitely come back to her. In addition, she found out that Su Chang and Qin Euro had not yet obtained their marriage certificate. Even if we get the marriage certificate, we can still get divorced, right? Qin Euro's family is so rich that raising 2 children is no problem. So, give her Sucheng back to her. The baby in her belly is already 1 month old. If she delays any further, Su Qingxi will not be able to become a father. She must hurry. Unfortunately, Su Cheng didn't have a good tone when facing Lu Xiaoye. Unfortunately, Qin Euro, her mother and her 2 children were still in the nursery, and Su Cheng couldn't go far because he was afraid they might need help. Lu Xiaoye clenched her fists. She kept the smile on her face and strode forward. Said to Su Cheng, "Su Cheng, marry me." The sound was loud enough that everyone around could hear it. It is not uncommon for a boy to propose to a girl, but it is rare for a girl to propose to a boy. Soon everyone was attracted. Fuck, brother, what a blessing. This girl is pretty good looking. If it were me, I would take her in. Promise her. Promise her. Everyone started to make a noise. This is exactly the effect Lu Xiaoye wants. With so many people helping her, she doesn't have to worry about Su Cheng disagreeing. Thinking about the suffering she had endured at Zhuang Wenba's hands, Lu Xiaoye quickly burst into tears. He said hesitantly, Su Cheng, we grew up together, you should know my feelings for you very well. I was indeed bewildered before, and did some things that were sorry for you, but I have changed now. Su Cheng, please, give me another chance. Having said that, Lu Xiaoye actually knelt on one knee with a plop. Good job. His ex-girlfriend knelt down to propose to him, which is considered a famous scene in Su Cheng's life. The kneeling woman is so affectionate. If Su Cheng doesn't do something to show his support, I'm afraid everyone here will spit at him and drown him. He remained unmoved. And asked Lu Xiaoye, but this time, what if you cheat on me again? When Lu Xiaoye heard this, she thought it made sense. She knew that Su Cheng would not ignore her, Su Cheng loved her the most. So, the girl stupidly replied, no, I will never have sex with your brother again this time. Chapter 53. My wife beats my ex-girlfriend for me. Su Cheng had a smirk on his face. I thought so. It turns out this woman cheated on this guy. No wonder they don't want her. And with this gentleman's brother. Bah! Even rabbits know not to eat grass near their burrows. I've said it before, this woman looks like a bitch, she's a natural seductress, whoever runs into her will be unlucky. Ah, you talk like you've tried it before. I just tried it, what do you think? In an instant, the wrong person became Lu Xiaoye. Su Cheng hasn't even made a move yet. Lu Xiaoye blushed at what she said, but thinking about her future and the future of the baby in her belly, she could only endure it. Su Cheng, after all, we have known each other for a long time. I love you so much, and we have had feelings for each other before. You can't just abandon me. If the soft approach doesn't work, use the hard approach. She started moral blackmail. Moreover, Lu Xiaoye was fully prepared today. She also called a few middle-aged women over. As we all know, women's mouths are like machine guns, and they keep talking non-stop. Su Cheng, oh, isn't this Su Cheng? You've really made it big just by getting into college. Have you forgotten who we are? Let me introduce you. I'm Aunt Zhang from the village, this is Aunt Lu, and that's Su Cheng. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but everyone in our village knows about your relationship with Lu Xiaoye. Now that you've become rich, do you no longer want the girl? Isn't cheating common among young couples like you? Life is full of disappointments. Since Yaya has admitted her mistake, you should forgive her. At worst, you can cheat once, and then you'll be even. You can still live your life well from now on. This time, everyone around was silent. Were you convinced by the words of these rural aunties? No, I was shocked by the values of these rural aunties. How can this be possible? This is exactly the effect Lu Xiaoye wants. Hey, aunts, stop talking. After all, it's all my fault. I won't bother him anymore. Lu Xiaoye pretended to leave. But it's just for show. He was soon pulled back by one of the aunties. Yeah, it was this man who betrayed your relationship. He should be the one to leave. What should you do when you encounter such a difficult rural woman? They are women and older. If you touch them, you can easily be accused of fraud. Just then, Xin Yuro, who was originally in the mother and baby room, also came out after feeding her baby. She first stood next to Su Cheng, put her hands on her waist and asked, "Husband, do you want me or her?" Everyone exclaimed. What the hell? The ex-girlfriend and the current girlfriend show up at the same time. Mom, I have new material on TikTok. Take a quick shot. Lu Xiaoye is not afraid of being photographed. The bigger the incident becomes, the better. If she then attempts suicide by cutting her wrists, netizens will all stand on her side. In this era, the weak are always right. Su Cheng answered Qin Yuro without hesitation, "Of course it's you, my wife. We already have a child, and we're going to get the marriage certificate soon. How could I know that this lingering ex-girlfriend would come to bother me again?" Well, that's what you said. With Su Cheng's support, Qin Yuro felt much more confident. Wife, what do you want to do? To be honest, when he saw Qin Yuro moving her wrists and ankles, he felt a little confused, but also a little expectant. She wouldn't mean to. Sure enough, the next second, Bang! 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 3 loud slaps landed on Lu Xiaoya's face. Xin Yuro said, "My husband doesn't hit women, but I do." Xin Yuro looks thin, but she is really strong. After 3 slaps, Lu Xiaoya's nose and face were swollen and her gums were bleeding. You actually dared to hit me, you, ah. Aunties, come on. In an instant, it turned into a battle between 2 women. Women are even more hostile to each other. These aunties were all invited by Lu Xiaoya. In order to make money from Lu Xiaoya's pocket, they naturally favored Lu Xiaoya. Although Qin Yuro was able to beat Lu Xiaoya, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. She would always suffer when facing so many people. Sucheng can no longer sit idly by. Stop. At the moment when the aunt's hand was about to touch Qin Yuro, Su Cheng's words stunned her. What are you standing there for? Hit me. Don't you want money? Lu Xiaoya was like a madman, determined to get her face back. Now everyone finally understood. It turns out that it was Lu Xiaoya who directed and acted in the whole thing from the beginning to the end. How despicable. To snatch a man, she even hired an actor. Where's the security? There shouldn't be a security guard in such a big mall. Su Chang shouted to the crowd. Lu Xiaoya was not afraid and said, Qin Yuro was the first to start it. Even if you make a big fuss, it's still Qin Yuro's fault. Really? Su Chang laughed coldly. Soon, a security guard came out. When Su Chang saw the security guard, he said directly, call out the person in charge of your mall. The security guard looked Su Chang up and down and asked disdainfully, who are you? What do you want to see our CEO Chen for? Su Chang's suit was low-key, and he didn't wear any expensive watch. This man is the security captain of this shopping mall. He has been working there for more than 10 years and has seen some big shots. Someone like Su Chang, without sunglasses and opium, and even without a decent belt, looks like an ordinary person. Oh, at most he's just an ordinary guy who's quite handsome. This kind of person still wants to meet their leader, Mr. Chen? He will only cause trouble to Mr. Chen and take up Mr. Chen's time. Maybe he also has a part in today's drama, just to meet Mr. Chen in this extreme way. Su Chang said calmly, don't worry about who I am. I will only give you 3 minutes. If Mr. Chen doesn't come, then both you and him will be in trouble. This shopping mall is just an insignificant industry of the Shinhao Group. Su Chang is already the CEO of Shinhao Group. Is it not okay for him to drive someone away from his own territory? Lu Xiaoyi also found it funny. She knew that Su Chang was much more powerful, but she really couldn't believe that a young boy from the countryside could compete with the person in charge of such a huge shopping mall. She looked at Su Chang with pretended worry and said, Su Chang, you are not having brain problems because you have been separated from me for too long, are you? Don't be afraid, I will still come back to you, but don't make a fuss, not to mention Mr. Chen, even the village party secretary Uncle Chen is too lazy to see you, you will only be trapped in your own web if you do this. As soon as the words fell. Bang! Another loud slap. Chapter 54, See How You Perform. Falling on Lu Xiaoya's face. Her face. The 3 slaps just now made one side of Lu Xiaoya's face higher than the other. Now it's better, both sides are the same height. You hit me again. Yeah, that's right. I hit both sides of your face so they're equally red. It looks so festive. Qin Yuro chuckled. As soon as Lu Xiaoya came over, she hid behind Su Chang. At the last class reunion, Lu Xiaoya had seen Su Chang's kung fu, and she was afraid that if she angered Su Chang, he would be able to kill her with just one punch. So Lu Xiaoya endured it sullenly. But the security captain was still there, and he said arrogantly, a piece of trash like you still wants to see our CEO Chen? You just look good, so you can attract women to fight for you, right? But our CEO Chen is straight, so you better give up on this idea. Shameless bastard, bah. This security captain actually thought that Su Chang met the person in charge, Mr. Chen, in order to seduce him with her beauty. He is straight too. Su Chang sighed slightly and said, 3 minutes have passed, and you didn't call him over. Su Chang sent a message in the WeChat Shinhao group. I guess someone will contact Mr. Chen soon and ask him to come over. So what if I didn't call him over? Do you think I'm afraid of you? After all, he has been a security captain for some years and really thinks of himself as an important figure. He put on a big show today. I can brag about it to those young security guards after get off work. Su Chang ignored it. Lu Xiaoya covered her face and looked at Su Chang and Qin Yuro proudly. She wanted to say something, but was afraid that Qin Euro would hit her, so she held it back. Qin Euro was a little worried about Su Chang. "Hubby, why don't I call my family?" After Qin Euro gave birth to the child, she never took the initiative to contact her family. In fact, her family is also considered a wealthy family, but it is ultimately not as good as the Shinhao group. However, it is also possible to say a few words to Mr. Chun from the mall. Qin Euro didn't distrust Su Chang, but she was afraid that Su Chang would be hurt. Now that he has spoken, he should make it come true. Su Chang glanced at Qin Euro, his eyes full of love and doting. This is his woman. However, now he can protect Qin Euro. Rest assured. Just 2 words made Qin Euro's peach-like face bloom with a smile. Yeah. If my husband says it's okay, then it's okay. Looking at these two people who are so loving, Lu Xiaoye felt sour and bitter in her heart. That should have belonged to her. So angry. Oh, you still don't know your fault even when you are about to die. The security captain muttered as he stepped forward and said, "Hey, let me tell you, do you know who our general manager Chen is relying on? I'm not afraid to scare you to death if I tell you this, but that's Shinhao Group. The property of China's richest man. As long as Mr. Chen and the top management of Shinhao Group say something, Shinhao Group can make you disappear from this world without anyone noticing. I've seen a lot of little minions like you trying to get to the top. If you know what's best for you, kneel down and admit your mistake to me, your grandpa, and swear never to come to this mall again. I will feel better after hearing what you said, and maybe I will forgive you." "Ah. It hurts." The security captain hadn't finished speaking yet. A sweeping kick hit his 2 knees, and at that moment, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Bang! With his knee injured, the security captain knelt directly in front of Su Chang. "Who is it?" He struggled to get up, but the pain was too severe and he couldn't get up at all. "It's useless, completely useless. I'm afraid he will become the modern Sun Bin." However, when he turned around and saw the person coming, his mouth couldn't help but tremble. Chen, Mr. Chen. How come Mr. Chen has come to visit us? Could it be? It's Sioux City? That's impossible. That man is obviously a loser who lives on his looks. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I didn't discipline the security well enough, so I offended you. Mr. Chen didn't know that Su Chang was the boss of Shinhao Group. He didn't even have the chance to join the WeChat group of the top executives of that wealthy group. Today, a senior executive of Shinhao Group called him and asked him to come and apologize to Su Chang as soon as possible. Mr. Chen also asked the top management who this Su Chang was. The senior executive said something. "That's our grandfather. If you mess with him, your whole family will have no chance of surviving in China." Then he hung up the phone. Mr. Chen is like a lapdog in front of the top management of Shinhao Group. He barks wherever his master points. Now you have offended your master. Oh my God. Thinking about his possible future life, Mr. Chen broke out in a cold sweat. It's all because of the security guard who looks down on others. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have offended Su Chang. Oh, then you should know how to deal with it? I know. I'll arrange it right away. Someone, come and take good care of this security captain, and then send him to the Golden Triangle. To serve you well means to break an arm or a leg. Sent to the Golden Triangle. Originally the security captain could have lived the rest of his life peacefully with his pension, but who made him fail to recognize the great man? Once there, he would have only one fate. If you don't work, you will die. But it's not as easy as being a security captain. No, I don't want to go. Mr. Chen, please spare me. Please spare me. No. Mr. Su. Father Su. Grandpa Su. From now on I will be your grandson. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Please don't send me out of China. He is scared. It is only today that I realize who I have offended. You beast. Are you worthy of being Mr. Su's grandson? Quickly shut up this dog and stop him from barking. Yes. Soon, the security captain was pulled out. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. Everyone present was stunned. One by one, they silently put down their phones and deleted the videos they had taken. This Sioux City has a great background. If you don't want to have the same experience as that security captain, then be careful. As for Lu Xiaoye, she was completely stunned. Standing there stupidly, he asked, "Su Chang, is this someone you can invite? This Mr. Chen can't be fake, right? Those people were invited by you to act, right? How can you be so powerful? She doesn't believe it. Not reconciled. If Su Chang is really that powerful, doesn't it prove that she was blind before? Shin Yuro wanted to take action again. Su Chang held her back, raised his chin, and gestured to Mr. Chen. You still want to live? Let me think about it. Mr. Chen nodded hurriedly. Okay. Su Chang pointed at Lu Xiaoye and said, let's see how you perform. Chapter 55, Ex-Girlfriend's Plan Exposed. This woman. Mr. Chen looked her up and down, and finally said, print out her photo and post it in all the shopping malls we own. From now on, she will not be allowed to come in. Every time she comes, we'll beat her up. Today, let's get her and these aunties out. As Mr. Chen finished speaking, several men in bodyguard uniforms came forward. They have all gone through rigorous training and will not show any mercy to women. Thinking of the injuries the security captain had just suffered, Lu Xiaoye's body trembled violently. She doesn't want to, she can't. Lu Xiaoye stepped back, holding her belly, and said, I'm a month pregnant. If you touch me, there will be 2 dead bodies. I wonder who can afford the compensation. She finally told the truth. Su Chang suddenly realized, I was wondering why you kept rushing to me day and night. It turns out it's because you're pregnant. Let me guess, Zhuang Wenba may not recognize this child, so you want me to be the father? Ha ha. Lu Xiaoye. You're so disgusting. At this moment, he not only lost all his love for his ex-girlfriend, he even felt disgusted with her. No, that's not the case. This is only one aspect. In fact, it's also because you are still in my heart. I can't forget you. Go away. At this time, a female bodyguard came out from among the bodyguards brought by Mr. Chen. He grabbed Lu Xiaoye's collar and lifted her up. The voice was cold, you are too noisy, disturbing our Mr. Su. Whatever Lu Xiaoye wanted to say, it all went back into her stomach. You're pregnant, do you think we can't do anything to you? Ha, I can't touch your body, but forget about your pretty face. In front of everyone. The female bodyguard scratched Lu Xiaoye's face with her nails. Her face was already red and swollen from the slaps Qin Yuro had given her. Now, the pain was compounded and the injury was compounded. Ah ha ha ha. A sound like a pig being slaughtered came from Lu Xiaoye's mouth. After the row, the female bodyguard threw her to the ground. Lu Xiaoye no longer dared to look at Su Chang. Her heart was filled with fear. Su Chang has changed, he has really changed. Those self-righteous little tricks of mine can no longer be used on him. It's okay, Lu Xiaoye comforted herself that these were just superficial injuries. She still had a lot of money Zhuang Wenba left her, and she would be able to recover in a few months. At this time, the female bodyguard seemed to have seen through her thoughts and said coldly, my nails are poisoned, your face will never recover in this lifetime. You can never use this face to bring harm to others again, you ugly bastard. Only then did Lu Xiaoye touch her face before she realized it. The blood flowing from the wound on her face was actually black. No, don't. Su Chang, I was wrong, I was really wrong. She can't live without this face. Lu Xiaoye put aside all her dignity, knelt in front of Su Chang, and pulled his trouser legs with her blood-stained hands. Brother Su Chang, Father Su Chang, I was really wrong. Please forgive me. I promise that I will never appear in front of you again. I can't ruin my face. I beg you. Boom. It was the sound of a forehead hitting the ground. At this time, Lu Xiaoye didn't care whether the baby in her belly would be affected. Su Chang looked down at her. Look, this is the woman he has loved for 4 years, or more precisely, the woman he has licked for 4 years. Now, she is nothing more than a dog kneeling at his feet, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Lu Xiaoye, the love I gave you was really wasted. Su Chang hugged Qin Yuro and turned away without hesitation. Only the back view was left to Lu Xiaoye. Lu Xiaoye struggled forward but was stopped by the bodyguards. Along with the middle-aged ladies she brought with her, they were all thrown out of the mall. She was in so much pain, so embarrassed, and so regretful. If it wasn't for her momentary thought, the person standing next to Su Chang now would be her, Lu Xiaoye. Thank you for helping me look after the children. They returned to the nursery. When Qin Yuro went out just now, she didn't bring the babies with her. It was the older sister who was breastfeeding with her who helped her look after the children. Yeah, you're welcome. I just heard a loud noise outside, are you okay? Although she couldn't hear the specific content, she still felt that the scene was quite big. It's all right. At this time, Mr. Chen also walked in. Lu Xiaoya had finished cleaning up, but he was still afraid. Although we don't know Su Cheng's true identity, a man who was even supported by the top executives of Xinhao Group must have a high status. As soon as he entered the door, he wanted to kneel down. He wanted to live. But Su Cheng gave him a hand. It's because your people didn't notify them properly. I'm not a tyrant who can't tell right from wrong. Thank you, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, no matter what, today is all my fault. Here are a few black gold cards from our shopping mall's baby center. It's just a small token of my respect, but I hope you will accept it. The attitude is very humble. Su Cheng took it. He shook his hands and let Mr. Chen go. Mr. Chen breathed a sigh of relief and went out with peace of mind. Wow, a baby center. I heard that this baby center is very high-end and professional. This sir, who are you to have so many black gold cards? The woman who helped take care of the child was shocked. Su Cheng shook the card in his hand and asked, they are just a few broken cards. Do you want them? Broken card. The woman nodded without hesitation and said, I want to, but I still can't. We won't accept the reward without merit. We still won't go to such an expensive place. She dressed simply. Although her family was not poor, they were just well off and could not afford to spend money in such high-end places. Keep it. Su Cheng stuffed 3 cards into her hand and said, You've looked after my child for so long, this is what you deserve. Ask your friends to come along later. The woman was completely stunned. This black gold card cost 500,000. Su Cheng was so generous. He gave 3 cards at once. Did she meet a noble person today? She just helped to look after the children for half an hour, and the 2 children were very well behaved and did not cry. Thank you, you are such a kind person. Good people will definitely be rewarded. Su Cheng, who was given the good guy card, hides his merits and fame. Then, on the day when the babies turned 100 days old, the forgetful couple placed the babies in the baby center and prepared to have a candlelight dinner before taking the children back to their side. In fact, it is also because the 2 little ones have finished their feeding that they can go to the baby center for some inspirational training, which just leaves them some time for themselves. Chapter 56. Are you unhappy with me? I originally wanted to take Qin Euro out for a steak, but Qin Euro has been trying to control her weight recently, so dinner was just light and she finished it quickly. So Su Cheng changed his mind and took Qin Euro to a magic cinema in the mall. Cinemas are no strangers, but this cinema has a unique feature. Its seats are all double beds. Those who come to watch the movie are all couples or lovers. The double bed is fully equipped with charging ports, pillows, quilts, and toilet paper, cough cough cough. Su Cheng picked a good place, adjusted the angle of the bed, helped Qin Euro take off her little leather shoes, and then put her on the bed. But Qin Euro lay down and covered herself with the quilt, but there was a big bulge in the quilt. The skirt she wore today had a crinoline under it to make the skirt look more fluffy. Hubby. I'm not feeling well, can you help me take off my crinoline? It's uncomfortable lying like this. Before, when she was at home, Qin Euro would take off her outer Lolita dress first and then take off her skirt, but here, she couldn't do that. The cinema has surveillance. Su Cheng doesn't want his beloved wife to be seen by others, not even when she is taking off her clothes. Don't be afraid, your husband is here to help you. One more thing. Qin Euro is not stupid. After what happened today, she can see that Su Cheng's identity is not as simple as it seems, but she has never mentioned it. Su Cheng always felt that Qin Euro would launch a surprise attack on him, or perhaps come to him to call him to account for an offense the next moment. Before this, he still had to favor Qin Euro. My wife is still breastfeeding, and the hormone secretion in her body is different from usual, making her easily sad and anxious. He has to take good care of her, both physically and emotionally. Su Cheng crawled into the quilt. Qin Euro's 2 beautiful legs and white lace stockings curled up. It seemed that the little woman was shy. The 2 little feet were still digging hard at the bed sheets. Su Cheng suddenly had a bad idea in his mind. He grabbed Qin Euro's little feet with his hands, rubbed them in his palms, and then smelled them well. He swore, he definitely didn't have any special fetishes, he just wanted to see if Qin Euro's feet smelled after wearing fat toe leather shoes for a day, that's all. Absolute. This was a tough situation for Chin Yuro, whose head and upper body were still exposed. Her body was sensitive to begin with, and now that Su Chang was holding her little feet like this, she was almost unable to hold back and scream out. But there is a couple behind her. You can't scream out loud, that would be too embarrassing. Chin Yuro kicked her legs unhappily, trying to make Su Chang behave himself. But unexpectedly, her legs were directly placed on Su Chang's neck. It's over, this is even more embarrassing. Chin Yuro's delicate face was involuntarily stained with a hint of bright red. Hey! Beautiful lady, are you okay? A boy asked her. Seeing her rapid breathing, I thought she was not feeling well. No, it's okay. Thank you for your concern, I'm really fine. Ugh. The man shook his head and left. Chin Yuro quickly said to Su Chang, who was lying in bed, hurry up, there are so many people outside. Okay. Su Chang quickly helped Chin Yuro take off her crinoline, then he crawled out from under the quilt and hugged Chin Yuro. Hey! Honey, why is your face so red? Your body is so hot. Do you have a fever? Su Chang knew why Chin Yuro was like this, but he still wanted to tease Chin Yuro, which made the beautiful woman speechless. Humph, it's all because of you. It took me so much effort to untie the crinoline. It hurts me, it hurts me. What happened to you, huh? Su Chang's hand around Chin Yuro's shoulders easily grabbed one of her ponytails and played with it between his fingers. The man's voice was hoarse, and in a place like this, the atmosphere was just right. Chin Yuro was somewhat immersed in this ambiguous atmosphere, which made her a little dizzy, and she spoke softly, You've made my mind full of you, Bang! At this time, the lights went out. The big screen lights up. It seems that everyone has laid down and is ready to start watching the movie. This time, the movie is a horror movie. Everyone knows why people lie down and watch horror movies. Su Chang asked Chin Yuro, then you are angry, since you are angry, then I won't make you angry in front of you, and I won't hug you. In other words, if you get scared while watching the movie later, don't come into my arms. Chin Yuro. Ah, this straight guy. He must have done it on purpose. The last humph she uttered just now clearly showed that she had forgiven him. She didn't believe that he couldn't hear it, but he insisted on doing this. She is not afraid. If I don't look for you, then I won't look for you. Who's afraid of who? Chin Yuro clenched her little pink fists, hugged herself, and huddled in the quilt, looking pitiful. Su Chang felt distressed when he saw this, but he still tried hard to restrain himself from hugging her. He wanted to wait for her to crawl into his arms on her own and regain his power as a husband. This way, even if his identity was exposed in the future, this little girl wouldn't dare to say anything. I have to say that this cinema really understands the minds of young people. This movie is extremely scary, and the very first shot of the opening is high energy. And it happened in a movie theater too. Ah! How terrible. Hubby, hug me, woo-woo. Hey, where's my husband? Where did my husband go? Whoa! If you don't show up, I'll hug someone else's husband. There are already many girls around me who can't hold on any longer. Just when Su Chang was about to praise Chin Yuro for her courage, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. The little woman finally couldn't help it, she fumbled around, and bumped into his arms, rubbing her forehead and said, It's so hard, it hurts my head, Su Chang. It seems that he has been very successful in training his chest muscles these days. Aren't you angry? Ha! Hubby, hold me tight, woo-woo. Chin Yuro was still scared when she thought about the scene just now, and she kept burrowing into Su Chang's arms, as if she wanted to rub herself into her body. TSK. This feeling is like flying Su Chang didn't need to move his hands, the woman just kept wriggling in his arms like a lively little loach. Be good and call me husband. Cheer me up. If you're happy, I'll hug you. Su Chang is getting more and more excessive. Chin Yuro gritted her teeth and groaned, You are taking advantage of the situation. You took advantage of my fear and made me do shameful things. You are so mean. Su Chang looked at Chin Yuro in the light of the screen, and suddenly asked with a sly smile. Don't you like me doing this to you? Chapter 57 You two bullied me. Who would like this? Oh, you're so annoying. Women are like this, they say they don't like it, but their bodies are very honest. Su Chang could clearly feel that Chin Yuro's hands were getting warm. It seemed that the little woman also liked him to play hard with her, but she was just too embarrassed to say it out loud. Since you don't want to coax me or call me husband, let's just focus on watching the movie. At this moment, a shot appeared on the screen. A bloody hand suddenly stretched out from behind the bed and grabbed the heroine's neck. Ah! Shin Yuro screamed. To be exact, all the women in the cinema screamed and hid in the arms of their men. TSK, these screams that come one after another really make people think a lot. But this time, Soo-chung hardened his heart. No matter how Shin Yuro made a fuss on him, he just wouldn't reach out to hug her. Finally, Shin Yuro couldn't bear it anymore. Blushing, she called him, "my dear husband." After saying that, seeing that Soo-chang was still unmoved, she had to grit her teeth and add, "My dear husband, please, hug me, my dear husband is the best, whatever my dear husband wants in the future, I will give it to you." Having said this, Soo-chang reached out and put his arm around the little woman's shoulders. With Soo-chang's comfort, Shin Yuro's frightened heart was immediately calmed down a lot, and she breathed a long sigh of relief. However, the person's eyes have been red from being bullied, just like a frightened little rabbit, hee hee. If I were to describe Soo-chang's mood in one word, it would be super cool. Ah, it feels so comfortable. It turns out that restoring the husband's authority is useful. His sweet-talking wife makes him feel so comfortable. Shin Yuro felt ashamed for a while, but she couldn't bear to watch the movie any longer. She was afraid that if she continued watching, she would be afraid to walk during the day. But Soo-chan watched with great interest. At this time, a sizzling sound came from the bed next to them. It was conceivable that the couple couldn't stand it anymore and started kissing. Shin Yuro was also a little eager, but she was too embarrassed to show it. It had been more than 3 months since she had that experience. Today's atmosphere was so good that it reminded her of the night she had with Soo-chang a year ago. There is pain, but what is more important is, or, oh, so shameful, don't think about it. But I just can't control myself. So, Shin Yuro looked at Soo-chung, who was looking at the screen seriously, and started to find fault with him, asking him fiercely, "Husband, you haven't told me yet, what is your relationship with that Mr. Chen? Why is he so afraid of you? I've been to your home and learned about your family situation. You two can't possibly be relatives. Tell me the truth." Soo-chang. In fact, he was only watching the movie on the surface, and his mind had long since flown away. This movie is indeed quite good, but he couldn't resist the increasing number of kissing sounds beside him, which made him feel itchy. Hearing Shin Yuro ask this, he felt relieved he had a reason to play with his wife. No, he had to play with his wife. Well, actually, I just know someone above Mr. Chen, that's all. Oh. That makes sense. Shin Yuro still looked at him with admiration and said, "Husband, you actually know someone from the Shinhao group. My family has always wanted to cooperate with the Shinhao group, but they look down on us." Hee, you are too amazing. It's okay. If I tell her that the entire Shinhao group belongs to him, I wonder how surprised this little girl will be. The two of them talked in a sweet voice for a while, and Soo-chang's hands started to become restless. Shin Yuro refused with her mouth, but her body was very obedient. She hugged Soo-chang's arm and said, "I have a little milk overflow." Ha! Soo-chang quickly moved his hand away. Shin Yuro felt a sense of emptiness, but she couldn't say anything because she could feel that Soo-chang was feeling worse than her. "It's okay, man, just bear with it and it will pass." But the more Soo-chang said this, the more Shin Yuro felt distressed. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and crawled into the quilt. Soo-chang thought that Shin Yuro's hand would feel uncomfortable just like before, but this time. The movie is over. Shin Yuro's lipstick was gone and she was panting. Soo-chang hugged her and bought her a bottle of mineral water. He wanted to rinse her mouth with her, but the little woman was shy and took the mineral water to the bathroom. Soo-chang had no choice but to go to the bathroom, use the toilet and wipe himself, hee. After they both packed up, Shin Yuro became silent again. Soo-chang did not bother her, as this little woman needed some time to savor and immerse herself every time. They went to the baby center together. The children were well taken care of by the people here. After thanking them, Soo-chang drove Shin Yuro home. After they returned, they found that Shin Mengmeng had been waiting for them at home for a long time. In order to make it easier for Shin Mengmeng to take care of Shin Yuro, Soo-chang also gave Shin Mengmeng a key. Brother-in-law. Shin Mengmeng rushed over and was about to give Soo-chang a big hug, but Soo-chang dodged it deftly. Shin Mengmeng fell to the ground in a funny posture. However, Soo-chang only took a glance and stopped looking because Shin Mengmeng was wearing a super short skirt today. After falling, her skirt was lifted up. It's okay, there are leggings underneath. But Shin Yuro was here, so he couldn't look at her for too long. Whoa. Qin Mengmeng struggled to get up and held the baby for Qin Euro, saying reluctantly, "Sister, please tell me about my brother-in-law. I just haven't had my period for a month, but he is so estranged from me." "No. Happy." Qin Euro rolled her eyes at her and said, "This is the right thing to do. Could it be that as soon as you come to my sister's house, you hug your brother-in-law and I, as your sister, applaud you? This relationship is too confusing." "Humph." Qin Mengmeng made a face and said, "You two are just like husband and wife, teaming up to bully me, humph." At this moment, she was holding Xian. The fat boy tried to grab Qin Mengmeng's hair with his chubby hands, but Qin Mengmeng opened his mouth and said, "You little bastard, your parents bullied me, so I, as your aunt, will bully you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian peed. Qin Mengmeng held the child in the wrong position, causing the baby's urine to splash all over her hands. "Qin Mengmeng. Su Chang, ha 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 ha, sorry, I can't help it." Qin Euro couldn't help laughing, and praised Xian, "Baby, you did a great job." Chapter 58 Wife, Don't Provoke Me. Xian has urinated so many times, but this is the first time that Su Chang feels so happy. Qin Mengmeng stood there stupidly, the expression on her face was so interesting. In the end, it was Qin Euro who took the child to change his diaper. Qin Mengmeng was rescued and quickly went to the bathroom to clean herself up. After the two children were settled and Qin Mengmeng washed herself, she told the purpose of coming here. "Sister, Grandma is dying. Mom and Dad asked me to come find you. Let's go back and see her together." "What?" Qin Euro staggered, but luckily Su Chang was there. She put her hands on Su Chang's legs for support so that she would not fall. When Qin Euro was young, her father and mother were busy with work and had no time to take care of her, so she spent her time with her grandmother before going to elementary school and has a deep affection for her. Later, Qin Euro's second uncle was able to help Qin's father manage the company, and Qin's mother retreated to the second line and came back to take care of her husband and children. When Qin Mengmeng was born, she took care of Qin Mengmeng wholeheartedly. Logically, Grandma would also come to help, but the son of the second uncle was born, and Grandma went to help there. Therefore, Qin Mengmeng does not have a very deep affection for her grandmother, but Qin Euro grew up with her grandmother and has deep feelings for her. "It's all my fault. Grandma is dying and I wasn't by her side. Whoa!" Qin Euro couldn't hold it in anymore and began to sob softly. Qin Mengmeng comforted her and said, "I haven't been there yet either. Let's go home together tomorrow. It's just that my brother-in-law." The Qin family didn't like Su Chang very much and felt that Qin Euro was a flower stuck in cow dung. Su Chang curled his lips and said, "Then I'll look after the children at home." "No." Qin Euro refused righteously, saying, "You are my husband, you should come home with me. We will take the two children back with us." Since her sister had said so, Qin Mengmeng also echoed, "Yes, brother-in-law, an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law." "Su Chang, you little girl, if you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them randomly." "That's right, husband. Everyone in my family speaks their mind. If they say something unpleasant, don't take it to heart." Qin Euro looked at him worriedly. "Rest assured." Su Chang touched Qin Euro's head, and Qin Euro rubbed it obediently in his palm. Qin Mengmeng, who was watching from the side, said, "This dog food is enough to fill you up." That evening, Qin Euro and Qin Mengmeng accompanied the two little ones to sleep in the bedroom, while Su Chang slept on the sofa outside. But in the middle of the night, it started to rain heavily. There was even thunder and lightning. Qin Euro suddenly opened her eyes. Actually, she was not afraid of thunder and lightning, but she had been sleeping in Su Chang's arms all this time. Now that she was not in Su Chang's arms and the weather was like this, she was a little uncomfortable. Just now, she almost rolled into Qin Mengmeng's arms and hugged her. Oh, how embarrassing. Seeing that the children were all asleep and Qin Mengmeng was also asleep, Qin Euro was still not sleepy at all. "I don't know whether my husband is asleep or not. If not, is he thinking about her just like she is thinking about him?" Qin Euro stood up quietly. But this action still woke up Qin Mengmeng, who was standing next to her. Qin Mengmeng asked her dazedly, "Sister, where are you going in the middle of the night?" "I'll go find your brother-in-law. I'm hungry. Go get something to eat. You sleep well and watch over the kids here. Don't come out. This last reminder is very important. Okay, go ahead and eat. Be careful not to become a fat pig, or my brother-in-law won't want you anymore, hee hee." Qin Mengmeng turned over and went back to sleep. Shin Yuro understood her sister well. Once she went to bed, she would never get out of bed until she had enough sleep. This way, she could go to find Su Chang with peace of mind. She has been more proactive recently because, after a checkup at the hospital, the doctor said she had recovered well and kindly told her that she could now have sex with her husband. It's just that Su Chang was always worried, so she didn't do anything inappropriate, but she was almost going crazy. Shin Yuro sneaked into the living room. Su Chang was sleeping soundly on the sofa. In order not to wake him up, Shin Yuro knelt on the ground like a kitten, crawled over to Su Chang, and sniffed his neck hard. That's the taste. Husband flavor. She placed her little head in the crook of Su Chang's shoulder, but Su Chang did not wake up. I put my hand on his chest again, but Su Chang still didn't wake up. Shin Yuro became bolder, and the position of her hands became increasingly wrong. She just wanted to see how long Su Chang could last in his sleep, But when I first touched it, I was shocked. What happened to Su Chang? What happened? Shin Yuro. Su Chang pulled the person up. The small sofa space was too small for two people to squeeze in, unless Shin Yuro lay on Su Chang. This is indeed proven to be the case. Husband. Oh no, I've been discovered, what should I do? I can't stand thinking about you anymore, and you come to bother me late at night, Su Chang hugged the little woman to prevent her from falling, while also fumbling with the straps of her pajamas. Shin Yuro's face was red and hot, and she moved around restlessly, which made Su Chang even more uncomfortable. Hubby, the doctor said I've recovered. So? Su Chang pretended not to understand and insisted that she speak out herself, which would be more interesting. So, we can do that. Which one is that? Why don't I understand? Don't pretend to be innocent here. I know you know everything. Shin Yuro's face was puffed up. Su Chang thought she was cute and poked her with his finger. Very soft. Hiss, it hurts. Shin Yuro groaned delicately. Su Chang laughed and asked her, You're making such a loud noise, aren't you afraid of waking up your sister? She's asleep, she won't come out. And, it doesn't matter even if she's discovered. We are husband and wife, isn't it natural for us to do this? Shin Yuro's voice was also soft and obedient. At this time, if Su Chang could still endure it, he would not be a man. However, Shin Yuro still asked worriedly, But, you were in the cinema today. This is the second time, can your body bear it? Su Chang. You look down on me? He has been practicing for such a long time, and his body has been well nourished by the spiritual spring water. Is it a problem to do it twice a day? I just underestimated you. Shin Yuro was provoking him. Chapter 59 Mother-in-Law's Hospitality. Well, Shin Yuro, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Su Chang changed his position and pressed the person under him. Shin Yuro screamed, and quickly covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming too loudly so that no one would hear her. It was then that she realized that Su Chang was very strong and couldn't push him away. Maybe she really had gone too far this time. Husband. Shin Yuro was a little scared. She kept glancing towards the bedroom and even tried to change the subject. Well, let's move to a bigger house. This way, it will be more convenient for us to have someone come to our house in the future. Su Chang did not hesitate to expose her little trick and said, The main thing is, to move to a bigger house. When Shin Mengmeng comes next time, we can go to another room. That way, no matter how loud you scream, no one will hear you, right? Husband. Shin Yuro felt more and more embarrassed after her little thoughts were exposed. Your body, take care of yourself. Yeah. Shin Yuro nodded cautiously. In the middle of the night, Shin Mengmeng suddenly felt thirsty. She touched the cup on the bedside table and found that the water she poured into it before going to bed had gone cold, so she got up. For a beautiful girl who likes to stay in bed, getting up takes a lot of effort. Shin Mengmeng came to the living room holding a cup of water. However, she heard strange noises in the living room. Could it be a mouse? Sister, brother-in-law, are you there? I was still a little scared. But no one paid any attention to her. Shin Mengmeng was very thirsty, so she went to the kitchen to get some hot water. When she came out, she looked around the living room with the help of the bedroom light and found that no one was there. Where is your brother-in-law? However, Shin Mengmeng was so sleepy that she didn't think much about it. She guessed that the couple went downstairs to buy something, so she went back to sleep. But what she didn't know was, shortly after she left, the sound became louder and louder on the balcony of the living room. Shinjiro trembled and said, "Hubby, my legs are so sore." Sucheng obviously didn't want to let her go so quickly, so he coaxed her, "Hold on tight, it's safer here, Jin Mengmeng can't see you. Just hold on a little longer, it will be fine soon. Now, don't let her go until 4 in the morning." Sucheng suddenly remembered that sentence. At 4:30 in the morning, I couldn't sleep because I saw the crabapple blossoms. It's not that he intended to blaspheme literature, but this scene, these flowers, He put the unconscious Shinjiro on the sofa, covered her with a quilt, and then went to buy breakfast. The fatigue of this night made him feel more energetic. Could this be the legendary, taking in to replenish Yon? Sister? It was 8:30 in the morning and Shinjiro hadn't woken up yet. The two little ones were so hungry that Shin Mengmeng had to call her again. Shinjiro rubbed her eyes and was about to get up, but the discomfort in her body made her take a deep breath. It's sour and swollen. It hurts so much. Sister, what on earth did you and your brother-in-law do last night? Why are you so sleepy today? Shin Mengmeng propped up her little head to express her dissatisfaction, then pointed at the two children and said, "My little nephew and niece are starving. You should go and check on them." Oh, okay. Shinjiro was too embarrassed to tell the truth, so she forced herself to stand up, but her legs became weak and she fell back onto the sofa. Sister! Shin Mengmeng exclaimed. At this time, Sucheng came out of the kitchen, picked up Shinjiro horizontally, and said to Shin Mengmeng, "Your sister ran out in her sleepwalking last night. I went to chase her, but I didn't catch up. Her leg hurts because she sleepwalked too much." Oh, so that's the case. Shin Mengmeng didn't think much about it. Shinjiro was carried to the bedroom by Sucheng to be fed. After feeding, she suddenly received a tube of ointment secretly handed to her by Sucheng. "What's this?" "I went to the drugstore to buy it for you. It's for reducing swelling. I heard it will make you feel cool after applying it. It goes without saying where to apply it." Shinjiro blushed, threw it to him and said, I don't want this thing. Be good, just think of it as something you're doing for your husband's own good. Otherwise, you'll have to rest for more than half a month, and I'll be so frustrated." Sucheng pretended to be angry. Shinjiro then took it obediently and said, "Okay then." Actually, she didn't really want to refuse, she was just too shy. Oh no. Who would buy something like this for their wife? How could she face people when she went out? Sucheng looked at the babies while Shinjiro hid in the bathroom to apply medicine. During this time, Sucheng even knocked on the door maliciously and asked her, "Do you need your husband to help you?" "Go away." Shinyu was too soft. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have become like this. However, this medicine is really effective. After applying it, I don't feel as uncomfortable as before. The three of them packed up and took the children back to Chin's house. Along the way, Shinjiro was very worried and kept giving Sucheng a shot of prevention. "My family members speak more directly, so don't be angry." "It's okay. I've been through a lot." It was just an unintentional remark by Sucheng, but it made Shinjiro feel distressed. Her husband is so good and kind, but the world doesn't treat him well. He has to suffer so much. It's so unfair. Arrived at Chin's house. When the housekeeper saw Shinjiro and Shin Mengmeng, he called out respectfully, "Hello, Miss Eldest and Miss Second." Then, he looked at the child in Shinjiro's arms, and Sucheng and his child, and said with some embarrassment, "Madam has ordered that no outsiders can come in except the Chin family." What this means is that Shinjiro and Shin Mengmeng can go home, but Sucheng and the two children cannot. Shinjiro stood there in a daze, and said, "They are not outsiders, they are my husband and children." The housekeeper still refused to give in. "This is Madam's order, and I can't do anything about it. Why don't you let them find a place to live first, and you and the second young lady go home first?" "No." Shinjiro took a step back and stood on the same level as Sucheng, saying, "Wherever my husband is, I will be there. If you don't let him in, then I won't go in either." The butler seemed to have anticipated this move. He gave the black-clad bodyguards behind him a look and said, "Miss, since you are so persistent, you can't blame us. Go. Invite the young lady back. As for the other outsiders, don't let them set foot in the Chin family. Madam has given orders. No one named Sue, his two bastards, or the dog are allowed to enter." What an arrogant butler. This group of security guards were well trained and immediately surrounded Sucheng. Chapter 60. My mother-in-law is so unkind. Su Chang was still holding Nuonuo in his arms, but he didn't show any fear on his face. Instead, he said, "So this is how my mother-in-law treats guests." It really opened my eyes. But sending you little black dogs here, aren't you underestimating Su Chang? Husband. Shin Yuro was obviously worried about Su Chang, afraid that he would be outnumbered. The housekeeper snorted coldly, "Humph, you still don't repent even when you are about to die. Today, it is you, an outsider, who broke into the Chin family. Even if we beat you to death, it would only be a mistake." "Yeah, you're right." Su Chang covered the baby Nuonuo's eyes. His daughter was still young and couldn't bear to see bloody scenes. Then he continued, "So, I was just acting in self-defense." He is so arrogant. A security guard couldn't help it and stepped forward. As a result, Su Chang hit the security guard's ankle with a palm strike. The force and wind from the palm strike made him scream in pain and he fell to the ground. Some people's hands are so powerful. This guy is a martial artist. The remaining security guards stared at each other for a few seconds, then stepped forward together and attacked Su Chang from all directions. Even if Su Chang could beat one person, could he resist so many enemies at the same time? It turns out that it really works. Even though he was holding a baby in his arms, it did not affect Su Chang's sweeping kick towards everyone. And, immediately afterwards, he attacked the vital points of these black dogs with lightning speed. "Oh my god, I feel like my balls exploded. It hurts, it hurts." Bright red blood flowed down between the men's legs and gradually gathered together. Shin Yuro and Shin Mengmeng couldn't help but cover their eyes. This scene was simply too brutal. Su Chang raised his eyebrows and said, "It's my first time practicing, and I'm not used to many things yet." What a pity. Everyone, please be a human being. They've been beaten like this, and you still say it's a pity? You actually dare. The butler was stunned, pointing at Su Chang, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Something is wrong. He clearly remembered that the lady had told him that Su Chang only had good looks and relied on that face to win the eldest lady's favor. He was a useless man who lived off his wife. But he is so good at fighting. Su Chang ignored the housekeeper's reaction and asked Shin Yuro, "I beat up so many people in your family, my mother-in-law won't blame me, right?" Although he said this, his tone was relaxed and there was no intention of admitting his fault. Shin Yuro glanced at him unhappily and said, "Yes. As punishment, you have to give me the rest of your life. And promise not to fall in love with another woman besides me." "It's too late," Su Chang shook his head helplessly, "besides you, I've already fallen in love with a second woman." "What?" Shin Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Besides being angry, she actually felt a little afraid. Because as she got along with Su Chang, she found out more and more that he was amazing. There were obviously many choices for a man like him. But he still focused on being with himself. Seeing Shin Yuro's tense face, Su Chang couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked at Nuonuo in his arms and said, "Besides you, I like our daughter the most, you little stupid pig." Oh. Shin Yuro fiddled with her ponytail awkwardly. Now, no one dared to stop them, and they entered the Chin family smoothly. However, after walking 2 steps, I realized that there was a little girl who didn't catch up with me. "Meng, what are you daydreaming about?" Shin Yuro reminded her. "No, nothing, I'm coming right away." Shin Mengmeng patted her face to calm herself down. Although she didn't want to admit it, just now, when Su Chang said that he fell in love with another woman, her heart really trembled violently. She really hoped that the happy woman would be herself. "Are you crazy? Shin Mengmeng, are you crazy? That's your brother-in-law. Although he is handsome in every way, when he protects you, when he beats people, when he loves his sister, he is, after all, Shin Yuro's man." "Shin Mengmeng, this is just an illusion because you've been single for too long. Stop it now." Shin Mengmeng patted her face to sober herself up. Then, follow the pace of Su Chang and Shin Yuro. The main hall of the Chin family. Mrs. Chin Liwana was sitting in the living room talking to Mr. Chin Xinjiangzhong when the doorbell rang. She thought it was Shin Yuro and Shin Mengmeng coming back, so she hurried to greet them happily. However, he saw Su Chang and those 2 bastards who followed him. Liwana's footsteps suddenly stopped there. To be honest, when Su Chang saw Liwana for the first time, he was really amazed a woman in her 50s who had given birth to 2 children could still maintain such a good figure. Except for a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes, her face was also smooth and white. At that moment, Su Cheng thought he had seen the famous star Su Cheng. As expected of a man who gave birth to two beautiful girls, Qin Yuro and Qin Mengmeng, her own appearance is also beyond doubt. If only. If Li Wan'er didn't speak. Why is the housekeeper so useless? He lets all kinds of cats and dogs into our house? Li Wan'er reached out to pull Qin Yuro back to her side, and even wanted to push Xian who was in Qin Yuro's arms. However, Su Cheng stepped forward quickly, standing between the two women, looking down at Li Wan'er, and said, "Since you are my wife's mother, I won't touch you now, but if you hurt my child, even if you are a woman, I will not let you go." His eyes were bloodthirsty and cold. After practicing, Su Cheng could feel that he liked the taste of blood more and more. I have to admit that at that moment, Li Wan'er was frightened and shuddered. But she quickly reacted and raised her chin and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Qin Yuro quickly interrupted and said, "Where's Grandma? Didn't you say Grandma is dying? Where is she? I want to go see her." Your grandma's fine, we just want you to come back." Li Wan'er was straightforward and said whatever she wanted to say. "We raised you, and you haven't fulfilled your filial duty yet. Why do you hide outside all day and don't come home? How can this be justified?" They actually lied to her. Now Qin Yuro also understood how Su Cheng felt when he was tricked back home by his mother. "In that case, let's go." Qin Yuro turned around and left without a trace of reluctance. "Hey, you little ungrateful bastard." Li Wan'er refused and stood in front of the door, shouting, "Where are the security guards? Where are our security guards? Where are they?" Chapter 61. My wife feeds me fruit salad. Security guard? Mom, those useless guys in our family have been beaten black and blue by my brother-in-law. Mom, please find someone to take them to the hospital right away. If we go later, they might not have any children or grandchildren. Qin Mengmeng tilted her head and spoke in a playful tone. Qin Mengmeng grew up with Li Wan'er. To be honest, Li Wan'er is much closer to her than to Qin Yuro. But now, his most beloved little daughter actually helped Qin Yuro to speak to this pretty boy. It's so stupid. What kind of drug did you give my daughters to make them like you? Since there are no security guards, she will go and capture Su Cheng herself. She didn't believe it. Su Cheng wouldn't attack a woman in her 50s, right? Indeed, Su Cheng did not fight back. He just nimbly dodged Li Wan'er's attack, causing Li Wan'er to fall flat on her face. "Oh! Mom!" Qin Mengmeng hurried to help. Qin Yuro was still holding the child in her arms, but a worried expression appeared on her face. Li Wan'er hadn't fallen down for a long time, and the pain made her unable to stand up for a long time. She was wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam, which was supposed to highlight her curvaceous figure as a middle-aged woman, but now it became a restraint. The cheongsam was torn at the waist, revealing a large piece of white flesh. Even if Su Cheng saw it, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of excitement in his heart. It's like Su Cheng asked you to chat, but in the evening, you find out it was Na Ying who sang with you. Qin Mengmeng whispered to Li Wan'er, "Mom, don't even think about attacking your brother-in-law. Even our well-trained security guards are no match for him, let alone a defenseless woman like you." Li Wan'er retorted angrily, "They haven't gotten married yet. It's too early for you, brother-in-law, to go and call them." In the face of all that happened, Qin Jingzhong, as a father, just sat there and watched quietly, drinking a sip of hot tea from time to time, without any reaction. Even if Li Wan'er fell down, he would not go over to help her. This reminded Su Cheng of his adoptive parents. After thinking about it, he decided that he should say hello to his father-in-law before leaving, so he walked over and called him Dad directly. Qin Jingzhong just snorted coldly and turned his head away. He obviously didn't want to pay attention to Su Cheng, but he didn't say anything sarcastic. Li Wan'er calmed down and didn't dare to touch Su Cheng again, but she was still angry and said, "All of you get out. Get out now. Don't get in my way." This was exactly what Qin Yuro wanted. She wanted to take the children and leave with Su Cheng, but at this moment, Qin Jingzhong spoke up. "Since you're back, stay for a few days." After saying that, he picked up his cup and left without looking back. Li Wan'er cursed under her breath, then stood up and followed. Su Cheng couldn't help but ask Qin Yuro, "Then, are we still leaving?" Although it was not very comfortable to stay here, this was Qin Yuro's home after all, and he could see that Qin Yuro missed home. "Oh, my dad has spoken, brother-in-law, you can stay here without worry. Besides, the household registration booklet is still in the hands of my parents. If you leave so easily, how can we get the marriage certificate later?" That's true. So Su Chang settled down. The Qin family had many servants, so they didn't have to worry about not being able to take good care of the two children. Even though Li Wan'er didn't like Xian Xian and Nuonyuo, she didn't dare to do anything with Qin Xingzhong watching. Grandma also lived in this manner. After dinner, Qin Yuro and Qin Mengmeng went to see her. The old man was full of energy and had no problems. He even held Qin Yuro's hand and talked for a long time. After coming back, Qin Yuro felt much better. During this period, Su Cheng took Xian Xian and Nuonyuo to stay in Qin Yuro's room. Qin Yuro has always been gentle and well-behaved, and likes princess clothes in pink. Su Cheng was looking through her childhood things and suddenly saw a photo. That photo was taken by Qin Yuro and a couple, but that couple was not Li Wan'er and Qin Xingzhong. The woman in the photo was gentle and generous, a typical Jiangnan woman, whose temperament was many levels higher than Li Wan'er. The man had a firm look in his eyes, outstanding appearance, dark skin, and judging from his figure, he must have served in the army before. Most importantly, this woman actually looks very similar to Su Chang, especially her eyes and nose. They say sons take after their mothers. Su Chang put the photo away, ready to ask Qin Yuro when she came back. When Qin Yuro came up, she brought a plate of fruit. She had clearly eaten a lot today, but she was still very hungry. She wondered if it was because she had been too exhausted by that thing last night. Wife, I have something to ask you. When was this photo taken? Who was it taken with? Su Chang asked her directly while holding the photo. Qin Yuro leaned against Su Chang, put a lychee into Su Chang's mouth, and said, "Well, it should be when I was in kindergarten." They came to the kindergarten at that time. I forgot the specific reason, but the kindergarten should have registered. Hey! Now that I see it, this aunt looks like you. Could she be? Su Chang nodded and continued, I suspected the same thing. But after all, I was lost more than 20 years ago, and it's not easy to find me again. But now that there is a sign, I should try my best. No matter where they are, whether they have a happier life, or even whether they still miss him, the lost child, Su Chang will give it a try. Try it, you won't regret it. Hubby, I'll stay with you. Qin Yuro fed him another grape, tilted her head with a smile, like a cat trying to please its owner, and said, but whether you can find your biological parents or not, I will stay with you. Well, my good wife. Su Chang rubbed Qin Yuro's little head. Qin Yuro fed him one grape after another. Finally, Su Chang bit half of the grape, stretched his head and motioned Qin Yuro to eat the other half. They are an old couple, but they still play games that young couples like to play. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Qin Yuro shyly stuck out her tongue to take it, but she didn't expect Su Chang to open his mouth wide and directly hold the grape and her tongue in his mouth. Yeah. Qin Yuro didn't react. Of course, what tastes better than fruit is my wife's little mouth. Qin Yuro was held down by the man and raped, and in the end she could hardly hold the fruit in her hand. When the two separated, there was a little white yogurt on Qin Yuro's rosy lips. She stretched out her pink tongue and ate up all the yogurt. Su Chang. This picture. He didn't think much about it, really. Seeing the man staring at her, the atmosphere became more and more strange. Qin Yuro's pupil shrank slightly. What do you want to do? Chapter 62. Qin's parents secretly marry their daughter. Yes. Su Chang answered without hesitation. I'm asking what you want to do. Qin Yuro's face was hot. Why did her unreliable husband always think about that? Really? Oh. After finishing the fruit salad, Su Chang put the plate aside and held Qin Yuro back to prevent her from leaving. Wife, I haven't eaten enough fruit. Hint.jpg. Not enough? Okay, I'll ask the servants to prepare some more for you. The little woman obviously didn't react to Su Chang's real meaning. Su Chang pulled her back, asked her to sit firmly on his lap, and said in a hoarse voice, but I don't want to eat your fruit. Huh? Why? Could it be that his parents did something too much today and made Su Chang unhappy? I want to eat your fruit. Qin Yuro. She was becoming more and more confused. What was the difference between her fruits and the fruits in her home? But soon, Qin Yuro understood, because Su Chang directly used practical actions to tell her what your fruit meant. Half an hour later. Nuwa is hungry and wants to drink milk. Qin Yuro had to wash off the saliva and then feed Nuonyuo. During this time, she stared at Su Chang resentfully, as if he had done something unforgivable. Wife, you and your sister-in-law are going to Grandma's house today, why don't you ask me to go with you? Shin Yuro didn't blame Su Cheng anymore, she even felt a little guilty. That's right, there's no one to look after the child. In fact, he was afraid that grandma would embarrass Su Cheng. My parents' attitude is very clear. She feels that her husband has been wronged a lot and he must not suffer any more injustice today. Su Cheng touched her head, looked at Nuonuo, and said, "The girl is looking more and more like you, that's great. She's simply a smaller version of Shin Yuro. By the way, the baby's hair has grown long, should we shave it?" In rural areas, there is a saying that shaving the baby's hair will make it grow better. But they are not superstitious, so it doesn't matter whether they shave it or not. Shin Yuro thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. A little girl looks good with long hair. When she's 7 or 8 months old, we can braid her hair into pigtails. 2. Then I'll shave Xuanxuan's hair. He doesn't need to wear pigtails." Good. There happened to be tools in Shin Yuro's room, so Su Cheng picked up the brat, held his head with one hand, and shaved his hair with the other. The baby's fontanelle has not yet fully grown, so you should be extra careful when shaving. But Su Cheng was thoughtful, and his fingers were long and beautiful. Shin Yuro couldn't help but stare at them for a while. Then Nanyuo had a bowel movement, and she hurried to change Nanyuo's diaper. Unexpectedly, when I came back, Su Cheng actually shaved Xuanxuan's head into a small bald head. Ah. Shen Xian was still touching his round head in front of the mirror, looking very happy, completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. "You! Why did you shave your son's head into a little monk? How ugly!" Shin Yuro couldn't help but say. Su Cheng picked up his son and turned him around. Xian Xian liked this exercise very much. He kept laughing and dancing with his 2 chubby little hands in the air. "It's not ugly, it's so beautiful. If you shave his head, we can see clearly what disease he has. Boys are naughty and like to touch things randomly, so they are prone to rashes on their bodies. It will be much easier to observe them this way. Besides, with such a bright little light bulb shining on us, we won't lose our way at night, right?" Su Cheng smiled wickedly. "You even at this time, this guy is still in the mood to make trouble." Shin Yuro touched her son's little bald head with heartache, only to find it a little prickly. Su Cheng still left Xian Xian a few millimeters so that he wouldn't be completely bald. "But the touch is really good," Shin Yuro couldn't help but touch it again. "Is it fun?" Su Cheng asked her. Yeah. Shin Yuro couldn't help but nodded. If having kids isn't for fun, then there's no point. The two of them touched each other for a while, but soon the son became unhappy and started crying loudly, so Su Cheng had to give up. His son's crying was sonorous and powerful, which he liked quite a lot. The next day, Shin Yuro and Su Cheng played with the children a little late last night. They were drowsy and felt like getting up at 9 o'clock. Unexpectedly, at this moment, someone came knocking on the door. "Rower, open the door, it's me. I'm Yu Zishur." "Yu Zishur? He's here again. Is the pain from Su Cheng pulling out my teeth last time over?" The 2 little guys were woken up and started crying restlessly. Shin Yuro was there to coax them, and Su Cheng put on his pants and shirt before he opened the door to clean up Yu Zishur. "Rower, I've missed you so much these days." Yu Zishur hugged Su Cheng directly and said sweet words without hesitation. "But, why does it feel wrong? Hard?" But it is indeed the smell of the shower gel that Shin Yuro likes to use. Yu Zishur looked up and realized that the person he was holding was not Shin Yuro, but Su Cheng. Fuck, a beautiful Chinese accent. "Why is it you? Where's Rower? Oh, you shamelessly followed me to the Qin family. You are indeed a shameless pretty boy." Yu Zishur's face was still a little swollen. But his family was rich, so they found the most famous dentist to install dentures for him. Facing what Shin Yuro and Su Cheng had done to him, Yu Zishur originally hated them to death, but his parents told him that the Qin family was in trouble now and was going downhill, and they had to rely on their Yu family to make a comeback. And the condition for their Yu family to help the Qin family is to let Shin Yuro marry him. Li Wanner and Qin Jingzhong had already agreed to this, and allowed him to move around the Qin family, and even gave the key to Shin Yuro's room to Yu Zishur. If he wasn't afraid that Shin Yuro would be angry, he would have just used the key to open the door and went in. Su Cheng closed the door. He simply grabbed Yu Zishur's clothes by the collar and pressed him against the wall. Yu Zishur's 2 feet were off the ground. A strong feeling of suffocation came from his chest, and the scene of Su Cheng pulling out his teeth emerged in his mind. Yu Zishur shuddered violently. This is the Qin family, what do you want to do?" Shin Yuro's parents don't like violent men. If you dare to do anything to me, ah. Su Chang pulled off his dentures. Yu Zisher's mouth was bleeding again. Su Chang raised his hand again, but before he did anything, he smelled a fishy smell coming from Yu Zisher's body. Oh shit. He quickly threw him away. Yu Zisher actually peed. Luckily, I didn't pee on him. Isn't this thing too timid? Chapter 63 I won't give you anything I don't want. Yu Zisher was so embarrassed that his face turned completely red. He was so scared that he peed his pants. It was Su Chang's approach that reminded him of the day when he was bullied. Now he is so scared of everything that he is afraid of ropes. Especially this is in the Qin family. Fortunately, it was not discovered. Honey, why don't you come in? I can't even put on my clothes properly, I need your help. Qin Yuro pushed open the door, still wrapped in her bunny pajamas. As a result, she saw this scene. Yu Zisher's face was swollen like a monkey's butt, and there was a pool of yellow liquid under his body. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, I really couldn't help it. How come you're still peeing your pants at this age? Ha ha ha. Qin Yuro's bell-like laughter echoed in the corridor. At this moment, Yu Zisher really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. You just wait. He ran downstairs quickly. Su Chang pushed Qin Yuro back into the room and closed the door. He liked Qin Yuro's smile so much that he wanted to reward this obedient little woman, but the two little guys were lying on the bed, looking up at him. Su Chang's eyes fell on his daughter Nuonuo. The chubby girl is as delicate as a porcelain doll, with pink and shiny lips and chubby face like a little hamster. Su Chang really wants to rub her. Xian Xian was unhappy. He kept yelling at Su Chang. It was as if he understood Su Chang's preference for girls over boys and was expressing his dissatisfaction. Su Chang wanted to go over, but was stopped by Qin Yuro. Honey, please help me put on my clothes first. I haven't changed my clothes yet. The woman pulled his arm and acted coquettishly. Qin Yuro is becoming more and more delicate now. She can't even button her bra and still needs his help. Alas! I don't know who spoiled her. Okay. Su Chang suddenly realized that he actually raised 3 babies, Xian, Nuonuo and Qin Yuro, and the 3 babies were competing for favor. Qin Yuro turned her back. Her back was smooth and delicate, with a faint red mark that had not yet disappeared. He had left it last night. Su Chang couldn't help but poke it and asked, "Does it still hurt?" He remembered that he had hit her, but he hadn't hit her that hard, so why hadn't the mark disappeared after so long? It doesn't hurt, husband, don't worry about me. Qin Yuro was very generous. Well, honey, I made an agreement with Grandma yesterday. I'll send the baby to her place today so we can spend some time alone together. Don't worry. I know my grandmother very well. She loves children the most and will definitely look after Xian and Nuonuo. Although he was a little worried, Su Chang really didn't want to reject Qin Yuro. To be honest, he didn't want to believe even a single punctuation mark from anyone in the Qin family except Qin Yuro. Oh, even what Qin Mengmeng said, he was half believing and half doubting. Just as he was hesitating, a familiar voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Master, don't worry about going to your world of 2. I'll be watching over the 2 little masters. Nothing will go wrong. If anything bad happens, I'll tell you right away. Yes, everything. She's back. Su Chang was very excited. Tong, I heard that you were imprisoned in the Buddhist temple. How have you been doing during this period? It's okay, I just miss you a little. The data you thought about was all garbled, and it took a lot of effort to fix it. After hearing these words, Su Chang was finally relieved it was all just a string of data, and what she called missing was just the data's missing of its owner. Thank you for your hard work. I do all these things for my master, all for no reason. Su Chang rubbed his forehead. Why don't you just call me Brother Su Chang? Calling me master sounds weird. If you don't know, you might think he has some special hobby. Well, even if there is, it will only be used on Qin Yuro. But, after the garbled code is repaired this time, my settings will become like this. I will always love my master, because I was set up like this. Okay. Su Chang quickly interrupted her. Really, what is he talking about with an artificial intelligence? She has no emotions. After asking the servant to send Xian Nuonuo to her grandmother, Su Chang and Qin Yuro went downstairs. At this time, there were 3 people in the living room, Yu Zisher, Li Wanner and Qin Jingzhong. Yu Zishir had already changed his clothes and put his dentures back in place. He sat down on the sofa with a swagger, with grapes that Li Wanner had picked for him in front of him. "Oh, mother-in-law, I'm a little tired and can't lift my arms. How about you feed me some grapes?" Yu Zishir looked at Li Wanner leisurely. Li Wanner's face turned red. She knew that Yu Zishir was teasing an old woman like her, but she still had to reach out. Qin Jingjong said slowly, "Don't go too far." Li Wanner's hands stood there awkwardly. However, Qin Jingjong's words were indeed effective. With just a few simple words, Yu Zishir stopped teasing Li Wanner, but the expression on his face was still disdainful. Qin Jingjong just made a few remarks and continued drinking his tea. "He looks as if he doesn't care about the world." Su Cheng then remembered that Qin Jingjong looked very familiar when he was young. He seemed to be a well-known actor. "However, I was busy working part-time at Sioux City University and had no time to watch the drama, so I wasn't very familiar with him." Yu Zishir. "What do you mean by this?" Qin Yuro couldn't bear it any longer. "Ah. Rower, you're coming down." A smile immediately appeared on Yu Zishir's face. Before Yu Zishir could reply, Li Wanner said, "Qin Yuro. This is your future husband, your current fiancé, how do you talk to him?" Qin Yuro just felt a headache. She held Su Cheng's hand and said, "This is my husband. I even have a child. How can I marry someone else? TSK, he's a gigolo who only knows how to live off women. How can he be called a husband? He's just a male concubine at best." Li Wanner was filled with disgust when facing Su Cheng. She also said, "Yu Zishir doesn't even mind that you gave birth to a child, why don't you thank him? There are not many good men like this these days." With Li Wanner's support, Yu Zishir raised his chin proudly. Today, he must get back 1,000 times the injuries that Su Cheng had inflicted on him. On the one hand, he wanted to marry Qin Yuro because her little face really haunted him. On the other hand, he wanted to lock her up, abuse her, make her work like a slave, and then show off in front of Su Cheng. What his wife really wanted, she never failed to get. Even if he doesn't want it, that loser Su Cheng can't lick it. Chapter 64. Yu Zishir came to seek revenge on him. "Mom, I'm an adult now, I don't want you to make the decisions about my affairs." Qin Yuro still didn't listen. "How dare you?" Li Wanner slammed the table and stood up, saying, "Since ancient times, marriage has always been decided by parents and matchmakers. You have to marry whoever I tell you to marry. Your Yu Zishir is so good, would your mother cheat you? Since he is so good, why don't you marry him, mother-in-law? Just now I saw something going on between you two, hee hee. Some things don't need to be made clear." Su Cheng took Qin Yuro's hand and sat on the sofa without any hesitation. Now Qin Yuro is his woman. Not to mention Yu Zishir, even her biological parents cannot take her away from him. "Ah, Su Cheng, you pretty boy, you shameless waste, how dare you say that to me?" Li Wanner picked up a vase and threw it over. The vase was aimed directly at Su Cheng's face. If it fell down, his handsome face would be ruined. Qin Yuro also took a deep breath and subconsciously covered Su Cheng's face with her hands. But Su Cheng caught the vase with his bare hands and threw it at Yu Zishir's face. "Fuck. Ah." Yu Zishir was hit on the forehead, leaving a big cut on his eyebrow, with bright red blood flowing out. Yu Zishir. Li Wanner was also shocked. "Su Cheng. Are you crazy? If you do this, the Yu family will not let us go. Do you know that the Yu family has recently cooperated with the Shinhao Group? That's the Shinhao Group, you can't afford to pay even 100 of them." Li Wanner glared at Su Cheng. Qin Yuro couldn't listen any longer, and frowned as she said, "Mom, Su Cheng was only dealing with Yu Zishir to stand up for you, how could you say that about him?" Li Wanner didn't listen to the advice at all. "Oh, do I need him to stand up for me? I'd feel sick if this got out." Then, she held Yu Zishir's hand and said, "Oh, dear son-in-law, it's all my fault as the mother-in-law. Please don't blame me. Get out of here." Yu Zishir pushed Li Wanner, but fortunately Qin Jingjong supported Li Wanner. Yu Zishir stood up angrily and said, "You are done. I will call someone right now. I have a very good relationship with Wen Yangqiu now. Just wait. I will bankrupt your Qin family." He covered his head and ran out. Li Wanner sat down on the sofa and said, "It's over, it's over. Wen Yangqiu, I heard that he works for Shinhao Group. What should we do now? Our Qin family can't even compare to the Yu family, let alone Wen Yangqiu. The rich rise quickly and fall quickly. As long as the Qin family is in trouble and the company cannot repay the deficit, their real estate, cars, and luxurious life will all be lost. Li Wanner sat there in a daze. Qin Yuro looked a little worried, but still felt that Yu Zixia was a villain. Mom, don't worry. Su Chang and I are here and we won't let you go hungry. Qin Yuro could only comfort her in this way. Oh. Starving? From eating birds' nests to eating rice porridge every day, how can life be the same? Qin Yuro, oh Qin Yuro, you are such a jinx, look at what you brought home. Li Wanner even scolded Qin Yuro. However, after she finished cursing, Qin Jingzhong next to her glared at her. Qin Jingzhong said calmly, everything started because you secretly arranged a marriage for your daughter. You are not qualified to blame anyone now. Although he didn't like Su Chang, he also didn't like Yu Zixia, but he was still a sensible person. You. Humph. Li Wanner listened to her husband very much. After being scolded by him, she stopped mocking Su Chang and instead grumbled about her own misfortune. I married into your family, worked like a slave, became a capable woman, and supported your family's business, but I didn't help my family at all. What was I doing this for? If it wasn't because I love you, why would I work so hard? Can't I just be a lady? Woo woo woo. Qin Jingzhong put down his teacup. I've already said that the company can be handed over to my brother. I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it. Li Wanner started to throw a tantrum. Why would you give something that belongs to you to your brother? Well, it seems that there is a story between my father-in-law and my mother-in-law. Su Chang is quite curious, but it is not convenient to ask now. He looked down at his phone. I sent a message in the group, asking if anyone knew Wen Yangqiu, and someone responded quickly. Li Wanner got angry when she saw Su Chang playing with his cell phone. However, with Qin Jingzhong's warning, she did not dare to confront Su Chang directly. She just said, some people are really heartless. The whole family is worried and frightened here, but he is still playing with his phone. I don't know what kind of mentality someone has. She actually fell in love with a man like this. She really didn't inherit any of your mother's taste. After the voice fell, Qin Yuro also took out her mobile phone and started playing. She opened the Candy Crush game and turned up the volume quite high. The sounds of amazing, excellent and unbelievable coming from the phone echoed in the huge living room. Well, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. If her husband plays with his cell phone, she also plays with her cell phone. Is that right? Li Wanner's face turned green with anger. Yu Zixia soon came with Wen Yangqiu and a group of brothers. What should I do? What should I do? They are here. And they brought so many muscular men with them. But our security guards were beaten up by that pretty boy, and now we don't even have anyone to look after our house. Ah, they have knives in their hands. This time they're serious. Ah. Li Wanner was so scared that she shrank into the sofa. The remaining 3 people. Su Chang was still chatting with people on WeChat casually. Although Qin Yuro was a little scared, she felt safe with Su Chang around. At worst, she and Su Chang could become a pair of lovebirds with the same fate. They are not wrong anyway. Don't be afraid. Qin Jingzhong drank his tea calmly. Li Wanner was so annoyed that she said, you can't avoid what's coming, and you can't ask for what's not coming. Everything is fate. You might as well just become a monk. Li Wanner was really disappointed with him. Yu Zixia kicked the door open. Su Chang. Get out here. Now, kneel down in front of Daddy and lick his shoes. Then say, Dad, I was wrong. I will be gentler and leave you an intact body. Otherwise, I will beat you like a dog, put a dog chain around your neck, and lock you up at home to guard the house. Someone has support. Yu Zixia is not afraid of Su Chang at all. It's just. I've suffered so much at his hands, and it's still very infuriating to think about it now, so his breathing is very rapid. Wen Yangqiu followed behind Yu Zixia. In his hand, he held a mace. Chapter 65. Crawl back home like a dog. Wen Yangqiu's name sounds quite elegant, but he actually looks big and strong. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes were fixed on Qin Yuro, as if he wanted to dig his eyeballs out to look at her. Yu Zixia also discovered this, so he secretly said to Wen Yangqiu, her name is Qin Yuro, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and also my fiancée. Brother Wen, don't worry, as long as today's matter is done, after we get married, let my wife serve you, isn't that a matter of course? Wen Yangqiu immediately showed a satisfied smile on his face. He had never seen such a pretty girl before, with a pair of pigtails swinging around, which made his heart flutter. She was also petite, so it was absolutely easy to hold her, and she had a unique charm. So, he also followed Yu Zisher's words and continued. Su Chang, huh? Oh, you look pretty delicate, but you don't have much strength, do you? People need to have dignity and trees need to have bark. You are right to touch my brother's fiancé? Fuck, I get angry when I see you. Today I have to teach you a lesson myself. The mace hit Su Chang with great force. Li Wanner screamed ah and quickly covered her eyes. Shin Yuro also took a deep breath, and everything in her hands fell to the ground. Husband. Following Shin Yuro's call, Su Chang directly blocked the mace with his arm, and then swung it hard. The mace was thrown out and hit Yu Zisher's chest. Fuck. He was just a bystander, how could he be shot even when he was lying down? Yu Zi really has a lot of pain that he can't express. You actually. Wen Yanqiu was also shocked, and his lips were bloodless. He had grown up through hardships and could beat 30 people by himself, but now he was defeated by Su Chang with just a light swing? Ah, brothers, come on, kill him. He was going crazy. Wait. Su Chang suddenly spoke. Wen Yanqiu thought that he knew he was wrong and was starting to back down, so he gritted his teeth and said to him, Su Chang. It's no use kneeling down and begging for mercy now. I must kill you today. Su Chang snorted and kindly reminded, check your phone first. Cell phone? Wen Yanqiu had muted his phone, but when he took it out, he discovered that he had received 3 calls from the top management of Shinhao Group, but he had not answered any of the calls. It's over. He quickly called back, and after hearing what the person on the other end of the phone said to him, his face became paler and paler, and his body began to tremble. It turns out that this Su city has such a great background. He always judges people by their appearance. Plop. When Yanqiu knelt down in front of Su Chang, kowtowed 3 times, and said, Mr. Su, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me this time. I beg you. The brothers behind him who were about to attack Su Chang at Wen Yanqiu's command. What's going on? Has their boss been cursed? Brother Wen, are you kidding me? You are actually kowtowing to this loser. Yu Zisher also said that he was very confused. How dare you? What a piece of trash. This is my dad. Wen Yanqiu slapped Yu Zisher in the face. Everything changed so quickly that Yu Zisher didn't know what to say. Didn't Wen Yanqiu just answer a phone call? Who did he answer the phone from and what did the person say on the call that made him act so weird? But Wen Yanqiu knew very well that based on the outrageous words he had just said to Su Chang, he deserved to be cut into pieces. What are you still standing there for? Get down on your knees. Wen Yanqiu's words frightened Yu Zisher. Even Wen Yanqiu doesn't dare to offend this person, but he has targeted him so many times and even wants to steal his woman. He really thinks he has lived too long. Yu Zisher also knelt down with a plop. Call for help quickly. Wen Yanqiu punched him again. Dad. Just now he wanted Su Chang to call him dad, and now that he called him back, then Su Chang should let him go, right? Unexpectedly, before Su Chang could say anything, Wen Yanqiu punched him again and said, What dad? Dad. He's my dad. Do you think anyone can recognize Mr. Su as their dad? You really overestimate your own abilities. Then I. Call me Grandpa. Yes, Grandpa. Yu Zisher burst into tears. Originally, he was like a turtle son in front of Wen Yanqiu, and now he was taught a lesson by Wen Yanqiu again. He must be so hurt in his heart. Not to mention how scary it is. Wen Yanqiu calls Su Chang dad, so he, Wen Yanqiu's son, is only worthy of calling Su Chang grandpa. As for Shin Yuro, he didn't even dare to think about it now. The group of people who were showing off their might just now are now kneeling in front of Su Chang, as if begging for forgiveness from their gods. They knelt quietly, not daring to make a sound, for fear that they would say something wrong and anger Su Chang, and then they would be beheaded. They were like a group of traitors whose ambitions were discovered, waiting fearfully for the judgment of their emperor. Su Chang walked forward slowly. Standing in front of the kneeling Yu Zisher, he sneered and asked, Just now, you said you wanted to make me a watchdog? No, I didn't. Yu Zisher denied subconsciously. But when Yanqiu next to him glared at him fiercely, as if to say, Don't play tricks in front of Mr. Su. Yes, it's me who looks down on others. I am the dog. I am a beast. I have no shame. Face and the like didn't seem so important at this moment. Yu Zixian had only one goal now, and that was to stay alive. Oh, sure, you shameless beast, then you can strip naked and dress up as a dog, crawling from here and barking all the way back to your home. Although he and Shin Yuro are childhood sweethearts, his home is still 2 blocks away from here. If he climbed back from here, he would definitely be seen, and his face. Forget it, compared to life, face is nothing. Yes, yes, yes. Su Chang reminded him, dogs can't speak human language. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Yu Zixia began to take off his clothes. Shin Yuro turned her face away, and Li Wanner hadn't reacted until Qin Jingzhong turned her head aside. Yu Zixia really was like a lost dog, crawling out naked, barking like a dog as he crawled. Many people around were taking pictures. It was estimated that it would not be long before Yu Zixia would become famous. As for this Wen Yangqiu, Mr. Su, I was actually deceived by that Yu Zixia. How dare I disrespect you? Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Oh. Bullshit. Su Cheng doesn't believe a single punctuation mark. The way you looked at my wife just now, did you think I didn't see it? Chapter 66. No one is on her side. Same man. What does Wen Yangqiu's eyes mean? How could Su Cheng not see it? It was as if a basin of cold water was poured down from above his head. Wen Yangqiu was trembling all over and kowtowed to beg for mercy. I had a cramp in my eye at that time. I definitely didn't mean it. Mr. Su, you are so magnanimous. After Su Cheng's punishment of Yu Zixia just now, Wen Yangqiu could see that Su Cheng was definitely not a kind-hearted person. But at this moment, he couldn't think of any other way except begging for mercy. He doesn't want to be like Yu Zixia. Who is Yu Zixia? He is just a rich and wealthy dandy. But he had suffered a lot since he was a child, and finally got to his current position helping a senior executive of the Xinhao Group to do some things that are not worthy of being mentioned in public, but he thought he was already a rare talent. Therefore, he acted a little arrogantly. During this period, he made many friends under the name of Xinhao Group. Every day is spent surrounded by stars. He almost forgot who he was. Now, because of his arrogance, he has offended this top boss. Although he didn't know Su Cheng's true identity, but when he heard the senior management calling him and mentioning Su Cheng in a very respectful tone, he didn't dare to offend Su Cheng. The senior management also said, "If you can't make Mr. Su Cheng happy today, you'll be thrown into the Pacific Ocean to feed the sharks." This sentence often appears in many novels about domineering CEOs. But Wen Yangqiu knew that Xinhao Group could really do it. He was so scared that he shrank into a shrimp. Forget it, you just took a look. Su Cheng's tone suddenly relaxed. Ha! Wen Yangqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Cheng was a stupid man and he believed everything he said. But Wen Yangqiu hadn't been happy for 30 seconds when he heard Su Cheng continue to say, "Then I'll take away one of your eyes." Wen Yangqiu. Su Cheng pointed at the brothers behind Wen Yangqiu and said, "Just as your boss told you to beat others before, you should beat him the same way today. Of course, be sure to dig out one of his eyes, so that he won't look around. If anyone doesn't beat you wholeheartedly, then you should take the beating for Wen Yangqiu." A contemptuous tone. However, no one should underestimate it. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Just when they were about to take action, Su Cheng raised his hand again, pointed outside, and said, "Go out and fight." Yes, we will definitely do it neatly and not pollute Mr. Su's eyes." They dragged Wen Yangqiu out by force. Su Cheng raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. This group of people are not good people, they are opportunistic. Wen Yangqiu was beaten and one of his eyes was destroyed, but the wildness of all these years of hard work is still in his bones. As long as Wen Yangqiu comes to his senses, none of these people will have an easy life. People who have made a name for themselves can bend and stretch themselves, but they will also take revenge. By then, Su Cheng will not protect them. He just waited for them to fight each other and watched the show with a smile. The group of people dragged Wen Yangqiu out and beat him, and the living room suddenly became empty. But they didn't go far, and the sound of flesh hitting flesh could be heard from time to time. Su Cheng acted as if nothing had happened, put his arm around Shin Yuro's waist and sat down, and even pinched her slender waist with malicious intent. Shin Yuro gritted her teeth to prevent herself from making shameful noises, and turned around to glare at Su Cheng fiercely. Just that look, just like a grown-up cat kitten showing its claws and fangs, not only does it not have any attack power, but it also looks cute and pure. What are you looking at? You've even seen how your husband feels. Su Chang leaned close to Chin Yuro's ear and whispered something to her. Chin Yuro's face suddenly turned as red as a cooked shrimp. She didn't dare to look at Su Chang anymore. She just sat upright and was on high alert in case Su Chang made another surprise attack on her. There. Mother-in-law Li Wanner was completely stunned. She didn't expect that Su Chang, whom she had always looked down upon, was so powerful. He dealt with Yu Zisher and the bully who came to her door with just a few words. Xinhao Group will cooperate with the Qin family. Su Chang added, I have a close friend working there, so you can rest assured. Well, the Friends series that came out of nothing. Oh, so that's the case. Li Wanner didn't doubt it much. After all, she had also investigated Su Chang before. Knowing that the other party was not only from the countryside, but also had parents who were country bumpkins and a troublesome younger brother at home, he was also reprimanded during college and couldn't find a job after graduation, and even caused her daughter to get pregnant before marriage. How could she feel at ease to leave her daughter to such a person? Although he helped the Qin family today, but. Su Chang, well, after all, I am the elder, so I still need to remind you of some things. It's good to have friends in the business world, but it's better to rely on yourself than on others. You can't just sit at home all day and rely on our daughter for support, right? Li Wanner's tone became much gentler. Hearing this, Chin Yuro was unhappy. Mom, Su Chang just helped our family so much, how can you say that about him? Not to mention that Su Chang never spent my money, just based on the cooperation between our family and Xinhao Group that he facilitated today, the profit brought is definitely more than 50 million. How dare you say that about him? Chin Yuro now shows signs of doting on her husband indiscriminately. Su Chang raised his eyebrows, looking at Chin Yuro like this, it was as if he saw a cute little hen with her hands on her hips protecting her chicks, quite ornamental. I just said it. Li Wanner didn't dare to yell at Su Chang. The hawk-like look in Su Chang's eyes when he dealt with Yu Zisher and Wen Yanqiu just now made her feel a little scared when she thought about it now. Besides, outside, the sound of Wen Yanqiu being beaten was still heard. Mom, you should stop worrying about our affairs. Chin Yuro pulled Su Chang up and said as they walked out, we won't be back for lunch. Hey, this kid, I just said a few words to her, why did she? Li Wanner couldn't help but get angry. Looking at Qin Jingzhong, whose bottom was as heavy as a rock and motionless, she said, you don't care about the company, you don't care about the children. I don't know what's the point of marrying you. I am good looking and provided the tadpoles. Qin Jingzhong said calmly, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings, why are you meddling in this? Li Weiner. Oh, I'm so angry. Everyone help her. Don't always talk about a young person like this. It's not certain who will rely on whom in the future. Qin Jingzhong reminded again. Chapter 67, stopped at the kindergarten gate. TSK. Although Li Wanner was still disdainful, her voice became fainter, like the hum of a mosquito. When Su Chang and Chin Yuro walked outside, their fight was not over yet. When the group saw Su Chang coming, they thought he was here to inspect, so they fought even more happily. Wen Yanqiu, who was being beaten, endured the pain and put on an expression that said my son is enjoying it and smiled at Su Chang. Chin Yuro was so shocked that she forgot to walk for a moment. It was Su Chang who patted her plump buttocks before Chin Yuro came back to her senses, with resentment written all over her red apple-like face. Good job, keep up the good work. Yes. After receiving Su Chang's praise, the group of people finally felt relieved. Chin Yuro accompanied Su Chang outside. The little woman looked back from time to time, as if she had seen something new, and her little head shook like a rattle. When she reached the corner, she was suddenly pressed against the wall by Su Chang. Her two tender little hands were tightly grasped by Su Chang's rough big hands and pressed against the wall. The man's breath was getting closer and closer, spraying all over her face. Chin Yuro couldn't help but lower her head shyly, and her legs began to weaken a little. Hubby, Su Chang didn't give the woman a chance to speak, he just kissed her forcefully and domineeringly. A woman's lips are like a flower budding in spring, delicate and beautiful, and taste great when you bite them. Su Changla enjoyed it with gusto. After a while, Chin Yuro turned into a puddle of mud. After Su Chang let her go, she leaned limply in Su Chang's arms, unable to move. You can't do this, it's only been a short while, and you can't hold on any longer? Su Chang looked at her leisurely. This is because you took too long. Anyone can't stand it. It's amazing that I can hold on for such a long time. Chin Yuro clenched the chubby fist and got angry. In fact, it's more like acting like a spoiled child. Hearing this, Soo-chang laughed heartily and said, I know about you, but I don't know how long I can kiss others. Why don't you find me a woman to try it out? You wish. Having me is not enough, and you want to look for other women. Do you think you are Wei Xiaobao? Xin Yuro was so anxious that she was about to cry. She held Soo-chang's arm tightly. The pride of being a young lady still made her hold her chin high, but the fear in her eyes could not be ignored. Soo-chang knew that he couldn't joke too much, so he rubbed Xin Yuro's furry little head and said, Silly wife, I was lying to you. You alone are enough to make me ecstatic. How can I have the energy to look for other women? You, what are you talking about in broad daylight? Humph. I hate you. Women are just saying one thing and thinking another. They say that they don't want him to say that, but their tone and attitude are much gentler. Who doesn't he like to be praised by their man? Okay, let's go quickly, we still have important things to do. Xin Yuro pushed him. What's the matter? He thought she asked him out just to have lunch. Could it be that this little woman had grown up and booked a theme hotel in advance? TSK, if that's the case, he would be embarrassed to refuse. It's about the photo before. Didn't you say that the two people in the photo with me looked a lot like you? It just so happens that the kindergarten where the photo was taken is nearby. Let's go take a look together. Xin Yuro took his hand, her eyes curved with a smile. It turns out that Xin Yuro cares so much about my affairs. I just said so many sorry words to her and made her angry. I really shouldn't have done that. Soo-chang was quite touched. Okay. Does it mean they are his biological parents just because they look alike? Not necessarily. Xin Yuro seemed to have heard his worries. She took his hand and persuaded him, Don't be afraid, husband. Even if they are not your biological parents, as long as we try harder, we will always find them. I, your wife, will always be with you. Xin Yuro is a typical giving personality. When it comes to the man she has chosen, she will do everything to make him good. It's all right. I can take it easy. Besides, if I get depressed over such a small thing, what will happen to you and the children, right? I know you're the best, husband. The two rode a shared bicycle to the kindergarten. After parking the car, they came to find the security guard at the door. Hello, I want to see your principal. I have something to ask. Xin Yuro politely went to greet the kindergarten security guard. But the security guard raised his hand to stop her from talking, and then said, Do you have an appointment? If not, then go away. Why don't young people go to the park? Why do you have to go to the kindergarten? Really? He thought that Soo-chang and Xin Yuro, a young couple, came here to look back for their childhood. Xin Yuro gritted her teeth, looking a little embarrassed. The security guard added, I know you, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. But even if you are the eldest daughter, this is not allowed. This is an aristocratic kindergarten. You can't enter without an appointment. Plus this unknown person you brought with you, how would I know what you are doing here? Don't think you can get away with it just because you dress like a decent person. But in fact, someone had told him in advance that as long as Xin Yuro and a good-looking man came here, they would not be allowed in. All the consequences would be borne by that person. Uncle, you are going too far. Xin Yuro was angry and embarrassed. However, they did not have an appointment. But just when Xin Yuro was feeling a little discouraged, Soo-chang told her about this on WeChat, and someone quickly replied, I know the principal. I'll ask him to come downstairs to pick you up. Soo-chang then put down his phone. The security guard felt a sense of lack of accomplishment when he saw that Soo-chang looked indifferent and was not insulted by him. After all, it was a job assigned to him, so he had to do it well. He couldn't help but advise, Miss Qin, I'm also an experienced person, so I still want to remind you a few things as an old man. When choosing a husband, you must be more discerning. When you were young, you could ride bicycles together, it was so romantic. But when you get old, do you still have to ride bicycles when you go out? Ha ha. Some people don't think you are great just because you are pretty. How does the saying go? If you use your beauty to serve others, your love will fade when your beauty fades. Even an old man like me understands this principle, why don't you young people understand it? You rely on your pretty face to hook up with a rich woman, and then dress like a decent person, and you think you are someone important? Chapter 68 What big shot did he offend? Soo-chang looked at him quietly, his eyes very calm. However, such a calm look made the security guard feel a little uneasy. Well, don't look at me like that. It's really strange, he actually finds a pretty boy who makes a living by his looks scary? Having spent a long time in this aristocratic kindergarten, he had seen all kinds of couples: a 50-year-old man and a 20-year-old woman, a 40-year-old fat woman and a 30-year-old idol, a wife and a mistress coming together to have a child in their old age, and a 70-year-old who still managed to have a child. The most terrifying thing was that they insisted that it was his seed. Countless. A man like Su Chang, who is so good-looking, is obviously a man who relies on his youth to make a living and is being kept by someone. Besides, he also knew that Qin Yuro's family was very rich. I'll give you 3 minutes to apologize for your behavior just now. Otherwise, even if this is in kindergarten, I will make you pay the price. Nowadays, Su Chang is too lazy to reason with these people who look down on others. Simply put, in a word, I gave you a chance to apologize. If you can't catch it, sorry, it's not my fault. Qin Yuro, who was standing by, couldn't help but look at her husband with admiration and respect after hearing this. Why is it that the longer I spend with Su Chang, the more I think he is amazing, and the more I feel that I am not worthy of him? Alas! If I hadn't used my body and 2 children to keep him, I'm afraid he would have achieved great things by now. Qin Yuro bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. However, the security guard just thought it was ridiculous. Apologize? Pfft, who do you think you are? A little white-faced, useless guy. Judging from his appearance, he must be very weak. I'm afraid he can't even last as long as a 44-year-old security guard like me. Looking like this, a sissy. Oh, I get it. You're going to be a man for a few years, hang out with rich women for a few years, and when you can't do it anymore, you'll go to country tea for an operation to turn yourself into a woman, and then come back to play with men. Do you think I'm right? Ha ha ha. It's simply shameless words. You've gone too far. Qin Yuro couldn't help but show her chubby little pink fist, but it had no attack power. Su Chang held her back, his voice was very soft, but the 3 people present could hear it. How can such a person be worthy of us taking action? Qin Yuro calmed down. Su Chang sighed silently in his heart. This little hen is protecting her cubs. Ha ha ha. You're really good at this. I'm so scared. The security guard made a frightened and sarcastic expression. Just then, someone patted his shoulder from behind. Who is it? Who is this blind person again? The security guard turned around and saw the principal of the kindergarten. Principal, these 2 people tried to break into our kindergarten with unclear intentions. I'm teaching them a lesson. Hey, principal, this is what I should do. You don't need to praise me, let alone reward me. A series of implicit and explicit statements. After he finished speaking, no one answered. Everything was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The security guard was a little embarrassed. The next second, they saw the distinguished principal of their entire aristocratic kindergarten, leading the vice principal, the dean of studies, and the head teacher who had hurried down here, together. What's going on? Aren't they just 2 young people who want to go to kindergarten? Is it necessary to mobilize so many people? Are you trying to use this incident as a leadership education? The security guard was puzzled. However, they must be on my side. So the security captain still laughed and looked at Su Chang proudly. Then, his smile froze on his face. Because he saw that the principal, the vice principal, and all the leaders came to Su Chang as if they had agreed, and did the same thing in unison. 90 degrees, the most sincere bow. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were coming. I'm really, really sorry. I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. The principal took the lead in speaking. Only then did the security guard realize the seriousness of the problem. Even the big shot whom the principal treated so respectfully was humiliated by him just now. He is simply risking his life. You know, this principal is a postdoctoral fellow who returned from abroad. He has a say even in the field of international preschool education. How many people have gone to great lengths to send their children to this school? No matter how prominent a person is, they will bow down and scrape before the principal. He won't bow down for a few pieces of silver easily. But today, oh my God, why would their leadership team gather here and bow to a pretty boy? Is he dreaming? The security guard hit his head hard and felt some pain. He realized he was not dreaming. At this time, Su Chang showed a mocking smile and said, No, I'm just a pretty boy who relies on women for a living. How can I be worthy of your apology? The principal almost fell to his knees. What on earth did this reckless security guard say to Su Chang? Hurry up and kneel down and confess your guilt. Although it is a modern world, Chinese people still have a sense of hierarchy in their bones and believe that kneeling down is the greatest form of obedience and begging for mercy. The security guard realized that something was wrong. He immediately knelt down with a thud. She cried and said, "Su, Mr. Su. Can I call you that? I am a dog, I look down on people, please don't take it to heart. I just said those words because I was bewitched. I really didn't mean it. Oh, yeah, there's someone who asked me to stop you from coming in. That person is the eldest master of the Qin family, Miss Qin Yuro's uncle. I admit that I am a mean person. I took his money and knew you would come here, so I deliberately blocked you and said those ugly words. My child is still in school, my mother is old, and my wife ran away a long time ago. Please spare my life." He vomited quite quickly. So, the instigator was actually Qin Yuro's uncle? The old lady of the Qin family has two sons, one is Qin Yuro's father Qin Jingzhong, and the other is her uncle. It seems that the real villain is still behind. It's all my fault. When we came out, I mentioned that we were going to the kindergarten. You were not there at the time, but my mother was. I guess she told uncle. Qin Yuro said quickly, but uncle is too much. We are all family, why is he targeting you like this? Hubby, I stand on your side on this matter. After saying this, she took a step towards him in her black leather shoes. The indignant look on his face made Su Chang feel comfortable. Chapter 69 became shopping with my wife. Being old is not your excuse. Su Chang pointed out his intention directly. Do you think you are entitled to your position just because you are so senior? Ha ha. What's more, Su Chang is not a very kind person. There was no need to be hard on him just because of his few words, or to ignore his arrogance when he had just humiliated him. When the security guard heard this, he knew he had no hope. He looked to the principal for help, hoping that the principal would plead for him as he had worked in the kindergarten for decades. But the principal ignored it. In the face of absolute authority, who would care about the life or death of others? That's just human nature. You can't stay here any longer. Our small place can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. Su Chang snorted coldly. The security guard continued to beg for mercy, but to no avail. The principal came up quickly and said attentively, "Mr. Su, let me deal with this kind of villain for you. I have prepared hot tea in the office, just waiting for you to come in. He has to behave well." Having said that, he really would not bow down for a few pieces of silver, but he particularly admired the heir of the Su family. Only someone who is at the top of the world can sit in this position. Although he didn't know the other party's true strength, the principal didn't dare to offend him. Su Chang nodded and asked Qin Yuro beside him with a smile, "You must be very tired after standing for so long, right?" The voice and tone were so gentle that all the female teachers present were envious and jealous. Ah, why is such a powerful man still so loyal? Looking at his eyes that can turn anyone into a puddle of water, they are literally drooling. Woo woo woo, why can't I meet such a good man? Okay. Su Chang raised his chin towards the principal. She gestured to him and agreed. The principal finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't completely offend this gentleman. Su Chang and Qin Yuro were invited to the principal's office. On the way here, they also passed by the kindergarten small class. Looking at the energetic children inside, nodding and bowing to their kindergarten teachers like little adults, their hearts couldn't help but soften. Qin Yuro was thinking, that's great. I hope their children in the future can grow up like these saplings. I don't ask them to do anything great, as long as they are happy every day. But Su Chang was thinking great, after the two babies go to kindergarten, it will be just him and Qin Yuro's world during the day, and no one will disturb them anymore. Then he can do whatever he wants. Can Qin Yuro, this little girl, still be able to overcome his strength? Although the two people had different thoughts, they were both equally happy, so they smiled at each other. Everyone thinks that the other person is thinking the same thing as they are thinking. Arrived at the principal's office. The principal first reported to him what he had just done. The security guard has been fired, and he was also asked to pay a fine of 100,000 yuan to replace the bed curtains for the children in the kindergarten. People who are fired by this kindergarten will never find a good job around here. Moreover, when the security guard was going home, he was pushed by someone and fell into the pond. His head hit the rocks in the pond. He has now been sent to the hospital. Well, it's okay. Su Chang only gave such a mediocre evaluation. The principal hurriedly and attentively served tea and water. At this time, Su Chang finally revealed the real purpose of this place. He showed the photo to the principal and said, "The little girl in the photo is my wife. Now I want to know who the couple next to her are. This should be a photo from 20 years ago. Mr. Su, you don't know that there was a fire here 10 years ago, and many files were burned. I am really helpless. What a coincidence. But I will try my best." The principal immediately sent someone to investigate. During this period, he also asked Su Chang if he needed someone to prepare lunch. Su Chang looked at the children playing and fighting downstairs. They had just finished their lunch, get out of class, and were happily lining up for lunch. So he said, "Forget it. We can just eat the same as the children. It's also good to reminisce about childhood." However, his kindergarten at that time was just a small shabby house randomly set up by the village brigade branch. Both the small and large classes were crowded in the same room, and there was no middle class. The teacher just talks casually in class. There was no such concept as the current five-pronged education of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. When his younger brother Subin went to school, his adoptive mother insisted on sending him to the kindergarten in town. You see, if you are not their biological child, no matter how much you give, they will still treat you as an outsider. Mr. Su is really extraordinary. The principal suddenly said this. In today's society, when distinguished guests come, they have to eat the same meal as the children? Such people are rare. Afternoon. The archives from 20 years ago could not be found, and Su Chang was a little frustrated. Shin Yuro has been comforting him. The two were in no hurry to go back. We can't waste this time together that we finally got. So Shin Yuro accompanied Su Chang to buy clothes. Su Chang is not very picky about clothes, as long as they are comfortable. Then, as they were walking around, Su Chang started to accompany Shin Yuro to buy clothes. This little girl obviously has dozens of times more clothes than him, but she still complains every morning that she has nothing to wear. Women, they just never know satisfaction. As they were walking around, they came to a women's lingerie store. Su Chang stopped. Well, he has never been to such a place. Shin Yuro pulled him in naturally and said, "Come, help me pick out what looks good on me. You look best without any clothes on." Before Su Chang could finish the sentence, he was pulled in. There were many, many women in there. The owner is an African black girl who speaks Chinese very well. It's not that Su Chang is a hooligan, it's just that Hainyo's pair of breasts are too eye-catching. Su Chang roughly measured them in his mind and found that one of them is about as big as his head. No wonder black people like to find black people. He can't stand the white people and the yellow people either. The black girl staggered over, of course, only part of her body was staggering. I first chatted with Shin Yuro about some things that Su Chang couldn't understand. It's really strange. Su Chang can clearly hear ABCD in what they say. He. As the two women talked, they began to look at Su Chang together. Then Hainua gave Su Chang a thumbs up, and Shin Yuro blushed like a boiled shrimp. Su Chang. What does it have to do with him? Chapter 70, met his childhood friend again. Does that mean that we should even take a look at his size? Although Su Chang is not a shy person and he understands that people from foreign countries are more open-minded, he will not agree. Finally, Shin Yuro took Su Chang to choose the pattern. In Su Chang's eyes, there are only these few good-looking ones. Black with lace black, strapless white with lace white, tube top. The other colors are younger brothers. Shin Yuro glared at him, took the black and purple ones, and went to the fitting room to try them on. Su Chang was worried, so he stood at the door waiting. Then, I heard Shin Yuro's call from inside. "No, it's too small. Hubby. Go tell her to get me an E." Su Chang. He didn't want to talk to that black girl. But for my wife, I still have to go. I told Hainua the general situation. Hainyo sat there, and had to put the big black rabbit on the table to avoid getting too tired. Su Chang got a headache just looking at it. "Hey, I've already told you that your wife is breastfeeding, so it's definitely not a good idea to choose the original model, but she still doesn't listen to me." See? Now we have to change it again. There was a gloating expression on Hainua's face. Su Chang made humming and I-haying sounds to indicate that he understood. When she handed the things to him, she secretly said to him, "Well, my good brother, you have such a high-nose bridge and a tight waist, are you interested in a threesome?" Sioux City. Hey Nua's words were interrupted. There was someone behind them. And he listened to every word of their conversation just now. Oh my god. He, Su Chang, is not that kind of person. Hey Nua seemed not to care about the situation. She muttered a few words. Although she was not very happy, she finally stopped pestering him. Su Chang turned around. Saw two familiar faces. One belongs to his husband Cheng Jigang, and the other belongs to Cheng Jigang's beautiful landlord Ko Shayan. TSK. Brother, you know, I'm not that kind of person. Su Chang said quickly. Cheng Jigang's eyes fell on the thing in his hand, then he sighed and said, "Don't say anymore, I understand." Su Chang. He looked at Ko Shayan, who was angry but dared not speak, then looked at Cheng Jigang, and suddenly thought of a move. "Jigang, I haven't seen you for so long. You're making great progress, huh?" He nodded at Ko Shayan with his chin. Still talking about him here, didn't Cheng Jigang himself come to this kind of place with the beautiful landlady? Ha, they are both the same kind of people. It's not very nice to say this about myself and my brother. But it doesn't matter. Cheng Jigang, a rough guy, actually started to blush when he heard such words. The wheat-colored skin with a touch of blush has a unique flavor, at least that's what Ko Shayan thinks. Today is my birthday. I asked my brother to accompany me out. He is not that kind of person. Ko Shayan's lark-like voice sounded. Cheng Jigang looked at Ko Shayan with gratitude. Then he whispered, "Thank you, sister." Su Chang. Okay, stop showing your affection in front of me. Su Chang waved his hand. I'll take the clothes to my wife first, help her try them on, and then come back to see you. Su Chang just laughed. In the past, he was the one showing off his affection, but now he has become the one being shown affection. Su Chang looked at his honest and simple-minded Cheng Jigang, and then at his intellectual sister Ko Shayan, who was dressed in a professional suit and had red lips and big wavy hair, and thought to himself, "Jigang, I hope this sister won't eat you up until not even a scrap is left." But I guess Cheng Jigang would be secretly happy even if he was eaten clean by Ko Shayan. Since ancient times, heroes have always been tempted by beautiful women. This way. Cheng Jigang still looked at Ko Shayan awkwardly and said, "You don't listen to my brother's nonsense." I don't have any improper thoughts about you." Ko Shayan rolled her eyes at him. Then she tucked the loose hair around her ears behind her ears, revealing her delicate and beautiful earlobes as delicate as shell meat. Then, he suddenly complained. "Oh, so I'm so unattractive. You and I have known each other for such a long time, and yet you have no idea about me at all." "Ah, yes. Cheng Jigang quickly denied. "Oh? I treat you as a tenant, but you have other ideas about me?" Ko Shayan approached step by step. Cheng Jigang. What should he say? It's wrong to admit it, and it's also wrong not to admit it. "Sister, please let me go. You like me, don't you?" Ko Shayan pushed him in front of the mirror, and Cheng Jigang had nowhere to retreat. There were people passing by all around. He is very nervous. The tension, which was completely different from the relaxed atmosphere here, also made him feel out of place. I. Ko Shayan put her hand on his belt and tugged at it. She asked him softly, "Tell me the truth, maybe I have feelings for you too?" "Yes. I like you. I have liked you since the first time I saw you. But my family conditions are not good, and I feel that I am not worthy of you, so I have never said it out loud." Cheng Jigang lowered his head again. The inferiority complex brought by the original family takes a lifetime to heal. Ko Shayan would never understand this kind of pain. However, Ko Shayan didn't intend to figure it out. She had more interesting things to do. Ko Shayan pulled Cheng Jigang into the fitting room, and then, "Sister, this is the ladies' fitting room, why did you bring me here?" Cheng Jigang was very panicked. "No, sister, don't do this." "Well, sister, go on. Next door fitting room." Su Chang, who had just helped Chin Euro put on her clothes, said. He wanted to cover his little white rabbit's ears to prevent her from being polluted. However, it seems that his little white rabbit is not a simple little white rabbit. Chin Euro listened with great interest. Su Chang. Well, he should have known. As the biological sister of Qin Mengmeng, the filthy demon king, Qin Yuro is not very innocent at heart. Gone, out. Su Chang didn't want her to hear another man's voice. Qin Yuro was pulled out by him unwillingly. Those two people are still busy, and it is estimated that they will not be able to finish it in a short time. Besides, Chang Jigang was accompanying Ko Xiaoyan on her birthday, so they wouldn't get involved. So Su Chang sent a WeChat message to Cheng Jigang, and then left with Qin Yuro. On the way back, they also picked out gifts for Qin Jingzhong and Li Wan'er. If you buy gifts for your father-in-law and mother-in-law at this time, I guess they won't refuse. Honey, do you miss the babies? Qin Yuro asked him on the way back. Su Chang did not deny it and nodded. Chapter 71, Madam Qin I. Although this is a world of two that we all desire, after having children, we will uncontrollably worry about our babies. They looked at each other. Without saying anything, you can already guess what the other person is thinking. So the two of them hurried back. Arriving at the Qin family, Li Wan'er and Qin Jingzhong both went to live with their grandmother. Qin Yuro and Su Chang put down their things, changed their clothes, and rushed over there. Li Wan'er and Qin Jingzhong were accompanying old Madam Qin for dinner. Qin Mengmeng was also here. 3 generations of the family were talking and laughing. After Su Chang came in, if he saw it correctly, his mother-in-law Li Wan'er, who had previously looked down on him, actually smiled at him. But the woman refused to admit it, and her face became calm in an instant. Before coming, Su Chang specifically asked Tuntong whether the 2 little guys were injured here. They all said to him, "Master, please rest assured, the 2 babies are having a lot of fun here and they are not hurt at all." Oh. It seems that this grandma really likes children. Grandma. Su Chang also called out. The woman sitting in the main seat was over 80 years old, with gray hair, but her eyes were bright and sharp. The old man is in good health. There is no disease at all. Seeing Qin Yuro, old Madam Qin frowned, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Looking at the Su Chang she brought back, I was even more disappointed. However, she did not say anything sarcastic. Old Madam Qin is a Buddhist and doesn't like to criticize others' mistakes to their faces. Since you're here, let's sit down and eat together. Quite polite. However, when Su Chang looked at this old lady, he always felt that her thoughts were much deeper than Li Wan'er's. After all, he has lived for so long. Be able to keep calm. As expected, the joyful atmosphere between them didn't last long before old lady Qin spoke up. Su Chang, what kind of job are you doing now? Su Chang answered her, the children are still young. I stay at home to take care of them. When I have nothing to do, I do some investment or something. Oh, investment? Ha, transferring money to Alipay and waiting for returns is also called investing. Old Madam Qin felt even more disdainful. She looked a little unhappy and said, I heard that you helped our Qin family a lot today. Xinhao Group is such a noble group, is willing to cooperate with us because of you? Su Chang clearly felt that there was something wrong with the old woman's tone. However, since he was the one who raised Qin Yuro, Su Chang decided to tolerate her for a few more words. If she still acts like this, Su Chang will not be polite. Well, it's just that the friends I know are promising. Grandma, don't worry, I know what you are worried about. Since I am with Qin Yuro, I will definitely take good care of her and will not let her suffer any grievances in the future. Wouldn't it be better to just say it directly? But old Madam Qin smiled. She seemed not to believe Su Chang's words at all. Take good care of Yuro? Don't let her suffer any grievances? Anyone would say such a thing. Let's put it this way, I'm not an unreasonable old woman. After all, you and my Yuro gave birth to 2 lovely children, and I helped take care of Yuro for so long. These children and I are destined to be together. From now on, you don't have to worry about the 2 children. I will also leave you some money so you can start a business, buy a house, or do whatever you want. I will not take this money back. I won't stop you from looking after your children in the future. Now that things have come to this, anyone would be moved. The conditions offered by old Madam Qin can be considered very generous. Qin Yuro sensed something was wrong, and stood up with a look of annoyance and asked, Grandma, what do you mean? Are you going to drive Su Chang away? That is right. It is indeed necessary to let Su Chang leave Qin Yuro. However, Madam Qin's methods were more sophisticated. She would not be like Li Wan'er, saying some sarcastic words and forcing Su Chang to leave. Instead, give him some material conditions to make him realize that he is totally unworthy of Qin Yuro. In this way, Su Chang would not only leave Qin Yuro obediently, but also, out of gratitude, not tell anyone what happened between them before, in order to protect Qin Yuro's reputation. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Old Madame Qin felt that she had made a great step backward. She glanced at Qin Yuro and said, "Yuro, you grew up under the care of your grandma. How could she harm you? Sit down first and let me talk to this little brother." But Qin Yuro wanted to say something else. Su Chang, who was next to her, pulled her sleeve, motioned for her to sit down. Seeing Su Chang's confident look, Qin Yuro had no choice but to obey. I don't know when it started, but she became more and more trusting of her husband. It was like, even if the sky fell at this moment, as long as Su Chang said it was okay, Qin Yuro would be very optimistic. Qin Yuro sat down obediently. Seeing this scene, old Madame Qin couldn't help but frown again. It seems that what goes on between the two of them is more than just the impulse of young people. Her Yuro has already developed feelings for this brat. No. They must be separated as soon as possible. Su Chang replied directly, "In this world, no one except me can make Qin Yuro happy." He is telling the truth. Qin Yuro knew it. Other men approached her either for her looks or for her money. Only Su Chang was tied back by her and her two children. Ha ha ha. Old Madame Qin was amused. "Little brother, do you think you are still in elementary school, love? You are talking nonsense like this, aren't you afraid of your mouth getting rotten?" She doesn't believe it. Qin Jingzhong looked at old Madame Qin, and then at Su Chang. Li Wan'er asked him quietly, "Husband, what should we do now? Should we help your mother or help Su Chang?" Qin Jingzhong shook his head. "Have no idea? I won't help anyone. Just watch the show." Li Wan'er knew that this man could not be relied upon when it came to the critical moment. Old Madame Qin laughed loudly, but she was the only one laughing, which was a bit awkward. She took a sip of tea and said, "I'll tell you straight, you leave Yuro and never see her again. Keep everything that happened between you to yourself and don't tell anyone. I will give you a large sum of money and find a good marriage for Yuro. What happened between you is just an impulse of youth and you will forget it in the future. As for the mistakes you made due to your impulse Xian and Nuonyuo, well, I, an old woman, will take the trouble to raise them for you." Chapter 72 Madame Qin Part 2. Ha ha. Su Chang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where are my children now?" Madame Qin snorted coldly, "What do you mean your children? They are the offspring of our Qin family. She is going to leave the father and the son behind." Su Chang stood up. A slap, right on the dining table. The sound was deafening. "I'm asking you one last time, where are my children?" Old Madame Qin shuddered. She didn't expect that Su Chang was so vicious. "I thought that people who came from small families were timid." He got scared after just a few words. Old Madame Qin couldn't help swallowing. But now she is the most talkative person in the Qin family. If even she can't control Su Chang, then she will really marry her precious granddaughter to this pretty boy. That won't work. She worked hard to raise Qin Yuro and taught her to be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, all for the purpose of finding a good husband for her in the future to help support their Qin family. If she marries well, she will be able to help her grandchildren in the future. The Qin family is destined to be handed over to my grandson. As for my granddaughter, she's with another man anyway. Doesn't it make any difference who she marries? Think of this." Old Madame Qin straightened her back. Then he said, "Su Chang, is this how you talk to your elders? Xian and Nuonyuo are also my grandchildren. Can I really eat them? If you don't agree to leave Yuro, then you will never see them again in your life." Grandma! Qin Yuro was also angry. But after all, he was the one who raised her, so Qin Yuro couldn't say anything harsh. Su Chang let go of his hand. But the moment he let go of his hand, the dining table, it's broken into pieces. The plates and dinner on it fell to the ground with a loud clatter. Everyone was shocked. Su Chang ignored them and asked directly, "Where are Xian and Nuonyuo?" "Master, just follow the instructions I gave you. They are in this villa." "Good." Su Chang left the table immediately. Old Madame Qin was so angry that her good-tempered expression turned bad. "Look at him, what's his attitude, huh? Mom, let me support you." As a daughter-in-law, Li Wan'er naturally had to take good care of her mother-in-law at this time. Qin Yuro pursed her lips tightly and looked worriedly in the direction where Su Chang left. Madame Qin walked over and slapped Qin Yuro on the face. Qin Yuro covered her face and looked at old Madame Qin in disbelief. The eye sockets have begun to turn red. She has been very obedient since she was a child, and old Madame Qin has never hit her. This time, the fight was so clean and efficient. Grandma! Qin Yuro was also driven to panic by the slap. She covered her face and said, I don't think my husband did anything wrong. Husband? Yuro, you are the first grandchild of our Qin family. You should consider the reputation of our Qin family when speaking and doing things. You two haven't even got the marriage certificate yet, why are you calling me husband? How shameless! To tell you the truth, I have already found a marriage for you. I have discussed it with your uncle, and we both think that the other person is a very good person. It happens again. He wanted to marry her to someone else without her consent. Oh, since the other person is so good, why don't you marry him? After Qin Yuro said this, she didn't even look at how angry Madame Qin was, but turned around and went to find Su Chang. Old Madame Qin pointed at Qin Yuro and remained silent for a long time. After she recovered, she took out her anger on her daughter-in-law, Li Wanner. What a good daughter you raised. I'm over 80 years old, but she still wants me to get married. She's really filial. Li Wanner frowned. She asked another question, Mom, I know you are doing this for Yuro's own good, so can you tell me what kind of in-laws you have found for her? When this was mentioned, old Madame Qin's eyes dodged. Don't worry about this. I won't harm my granddaughter. Li Wanner was a little skeptical. However, old Madame Qin always played the fool and refused to tell anyone, and there was nothing she, as the daughter-in-law, could do about it. Soon, Su Chang and Qin Yuro came down, each holding a child. Old Madame Qin wanted to say something, but when she met Su Chang's murderous eyes, she swallowed back what she wanted to say. Why is this bastard so scary? Su Chang could tolerate other things to a certain extent, but he absolutely could not tolerate anyone touching his women and children. Madame Qin. Su Chang walked over holding the child. Old Madame Qin saw that something was not right. She seemed to have run into someone who was not interested in his life. I am Yuro's grandmother, you can't do anything to me. This Su Chang was actually able to defeat the top killer she sent to guard the two children. Those two killers were hired by her from international sources. It was said that they had protected the prime minister of a certain country. They are no match for Su Chang. This Su city is not simple. Of course I won't do anything to you. An old woman has lived for so long, she has lived enough and is actually not afraid of death in her heart. Old Madame Qin breathed a sigh of relief. But Su Chang has other ways to torture her. He held the child in his arms and smashed all the valuables in old Madame Qin's villa. Antique vases, televisions, massagers. Those were all obtained by old Madame Qin from others with great effort. For this purpose, she also assigned special people to maintain it. Now, it was smashed by Su Chang's few hits. Every blow seemed to hit her directly in the heart. Old Madame Qin began to breathe heavily. Su Chang. That's enough. Stop. Qin Xingzhong spoke. Although it was indeed his mother, old Madame Qin, who was wrong in this matter, Qin Xingzhong couldn't just watch old Madame Qin get angry to death. Su Chang was also tired of smashing things. So he left here with Qin Yuro. Old Madame Qin lay on the sofa, gasping for breath. Look. This is the good man Yuro brought back, huh? You smashed all of my valuable things. They were all smashed. They were the result of my life's hard work. Li Wanner advised, Mom, those are just external possessions. If they are gone, they are gone. As long as your body is fine, that's all. To be honest, Li Wanner quite admires Su Chang. Because Li Wanner gave birth to two daughters, her mother-in-law, old Lady Qin, put many obstacles in her way, both overtly and covertly. It's a pity that as a wife, she has no choice but to endure it. But when Su Chang arrived, this old woman was given a hard time. Forgive her. I'm so happy now. Chapter 73 Madame Qin Part 3. Mom, it's all my fault. It's because my education method is wrong that Yuro brought that man back home. Li Wanner began to show weakness. There is no way. In such a wealthy family, the elders have absolute authority. But these words also made old Madame Qin feel upset. I was also the one who brought up Yuro. What you're saying is that my educational approach is wrong? More than that? You are an old woman in your 70s or 80s, with a head full of corrupt ideas. How can you teach a good child? Fortunately, when Yuro grew up, I brought her to live with me. Otherwise, I don't know how you would torture me. Of course, Lee Warner would not say this out loud. She just became more and more humble. Then, he said, since mom doesn't like Su Chang, I will kick him out tomorrow. It's better for our Chin family not to have a grandson-in-law who doesn't respect the elderly like this. As for the cooperation with the Shinhao group that he brought over, we also rejected it. He has treated mom like this. Even if it means offending the Shinhao group, we cannot keep him in our family. Hey, no. Madam Chin is not stupid. If she offends the Shinhao group, doesn't that mean her reputation will be ruined? Mom, we can't be too soft-hearted at this time. I'm doing this for your own good. Lee Warner sneered in her heart. You damn old woman, you are just a bully. I just treated Su Chang like that because I thought he was easy to bully. When faced with the super rich group, this old fox has to keep his tail between his legs, right? Humph, just because I gave birth to 2 daughters, you didn't even visit me during the confinement period. You also said that when you were young, you went back to work directly after giving birth. Come on, how can that be the same? Just wait, it would be best if Su Chang gets so mad at you that he gets sick. In this case, I, Lee Warner, will volunteer to take care of you. Don't worry, as your daughter-in-law, I will definitely take care of you and make you feel comfortable. Thinking of this, Lee Warner found Su Chang more and more pleasing to the eye. After all, the son-in-law she liked, Yu Zishir, was no match for Su Chang. Instead of asking Madam Chin to find a husband for Chin Yuro, it would be better to let Chin Yuro and Su Chang be together. At least, they knew Su Chang inside out. I also know that Su Chang is very sincere to Chin Yuro. Madam Chin quickly relaxed her tone. Well, after all, they are guests visiting our home. Our Chin family is also considered an aristocratic family. There is no reason to drive guests away. Well, it's okay to let them stay for a few more days. Besides, I really like the twins. When old Madam Chin said this, her face turned red. Lee Warner just sat quietly aside and watched the show. Finally, old Madam Chin herself felt very embarrassed and quickly went to rest, making the excuse of feeling unwell. After sending old Madam Chin to her room, Lee Warner and Qin Jingjong returned to their villa. On the way back, Lee Warner smiled brightly. Qin Jingjong narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "You haven't laughed like this for a long time." I still remember that when the two were newlyweds, Lee Warner had such a bright smile every day. But since she took over the Qin family's company, she smiled less and less. After hearing Qin Jingjong's words, Lee Warner also blushed. Lee Warner looked at Qin Jingjong and said gently, "It's been a long time since you spoke to me so nicely, husband." The two of them actually started kissing in the grove in the manor. This middle-aged couple, who hadn't been intimate for a long time, kissed even more crazily than young people. Well, there is the sound of water. They thought no one had noticed. In fact, Su Chang and Chin Yuro were not far away. I just put the child down and asked the servants to take good care of him. Chin Yuro was in a bad mood, so Su Chang accompanied her out to relax. But I didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene. Well, as a son-in-law, when I see my mother-in-law and father-in-law being affectionate, should I pretend not to see it, or should I walk up to him, pat his shoulder and say, "You are still as good as ever? Let's go." Chin Yuro pulled Su Chang away. Su Chang felt a little disappointed that he couldn't continue watching the live performance. "Oh, I haven't seen enough yet." "Wife, do you feel shy when you see your parents like this?" In this case, I can only rely on teasing my wife to ease the unfairness in my heart. "Go away." Chin Yuro looked at him reproachfully. "Hey, I'm not going to leave. I know you women are all hypocritical. The more you want me to get out of here, the more I'll stick to you like a piece of taffy." As he said this, Su Chang actually hugged Chin Yuro. Like a large pet, rubbing against her. After a while, it started to get hot. At this time, it was already late in the day and it was pitch black all around. Don't go on." Chin Yuro couldn't stand it anymore. But Su Chang's arrow is on the string and has to be shot. "Wife, I want to." "You wish." Chin Yuro refused without even thinking. "But I can't help it." Su Chang felt very uncomfortable. "Can you bear to see your husband like this?" Chin Yuro's face turned red. Fortunately, it was at night and Su Chang couldn't see her expression. Otherwise, she would be so embarrassed. But we are not far from the bedroom, why don't we go back? Here. Hey! Honey, are you listening to me? Stop touching me. I hate it so much. It's always like this. Really? You better be quicker this time. The next day, Shin Yuro and I stayed in bed for the whole morning. This time, no one came to disturb them. Shin Yuro was tortured so badly by him last night that her legs were so weak that she couldn't walk, and he even fed her breakfast. Honey, I suddenly remembered something very important. It was noon when she suddenly made the request. What? Well, the important things that come out of women's mouths are usually not that important. But he still has to pretend to be like, oh, I feel so sorry for you. Sometimes Su Cheng couldn't help but think. What does marriage bring to men? Hey. Shin Yuro continued, birth control pills. You didn't bring a condom last night, and... Oh, go buy me emergency contraception pills now. Wife, it's all my fault. I was careless. When men get excited, they become a bit like beasts. Su Cheng hurried to buy it for her. It is not good for women to take birth control pills, but there is no other solution now. Shin Yuro gave birth to her 2 children by cesarean section and was not allowed to get pregnant within 3 years, otherwise her uterus would not be able to bear it. It's all his fault, eh? So Su Cheng made a decision that he must carry TT with him whenever he goes out. Chapter 74, Madam Chin 4. Pharmacy. After the purchase, the cashier lady even gave him a black bag. Su Cheng smiled at the girl. The cashier blushed, but when she thought of the medicine the man had just bought, her eyes were filled with sadness. He is a married man. Alas, such a handsome man is already taken at such a young age. Alas, it really makes me sad. Su Cheng went out. When he returned to the Chin family manor, a black Maybach was parked in front of him. From above, a father and son walked down. Maybe he is a guest of Chin family? Su Cheng didn't pay much attention and quickly walked back through the side door. None of these are as important as my wife. But what he didn't know was that the moment he turned around, the father of the Maybacher father and son said, Are my eyes blurry? I think I saw the general. The son immediately answered him, Dad, you came here today to find a wife for me. Your general is far away in City B. Besides, so many years have passed. He has aged a long time ago. We don't know what he looks like now. Are you sure you can recognize him at a glance? My son said this. My father seemed to understand, too. He seemed to have just seen the general when he was young, and he was actually wearing modern clothes? It must be because of his old age that his eyesight is blurry. I haven't seen the general for nearly 30 years. After he was discharged from the army, his life was very happy. With a wife and children, he lived a warm and comfortable life, which was much smoother than the life of being at the gunpoint. They all thought that the general would eventually get his reward after all the hardships. After all, the general had paid so much on the battlefield. It can be said that the lives of these old soldiers were saved by the general. But then, it seems that God has never been kind to the general. It is said that the general's son was stolen as soon as he was born, and he and his wife searched for him for a long time but couldn't find him. Gradually, their contact faded. The general has been looking for the children and would not take the initiative to look for them unless there are special circumstances. Later, he also advised the general. While he and his wife are still young, they can have another child. When people get old, they always hope that their children and grandchildren are around them. But the general refused. He said that the child was lost because of him, and if he couldn't find the child, he would never have another child in his life. Such an affectionate father. It's a pity that God has never been kind to him. After searching for 30 years, he still hasn't found his son. Well, there are so many infatuated people in this world. After taking the contraceptive pill, Shin Yuro relaxed a lot. At this time, Li Wanner came knocking on the door. This time, her tone was much gentler, and she said, Yuro, the Duan family father and son are here, and they are now at your grandmother's place. Your grandmother asked us to go over and see them. After saying that, he added, well, your dad doesn't want to go, so just let him stay here to look after Shin Shin and Nuonyuo. How about you and Su Cheng go together? The sun rises from the west. His mother-in-law, who didn't like him much before, now takes the initiative to ask him out? Forgive him. Now my mind is no longer filled with any of my mother-in-law's virtues, but instead is full of that. The scene of Li Wanner and Qin Jingzhong kissing each other last night. Hubby, isn't it just going to Grandma's house? It's not like you haven't been there before, why are you blushing? Xin Euro saw that something was wrong with him. Because of you, little woman, I'm always in hot water around you and can't calm down for a moment. I was attracted by Su Cheng's sudden love words. Xin Euro's face flushed with shame and anger. She patted her little face and couldn't help but complain in her heart. Xin Euro, you are such a loser. Why do you blush when someone says something to you? How can we go on like this? Old Madame Qin's villa. Before entering, Li Wanner gave them some general knowledge. Duan Zhangwo and Duan Shensi, the father and son of the Duan family, may not have much business, but their family is a founding hero. It is said that they have many houses in City B, and they are all antiques. They were all awarded to Duan Zhangwo by the founding general back then. Their family has a profound cultural heritage, and even the current president of China has to show them some courtesy, so you must be careful with your words. And Duan Shensi is Duan Zhangwo's only son. Although he is plain-looking and untalented, and even a little dull, he is the son of Duan Zhangwo who was born in his old age and he dotes on him very much. It is said that if Duan Zhangwo had not been injured on the battlefield, his son Duan Shensi would not be like this. In short, no matter what your grandmother says, you must remember that Duan Zhangwo is a founding hero, so we should not offend him too much. Su Cheng raised his eyebrows. He finally saw in Li Wanner what a mother-in-law should be like. Thank you, Mom. These words were said by Su Cheng. After he finished speaking, he pulled Qin Euro forward. But Li Wanner seemed to be fixed in place by something, and didn't know which leg to move for a long time. Oh my god. Why did she feel so lightheaded when she heard Su Cheng call her mom? What's wrong with her? Mommy, why are you still standing there? Listen, it's Qin Euro calling her. Here it comes. Li Wanner hurried to follow. In old Madame Qin's villa, Duan Shensi was talking to old Madame Qin. Such a grown man was sitting next to old Madame Qin shyly, like a little girl. When Mrs. Qin said a few words, he blushed shyly. Then he looked around, as if looking for someone. At this time, old Lady Qin said, "Don't look for me anymore. Your father is here, and you won't talk to an old woman like me, so I sent him away. He won't be back until later." Oh. Duan Shensi felt a little disappointed and helpless. Madame Qin added, "We talk a lot, but you don't. You two will definitely be able to live together in the future. By the way, haven't you seen Yu Ro's photo? What do you think of our Yu Ro? Do you like her? Sister Yu Ro, She looks just like a doll, and he loves her very much. I like it very much." Duan Shensi became more and more shy. Old Madame Qin likes this kind of well-behaved child. Especially after comparing Su Cheng and Duan Shensi, I feel more and more that Duan Shensi is a well-behaved and sensible child. It's nothing like that Su City. He has no respect for elders and is so impulsive in his words and actions. Thinking of her old antiques that were smashed, old Madame Qin felt depressed. However, if Qin Euro married Duan Shensi, then Duan Shensi would definitely give her the old antiques from the Duan family as a gift. That's much better than her collection. Chapter 75 Mr. Duan I. Ha, as long as you like it. Let me tell you, our Yu Ro is a caring young lady. When you two get married in the future, she will definitely take good care of you. Duan Shensi blinked his eyes and looked very interested. Really? Due to his health condition, Duan Shensi was well taken care of by his family. Before this, he had never even had a girlfriend. Emotionally, it can be said to be a blank slate. In the words of old Lady Qin, the boy Duan Shensi is very clean. Unlike that Su Cheng, there are always shady people around him. As they were talking, Su Cheng arrived. Madame Qin acted as if she didn't see him. She sneered and said, "Of course, our Euro and you are a perfect match." Li Wanner looked at Duan Shensi, who was sitting on the sofa, and frowned slightly. How can this be just a little doll? This is clearly a giant baby. If Yu Ro was with him, wouldn't that be like raising a child? Do you still need to coax me all day? Yu Ro is looking for a husband, not paying a huge sum of money to have a child. Having said that, Yu Ro was raised by old Madame Qin. That relationship is naturally closer than that with Qin Mengmeng. But Li Wanner didn't expect that old Madam Chin would treat her eldest granddaughter like this. He only cared about Duan Shenxi's family background and how much benefit Qin Yuro could bring to himself after marrying him, but he never thought about Qin Yuro's happiness after marriage. Thinking back to when she was trying so hard to get Qin Yuro and Yu Zixia together, she called people to her house several times in advance and only made the decision after confirming that Yu Zixia had real feelings for Qin Yuro. All the things that happened later were based on the premise that Yu Zixia really likes Qin Yuro. What's more, they are childhood sweethearts. Thinking of this, Li Wanner couldn't help but clench her fists. When Duan Shenxi saw Qin Yuro coming, his ears turned red. He lowered his head and called out cautiously, "Sister Yuro." "Well, Madam Qin said that she wanted to marry you to me as my bride. I am very happy." He stood up. Quite proactive. Step by step, he walked up to Qin Yuro and extended his hand to her. Blinking his ignorant eyes, he asked Qin Yuro, "So, my new daughter-in-law, are you willing to hold my hand?" It's very childish. Su Chang really felt that his love rivals were getting worse and worse. He used to be a normal man, but now he has become extremely childish. Arguing with him always made Su Chang feel like he was back in kindergarten. Fortunately, Qin Yuro shook her head decisively, then took Su Chang's arm and said, "Brother, although you are cute, I already have a husband, so I can't be with you." Su Chang. He could tell that Qin Yuro's tone had become much gentler. The refusal was also very tactful. Even the look she gave Duan Shenxi was filled with an inexplicable, maternal love. Su Chang looked at Duan Shenxi again, but couldn't see anything attractive about him. But Qin Yuro said to him, "This little brother is very soft and timid. We can't be husband and wife, but being friends is also very good. I just want a brother who is obedient like this." Su Chang? He really doesn't understand girls' aesthetic taste. "Oh, if you think he is a good person, then you can be with him. I will take the children and run away. I will not disturb your life." Su Chang sneered. Qin Yuro quickly apologized, Hey, my dear husband, I just said it casually, why are you still angry? No matter how good my brother is, he can't compare to one of my husband's toes. Don't worry, you still occupy a very big place in my heart." The little woman admitted her fault so earnestly. Su Chang forgave her. Who made him so soft-hearted? Seeing Su Chang and Qin Yuro flirting with each other as if no one was around, old Madam Qin felt it was extremely irritating. She walked over. He pulled Duan Shenxi behind him and protected him like a hen protecting her chicks. Then he said, "Behave yourself. Duan Shenxi is Yuro's fiancé. I, as the grandmother, have the final say on this matter. Grandma, please don't be angry. Since my sister doesn't want to be with me, I won't force her." The Duan family's family tradition is still very positive. Although Duan Shenxi is a little shy and soft, he also knows what he should and shouldn't do. "You?" Old Madam Qin looked at him with disappointment. But this was Duan Zhangwo's son, and she couldn't beat or scold him, or even say a harsh word to him. "I can only persuade her, your sister Yuro lied to you. She likes you so much, how could she not want to be with you?" "Really?" Duan Shenxi looked at Qin Yuro and then at old Madam Qin. He really didn't know who to believe. The other side. Duan Zhangwo took a look at the private collection in old Madam Qin's villa and made a few comments. In fact, to be honest, most of Madam Qin's private collections were fakes, or things whose prices were inflated by others, and none of them caught his eye. However, thinking that he was here to ask for a wife for his son, Duan Zhangwo could only say something against his will. Seeing that the time was almost up, Duan Zhangwo was about to go find Duan Shenxi. His son is not very smart, and he is really worried that Duan Shenxi will suffer any injustice over there. But think about it. Madam Qin is 80 years old, she shouldn't be so disrespectful, right? On his way back, the servant arranged by old Madam Qin told him. This time, Miss Yu Ro also came back with a pretty boy named Su Chang. But don't worry, Mr. Duan, Miss Yu Ro has no feelings for Su Chang at all. It's just that Su Chang came from the mountains. His parents are farmers. He didn't receive a good education since he was a child. He got into trouble when he was in school and couldn't even find a decent job. He also did things in an extreme way. As long as he wasn't with Miss Yu Ro, he would commit suicide. You also know that our Miss Yu Ro is very kind. She couldn't bear to see others committing suicide, so she brought him with her and treated him like a pet dog. Don't worry, once Miss Yu Ro and Master Duan get married, even if that lapdog refuses to leave, our Qin family won't agree. The little maid spoke with great confidence. It was as if Su Chang was really the one who was pestering Qin Yuro. Upon hearing this, Duan Zhangwo was instantly furious. Is there such a shameless man in this world? Why do you keep trying to please someone who doesn't have any interest in you? You're ruining yourself and others. Humph, what a piece of shit, you dare to snatch a woman from my son. Chapter 76 Mr. Duan Part 2. Duan Zhangwo waved his hand. The little maid knew that her goal had been achieved, so she no longer hesitated and quickly led Duan Zhangwo to the main hall. However, she also asked someone to inform old Madam Qin in advance. So before Duan Zhangwo arrived, old lady Qin slammed the table and said, "Ridiculous." Li Waner asked quickly, "Mom, what's wrong?" Even if you are angry, you have to take care of your body. But what she was thinking in her heart was, be angry as long as you can, it would be better to piss you off to death as soon as possible, you old fool. Old Madam Qin snorted coldly and said, "It's this guy you brought back." Mr. Duan just sent a message saying that he learned about Su Cheng's situation and was very angry. He was about to come and settle the score with us. But in fact, she had informed the maid in advance and asked her to tell Duan Zhangwo about Su Cheng's situation with exaggeration. What should we do? Li Waner was also a little anxious. The Duan family was not a noble family that they could afford to offend. If he really wanted to deal with us, what should we do? Madam Qin frowned and said, "Isn't it easy to say? Whoever caused the trouble should be held responsible. Since that person likes our Yuro so much, then don't let yourself implicate our Qin family. Either pack up and leave quickly, or just wait here to be punished by Mr. Duan. That Mr. Duan is a veteran of the battlefield, and he has made great achievements. In our country, apart from the general, he is the only one who can have a say in front of the president. He is so good at kung fu that he can kill a cow with one kick. My mediocre kung fu is no match for Mr. Duan." These words were clearly directed at Su Chang. However, what happened yesterday made old Madam Qin a little afraid of Su Chang, so she didn't dare to say it clearly. She thought that after her threats, Su Chang would be so scared that he would leave immediately. After all, even if he had some ability, he would not dare to confront the founding hero. But Su Chang just sat there, looking like he had nothing to do with the matter. He even pointed at the previous Longjing tea that the servant had prepared for him and said to Qin Yuro beside him, "This tea doesn't taste right to me. Is it fake?" Old Madam Qin. This rude young man. I'm so mad at him. Humph, he is so ungrateful that even gods can't save him. Let's just wait and see the show. Old Lady Qin ignored Su Chang, lest she get angry to death. She still wanted to live a few more years. At this time, Duan Chensi still didn't understand what these people were saying, he only understood watch a good show, so he blinked his amber eyes and asked Mrs. Qin blankly, "Grandma, what good show do you want to watch? Do you like watching Peking opera like my dad?" "I like it too." Old Madam Qin was so happy to be coaxed by Duan Chensi or the family behind him that she said quickly, "Oh, Peking opera, yes, Grandma also likes Peking opera. I have to have a good chat with your father later." "Yeah." Duan Chensi also looked very happy. At this time, Duan Zhangwo also came to the main hall under the guidance of the servants. Because Su Chang and Qin Yuro had their backs to him, he hadn't seen Su Chang's face yet. He just felt that this pretty boy, although his character was not very good, his figure with broad shoulders and narrow waist was really good. Except for the general, he had never seen a man with such a good figure. Even he, who was also a man, thought it was good. However, Duan Zhangwo quickly came to his senses. "Dad." Duan Chensi was very happy to see Duan Zhangwo. Duan Zhangwo sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed with his son, but it was also because of him that his son could not have a healthy body, so he just let it go in many things. "Heh, Su Chang, huh? I say, how can you be so shameless? The girl has already said that she doesn't like you anymore, but you still shamelessly stay with her. This kind of behavior is really shameful." Old Madam Qin took a sip of tea and looked at Su Chang proudly. Li Waner wanted to say something, but old Madam Qin held her hand and whispered to her, "You are the daughter-in-law of our Qin family. You must put yourself in a proper position and don't provoke people who shouldn't be provoked on behalf of others." Li Waner thought about her husband and 2 daughters, and finally resisted the urge to speak. But Qin Yuro couldn't stand it. But just as old Madam Qin was waiting to see the show, Mr. Duan Zhangwo also walked up to them and saw Su Chang's face clearly. "General. He looks exactly like the general when he was young. Just hear a plop sound." Duan Zhangwo suddenly burst into tears and knelt straight in front of Su Chang. He even called him general with trembling lips, and his expression was very excited. Old Madame Qin was confused and rubbed her presbyopic eyes vigorously, thinking that she was hallucinating. But it's all true. Mr. Duan, whom they admired so much, could only kneel down in front of Su Chang. Li Wanner was also very surprised, and she secretly glanced at old Madame Qin, who was equally shocked, and suddenly felt more relieved. "Oh, sorry, our son-in-law is just so awesome." "You are exaggerating." Qin Yuro pulled Su Chang's arm in confusion. Su Chang touched his face and confirmed, this Mr. Duan Zhangwo must have recognized the wrong person. Seeing his father kneeling down, the very filial Duan Chensi also ran over happily, followed Duan Zhangwo, knelt down with a plop, and imitated Duan Zhangwo by calling out General. "Su Chang, you have to kneel down on your own initiative. It has nothing to do with me." However, it was precisely because of Duan Chensi's word general that Duan Zhangwo was brought back to reality. His son is so grown up now, the general can't still be exactly the same as he was when he was young. He might have recognized the wrong person. Sorry, I recognized the wrong person and lost my composure." Duan Zhangwo quickly pulled his disappointing son to stand up together. Old Madame Qin breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "How could Su Chang have such a big face that even Mr. Duan would kneel down for him?" "Ha! It's just because Mr. Duan is old and his eyesight is not good." So she immediately said, "Su Chang, why don't you kneel down in front of Mr. Duan?" They must not anger Duan Zhangwo. Duan Zhangwo knelt down. It was completely an unintentional mistake, but Su Chang had to kneel back. Old Madame Qin was very confident. "This old woman," Su Chang complained in his heart. "If you want to kneel, then kneel down. I don't have time to play such childish games with you." Chapter 77, Mr. Duan Part 3. "You evil creature. Shameless. You really bring disgrace to our Qin family." It was not the first time that old lady Qin was angered by Su Chang, but every time she did so she felt her heart beating faster and her lifespan would be reduced by a few months. Oof. She simply turned her head away and ignored Su Chang, the pretty boy. However, she soon remembered that she seemed to have spoken to Su Chang first, and her expression inevitably became a little embarrassed. Li Wanner came out to smooth things over and said, "There are many similar people in this world. It is normal for Mr. Duan to mistake someone for the wrong person. Come, sit down and have a cup of tea first." At this time, Li Wanner still didn't know what kind of big shot her son-in-law was. Duan Zhangwo still stood there motionless, his eyes fixed on Su Chang, refusing to move away. Su Chang felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. Even if you are a big shot, modern society emphasizes equality for all. You don't have to look at me like that, right? So he simply said, "Mr. Duan, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, please stop staring at me. I am not Brokeback Mountain." Madame Qin was startled again and quickly covered her heart. Although she didn't know what Brokeback Mountain meant, she could tell that Su Chang's words were quite rude. "Well, Mr. Duan, don't be angry. People from the countryside are uneducated and can't speak. I'll get someone to kick him out right now." Old Madame Qin was really scared. If they angered the Duan family, not only would they not be able to get married, but the Qin family would also have no good days in the future. But just when Madame Qin wanted to call someone in, Duan Zhangwo spoke to Su Chang and asked, "Mr. Su, I have a question for you, but it's about personal matters, so it's okay if you don't tell me." He would just ask someone to investigate privately. Ask. Seeing that Duan Zhangwo was quite upright, Su Chang felt that there was no need for him to beat around the bush with him. Besides, he didn't have any secrets. Duan Zhangwo was a little excited, his words were a little incoherent. He said, "Are you your parents' biological child?" "No, I don't mean that, I just want to ask, do you look like your parents? Have you ever doubted your own life experience?" That's about what I mean, I'm not mocking you, I just..." Forgive him, it was really too exciting. The general saved his life, and he also knew that the general's only concern over the years was his lost son. Judging from his age, the child should be in his 20s. Hearing this, Su Chang frowned slightly. Just when Duan Zhangwo thought that he was angry after all, being told by a stranger that you are not your parents' biological child is indeed very infuriating. Su Chang suddenly spoke up and said, "Yes, I am not my parents' biological child, but so far, my biological parents have not been found." "So, do you have any news about them?" It was most likely correct. Duan Zhangwo almost knelt down again. You and. Forget it, come with me. I'll take you to call the general. Blood relationship is a very mysterious thing. As long as the general sees Su Chang, he will definitely recognize whether Su Chang is his biological son. Su Chang glanced at Qin Yuro and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Qin Yuro also kissed him on the cheek and said, "No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you." Duan Chensi, who was watching the show over there, saw the scene and couldn't help but applaud the love between the two people. Then he pouted and said, "Humph, Sister Yuro obviously has someone she likes. Grandma, why are you forcing me to introduce Sister Yuro to me? This is not fair to us." I. Old Madame Qin wanted to say that it was Su Chang who forced Qin Yuro, but the irrepressible expression of happiness on Qin Yuro's face could not be hidden at all. At this time, Duan Zhangwo also used his sharp eyes to sweep towards Old Lady Qin. Old Lady Qin trembled 3 times, and finally became quiet, not daring to defend herself anymore. Duan Zhangwo said as he led Su Chang away, "Coming to think of it, communication is still very convenient in modern society. We can contact each other with just a mobile phone. Don't worry, the general will be very happy to see you. Even if you are not his biological son, you look so much like him, he will not treat you unfairly. By the way, do you know General Su? He is our founding father, General Su Fengsheng. He had a son who was about your age. He was lost more than 20 years ago. Over the years, the general has never given up looking for his child." When Duan Zhangwo said this, Su Chang understood. So he thinks that he is the son of General Su? What a coincidence, that person's surname was also Su. If he was really his father, he wouldn't have to change his surname. However, he didn't care whether the other party was a general or not. What he cared about was that the general had never given up looking for his son over the years. With these words, he admired the general very much. "Thank you for your help." Su Chang also started to get excited. The video was connected quickly. Although Su Fengsheng on the other side was the same age as Duan Zhangwo, his hair was much grayer. However, one could still tell from his eyebrows and eyes that he must have been a brave and handsome general when he was young. Duan Zhangwo was very excited. He explained the situation on his side in a few words, and then pointed the camera at Su Chang. Su Chang, well, it made him feel quite embarrassed and he didn't know what to say. It hasn't been confirmed yet that they are biological father and son. He can't just raise his hand and say, "Hello, Dad. Long time no see. I didn't expect your son to be a father now, right?" So Su Chang didn't say anything, just stood there straight, staring blankly at Su Fengsheng on the other side of the screen, and called out General Su respectfully but not flatteringly. But who would have thought that these 3 simple words would make Duan Zhangwo cry? With tears streaming down his face and his arms shaking violently, he tried his best to hold the phone steady, fearing that he would drop it and prevent Su Fengsheng and Su Chang from meeting each other. She didn't forget to flatter him. "General, look at him, he is so much like you when you were young, just as unruly, just as arrogant, just as handsome, just as..." "You can shut up now." Su Fengsheng on the opposite side wanted to take a good look at this young man, but all he could hear was Duan Zhangwo's noisy voice. Yes, I'll shut up right away." Duan Zhangwo quickly shut up, but his eyes were rolling around, looking at Su Fengsheng and then at Su Chang. Chapter 78 Mr. Duan 4. How old are you this year? What do you like to do? Do you have a girlfriend? Su Fengsheng hadn't communicated with young people for a long time. In addition, he was very excited and didn't know how to talk to Su Chang for a while. The questions he asked were so ridiculous that even he felt it was ridiculous. His eyes were fixed on Su Chang, as if he wanted to pull Su Chang out of the screen. Su Chang's mood was also complicated, but he was able to calm himself down and said to Su Fengsheng, "Well, General Su, even though we look alike, our relationship has not been confirmed. Let's talk about these issues after the paternity test results come out." Su Fengsheng was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Yes, you are right. Just wait, I will get on the plane soon and arrive in your city this afternoon. I will appear in front of you." He had just contacted someone to arrange a private plane, and he really couldn't wait to see the real-life version of Su Chang. Okay. Su Chang felt a little awkward and hung up the video call directly. Duan Zhangwo next to him looked confused and asked, You don't have anything to say to the general? Why don't you ask him for something? According to the general's character, even if he finally found out that Su Chang was not his biological son, Su Fengsheng would get it for him as long as Su Chang asked for it. That's not necessary. Now that I've said my final words, I'll naturally hang up. Okay, I'm going back first. My wife is still waiting for me inside. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and walked away handsomely. Duan Zhangwo, who was watching Su Cheng from behind, was stunned, but he became more and more certain that this was the general's child. Because his personality was exactly the same as the general's when he was young. No dragging his feet, and his style of doing things was strict. Thinking of this, Duan Zhangwo gradually looked at Su Cheng with respect. He just wanted to discipline Su Cheng, how ungrateful. In Mrs. Qin's living room. After Su Cheng left, the old woman became bolder and asked cautiously, "Why do you think Mr. Duan called him out? Could it be that he couldn't punish him in front of us, so he had to go outside to teach him a lesson?" There was even a hint of gloating in her tone. He even reminded Qin Euro, "Hey, Euro, let me tell you, no matter how that person is punished by Mr. Duan, you can't stand up for him. We can't afford to offend the Duan family." Got it. No matter how much you like him, you are first and foremost a daughter of our Qin family. You can't use the lives of so many people in the Qin family to pay for your love. Qin Euro. If it was before, let alone standing up for Su Cheng, she wouldn't even trust Su Cheng to go out alone. But now, a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence, so she was completely relieved when Su Cheng went out, and she was even a little worried that he might hurt her fists from beating others. Oh, it's really not easy to be someone else's wife, hee hee. Seeing Qin Euro's playful smile, old Madame Qin became angry and muttered to herself, "It's all because you've been with that guy for so long that you've become like him. Really? It's a disgrace to our Qin family." But now not only did Qin Euro refuse to respond to her, even her daughter-in-law Li Wanner, who had always been filial to her, drank her tea silently, pretending that she heard nothing. Old Madame Qin muttered to herself for a while, and then realized that she was the only one who was angry. For the sake of her own limited lifespan, she chose to shut up. Duan Zhangwo and Su Cheng also came in. As soon as they entered the door, Duan Zhangwo said to his son Duan Chensi, "Be good, this is your brother Su Cheng. From now on, you must call him brother, and call you sister Euro and sister-in-law. Do you hear me?" Duan Chensi tilted his head and asked, "But aren't we here to find a wife for me?" Nonsense. Duan Zhangwo's face changed immediately. "How could you steal your brother Su Cheng's woman? Apologize to him now." Duan Chensi listened to his father very much. He was scolded like a wilted puppy. He said to Su Cheng obediently, "Brother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snatched a woman from you. From now on, Sister Euro is my sister-in-law, and can only be my sister-in-law." It is a great virtue to admit one's mistakes and correct them, not to mention that Su Cheng never took Duan Chensi seriously. He looked around and found that the expression on Mrs. Qin's face could no longer be described as surprised. The old woman was probably frightened. If she fainted outside, she would be accused of fraud. Su Cheng stretched out his hand and motioned Qin Euro to come to his side. Hubby Qin Euro smiled sweetly, rushed over and gave him a big bear hug, her little head nestled in his arms, rubbing against him restlessly like a kitten, completely ignoring the existence of other people. Duan Chensi became more and more jealous and pulled Duan Zhangwo's sleeve and said, "Dad, you have to find me a new wife. If the new wife is not as pretty as Sister Euro, I won't agree." He also wants to hug the beautiful sister and sleep in bed with the beautiful sister. Okay, as long as you don't steal your brother Su Cheng's things, no matter what kind of woman you want, Dad will find her for you. But to be honest, it might be hard to find someone as beautiful as Qin Euro. Duan Chensi was very happy. Since there is nothing for us to do here, let's leave. Su Cheng hugged Qin Euro and prepared to leave. Although Li Wanner was very surprised, she had experienced this kind of thing once before. Last time, Yu Zishur was beaten to a pulp by this unexpected son-in-law, so this time she was able to withstand it well. She even liked the son-in-law more and more. She waved at him and said, "Okay, go back. If you want to eat anything, tell the servants to make it for you. Don't do it yourself." My mother-in-law smiled happily and generously. The corner of Su Cheng's mouth twitched, and he went out with Qin Euro in his arms. Old Madame Qin was still standing there in a daze, asking in disbelief, "Mr. Duan, why are you so respectful to that little Su Cheng? Isn't he just an ordinary college graduate?" The old woman couldn't understand. Duan Zhangwo was unhappy when he heard this. The general's son must be a rare talent with outstanding temperament. How could this old woman be so blind? He frowned and said, "Your grandson-in-law is a rare talent. How dare we compete with him for a woman? You are so old, how come you can't judge people well?" This kid from Suching has a bright future. No one is allowed to neglect him. I'm afraid that in the future, even I will have to make a living under his control. Chapter 79 Recognition Part 1. Given Duan Zhangluo's status, he made such a long list of criticisms that old lady Qin had to accept and go back to discuss it respectfully. Li Wanner quickly helped Madame Qin stand up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Duan. We will definitely treat Su Chang well in the future. He is the son-in-law of our Qin family. The golden son-in-law. We can't wait to praise him enough." Hearing this, Duan Zhangluo's eyebrows softened a lot, and he sneered, "At least there is a sensible person in your Qin family. By the way, I will stay here tonight. There will be an important person coming later, you must entertain him well." "Who is it?" The mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law looked at him at the same time. It was already very difficult for ordinary people to meet Duan Zhangluo, so how could they dare to expect to meet a more powerful person? Duan Zhangluo snorted coldly and said, "It's the general. General Su Fengsheng. He came to your house in person. It's all for your son-in-law. You." Although it was a foregone conclusion, the results of the paternity test had not come out yet, so some things could not be said. So Duan Zhangluo changed the subject and said, "This son-in-law of yours is a very important person. If it weren't for Qin Euro, you would have died long ago. Don't be ungrateful for what you have." He had only just arrived here, but the little maid had already told him so many bad things about Su Chang. He really didn't know how Su Chang had been bullied by these filthy villains before he came. If the general knew that his only son was suffering such humiliation here, being called a gigolo, and that he had a girlfriend but his girlfriend was introduced to other men by her family, I wonder how sad he would be. "General, I am responsible for your wrongdoing. I almost stole your son's wife." Thinking of the general's majesty that day, Duan Zhangluo couldn't help but tremble in his legs, and the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. Old Madame Qin and Li Wanner, two women, had never seen such a big scene before. They immediately regretted it. Especially Madame Qin, she fainted without being able to catch her breath. Su Chang and Qin Euro went back to see the child and told him what had just happened. Qin Euro said with a stern face, "Well, your father, that is, my father-in-law, is coming this afternoon?" Su Chang had no choice but to answer, "If nothing unexpected happens, it's like this. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Qin Euro began to get nervous. "Although this isn't the first time I've met your dad, this dad is different from that dad. What gift should I prepare for him?" Alas, her life was really miserable. She met her father-in-law twice. I thought you were worried about something, it turns out it's just such a small matter." "Don't worry, let alone whether he is my biological father or not, even if he is, you have already given him the best gift in the world," Su Chang comforted. What is it?" Qin Euro had actually guessed it. The best gift for her parents would be a beautiful and virtuous daughter-in-law. However, she still had to pretend to be innocent and pretend that she couldn't guess it. But her face was out of control and had already turned red. Then, she heard Su Chang say, "It's Xian Xian and Nuanuo. A grandson and a granddaughter are placed here, does he want other gifts?" Qin Euro. Su Chang never understood in the end why Qin Euro suddenly became unhappy, but as a woman, there are always those few days every month, so he just ignored it. After a while, someone came to report that there was a man claiming to be Su Chang's father at the door asking to see him. The servants didn't know Su Fengsheng's true identity, they just thought he had an extraordinary bearing, and since Su Chang was gaining more and more respect in the Qin family, they still informed him. Unexpectedly, Duan Zhangluo brought Duan Chenxi, and even Qin Euro's father Qin Xingzhong, Mother Li Wanner and old Madame Qin all went out to greet them. Su Chang and Qin Euro were watching the children in the room, but they were not in a hurry to go. He didn't know the specific situation outside the door, but he could occasionally hear Li Wanner's hearty laughter and flattering tone. Soon, they arrived at the main hall. Li Wanner quickly asked someone to make tea and said, "General, your visit to my humble abode is truly an honor to us. But the tea here is not good, so I'm afraid that the general will suffer some injustice." The man didn't care much and just asked, "Where is Su Chang? Is he still here?" He was afraid that he would be a step late and miss the encounter with his son. If that was the case, he would regret it for the rest of his life. "Su Chang is in Euro's room. I'll call him for you right now." Li Wanner volunteered. Qin Xingzhong felt that his wife was too attentive. However, anyone would be excited to see the general. You know, when Su Fengsheng was only 12 years old, he had already led thousands of troops to recover the lost territory for the country. He was simply a god in their minds. As a result, Qin Jingzhong, who was originally very quiet, couldn't help but get close to Su Fengsheng, not to mention others. No need. Su Fengsheng's voice was powerful and resounding. The demeanor of General Su in the past was still there, and he was even more kind as a father. I will go find him myself. Just lead the way. Okay. Li Wanner quickly agreed. Since Su Fengsheng had already set out, the others followed suit. Before they knew it, old Madame Qin and Li Wanner were walking together. Madame Qin fainted quickly and woke up quickly. She even said loudly to Li Wanner, if Hua Cheng doesn't want to get up, it's okay to let him stay in the room for a while. Young people are under a lot of pressure, so it's important for them to rest more. Li Weiner. She looked at old Madame Qin with disdain and said, Mom, there are some things I know better than you, so I won't bother you to teach me how to take care of people. Fortunately, they arrived at the room quickly, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law did not continue talking. Su Fengsheng on the other side took a deep breath, knocked on the door, and asked, Su Chang, are you in there? I am Su Fengsheng. General Su was used to being high and mighty, and didn't know how to be submissive to his son who had been separated from him for many years. However, Su Chang doesn't care about these. He opened the door. When Su Chang and Su Fengsheng stood together, everyone knew what it meant to be a father and son whose paternity test was rejected. Su Chang and Su Fengsheng are exactly alike, even the arc of their eyebrows when they speak is the same. However, time has left a few wrinkles on Su Fengsheng's face. Su Fengsheng's eyes were red. He looked at Su Chang excitedly and said, It can't be wrong. It really can't be wrong. It must be you. Chapter 80 Recognition of Relatives Part 2. Su Chang. He had imagined countless times the scene of reuniting with his biological parents, and had also made a lot of preparations in his heart. He thought he would be so excited that he would dance with joy, but when this moment really came, he found that his mood was very peaceful. Very peaceful. It was like meeting an old classmate whom I hadn't seen for many years, and talking about my experiences over the years. That's all. The paternity test results haven't come out yet. Su Chang reminded the elderly general. It's okay, I have another way, a more accurate and faster way, but it can't be seen by others. Everyone understood. Li Wanner helped Qin Yuro carry the children down. Because the time was too short, Su Fengsheng didn't know that Su Chang already had a wife and children. When they passed by him, he just thought the two little guys were extremely cute. Apart from that, his attention was still focused on Su Chang. Everyone has left. Su Fengsheng and Su Chang entered the bedroom. Afterwards, Su Fengsheng said without further ado, take off your pants. Su Chang. Don't get me wrong, my son has a birthmark below. The doctor said it can't be removed. I just wanted to confirm it. Su Fengsheng explained quickly. Well, it's just a look at his legs, not anything to do to him. Besides, we are all decent men, there is no need to be so shy. So Su Chang took off his pants. Su Fengsheng then said, take off your underwear too. Su Chang? That. Su Fengsheng continued to explain that birthmark should be on your calf, so the doctor said it can't be removed, lest the whole thing be ruined. Su Chang. So what? Are you sure this is your biological father? You want to see him right away? However, Su Fengsheng gave him a good first impression, and Su Chang did not think that the other party had any conspiracy. Besides, there was no need to make things difficult for such a brave general like Su Fengsheng, so Su Chang took off his underwear as well. The next second, Su Fengsheng knelt on one knee, lifted up Nyo, observed the lower part, and finally his laughter became more and more hearty. It's definitely this plum blossom birthmark. Because it's very similar to your skin color and is in such a hidden place, it's usually hard to notice. I guess you just found out about it too. Great, you are my son, Su Fengsheng, Su Chang. He finally began to get excited. I even wanted to reach out and hug Su Chang. But Su Chang rejected it. Let me put on my pants first. No matter how exciting the scene of recognizing relatives is, he can't be naked down there. Su Fengsheng reacted, quickly took 2 steps back and said okay. Watching Su Chang putting on his clothes, Su Fengsheng couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. Hey, this guy is really worthy of being his son, Su Fengsheng. He looks so handsome and graceful even when he pulls up his pants, and he is satisfied with everything. Su Chang put on his clothes and looked at Su Fengsheng quietly. Su Fengsheng knew that he should say something at this moment to comfort his son who had been away from his parents for more than 20 years, but he really couldn't find the words, so he could only say, "Well, you have a good size, even among the yellow people. You really don't embarrass me. Su Chang." He smiled awkwardly. "Come on, call me Dad." Su Fengsheng looked at him excitedly. Su Cheng frowned slightly and called softly, "Dad." "Ah." Su Fengsheng's tears fell directly, burning hot, and his turbid eyes became clearer and clearer. "What paternity test? There is no need at all. I can tell that I am my son at a glance." After all, he was a military general, so he couldn't help but speak a little rudely. Su Cheng just smiled and said nothing. He didn't know who had just looked through his little calf and found the plum blossom birthmark on his body and recognized him. "By the way, why are you here? I remember this family's surname is Qin, not Su. Could it be that Miss Qin is your friend?" Su Fengsheng obviously didn't know yet. Su Cheng nodded, then shook his head and said, "Since you are so sure that I am your son, then I have good news and bad news to tell you. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Ah, this?" Su Fengsheng suddenly felt that the young man's thinking was really different from his, but according to a general's intuition, he chose the bad news. Now that his son was found, he could accept any bad news. He thought his son did something wrong because he was wronged outside, so no matter how big a mess he made, he, as a father, would help him clean up the mess. Su Chang took a deep breath and tried to make his words sound less irritating. "I don't have a job now. It's still on my university record. Less than a year after graduation, I got our school beauty pregnant and even got her to give birth to twins for me." "Oh, that's the Miss Qin you mentioned, Qin Euro. She is now the mother of my 2 children." Su Fengsheng. His father hadn't said anything, and Su Cheng thought he was disappointed in him. As a result, Su Fengsheng's next words were, "Okay, your father can help you with all these. I'll raise the child, and I'll comfort the girl for you. As for school, which foreign university's diploma do you like? I'll send you there. Or we can directly invite the teacher to our home, which is also a good idea." Su Fengsheng acted as if these were all trivial matters. Su Cheng couldn't help but clench his hands. He still remembers that when he just graduated, he couldn't find a job because of the school file issue, his girlfriend cheated on him, and he was insulted by girls from the same school. At that time, he felt that the whole world was dark. No one helped him at that time. To be exact, he had never known what it felt like to have his parents pick up the pieces after he got into trouble. Now, he felt like he had a biological father. Su Cheng couldn't help but be moved. Su Fengsheng then asked, "What about the good news?" Su Cheng smiled and said, "The good news is that I have already solved most of these problems. I also like that girl very much and decided to marry her. The 2 children, one is called Xian Xian and the other is called Nuonyuo, have been with me since they were born. I take good care of them." "Congratulations, Dad, you not only found your son, but you also found your daughter-in-law, grandchildren, and in-laws. Great. I knew my son was a good guy." The general was a little short of words to praise people. "Huh, I thought you were something else? You're what young people often call a scumbag." "Yes, a scumbag. You don't recognize me even after you put on your pants." Chapter 81 Recognition of Relatives Part 3. How is that possible? Do I look like that kind of person? The father and son talked it out, and the atmosphere was no longer so awkward. Su Fengsheng couldn't wait to see his grandchildren, so he stopped making things difficult for Su Cheng. Outside, Xin Euro was waiting tremblingly. That general wouldn't do anything to her husband, would he? She even took a kitchen knife and stood guard at the bedroom door. "If that man comes out later and my husband gets hurt, I will never let you go." "Humph, you bullshit general. As long as you go against my husband, you are my enemy." She cheered herself up. But the hand holding the kitchen knife was shaking, which showed that she was also afraid inside. Squeak! The door opened. Su Fengsheng walked out first and was stunned when he saw Xin Euro holding a kitchen knife. Xin Euro forced herself not to be afraid. She straightened her back and raised her chin to look at Su Fengsheng. That little look seems to be saying, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Immediately afterwards, Su Cheng came out. His arms and legs were all intact, and his face was smooth and intact, with no major injuries. "Husband!" Xin Euro screamed, quickly threw away the kitchen knife in her hand, and threw herself into Su Cheng's arms. "Su Cheng!" He glanced at Su Fengsheng. Su Fengsheng also turned his head away sensibly, pretending that he didn't see it. "You're okay, that's great. I thought something happened to you. This time the opponent was none other than General Su, a founding father. Shin Yuro was really afraid that her husband would be wronged. Su Cheng patted her on the back and said, "Don't be afraid. Come, now I can formally introduce him to you. This is my father, your father-in-law, General Su Fengsheng." Su Fengsheng also extended his hand in cooperation. "Hello, Miss Shin Yuro." Ms. Shin Yuro is indeed a heroine. He smiled. Shin Yuro felt a little embarrassed. The scene just now was indeed quite embarrassing, but for her husband, what was wrong with holding up a kitchen knife? "Uncle, no, Dad." She had to follow Su Cheng and change her words. "But then again, what are you doing standing at the door with a kitchen knife?" Although he knew the reason, Su Cheng, who had a bad heart, still wanted to ask. The reason was that it was rare to see such a domineering Shin Yuro, and he wanted to see more of her. Shin Yuro glanced at Su Cheng and said embarrassedly, "I was afraid that you two would not be happy chatting, and the general would do something to you in anger. However, the facts have proved that I was just judging others by my own standards." Shin Yuro smiled sweetly. When faced with such a smile, how could Su Cheng have any other thoughts? All that's left is a heart full of heartache. "Let's go and see Xian Xian and Nuonyuo. The two little guys haven't seen their grandfather yet," Su Cheng suggested. Su Fengsheng couldn't wait any longer. In the living room, two cute little babies are lying on the sofa, happily kicking their chubby legs. After having a great time, they looked at each other and burst into giggles. This scene is so healing. Su Fengsheng couldn't help but walk over. He wanted to touch these cute babies with his hands, but after so many years of fighting on the battlefield, his hands were covered with thick calluses, and he was afraid that his hands would hurt the babies. So it just stayed in mid-air awkwardly. It is really puzzling that General Su, who once commanded thousands of troops, seemed at a loss when facing two babies. "Don't be afraid, these two little things are not that precious." Shin Yuro took the initiative to step forward and teach Su Fengsheng how to hold a baby. The rest of the people sat quietly on the sofa, not even daring to fart. They were afraid of disturbing Su Fengsheng. Su Fengsheng imitated Shin Yuro's posture and picked up Xiao Xianxian first. Xiao Pengxian was not shy and babbled in Su Fengsheng's arms. His voice was very strong, which made Su Fengsheng happy, and he also had a smile on his face as a grandfather. Okay. My dear grandson, Grandpa promises that you will definitely be the happiest little princess in the world." "Everyone," Su Cheng kindly reminded him, "the one next to you is the girl, Nuonyuo, and this one is a boy, Xianxian." If his son became a noble little princess, Su Cheng would definitely put him back. "Just go back to the furnace and start over." Su Fengsheng was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything and even glanced at Duan Zhangwo next to him. Duan Zhangwo agreed and said quickly, "When people get older, they always do stupid things, just like me, trying to make my Duan Chensi and Shin Yuro a good match. As a result, Miss Yuro and Master Sucheng are really a match made in heaven, and no one can separate them." Yes. Everyone responded. No one mentioned the fact that Su Fengsheng couldn't even tell the difference between boys and girls. Li Wan'er also truly experienced what it means to be the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. It's late at night. The results of the paternity test came out. Su Cheng is indeed Su Fengsheng's biological son. Su Fengsheng said he wanted to stay here for one night, but was strongly opposed by Duan Zhangwo. "Your identity is sensitive. How many people in the world want to kill you? I dare not take the risk of letting you live in a place like this." "Well, this kind of place. The old house that the Qin family has accumulated for so many years and has been renovated and designed so many times, but in Duan Zhangwo's mouth, it is simply this kind of place." Madame Qin suddenly felt unhappy. But when she thought about the fact that Su Fengsheng had been to their house, which was enough for her to brag about among those old men and women for a long time, old lady Qin quickly put on a smiling face again. This is the law of this world. When you are just a little bit better than them, they will envy you, frame you, and surpass you. In their eyes, your superiority is nothing more than showing off. But when you reach a height that no one can match, no one will envy you anymore. All that is left in their eyes is deep admiration and pleading. So, the only way is to become stronger. Is the only truth. But Su Fengsheng couldn't bear to part with his son. Later, after the unanimous persuasion of Su Cheng and Duan Zhangwo, the stubborn old general finally decided to go to Duan Zhangwo to rest. As for Su Cheng's identity, he didn't want to make it public for the time being, as he didn't want to cause trouble for Su Cheng. Therefore, the Qin family must keep their mouths shut. Su Fengsheng left his son and grandson reluctantly. Su Chang was very happy in his heart. He was no longer the Su Chang who was worse off than having no parents. Now he had a general father who would protect him no matter what happened. Only. When he asked about his mother, Su Fengsheng chose to avoid the question. Chapter 82 Qin Family Affairs I. This is a little strange. Su Chang remembered that Duan Zhangwo told him that Su Fengsheng and his wife had a very good relationship, so for the sake of his wife, he must find Su Chang back. How could he become the one who avoids talking about his wife now? There must be something fishy going on here. However, since they had just met, it was better not to talk about some things. As time went by, those things would naturally become clear. While Su Chang was thinking about something, a pair of jade hands reached out from behind him and hugged his thin waist. Su Chang straightened his back and instantly felt a furry little head leaning on his back. The little hand in front patted his abdominal muscles as if to coax a child, but after just a few pats, it turned into enjoyable and wanton playing. Hubby, my dear husband, I never thought you had such a great background. The son of a founding father, if this were in ancient times, he would be the son of a great general. No, if Su Fengsheng wanted to be emperor, then the world would definitely be his, and Su Chang would be the crown prince, the future emperor. At most, she was just the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. How can we be worthy of such an excellent city like Suzhou? The little woman felt a little inferior, but she was unwilling to give Su Chang to another woman. So, I actually said this stupidly, hubby, if you fall in love with someone else in the future, don't let me know, lie to me and say that you still only like me, okay? That way, I will be happier. I also know that I am not worthy of you, but I don't want to leave you. The woman clenched her fists, filled with indignation. Su Chang was amused by her. He grabbed her little hand and said with a smile, silly woman, this is not ancient times. I don't have the idea of having 3 wives and 4 concubines. I only want you. Don't tell me that in my eyes, there is no woman better than you in this world. Even if there is, I won't even look at her. Really? Shin Yuro still didn't quite believe it. Of course it's true. But if you don't believe it, I have a way to put your mind at ease. Su Chang raised a wicked smile at the corner of his lips. Shin Yuro's beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. She quickly pulled his hand and asked him, what is it? Can you tell me? She must know. Su Chang held the woman in his arms, asked her to spread her thighs and wrap them around his waist. Finally, he leaned close to her ear, bit her earlobe gently and said, drain me. This way, I won't have the energy to look for another woman. You. Shin Yuro's face turned red, but she couldn't resist Su Chang's charm and soon immersed in it. Well, it's another night of being swept up in the red waves. Su Fengsheng stayed at Qin's house for a few more days and wanted to take Su Chang away. Su Chang said, give me a few more days, a week will be enough. After all, I still have friends here and I want to say goodbye to them. Su Fengsheng also agreed. However, he took Xian Xian and Nuonyuo with him, saying that he wanted them to return to their ancestral home. The 2 little guys want to be able to have breast milk for a week, but at the moment they don't realize that their hard days are coming, and they are still rolling around in Su Fengsheng's arms with a smile on their face. Su Fengsheng has a private jet and private bodyguards, so Su Chang and Shin Yuro don't have to worry about the safety of the children at all. Before Su Fengsheng left, he also left 20 international level agents to protect him. It feels so good to have a dad. Su Chang and Shin Yuro are preparing to move out of the Qin family. This meal was the last time they would eat together. From now on, when Su Chang takes Shin Yuro to find Su Fengsheng, he will have fewer chances to come back. Shin Yuro was still a little sad while eating this meal. Li Wanner and old Madame Qin were very happy that their daughter could marry into a wealthy family. After Su Fengsheng left, old Madame Qin spoke without restraint again. Looking at Shin Yuro's listless appearance, he even reminded her specifically. You are destined to be a queen in the future. What a wonderful life of luxury is waiting for you. Don't look so sad, it's unlucky. Shin Yuro tried hard to force a smile, but it was just a fake one. However, although she said this, after a while, old lady Qin could no longer hold it in and was about to cry. She ran away, making the excuse of going to the toilet. Li Wanner couldn't help it either. Qin Jingzhong sat next to Li Wanner, looked at Su Chang, and then at Shin Yuro. Finally, he only said one sentence. Yuro, it's enough for you to be a little smarter than your mother in everything. After hearing this, Li Wanner was so angry that she didn't want to cry, and Shin Yuro also laughed. Su Chang had to look at Qin Jingzhong. He was indeed the champion of the previous session. He was much better at coaxing the women of the Qin family than he was. Su Cheng couldn't help but toast Qin Jingzhong with a glass of wine. The family finally had a great time together. After dinner, they finally welcomed an uninvited guest, Qin Zhenghua. Qin Zhenghua is Qin Jingzhong's elder brother, well, his biological brother. Before Mr. Qin passed away, he passed the entire family business to Qin Jingzhong. We don't know why the old man was so partial. Qin Zhenghua moved out in anger and vowed to cut off all ties with the Qin family. He came back crying within 2 years, because he had spent all his wife's money, and his wife ran away with someone else, leaving behind only a son. The father and son now had no food to eat. Old Madame Qin couldn't bear to see her own flesh and blood suffer, so she took her grandson to raise him. There was another reason. Li Wanner's body became damaged after giving birth to 2 daughters, and she couldn't have another child. This boy was the only heir of the Qin family, so old Madame Qin naturally doted on him. Qin Zhenghua also got a share of the pie. Only. Qin Jingzhong had no interest in finance and didn't know how to run a company. Just when Qin Zhenghua used this as an excuse to ask old lady Qin for help and take the company away from Qin Jingzhong, Li Wanner stepped forward. I have to say, my mother-in-law is really a heroine. She was alone, supporting such a big company. She didn't have her husband's support at the back, and Qin Zhenghua was always making things difficult for her in front. But she managed to get through it all. Qin Jingzhong originally wanted to live a peaceful life with Li Wanner, and it didn't matter if the company was gone, which was exactly what Qin Zhenghua wanted. However, Li Wanner always remembered what her father-in-law said before his death: Qin Zhenghua was a villain, unable to handle the heavy responsibility, and the Qin family would be swallowed up in his hands sooner or later. Let their second wife make sure to keep the company under control. Li Wanner, a woman, ignored the doubts from the outside world and supported her husband. Therefore, for the cooperation between the company and the Yu family, Li Wanner secretly promised Qin Euro to use Zisher in order to keep the Qin family going. She would rather sacrifice her own daughter. Chapter 83: Qin Family Affairs Part 2. Although this would destroy the mother-daughter relationship between her and Qin Euro, Li Wanner would rather give it up in order to preserve their status as the second wife. But now, she doesn't have to beg for favor by selling her daughter, because her new son-in-law is much more capable than Yu Zisher. He can also help her deal with that evil-minded mother-in-law. She simply loves him more. Oh, we were drinking so happily, why didn't anyone tell me? We are all from the Qin family, but you didn't invite me to the party. Don't you know that you can't write 2 Qin characters with one stroke? Qin Zhenghua rushed in angrily. Qin Jingzhong looks like old man Qin, while Qin Zhenghua looks like old Madame Qin, and their personalities are also very opposite. He looked at the people in the room for a few times, then looked at Su Cheng and said, "Is this the rich son-in-law that your second branch found? TSK, he is quite good-looking, even more handsome than my brother when he was young, but he won't be like my brother and have to rely on women for the rest of his life, right?" Qin Jingzhong was an actor when he was young, so his appearance was naturally beyond doubt. Therefore, Qin Jinghua's words, while mocking Su Cheng, were actually also mocking Qin Jingzhong. In this family, he always speaks so recklessly, because there is always old Madame Qin protecting him. There was no other way. Although he was not as good as the second wife's family in every aspect, he had good genes and gave birth to a boy. Old Madame Qin naturally sided with him. Unlike this silly Qin Jingzhong, who had 2 daughters and didn't go out to have an illegitimate child. Which of these wealthy families nowadays doesn't have some romantic affairs and keep a few women outside? But Qin Jingzhong is such a hypocrite, he is here to guard that shrew. That shrew was pretty when she was young, and she is well maintained now, but she is old after all, and cannot compare to those college students in their early 20s. I really don't know what he is thinking. But this time, not only did old Madame Qin not speak for him, she was the first to stand up and severely criticized him. "How dare you? Do you know who Su Cheng is? How dare you talk to him like this? You should know that General Su came to our house yesterday. He came for Su Cheng. Su Cheng is him." Ahem. Su Cheng coughed lightly, reminding old Madame Qin. Su Fengsheng had not made that matter public yet, so the fewer people knew about it, the better. But after everything was settled, Su Fengsheng would definitely make Su Cheng's life story public. What about him? Qin Zhenghua was a little scared. In China, everyone knew the name of General Su Fengsheng. Mentioning him makes people tremble. He's his friend regardless of age difference. They have a very good relationship. Old Lady Qin could only make up for what she had said herself. Looking at Su Cheng again, there was no reaction on his face. Old Madam Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she did not anger Su Cheng this time. How is this possible? Qin Jingwa's face was full of disbelief, but when he looked at the expressions of the second family, they were no longer so arrogant. Qin Jingzhong was really lucky to hook up with Su Cheng and Su Fengsheng. He still remembered, he had asked someone to trip up Su Cheng a few days ago, but the principal of that kindergarten came out and respectfully invited Su Cheng in. Who is the director? He is an internationally famous educator. How could he be so servile to a pretty boy? Coupled with what old lady Qin said today, Qin Zhenghua quickly realized that Su Cheng's status was very powerful, and he might not be able to handle it alone, so he should not find fault with him. Qin Zhenghua blinked twice and immediately became much more obedient. He sat down and said with a smile, "Well, I heard that my sister-in-law has cooperated with the Xinhao group. I came here specially to congratulate you. I don't mean anything else, he." He raised his glass, apparently wanting to toast Li Wanner, but Li Wanner ignored him. Qin Zhenghua suddenly felt embarrassed. Old Madam Qin couldn't bear to watch it anymore and said, "We are a family after all. Don't let trivial things ruin our relationship. A harmonious family is the foundation of everything. Let's not let the internal strife cause trouble." This statement sounded as if it was profound and righteous. Su Cheng sneered and said, "We are really a family. My wife and I went to the kindergarten a few days ago, and they specifically ordered the security guards to stop us outside. If it weren't for that, we would just go in for a walk and wouldn't go to find the principal." Old Madam Qin also heard about this matter. After all, it was Qin Jingwa's fault, and she had no way to defend him. At this moment, Qin Zhenghua chuckled twice and said, "Come to think of it, Dazhuang is graduating this year. I plan to arrange him in that kindergarten. What do you think? Qin Dazhuang, the son of Qin Zhenghua. He is also the only male in the Qin family." Speaking of her grandson, the impatience on Mrs. Qin's face eased a lot, and she stammered, "After all, he is a descendant of our Qin family, and the only boy. Isn't it unfair for him to let him be a kindergarten teacher?" Qin Zhenghua also agreed, but he couldn't show it. Instead, he said, "Alas, it's because our Dazhuang is incompetent. For an ordinary vocational school graduate, it's his blessing to be admitted to that top kindergarten. Alas, the other day this kid complained to me that there was a classmate in his class who was not as good at studying as him, but his uncle arranged for him to work in the company. As soon as he got in, he became the general manager. How impressive. Because of this incident, I scolded him. We are all relatives, we can't be so cold and only care about our own family and not help others. But Dazhuang doesn't have that ability after all, and he will be a burden to everyone if he joins the company. So let's not let him join my brother and sister-in-law's company. What a good move, retreat in order to advance." Madam Qin immediately became unhappy and said, "Even people recruited from outside are bound to make mistakes. Why? Can't we use the money to teach outsiders a lesson when they make mistakes to train our own children? No, I have the final say on this matter. Wanner, you can arrange for Dazhuang to join the company tomorrow. Isn't his classmate the general manager? Just give him the position of vice chairman. Our Qin family's children cannot lose to others." Qin Zhenghua followed up by saying, "Mom, you still love your grandson, but I'm afraid that the judge will be too useless and cause trouble for my younger brother and sister-in-law." Madam Qin smiled and said, "How can that be considered trouble? She is his aunt. She will naturally side with him. Don't worry, just leave your son to Wanner." The two of them were talking to each other, and they both thought that what they said was nothing wrong. Chapter 84 Qin Family Affairs Part 3. Li Wanner frowned slightly and said, "It's okay to let Dazhuang join the company, but he can't be the vice chairman. Let him start from the grassroots level and be a salesperson first." "How dare you? How can this be possible?" Madam Qin was immediately displeased. "Our Dazhuang is a precious man, how could he have ever suffered that kind of hardship? In my opinion, being the vice chairman is an injustice to him. Someone should just give the position of chairman to our Dazhuang. After all, he is the heir of our Qin family's incense." Madam Qin and Li Wanner, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, started quarreling again. Li Wanner gritted her teeth secretly. "Before his death, my father-in-law said that the company must not be handed over to Qin Zhenghua, and Qin Dazhuang even less. The company fell into the hands of the two of them, and it was squandered in a few years. No, I don't agree. Li Wanner is in charge of the company now, and she will never allow such a thing to happen." Madam Qin snorted coldly and said, "I don't care whether you agree or not. Do you think that just because you found a powerful son-in-law, you can dominate the family here? I tell you, I'm not dead yet. Li Wan'er pursed her lips tightly. She didn't expect her husband Qin Jinzhong to help her, because Qin Jinzhong's mind was not here at all. Qin Jinzhong had long wanted her to quit the company and travel around the world together, but Li Wan'er disagreed. Mom, that's not what I meant. Old Madam Qin is the elder, and Li Wan'er can't disobey her too much. Before, Qin Zhengwa didn't dare to blatantly take the company away. He knew what kind of person he was, and what kind of person his son was. The two of them would definitely not be able to take care of the company, and they would need the help of Li Wan'er. But now, I heard that the company has cooperated with Xinhao Group. Doesn't this mean that your future life is guaranteed? If you join the company now, it's just a nominal position. You can eat and drink there and get endless money. He. Humph, that's not what you meant, sister-in-law. What did you mean? I remember clearly that you brought your nephew into the company last year, and now he is your boss. How can your family members be allowed into the company, but our Qin family members can't? How ridiculous. Qin Zhengwei got angry when this matter was mentioned. The company's surname is Qin, not Li. Li Wan'er arranged for someone from her mother's family to join the company. Wasn't her intention obvious? Really? At this point, Madame Qin knew who she should side with, and she said angrily, Li Wan'er, you are now the daughter-in-law of our Qin family. You must always side with our family. Today I will make the decision. You must drive out all the people from your mother's family in the company, and arrange Zhengwa and Dazhuang to the company's management. Do it now. Otherwise, I will let Qin Jinzhong divorce you. What era is this? Are you still taking a break? But the old lady's thoughts are old-fashioned, and so are the words she says. Li Wan'er was helpless and extremely angry. Isn't Li Wan'er a member of the Qin family? She worked diligently for the company and didn't sleep well for many nights. She finally managed to bring the company to this point, but what happened? These people wanted to snatch the company away from her without any effort. It was true that she arranged for her mother's family to join the company, but that was because her nephew was really capable. After some investigation, Li Wan'er did not want to let such a talent flow into other companies, so she did this. But what does Qin Dazhuang have and what does Qin Zhengwa have? Oh, when it comes to smoking, drinking, and picking up girls, they are both the best. But this company is owned by the Qin family after all, and old Madam Qin has a lot of shares in it. Since she said so, I have no right to refuse. What should I do? Li Wan'er stared unwillingly. Qin Jinzhong beside her pulled her and whispered, Wife, we have all witnessed what you have done for our Qin family over the years. Don't worry, after handing over the company, we will still have savings and can travel all over the country. He doesn't want Li Wan'er to be a strong woman. But this woman never listened to me. Now you understand the dangers of this society. Women will always be considered the weaker ones in some matters. But Li Wan'er was unwilling. With so much moral oppression coming down on her, how could she resist? Qin Zhengwei on the opposite side had already begun to look down on them with a triumphant attitude. However, he did not dare to underestimate Su Chang, because he knew that Su Chang had a relationship with the Xinhao Group and Su Fengsheng. Therefore, as long as he married a woman from the Qin family, he could tell any partner in the future. My niece's son-in-law is very close to General Su Fengsheng. Can you afford to offend me? When Qin Zhengwa thought about the happy life in the future, he was so happy that he felt like flying. Li Wan'er, I, an old woman, am asking you a question. How can you make me wait so long? Just tell me whether you agree to let Zhengwa and Dazhuang join the company. Old Madam Qin threatened her. Li Wan'er really had no way out, and she muttered silently in her heart, Father-in-law, I have done everything I should do for this family. Now, I really can't hold on any longer. Just when Qin Euro was about to nod, Su Chang said to her, Mom, check your phone. There should be new messages on it. Oh, everyone should check it out too. Qin Euro looked at Su Chang gratefully. She felt sorry for her mother, but with her mother on one side and her grandmother on the other, she didn't know what to say. Besides, the Qin family was quite traditional, and it was not convenient for her, a junior, to interrupt when the elders were discussing company matters. Li Wan'er didn't know why, but she believed what Su Chang said and immediately took out her phone to check. Old Madam Qin, Qin Zhengwa and Qin Jinzhong also looked at their phones. Inside was a group message from the top management of the Qin family company. Currently, 20% of the company's shares were in the hands of Li Wanner, 30% were in the hands of old Madam Qin, and the remaining 50% were in the hands of Su Chang. Just now, Su Chang used Qin Euro's identity to acquire 50% of the company's shares. Naturally, the transfer of shares is not that fast, but who makes him the heir of Xinhao Group? Naturally, there is a faster way. What does this mean? Qin Zhenghua looked at Su Chang in confusion. Su Chang spread his hands and said, "It's very simple. Either you come over and let me give you a good beating, and then promise that you and your stupid son will never get close to the company, or I will just let your Qin family's company be named Su. Ro is my wife anyway, so when the time comes, I will let my mother-in-law manage the company, and that will be justified." Qin Zhenghua didn't expect that Su Chang would be so ruthless and leave him no way out. But this is the Qin family's company. Why would a son-in-law like you interfere? I'd love to. Su Chang hugged Qin Euro, acting like a big boss. Chapter 85 Qin Family Affairs Part 4. Qin Zhenghua was very angry. But the person in front of him could not be hit or scolded, and now he couldn't even use moral blackmail on him. Qin Zhenghua could only pretend to be kind and said, "Hey, look, we are all family, and it is only right that we help each other. Today, for Su Chang's sake, I will take a step back. I won't join the company myself, and I'll just let my son go in. Is that okay? However, the position must be high. I have already made such a big concession, nephew-in-law, you won't embarrass me too much, right?" After that, she glanced at Mrs. Qin and said, "Mom, you can't ignore this matter. Dazhuang is your only grandson. I have to remind you again that Qin Dazhuang is the incense of the Qin family. Who is Qin Euro? She is just a pretty money loser." Madam Qin also knew the pros and cons of this, and quickly said, "Grandson-in-law, for the sake of an old woman like me, please don't interfere in this matter, okay?" She has begged him so humbly. Su Chang will not still interfere in the affairs of their Qin family, right? Unexpectedly, Su Chang answered very clearly, "No." He looked at Qin Zhenghua calmly and said, "Uncle, have you forgotten how you told the kindergarten security guard to treat you Ro and me? You didn't treat me as a family member at that time?" Qin Zhenghua. "It's true that I was wrong in what I did, but I've already apologized to you. What else do you want me to do?" Qin Zhenghua was shameless, but he didn't seem to admit his fault at all. He is the eldest son of Madam Qin and Grandpa Qin. It can be said that he is the apple of everyone's eye. In addition, his younger brother Qin Jingzhong is a non-competitive person, so he doesn't know what a real apology is. To be honest, at that moment, Su Chang was a little envious of Qin Zhenghua. Although he was a good-for-nothing, he was spoiled since he was a child and had never suffered any grievances. Even if he had achieved nothing, there would always be people who would care about him regardless of morality. But envy is envy, but targeting is also necessary. I've made it very clear just now. You asked me to give you a lesson. But considering your behavior just now, I have changed my mind now. Either get out by yourself, or I will drag you out." At this point, Su Chang was already a little impatient. He is not suitable for debating with others, but only for speaking with fists. In layman's terms, it means that you can use your fists instead of talking. Me. I'm your uncle. What do you want to do to me? It was Qin Zhenghua's first day at Qin Jingzheng's house, and he hadn't realized how powerful Su Chang was. Besides, he was the treasure of Mrs. Qin and had never suffered any grievances in his own home, so even if he knew he couldn't afford to offend Su Chang, he felt that he would be safe. Madam Qin noticed something was wrong and said quickly, "Zhenghua. What are you talking about? Hurry up and apologize to Su Chang. We won't go into the company anymore. Don't worry, Mom has a way to find a good job for Dazhuang." Qin Zhenghua? Why didn't old Madam Qin support him anymore? He was unwilling to accept this. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what troubles he got into, old Lady Qin always stood by him. Besides, old Lady Qin was so old, and the people she knew were just some retired old men and women. What kind of good job could they find for Dazhuang? The Qin family's company originally belonged to Dazhuang, so it was legitimate for them to take the company back. The reason why he was still sitting here and discussing with Li Wanner in a nice tone was that he was kind-hearted. Don't think he is really easy to bully. Humph, I won't agree to either of them. Su Chang, although you are powerful, you are still the son-in-law of our Qin family. It is not your turn to interfere in this matter. Even if you bought shares in the company, so what? Isn't it bought for you, Ro? It is also our Qin family's. It really is. There's no hope. Su Chang didn't waste any time. He just stood up and walked in front of Qin Zhenghua. You, what are you doing? In broad daylight, in the open air, in my Qin family, you want to do something to me? You. At this time, someone opened the door and came in. The door to the living room was clearly locked with a combination lock, but that man didn't know the combination but was able to come in easily. He was worthy of being the bodyguard left for him by Su Fengsheng. Young master, it's not your turn to deal with this kind of scum. The man said as he stepped forward, grabbed Qin Zhenghua by the collar and dragged him out. Ah! Su Chang! Are you crazy? According to seniority, you should call me uncle. Mom, please save me, where does this busty bodyguard want to take me? Well, the bodyguards that Su Fengsheng left for Su Chang are powerful, and all of them are beautiful women with curvy figure. They wear tight black professional bodyguard uniforms that outline their perfect figures, with long flowing hair and flaming red lips. People who know them think they are bodyguards, while those who don't think they are playing role-playing games. Old Madame Qin felt distressed. She looked at Su Chang anxiously and said, Su Chang, he is a relative of our family after all. Can you forgive him this time? Don't worry, I will definitely talk to him well when I go back. Give him a good lesson. Let him learn how to control his mouth. Will old Madame Qin discipline Qin Zhenghua? If he really knew how to discipline his children, he wouldn't have raised them to be like this. They're already grown up, but still come back to live off their parents. That's why Su Chang didn't believe it. The person has been taken out. Madame Qin, you should know what kind of person I am. Su Chang didn't want to waste time talking to her and made his attitude clear directly. Old Madame Qin didn't know what to say. At this time, Qin Zhenghua's voice was heard outside. He also knew that the people inside could only ask for help from old Madame Qin, so he shouted, Mom! Please save me. I'm about to be beaten to death by her. It's because you spoiled me since I was a child and never let me suffer, so I became like this now. You have to be responsible for me, Mom. I became like this because of you. If anything happens to me, Dezhuan will not recognize you as his grandmother. My goodness, how can people be so shameless? The key point is that old Madame Qin really listened to his words. Knowing that it was useless to ask Su Chang for help, she set her sights on Qin Yuro. After all, this is the girl that I watched grow up, so she should be on my side, right? So Madame Qin said, Yuro, since Grandma has carefully raised you for so many years, please save your uncle. Otherwise, Grandma will not be at peace even if she dies. Qin Yuro listens to her the most and is the most respectful to the elderly and loving the young. The request she made is not too excessive. She believes that her granddaughter will definitely agree. Chapter 86. Let's sleep separately. Who knows? Qin Yuro refused without hesitation and said, Grandma, I will naturally repay your kindness in raising me, but not in this way. Besides, the uncle bullied my mother this time, and my mother also raised me. She has a very positive outlook. While saying this, his back was straight and there was no sign of surrender. Su Chang is very proud that such a beautiful girl with positive values is now his wife, and also the mother of his 2 children. It was no use asking anyone for help from old lady Qin, so she just sat there dejectedly. After a while, the noise outside stopped and old Madame Qin ran out to see what was going on. Qin Zhenghua was covered in wounds, but none of them were fatal, but they were very painful. When he saw Mrs. Qin coming out, the first thing he said was, Mom, send me away quickly. I will never embarrass my brother's family again. It's all my fault. Send me away quickly. I really can't hold on any longer. It's quite tragic that a grown man could be bullied like this. Old Madame Qin couldn't bear it and quickly asked someone to send her son to the hospital. Inside the house, Su Chang and Qin Yuro, who had ended the war, also returned to their room to pack up and prepare to leave. Before leaving, Qin Jingzhong took out the household registration booklet and gave it to Qin Yuro, saying, Get married. This time, our whole family supports you. Qin Yuro took the household registration booklet gratefully, her eyes turned red, and she said, Mom and Dad, I am sorry for you. I was angry with you a while ago and didn't contact you. It's all my fault. We didn't spend much time together, and I was still acting like a princess. Woo. Li Wanner was also touched by her words. She hugged Qin Yuro and said, Silly child, how can we really blame you? Besides, Mom and Dad also did something wrong. Now that you can find a good man, it is also your own blessing. Mom and Dad, I will leave you to Su Chang from now on. Su Chang, my daughter has been raised by her grandmother since she was a child. When we brought her back, her father and I felt very sorry for her, so we spoiled her a little and were reluctant to let her do heavy work. If she is willful in any way, please bear with her. As a mother-in-law, Li Waner actually has a lot to say, but she feels that it is useless to say anything. A man who is truly good to Qin Euro should know those things even without being told. Su Chang nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, mother-in-law, I will take good care of you Ro and will never let her shed another tear. Of course, except in bed." Qin Euro wiped her tears, and the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried for a while. In the end, Qin Euro left the Qin family reluctantly. Sister, brother-in-law. Qin Mengmeng also ran out. She had been going to school during this period, and finally came back, but she got the news that Qin Euro and Su Chang were leaving his city. Qin Mengmeng ran over crying, and the two sisters hugged each other again, crying bitterly. Su Chang had no choice but to stand aside and wait. "Mengmeng, don't worry, I will come back to see you in the future. You must take good care of yourself when I'm not around." She patted Qin Mengmeng's shoulder. Qin Mengmeng's body trembled violently, and she said, "Sister, I never thought of being so far away from you." "Wu, sister, you must be well." "Don't worry, I will." "Mengmeng, your sister will not be by your side in the future, so you have to open your eyes. Don't just follow a man foolishly because he treats you well, and end up getting hurt just like last time." Qin Euro was still worried about her sister. Although she looked experienced and knew a lot of knowledge that she didn't, Qin Euro knew that Qin Mengmeng was extremely naive and could easily be cheated by others. Qin Mengmeng blushed a lot after what her sister said. The two sisters stayed together for a while, agreed to video call each other every day, and then reluctantly parted. "Brother-in-law, goodbye." Qin Mengmeng suddenly said to him. "Goodbye." Su Chang felt that there was something wrong with Qin Mengmeng's tone this time, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Just as the two were leaving, Qin Mengmeng secretly slipped him a note. Su Chang subconsciously grabbed it and didn't dare to look back. Well, his wife is right next to him, and his sister-in-law secretly handed him a note. She must have something private to tell him, otherwise, she would have sent him a WeChat message directly. Su Chang put the note in his trouser pocket, walked over, hugged Qin Euro's waist with some guilt, then pinched her twice with malicious intent and said, "You've gained weight." "Ah? Really?" Qin Euro's reaction was huge, her eyes widened. No matter what stage a woman is in, she cannot accept the fact that she has gained weight, but Su Chang felt that she was indeed a lot fatter. Qin Euro's face immediately fell, and she even looked a little aggrieved. "No, I can't go on like this, I want to lose weight." "Whoa! I can't let my husband dislike me." Xiaopeng clenched his fists, looking indignant. Su Chang smiled and said, "Actually, I think it's good for you to do this. It feels very comfortable when I touch it. It's not so dry anymore, hee hee." Qin Euro glanced at him unhappily and said, "You men all say good things, but in your heart you all dislike your women getting fat." "I know." Su Chang said righteously, "Wife, don't confuse me with other men. I am different from them." Qin Euro raised her chin proudly and said, "They all have two eyes, one nose and one mouth, what's the difference? Do you have one more than them?" Qin Euro was too embarrassed to say the rest of the words, but Su Chang understood. Not only that, he was happy. Qin Euro had always acted like a lady in front of him, but Su Chang knew that she was not like that in her heart. Now, after spending some time together, the woman has relaxed a lot. Look, she even joked with him. Su Chang smiled maliciously and said, "Maybe there really is one more. Why don't we take a closer look tonight?" "Humph, I don't want to look at that thing. It's ugly. It's smelly. Humph." Although he said this, his eyes fell on a place in Sucheng, but he quickly moved away. But she is Qin Euro, pure as a blank sheet of paper, she won't think about that kind of thing easily. Even if she doesn't do it for a year, she won't think about it. Absolutely not. "Oh, since my wife said so, let's sleep in separate beds tonight. I'm really afraid I can't help myself." Chapter 87 Dream Come True. Su Chang continued speaking along with her words. "You." Qin Euro was angry. "What's wrong, wife? Are you unhappy? Or do you want to do this and that with me in your heart, but are just too shy to express it?" "Hee hee, as long as you admit it, I will sleep in the same bed with you." "Little girl, I have to force you." "No, no. Do you think Meng Meng and I are the same kind of people?" "Humph." Shin Yuro refused to admit it and wanted to maintain her image as a noble and virtuous fairy. Little did she know that in Su Cheng's heart, that image had already collapsed. Since you want to sleep alone, then go to sleep by yourself. I'm not a child anymore. Can I sneak into your bed in the middle of the night? As soon as she finished saying this, her face turned red, because Shin Yuro had done this before. She even took advantage of Qin Mengmeng sleeping on the balcony with Su Cheng. Oh, it's so annoying. It happened so long ago, why am I still thinking about it? The little woman was in a dilemma again, and Su Cheng just kept silent, because he knew that she would not be able to hold back when night came. Back to their apartment. When going to take a shower, Su Cheng took out the note Qin Mengmeng handed him and looked at it secretly. It says, "Brother Su Cheng, please allow me to call you this. This time, I want to communicate with you as a woman, not your sister-in-law. I admit that when I first met you, I looked down on you and thought that a man like you was not worthy of my sister. I even said a lot of unpleasant things to you. Here, I sincerely say, I'm sorry. Later, as we got to know each other, I finally understood what kind of person you are. You are brave, courageous, upright, responsible, loyal, and affectionate, and you are also so handsome. Before I knew it, I had already fallen for you. I apologize to my sister here. I know that you are my brother-in-law, and I shouldn't have such thoughts, so I have been controlling myself. But the more you suppress feelings, the more they will grow. You and your sister are so loving. As her biological sister, I shouldn't destroy the relationship between you. In fact, I have thought about it countless times. Even if I can't be with you, I will be satisfied if I can have a casual relationship with you, that is, 419. If I can have a child of yours, as cute as Xin Xin and Nuonyuo, it will be even better. However, I will not destroy your family. I will find a place to secretly give birth to the child and then raise it. But I know that you are a person who would never do such a thing. I admit that I am wishful thinking, but I don't think there is anything wrong with liking someone, so I must say it out. Brother Su Cheng, you are leaving, and I don't know when I can see you again. Meng Meng has only one wish in her heart, that is. No matter what happens in the future, you must remember that there was once such a silly and crazy girl who loved you passionately. You must never forget me. Put pen to paper, Qin Mengmeng. Su Cheng. He quickly tore up the letter and flushed it down the toilet. Unexpectedly, his charm was so great that Qin Mengmeng was willing to break through the shackles of ethics and morality for him. If this were in ancient times, wouldn't it be easy for him to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? However, he is a good young man in the 21st century. He can only think about this kind of thing. He has Qin Yuro. If he really wants to think about something else, well, doesn't Qin Yuro like role-playing? She can satisfy him with any type. He. After taking a shower, Su Cheng spent some time with Qin Yuro, then went to sleep in the living room. Watching the man's back as he left, Qin Yuro pounded the pillow in her arms hard. Su Cheng. You really left me all alone. You scumbag. Don't expect me to come to you tonight, humph. After a tiring day, Su Cheng lay on the sofa and practiced his exercises for a while. After feeling relaxed all over, he quickly fell asleep without a trace of worry. Meanwhile, Qin Yuro couldn't sleep. I'm so annoyed. Why do I keep thinking about Su Cheng, or the way he looks without clothes? When did I become such a hooligan? Humph, it's so annoying. Qin Yuro wanted to take sleeping pills, but then she remembered that her 2 children were still breastfeeding, so she held it back. Qin Yuro, you have to be more ambitious. Isn't it just that there is no man to sleep with you? You have endured sleeping alone for so many years, why are you so annoyed now? She gave herself psychological counseling. However, after tossing and turning for a while, I still couldn't fall asleep. At this time, she opened her mobile phone, thinking about reading some novels to kill time, but she didn't expect. The current romantic CEO novels are so good at driving. Obviously, there is not a single word written in that direction, but it just gives people endless reverie. What can she do? Qin Yuro couldn't help but go to the toilet, and then found. She took off her panties, changed into another one, scolded herself shamefully, and then lay back on the bed. How can this be? I can't help it after reading a novel for a while. All I can think about is my husband. Another hour passed. Qin Yuro finally couldn't bear it anymore. This is her home, she can sleep wherever she wants, With this thought in mind, Qin Yuro pushed open the door. Although the lights were not on in the living room, The bright lights of the city at night allowed her to clearly see the furnishings in the living room, and the figure lying on the bed. Shin Yuro walked over carefully. The man had fallen asleep, and he slept very well, without snoring or grinding his teeth, only the sound of even breathing. When she got closer, she could smell the familiar scent on the man. Just smelling it made Shin Yuro feel very comfortable. It seemed that everyone had their own special scent, and she would become very happy when she smelled the scent on Su Chang. "Humph, you were sleeping soundly, leaving me alone there, and didn't even come in to comfort me." Shin Yuro walked over and sat down next to Su Chang. She stretched out her tender little hands, pinched Su Chang's little fleshy face, and rubbed his handsome face hard. But even so, Su Chang didn't wake up. "You slept so soundly. You dead pig." In the dark night, Shin Yuro's eyes rolled around, and suddenly she thought of a fun idea that would definitely make Su Chang unforgettable. She knelt down. He lifted Su Chang's quilt and licked his lips. A long time ago, Su Chang had a beautiful dream and hoped that he would be awakened. Now, this beautiful dream has finally come true. Chapter 88 Civil Affairs Bureau I. "Little devil, you don't sleep well so late at night, do you want to drain your husband dry?" Su Chang helped her up and wiped the water stains from the corner of her mouth with his hand. Shin Yuro narrowed her eyes and smiled. At this moment, she didn't feel awkward at all. She just wanted to stay with Su Chang and cling to him so that he would never think about other women again. The little girl shrank in his arms, rubbing her body restlessly against him. After a while, Su Chang could no longer hold back. He asked her, "Is it okay on the sofa? Or should we go back to the bedroom?" He was afraid of hurting her. Unexpectedly, the little woman's mind is quite open. She hesitated but did not refuse and said, "The sofa is also very soft, and it is very exciting. Honey, let's do it here today. You don't have to worry about me." His wife had said so. If Su Chang continued to shrink back, wouldn't that be too unmanly? He smiled secretly, then turned over and pressed the woman under him. That kind of thing is indeed the best harmonizer between husband and wife. After doing it at night, Su Chang could clearly feel that the relationship between husband and wife had risen to a new level. The next day, after packing, the two went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. Shin Yuro held the household registration booklet and ID card, while the materials on Su Chang's side were all prepared by Su Fengsheng. Arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shin Yuro happily took many photos, and then said, "I will make a video later and post it on WeChat Moments, so that everyone will know that you are mine. We will soon become a legal couple. Are you happy?" Su Chang was still a little confused, because they had been married for 4 months, and getting a marriage certificate was just a formality. He didn't feel overly excited. But seeing how excited the little woman was, he didn't want to spoil her fun, so he had to cooperate and said, "I'm about to marry the woman I love, how can I not be happy?" Sure enough, after saying this, Shin Yuro became even more delicate. They walked in together and waited in line. At this moment, Su Chang heard a familiar voice. "Oh, husband, I told you to come later, but you refused to listen. There are so many people here now, and everyone is sweating. It stinks so badly that I feel like I'm dying. My dear husband, do you know anyone from the Civil Affairs Bureau? Can we cut in line?" It's Li Jiaojiao. When he couldn't find a job after graduation and had to sleep in the subway, it was Li Jiaojiao and a few girls who mocked him. At that time, he also made a bold statement one day, he would make them kneel down and beg him. Su Chang couldn't help but look over. I thought that Li Jiaojiao was with some man, but when I saw this man, Su Chang couldn't help but burst out laughing. That man, no, that uncle, had a completely bald head, with only a few pitiful hairs hanging above his ears. He looked fat and had big ears. He grinned, revealing a big golden tooth, with chive leaves stuck in between his teeth. Looks like a nouveau riche. Because of this laughter, Li Jiaojiao also noticed Su Chang. She looked Su Chang up and down and had to say that Su Chang was getting more and more handsome than when he was in college. None of the stars on TV today could compare to him. Although she was deeply surprised, Li Jiaojiao also knew where this place was the marriage registration office. Su Chang came here to get married. No matter how good-looking he is still someone else's man. Li Jiaojiao put away the amazement in her eyes, snorted coldly, and said, "I'm really unlucky today. What kind of people did I meet? Oh, it turns out that the school hunk from Sucheng is here too. Ha, I really don't know how you dare to get married when you can't even find a job. Who is your wife?" Shin Yuro had her back to him, but when she heard this conversation, she turned around. Yes, it's Qin Euro. Why is it you? Li Jiajiao was stunned. She and Su Chang were not in the same class, but she had a good relationship with Lu Xiaoya, so she had been helping Lu Xiaoya bully Su Chang. However, she had not heard from Lu Xiaoya during this period. Humph, it's definitely because she climbed up the big tree of Zhuang Wenba that she no longer recognizes her former sisters. She and Su Chang are the same kind of people. Thinking of this, Li Jiajiao couldn't help but vent all her anger at Lu Xiaoya on Su Chang. However, the moment she saw Qin Euro, she was completely stunned. Who is Qin Euro? The campus belle of Imperial University, the dream lover of many men, how could she be with Su Chang? Li Jiajiao asked her in disbelief, Qin Euro, you came here today, not to marry this man, right? She pointed at Su Chang. To be honest, the action of pointing at someone with one's finger was indeed quite rude. Therefore, Qin Euro lost her patience with her and said in a cold voice, yes, Su Chang is my husband, no one else can take him away. After she finished speaking, she seriously held Su Chang's arms with her two little hands, as if she was afraid that he would run away. You guys? Li Jiajiao, who was inexplicably shown a loving couple, was very dissatisfied. She didn't understand how Qin Euro could like someone like Su Chang. They are not from the same world at all. Baby, don't be angry. You look ugly when you are angry. The fat guy next to her said this to her and even put his arm around her shoulders. Li Jiajiao felt sick in her heart, but she couldn't show it. She even had to pretend to be very happy and said, hubby, you still care about me. You know how easy it is for me to get old when I'm angry. She wanted to lean her head on the fat man's shoulder, but unfortunately she was taller than him, so she could only lean her head on his bald forehead, which looked out of place. Some people nearby have already started to mock. Li Jiajiao had to raise her head, her face feeling a little hot. But she raised her hand, showing off the 10-carat diamond ring, and said, this is what my dear husband gave me when we got engaged. After we get the marriage certificate, my husband will give me a bigger one. 10 carats. Those who had originally mocked her soon showed expressions of envy. It's good that Li Jiajiao found a man who can be her father, but this also means that she will have to live the life of a rich lady in her next life with fine clothes and delicious food. It is often much easier for women to get to the top through improper means than for men. As long as you have a pretty face and a decent figure, then, just spread your legs and learn how to scream. Chapter 89 Civil Affairs Bureau 2. To be honest, although this kind of behavior is not desirable, I am so envious. Alas, I don't have a good-looking face and a good mouth, so I can only be with a slut like you. A woman nearby was indignant. Her husband didn't say anything either. Because he had worked hard until he was 30, he had already passed the best age for marriage. Plus, he was not good-looking and did not have much savings, so his family had gone to great lengths to find him a wife who had had an abortion. But even so, he had to pamper her, because their family still needed her to carry on the family line. However, Li Jiajiao felt more and more that something was wrong. Because all the eyes of the fat guys around her were on Qin Euro. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. She looked just like the actresses on TV. No, she was much prettier than those actresses who had plastic surgery. She also had a good figure and good taste. This Lolita dress made him suddenly have an idea in his heart. He wanted to get under her skirt. Beauty, can you please leave me your contact information? You see, since my wife knows your husband, then, if we round it off, we can be considered friends. The fat man took out his cell phone and walked towards Qin Euro. Fortunately, he was stopped by Li Jiajiao halfway. Li Jiajiao was furious, but she couldn't afford to offend this upstart, so she had to secretly tell him, these two are my college classmates. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future, but don't ask for their contact information here. It would be embarrassing if they saw it. Oh, that's right. Fatty had to take back his phone. Although he was a nouveau riche, he was also a nouveau riche who cared about his reputation. He looked at Qin Euro reluctantly for several times, but finally endured it. Li Jiajiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, but because of this, she became even more jealous of Su Chang and Qin Euro. She walked over and asked Su Chang directly, Su Chang, we are classmates after all. There is something I really want to ask you about. You are getting married to our school beauty goddess, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Even if you can't afford a 10-carat diamond ring, a dogtail grass ring will do. Ha ha ha. With Li Jiajiao's words, everyone understood. Although Su Chang looks very handsome and impressive on the surface, he is actually a poor guy who can't even afford a ring. Li Jiajiao confirmed this point without a doubt. During the 4 years of college, Su Chang never bought Lu Xiaoye a gift worth tens of thousands of dollars, and the most expensive restaurant he usually took Lu Xiaoye to was just Li Guofu Malatang. What kind of ring can such an incompetent man afford? He can only weave one out of dogtail grass. I really don't know what Qin Yuro likes about him. Oh, maybe it was because Su Chang was handsome that she followed him, but can being handsome be eaten? Isn't it the same when the lights are turned off? Li Jiaojiao raised her chin proudly. This time, she was sure to win. There will always be a few ants jumping around in this world. Su Chang didn't want to pay attention to it, but he was unhappy in his mind. Master, I will never allow you to suffer any grievances, even small grievances. Well, after coming back this time, everything seems to have changed a lot. Now everything is more and more protective of him, but Su Chang thinks this is good. The program has been changed well this time, hee. Su Chang was just about to say that he didn't need anything else and just wanted someone to drive his Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost over, but everyone was not happy about it. Master, you are the one who will look down upon the world. Forget it, some things can't be said anymore, just wait, I will help you soon. No matter what happens, you must remember that I am on your side. Is that so? That's the case. Su Chang glanced at Qin Yuro, and Qin Yuro nodded. The couple had a good understanding, especially in this kind of thing. Qin Yuro walked forward in her little leather shoes, took 3 or 2 steps to get in front of Li Jiaojiao, and then raised her hand. Bang! 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 3 loud slaps were delivered to Li Jiaojiao's face without hesitation, and soon, blood flowed from the corners of Li Jiaojiao's lips. At that moment, Su Chang had only one feeling, that is, it was really good to have a wife. A wife could help him beat those women he didn't like, hee. During these days with Su Chang, Qin Yuro had been fed a lot of spiritual spring water by Su Chang without realizing it, and her body had improved a lot. In addition, knowing that he had Su Chang's support behind him, his self-confidence increased, and his fighting skills became more and more powerful. Li Jiaojiao subconsciously wanted to fight back. But just as she stretched out her wrist, Qin Yuro grabbed her hair again and pulled it hard. Ah! It hurt so much that Li Jiaojiao couldn't help but scream out. Tears were forced out of her eyes. Her hands were grabbing around in the air aimlessly. It was obvious that she had lost her composure. How could this Qin Yuro hit someone so hard? Soon, something even more embarrassing happened. Li Jiaojiao's hair was pulled down by Qin Yuro, and not only Li Jiaojiao, but also Qin Yuro was affected. It was not the first time for her to grab a woman's hair, but this was the first time she had seen such fragile hair. You, don't come over here. Li Jiaojiao was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly, covering the injured scalp with her hand. Now, Qin Yuro understood everything. You have hair extensions. You've had hair transplants. You bald woman. When her true feelings were hit upon, Li Jiaojiao's face turned extremely ugly in an instant. That's right, she didn't have the physique like Qin Yuro who could eat a lot without gaining weight. In order to maintain a good figure, she had to lose weight by dieting. But the more this happens, the more damage it does to the body. It's hard to tell what's wrong with the inside, but the outside. Her skin is getting rougher and darker, and small red bumps are forming on her body, but these can all be fixed with makeup, except for her hair. Stay up late. Go bald. Lose weight. Go bald. These words are not just words. Nowadays, Li Jiaojiao has to go for hair transplants regularly to make her hair look more normal, but it is only normal. Not as thick as Qin Yuro's hair. But Qin Yuro found it interesting. Then, she stretched out her sinful little hands again and grabbed Li Jiaojiao's hair in handfuls, and a bunch of it fell off every time she grabbed. The feeling of fleecing the sheep is so comfortable. While teaching Li Jiaojiao a lesson, Qin Yuro said confidently, I told you not to bully my husband. You dare to say that about my man? Now you know how powerful I am, right? Hee. Chapter 90 Civil Affairs Bureau Part 3. Su Chang, who was standing nearby, secretly recorded this scene with his cell phone. His daughter Yuro is a weak girl by nature, but now she has become so wild just for him. This scene is really beautiful. Enough. The nouveau riche fat guy finally couldn't stand it anymore. After all, Li Jiaojiao is his fiancée. If all her hair was plucked out in public, no, all her hair was plucked out, then where would he put his face? But just now, Fei Yuan was also obsessed with the war between these two people. Well, although this war was just a one-sided beating of Li Jiaojiao by Qin Yuro, it is still very beautiful to see beautiful women fighting. He stepped forward. Pull the two women apart. No matter how powerful Qin Yuro was, her limbs were thin and weak, and she could not match the strength of a man, not to mention that Tu Feiyuan had a lot of flesh on his body. Ms. Qin, is it? For my sake, please don't bully my fiancée. Fatty spoke for Li Jiajiao. He raised his chin seriously, confident that he must be very manly at this moment. The way he protected Li Jiajiao would be deeply imprinted in Qin Yuro's mind, making her unable to extricate herself. So, it won't be long before Qin Yuro falls in love with him. I was impressed by his charisma. Unlike this Su Chang, who relies on his appearance, such a superficial thing. But little do people know that. Such a fat guy just makes Qin Yuro feel disgusted. For your sake? Who do you think you are? Qin Yuro crossed her arms and looked at the fat guy fiercely. The fat guy was only 165 centimeters tall, not even as tall as her. She had to lower her head to look at him, which made her neck very tired. Being told this by a woman, Tu Feiyuan felt very embarrassed. But looking at her beautiful face, Tu Feiyuan felt that if he could get her, then everything would be worth it, so he continued, "This is my business card. I am the CEO of Huakai Fu Gue Group. Can't my words please the beauty? Oh my god. Flowers are blooming." Someone soon recognized it. I was wondering, why does this guy look so familiar? It turns out that he is the chairman of Huakai Fu Gue. Maybe you don't know this, but the largest real estate group in S City right now is Huakai Fu Gue. I heard that the boss of Huakai Fu Gue was a lottery buyer, but he has a very sharp vision. He built such a large real estate group in just a few years. It's really awe-inspiring. Woo woo woo, I'm still running around trying to buy a house, but other people have their own real estate groups. No wonder that pretty girl over there is willing to follow him. I mean, this big brother has charisma. There were more and more praises from all around. The fat guy became more and more proud. Qin Yuro couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh, Huakai Fu Gue? Such an old-fashioned name, coupled with such an old-fashioned chairman, really complements each other. Seeing the beautiful woman smile, the fat guy was almost bewitched to the point of fainting. He knew that as long as he revealed his identity, Qin Yuro would definitely fall for him. However, Qin Yuro had not yet taken the business card that he had extended to her. Why, is this woman shy? Still feeling inferior? It must be both. The fat guy couldn't help but interrupt, "Beauty, you don't have to feel inferior. Although you will be a married woman soon, I have always advocated equality for all, and I am willing to be friends with everyone. The implication is that even if you already have a husband, I am willing to have a passionate extramarital affair with you." Qin Yuro was stunned again. She didn't even know that people could be so ignorant? Qin Yuro took a step back. Li Jiajiao's eyes turned more and more fierce when she looked at Qin Yuro. It's all because of this vixen. She seduced her husband. Having Su Cheng is not enough, she also wants to seduce her man. Does she really need love? If it's really needed, how about plugging it with mud? Unexpectedly, Qin Yuro smiled and said, "You? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Is it so great to be rich and prosperous? Isn't it just a few stinky houses? Excuse me, you should go see a doctor more often if you have time. Li Jiajiao is bald and you are even more bald. I am really worried about your future children." Qin Yuro sighed helplessly. That little look is so annoying. But it made Su Cheng like it more. It turns out that the always gentle Qin Yuro can also be so aggressive towards others, which really makes him look at her in a new light. He, of course, not as strong as him. It's just that the focus is different, cough. You ungrateful woman. Do you think I care about you? Humph. The fat man took back his business card in frustration. Li Jiajiao, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She was about to jump up. Qin Yuro, how can you talk to my husband like this? Hurry up and apologize to my husband. Qin Yuro belittled the fat guy and made him worthless. But she depends on Tu Feiyuan for her living. When Qin Yuro called him fat and ugly, she was actually scolding her. This is intolerable. I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt. Papa Su Cheng couldn't help but applaud the couple. You two really are, cousin and dog, forever and ever. They have the same lack of values, they only care about money and not people, they are just as disgusting. Su Cheng, what are you talking about? Li Jiajiao originally wanted to show off her power today, but she didn't expect to be beaten by Qin Yuro and despised by Su Chang, making her feel like she was worthless. Obviously, when she was in college, there were many people pursuing her and supporting her. Why is it different once you enter society? Su Chang, if Qin Yuro is still qualified to point fingers at me, then I will accept it. After all, the Qin family's qualifications are there. But you, who do you think you are? Let me think about it. Oh, I understand. You must be kept by Qin Yuro. That's why you are acting like a bully. Ha, everyone, come and have a look. As a man, instead of finding a proper job to support his family, he chooses to do such lowly work, serving women and being a gigolo for others. Ha ha ha. It's really hilarious. But when she said this, she forgot that she couldn't stand the hard work at work, so she would rather marry a fat man who could be her father and live the life of a rich wife. However, Su Chang is a man. He deserves even greater condemnation. Li Jiajiu looked at him sarcastically, and also looked at the self that even she despised deep down in her heart. Chapter 91 Civil Affairs Bureau 4. They are obviously the same kind of people. However, Li Jiajiu would never admit this. At this moment, she had a perverted mentality in her heart. As long as she crushed Su Chang, it would be equivalent to crushing her humble self, and she could still hold her head high and look down on the crowd. In response, Su Chang just narrowed his eyes. He always likes to give others chances, but Li Jiajiu is not worth it. However, considering that they were classmates, he kindly reminded her, "Student Li Jiajiu, you are going to be famous soon." Li Jiajiu? What the hell? Su Chang's sinister and extremely cold eyes frightened her for a moment. However, the woman quickly calmed down and told herself that a waste like Su Chang was not worth her fear at all. She must be scaring herself. Li Jiajiu is still arrogant. At this time, on the display screen in the lobby of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the image that originally displayed the serial number suddenly disappeared, and instead turned into a KTV box in an entertainment venue in S City. The lights are bright, the wine is colorful, and the glasses are clinking. However, behind this seemingly relaxed and joyful scene, there are still many unknown secrets hidden, which is also easy to see. The moment this picture appeared, Li Jiajiu's face turned pale instantly. How is this possible? Wasn't that video deleted? How come it was put here? Soon, a woman walked out of the picture. She was wearing a low-cut dress, heavy makeup, and holding a glass of red wine. Even though her clothes were very revealing, the first impression she gave was that this woman was very frivolous and not worthy of close friendship. Therefore, those men with average looks but huge wealth simply didn't like her. In the end, the woman could only focus on the fat and big-eared man who was old enough to be her father. That's right, the woman in the video is Li Jiajiu, and the man she fell in love with is Fatty. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Li Jiajiu. Who played this? How can you play this kind of thing in public? Turn it off quickly. Li Jiajiu was anxious. She didn't want to expose her ugliest side in front of everyone. Can't. But no one paid any attention to her. Li Jiajiu had no choice but to ask for help from the fat guy next to her. "Husband, please help me quickly, go find the person behind the scenes and ask him to delete this video as soon as possible." At this moment, Li Jiajiu was grinning, her face full of anger and unwillingness. Where was the slightest bit of the delicate and gentle look that the fat guy liked? The fat guy pulled his hand out of her arms. Brother also has a temper. Do you think I will listen to you in everything? I'm not that stupid. Li Jiajiu. Didn't you say you were with me because you liked me? Didn't you say you were impressed by my personality? But what's with this video? In the video, it's clear that you tried to hook up with other men but failed, so you came to me. Fatty finally saw clearly that there is no such thing as pure love in this world. Woohoo, these hateful women are only after his money, not him. It's over, no love anymore. He was completely devastated. But how can he afford to be sad when he is not mainstream? So, he decided not to care about Li Jiajiu. Well, actually, it was because he couldn't care about it. How could he, a real estate agent, care about the affairs of the Civil Affairs Bureau? He can't get involved in this mess. Li Jiajiu felt guilty when her true feelings were touched upon. At this time, the video also showed Li Jiajiu and Tu Feiyuan chatting happily. Afterwards, Li Jiajiu sat on Tu Feiyuan's thigh without any hesitation and kissed his bald forehead. Then, Tu Feiyuan's hand moved up Li Jiajiu's slippery thigh. The video stops abruptly. Fuck. Someone cursed. We don't lack this little traffic. That's right, it keeps people on suspense. This woman is so shameless and proactive. If you ask me, it's okay to play with a woman like this, but if you want to marry her, then you might be 1.7 meters tall when you get married, and become 1.9 meters tall in less than a month. I think so. Does anyone want this kind of junk? Does anyone dare to want it? Wife, I suddenly think you are great. Even though you are dark, fat, and ugly, you are clean. Ah, I love you so much. There was a lot of discussion. Li Jiajiao knew that this time, she was really finished. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Su Chang had just said: you are about to become famous. It must be him. Li Jiajiao walked over with tears in her eyes, and knelt down in front of Su Chang with a plop. Su Chang. I was wrong. How terrible is it that someone who can play such a video in the lobby of the Civil Affairs Bureau and find out her dark history? How can she afford to offend such a person? You really overestimate your own abilities. Please, don't show that video again, please. The woman began to kowtow. She didn't want to continue to embarrass herself. Su Chang just smiled coldly. Student Li Jiajiao, as you said, I am just a loser who relied on women to get to the top. How can I have the ability to post such a video? Don't flatter me. No, Li Jiajiao quickly denied. She wished she could go back to the past and slap herself in the face. How can you be so ungrateful? I'm the shameless one. I'm also the one who relied on my body and looks to get to the top. I felt that my work was too tiring and I couldn't make ends meet, so I wanted to take a crooked approach and use this method to get ahead. Men who are decent looking and have some money at home don't like me at all, so I found him. I'm the shameless one. I'm a bitch. Li Jiajiao was kneeling. She knew that if she didn't apologize thoroughly, Su Chang would have plenty of ways to punish her. Only at this moment did she understand. Why after graduation, when I mentioned Su Chang to the people in Su Chang's class, they all avoided talking about him. That's because they already knew that Su Chang was a big shot. She was the only one who foolishly moved forward to be the cannon fodder. Whoa, Su Chang, Dad, please forgive me. She cried. Su Chang made the girl cry again. However, he had no intention of showing any sympathy to her. Instead, he said coldly, "What did you say? I don't think I can hear you." I don't know since when he became vindictive. Oh, that's after I had Qin Euro. He would make them pay back what they owed Qin Euro 1,000-fold. Li Jiajiao. Dad, Su Chang, I understand. She raised her hand and then slapped it hard on her face. Snap. 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 One after another, loud slaps. Chapter 92: His and Her Pastimes. And he hit himself. This requires a lot of ruthlessness. You're such an embarrassment to me. I don't want to marry a woman like you. The fat man wanted to run away when he saw the situation. However, just as he turned around, he was tripped and fell flat on his face. But someone nearby still laughed and said, "Hey, you have so much fat on your body, it shouldn't hurt much if you fall, right?" Ha ha ha. Fatty. The person who tripped him looked at Su Chang in a flattering manner. Sure enough, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Su Chang watched all this with a smile on his face. There were more people than just Li Jiajiao who mocked him just now. And if it weren't for the power of Tu Fei Yuan, how could Li Jiajiao dare to be so rampant? Hurry up and kneel down and admit your mistake. Li Jiajiao reminded. After giving the reminder, he slapped himself. Fatty has never done such a humiliating thing. But just as he was hesitating, Su Chang said casually, "This video is over. I wonder what other exciting videos are waiting for you." Since he became rich, Fatty has been to this kind of entertainment venue more than once. The things he has done must not be exposed in front of everyone, otherwise, the relevant departments will come to him and the company will be ruined. Su Chang Dad. He knelt down too. I have to say, the sight of a man with such fat body kneeling on the ground with a duong sounded quite comfortable. Just that? Su Chang raised his eyebrows slightly. No, Dad, I was wrong. This is all my fault. I will never do it again. Following Li Jiajiao's example, the fat boy also knelt down and kowtowed. But he had been living a life of luxury for many years and couldn't kneel down. After a while, he couldn't bear it anymore. Su Chang was tired of watching people slapping each other. Finally, leave one sentence. I've always been tolerant and generous. Even though you guys have offended me, I don't want to punish you too severely. How about this, don't you want to get married? Then get married, and don't get divorced in this life. The two of them have gotten to this point. If you still get married and just make do with your life, your future life will be a mess. He. Physical pain is only temporary, but mental pain lasts a lifetime. Li Jiajiao is vain and wants to find a man who can give her wealth and glory, but the fat man has seen through her true face, so he will not give her too much money to spend after they get married. Although Tu Fei Yuan is not good looking, he still cannot recognize the reality and wants to find a true love. Since Li Jiajiao is not that kind of person, he will keep looking for one after marriage. According to Li Jiajiao's personality, she would definitely stop him. Every time the fat guy used money to trick a girl into coming here, Li Jiajiao would step forward to stop him. The two people chased each other. But we can't get divorced. This life is over. However, at this moment, they seemed to be unaware of this. They just knew that they didn't have to slap themselves anymore, and they were so happy. Thank you, Dad. The two said in unison. Su Chang raised his hand, hiding his achievements and fame. After this matter was over, Su Chang and Qin Yuro also got their marriage certificate quickly. Su Chang posted it on his moments. After a while, there were a lot of comments. However, there are not as many comments as Qin Yuro's. The school beauty goddess back then ended up marrying the ordinary Su Chang. People who know them think they are a good match, but people who don't think their whole world has collapsed. After posting on moments, both of them turned off their phones. From today on, they are officially husband and wife, legally. Su Chang held Qin Yuro's hand and said, I suddenly want to go back to Imperial Capital University to take a look. What about you? Qin Yuro smiled and nodded, saying, my husband thinks the same as I do. We are truly so in tune with each other. Su Chang touched her head lovingly. With their alumni cards, the two quickly entered Imperial Capital University. Every blade of grass and every tree here is familiar, but the people on campus have been replaced by new people. As they walked, Qin Yuro felt a little unhappy. The little mouth is pouted high. Su Chang smiled and reminded her, wife, you can hang a weight on your mouth. You. Qin Yuro was angry again. But she is also very cute when she is angry. Tell me, why are you unhappy? Su Chang sat on the bench. Qin Yuro originally wanted to sit next to him, but was pulled back by Su Chang. Then somehow, I found myself sitting on Su Chang's lap. It was dinner time and people were coming and going around. Many people were looking at them. Su Chang is not afraid of being seen. Qin Yuro blushed completely. However, she couldn't get up even if she tried, because Su Chang was holding her tightly. Still not telling me? Su Chang pinched her waist maliciously. The evening breeze is gentle. Winter was approaching and the weather was getting colder. Qin Yuro couldn't help but shrink into the man's arms. Say. I'll tell you. She leaned in Su Chang's arms, tilted her head and said, that's right, I know you were with Lu Xiaoye during your college years, so you must have left a lot of memories on this campus, right? So, when the two of us were walking around, you must have been thinking about her all the time. Humph. The more Qin Yuro thought about it, the angrier she became. To be honest, she was angry with herself, hating herself for not meeting Su Chang earlier. Otherwise, she would have grabbed him to her side in advance. No matter what method. Su Chang chuckled when he heard this. The little woman is jealous again. What a jealous little thing. Su Chang said maliciously, to be honest, I am really thinking about her. When I was with her, I took her to many places. Although I didn't have much money at that time, I would spend all my money on her. At that time, I thought that as long as she could smile more, no matter how hard or tired I was, it would be worth it. Hearing this, Qin Yuro's body froze. It turned out that they were so loving in the past. If it weren't for what happened later, they would have lived happily together until old age. She had never been involved in his past. There was no chance to participate. Qin Yuro lowered her head. This time, she didn't struggle. However, the expression on his face became visibly lonely. It's quite heartbreaking. Yuro? Su Chang was a little panicked. Did he go too far? Yeah, I'm here. Although Qin Yuro tried hard to make her voice sound normal, she still couldn't control herself. That hoarse and aggrieved voice was clearly telling Su Chang. She's upset. She's about to cry. Su Chang. Chapter 93 Counselor I knew I shouldn't play so cruelly. Isn't this telling Qin Yuro that I'm still thinking about my ex-girlfriend? I remember every detail of my time with my ex-girlfriend very clearly. Don't struggle anymore, I will never forget her anyway. Yuro, listen to me. Su Chang hugged her tightly. Qin Yuro didn't react much, and seemed not to care about other people's opinions anymore. No matter how he holds me. But Su Chang knew that Qin Yuro was really angry. Su Chang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Yuro, I have to admit that I did all those things in the past. But I promise you that my future will only have you. Lu Xiaoye, she is always a thing of the past. I admit that I once wanted to be good to her and wanted to be with her forever, but it was not because I loved her. Qin Yuro began to feel a little strange after hearing this. If you don't love her, why are you still with her and why are you so nice to her? You big liar, I don't believe you. That being said. But Qin Yuro's attitude has softened a lot. Su Chang knew that his words had worked. So he continued, well, you know, she and I are childhood sweethearts and grew up together. After I was admitted to university, everyone looked down on me, and she was the only one willing to stay by my side. Of course, I didn't know at that time that she was with me just to use me as free labor. Having said that, Su Chang smiled self-deprecatingly. How ridiculous I was at that time. He was kept in the dark about things that everyone with a discerning eye could see. Is this what they call, those involved are confused, while those who are not involved can see clearly? Qin Yuro couldn't bear it any longer. She had also heard about what happened between Su Chang and Lu Xiaoye, so she naturally knew that Lu Xiaoye was not a good person. Hubby, what happened in the past is in the past. She couldn't help but touch his handsome face with her hands. Su Chang shook his head and continued, let me continue. I must make this matter clear to you. I want you to know that in my entire life, I, Su Chang, have only ever truly loved you, a woman like you. Qin Yuro blinked twice. Eyelashes are already wet. In fact, she was already moved. Su Chang continued, I think she treats me very well, and she doesn't look down on me, so I also think I should repay her. But I was ignorant at the time and thought that the best way to repay a woman was to be her boyfriend, take care of her all the time, and worship her like a deity. Later, I found out that Lu Xiaoye was with me because of this. There was another reason. Your husband is too handsome. She wasn't particularly good looking at the time, so she couldn't find a tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend. Being with me would increase her popularity and make it easier for her to hook up with other rich men. Alas, the more I talk, the sadder I become. The green hat on his head has grown higher. Honey, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for reminding you of these sad memories. Qin Yuro hugged his head and left many kisses on his face. Su Chang smiled and shook his head. Fortunately, God has mercy on me and let me meet you. Yuro, you don't know how happy I am right now. I even hope that time will stop at this moment so that we can be together forever. He held her today. Qin Yuro also sat in his arms obediently and said, me too. Isn't this Qin Yuro? A voice interrupted the conversation between the two people. Qin Yuro looked up and saw a woman with long red hair standing in front of her, looking at her with a smile. Oh, hello, Teacher Yuan. Qin Yuro got off Su Chang somewhat embarrassedly and sat aside. Come here to play with your boyfriend. Yuan Xiaoyi smiled gently, but when she saw what Qin Yuro's boyfriend looked like, her smile froze on her face in embarrassment. Su Chang. Why is it you? Su Chang also smiled and said, Teacher Yuan, I didn't expect to meet you here. Yuan Xiaoyi is Su Chang's counselor at Imperial Capital University. When he graduated in Suzhou, she colluded with Zhuang Wenba and left a heavy mark on his file, which caused him to fail to find a job after graduation and had to sleep in the subway station. For some reason, Yuan Xiaoyi always felt that Su Chang today was different from before. In the past, Su Chang was very respectful to her, and there was always an unignorable inferiority hidden in his smile. Yuan Xiaoyi knew that this was all caused by his original family. However, Yuan Xiaoyi was very powerful. Although Su Chang had good grades and good looks, his family didn't have much money and he wouldn't have much of a future, so Yuan Xiaoyi didn't really look at him. After graduation, Zhuang Wenba came to complain, and she believed what Zhuang Wenba said without thinking. Although, I heard that Zhuang Wenbo is not doing well now and his family is going bankrupt, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Could it be that Su Chang is doing better than him? Let us talk about Qin Euro. Although Qin Euro is from the art department next door, she is a real fair, rich and beautiful woman, and is regarded as a goddess by many people. Yuan Xiaoyi and Qin Euro have met several times. Although she was jealous of Qin Euro's beauty, she also knew that she could never compare to a young, beautiful, and wealthy girl like her, so she had to build a good relationship with Qin Euro. What she didn't expect was that when she saw Qin Euro again, she was actually with Su Chang. And they are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. Yuan Xiaoyi looked at Su Chang sarcastically and said, "It seems that you are doing well now. The clothes you wear are no longer cheap goods. Oh, I forgot to say that you are my disciple after all. Don't rely on women for everything. Qin Euro bought clothes for you, not to make you lazy and greedy. If you really want to do good for her, leave her sooner. You and Qin Euro being together will only hurt her." Although he had a premonition that Yuan Xiaoyi would not be able to say anything nice, Su Chang still frowned slightly when he heard Yuan Xiaoyi's sarcastic words. He has always respected his teachers, but later he found out that not everyone is worthy of respect. "I bought the clothes myself." Su Chang only refuted with this sentence. Yuan Xiaoyi didn't believe it. The reason why Su Chang could be with Qin Euro was because of his face that he could still accept. Besides that, what else does he have? Chapter 94 Counselor 2. "Oh, I know." Yuan Xiaoyi said, "It was the money Qin Euro gave you to buy it yourself. If you round it up, it's the same as if you bought it yourself, right?" Yuan Xiaoyi never takes men like Su Chang seriously. Qin Euro couldn't listen any longer, so she stood up and said, "You shouldn't say something like that. There's a saying that goes, if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. Do you know that?" Yuan Xiaoyi was choked and said, "Qin Euro, I am doing this for your own good. I know you are still young and can't tell the difference between a human and a dog, but when you grow up another 2 years, you will understand my good intentions. How can Su Chang be worthy of Qin Euro? A girl like Qin Euro should be with. By the way, Qin Euro, I have a younger brother who is about the same age as you. He has also been living here for a while. You two must have a lot of common topics. Otherwise, how about I introduce you to each other?" Yuan Xiaoyi acted on her own. From beginning to end, he didn't look at Su Chang again. It was as if introducing another man to his girlfriend in front of Su Chang was not immoral at all. "Ms. Yuan, you have overstepped your boundaries." Su Chang stood up. He put his arm around Qin Euro's shoulders and asked her to step behind him. Qin Euro was afraid that Su Chang would act impulsively, and was a little worried. However, Su Chang patted her little head, as if he knew what she was thinking, and said, "Don't worry, your husband is not that kind of impulsive person." Qin Euro nodded obediently. They have such a good relationship. Yuan Xiaoyi felt a little jealous, but when she looked at Qin Euro's well-behaved and obedient appearance, Yuan Xiaoyi wanted to introduce her brother to her more and more. Although, Qin Euro's tone when she spoke to herself just now was quite harsh. But if Qin Euro was with his brother, then she would be his sister-in-law. Would my sister-in-law dare to speak to my sister like this? By then, Qin Euro will definitely be disciplined by her brother and become more obedient and sensible. As an elder sister, she can order Qin Euro, the fair, rich and beautiful girl, around at will. Thinking about the wonderful life in the future, Yuan Xiaoyi couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. But at this moment, Su Chang made a phone call in front of her. "Is that Li Daio?" "I'm Su Chang." He just gave his name. The news that Su Fengsheng had been to S City was spread by many upper-class people. Of course, Qin Euro wouldn't know. Su Fengsheng sent people here to investigate Su Chang's previous situation, so Li Daio, the person in charge here, naturally knew that Su Chang was Su Fengsheng's son. It's just that he doesn't dare to say it out loud for the time being. "Mr. Su, I'm really surprised that you would call me in person. Is there anything I can help you with?" Well, Li Daio is able to judge the situation. But Yuan Xiaoyi laughed and said coldly, "Su Chang, who are you trying to scare? Li Daio? TSK. If you can really find Li Daio, I will kneel down and lick your shoes." Su Chang raised his eyebrows. In this world, there are always some people who overestimate their own abilities and end up hurting themselves. Then don't forget this sentence. "Humph, just you? Ha ha ha." Yuan Xiaoyi bent over with laughter. Su Chang then said to Li Daio on the phone, there is a counselor here, her name is Yuan Xiaoi, please come over and take care of it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. One can imagine how nervously Dio was over there. However, Yuan Xiaoi still didn't believe it. She pretended to be scared, but her face was full of smiles. She said, "Oh, I'm so scared. What should I do if Li Dio really comes? Will he fire me? Ha ha ha. I'm really scared to death. Oh. Not to mention that Su Chang has no ability to call Li Dio over, so what if he does?" There was an unclear relationship between her and Li Dio. Would Li Dio abandon her and side with this powerless waste? As soon as the words fell, she heard a familiar voice. A person came up behind him and said in a deep voice, "Yuan Xiaoi, do you have any opinion about me?" Yuan Xiaoi's body froze there. She was very familiar with this voice. Not long ago, they were. Yuan Xiaoi turned around, the smile on her face a little stiff. But still try to show your good side. This must be a coincidence. Brother Dio, have you finished your meal? Are you taking a walk here? Do you want me to accompany you? Yuan Xiaoi threw a coquettish glance. In the past, these men would definitely not be able to resist her charm. But now, it's a matter of life and death. Who can afford to offend General Su? Who can afford to offend General Su's son? He wanted to slap this ignorant woman in the face immediately to wake her up. Are they behaving like this in front of outsiders because they are afraid that others don't know that there is that kind of relationship between them? Stupid as a pig. The man sighed and said, "Yuan Xiaoi, you have been fired. Go back and hand over your work immediately. You must also take back the house that was assigned to you. Also, you have to pay a fine of 150,000 yuan for tampering with the files." What? He knew about the tampering of the files, but didn't he promise her that there would be no problem? What is going on now? You're kidding me, right? The two of them were clearly physically intimate. How could he turn his back on her? Yuan Xiaoi just felt like she was dreaming. But she pinched herself hard, and the pain in her body told her that all this was real. Ah. Su Chang, you did it, right? You did all this. After connecting the before and after, Qin Jingzhong finally figured it out. When a man has been away for 3 days, he should be treated with new eyes. But she was stupid and thought Su Chang was the original Su Chang. Su Chang snorted coldly and said nothing. But Yuan Xiaoi knew that she couldn't live without this job. Although the salary for this job is low, it has a high social status. Because of this identity, she can be proud and superior among her friends. In addition, she usually likes to buy luxury goods, but her salary is not high, so she has already spent most of it. Her younger brother is getting married too, and as his elder sister, she has to help him prepare some dowry. Where can I get 150,000 yuan in such a short time? Yuan Xiaoi, you know where this is. We can't fight or quarrel. If you don't go now, I'll find someone to enforce it. Li Dio looked at Su Chang in a flattering manner. However, Su Chang did not have a good look on his face towards this kind of running dog. But the man didn't care. Su Chang may not praise what he did, but he cannot not do it. Chapter 95 Leaving. Who made Su Chang that man as son? Wow, I get it. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that about you. Yuan Xiaoi's tears fell. At this moment, she could not find any other way except crying. Look, Su Chang, I have taken care of you for 4 years. When did you go out to work part-time without my approval? We have feelings for each other, right? You can punish me however you want, but don't make me lose this job. If I'm sent home like this, how can I live like this? She started to play the victim. However, Su Chang doesn't buy it. He now clearly remembered that just now, this woman said that she wanted to introduce a date to his wife Qin Yuro. That's your business and has nothing to do with me. Su Chang is not a kind person. Suchung. No matter how she shouted behind him, Su Chang didn't look back. He pulled Qin Yuro and wanted to leave this dirty place. Qin Yuro followed him obediently and said nothing at first, giving Su Chang enough space. Later she said, "Hubby, I know you've suffered a lot of grievances in the past, but those things are in the past. Now you have me, I swear, I will never leave you or betray you." The little woman actually raised her hand, and her serious look made Su Chang laugh. Silly girl. Su Chang touched her raised little hand and said, "Don't worry, you are the only one in my heart." We have agreed that we will be together in the future, whether it is this life or the next. Yeah. Chin Yuro nodded obediently. After packing up, the two left S City. On the day they left, Chung Ji-gang came to see them off. While Chin Yuro went to the bathroom, Su Chang asked Chung Ji-gang, "How have things been going between you and Ko Shayan recently?" Chung Ji-gang's wheat-colored skin also turned red. "Su Chang, what are you talking about? We are just ordinary friends, just ordinary friends. Don't talk nonsense. I heard everything that happened that day. I just couldn't bear to expose you, so I hurriedly took Yuro away." Su Chang looked at the direction Chin Yuro left, a little anxious, and said, "Yuro and I are leaving soon, and we don't know when we will meet again in the future. Can you bear to let me leave with doubts?" Chang Ji-gang said without hesitation, "I can't bear it." But Su Chang couldn't bear to let himself down. "Then I won't tell you anything that happens between Chin Yuro and me in the future." Okay, I say okay, right? In fact, Chung Ji-gang was not being stubborn. He just cared about his reputation and had a strong sense of self-esteem. He didn't know how to say it for a moment and needed someone to force him. "As you know, that day in the dressing room of the store, she and that day was my first time, and I was quite happy, but later I regretted it. I think I was too casual. I gave myself to her after knowing her for less than 2 months. Tell me, what if she gets tired of me and dumps me in the future?" Oh, I knew that my attitude would definitely give her the impression that I was being casual. Besides, we men don't have that kind of thing, and I can't prove that it was my first time. Even if I told her, she wouldn't believe me. Oh, by the way, why do you think she didn't believe it was my first time? Su Chang. What he noticed was that the originally taciturn Chang Ji-gang had now turned into a chatterbox and never stopped talking. It seems that Chung Ji-gang is very happy during these days with Ko Shayan. In that case, he can leave with peace of mind. In S City, he only recognizes Chung Ji-gang as his good brother. As long as he lives a good life, that's enough. Why? Su Chang happily acted as the supporting actor. As a result, Chang Ji-gang's answer was, because your brother lasted too long the first time. She checked online and it seems that men's first time is very short, Well, a disguised way of praising myself. Su Chang smiled awkwardly. Chang Ji-gang boasted for a while, and finally said, "I have transferred the money I lent you back to you. During that time, I went to sell pancakes at the school gate. As a result, the business became better and better. Now I have opened 10 branches. Now, it is no problem to support myself." Su Chang patted him on the shoulder and said, "Good brother, I knew you could do it. Yeah, in this way, I will soon be able to support Ko Shayan, I said you two were fine, but look at you now, tsk. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I used to envy you for being with Chin Yuro, but now it's your turn to envy me. Don't, I still think my Yuro is the best, and I don't envy you at all." Su Chang didn't know that his words were heard by Chin Yuro, who just came back from the toilet. She is very happy. Although Su Chang had said many sweet words to her, only today did he say them when she was not around. This proves that these are Su Chang's true thoughts. This gave Chin Yuro a great psychological boost. Chin Yuro ran over happily, not caring that there were other people around, and hugged Su Chang directly. I stood on tiptoe, but I didn't kiss him on the mouth. However, Chin Yuro kissed Su Chang's beautiful Adam's apple, leaving a light pink mark on it. "Hubby, you're so nice. Today's little woman is very proactive." Chung Ji-gang coughed lightly, trying to remind them that there were people around. But the two of them acted as if they heard nothing and continued to be affectionate with each other in a haughty manner. Finally, Chin Yuro tilted her head and said, "I will treat Su Chang very well, don't worry, we will definitely live happier lives than you in the future." Chung Ji-gang. Come on, he shouldn't have come today. Here I come, with a mouthful of dog food. You. Fortunately, at this time, the airport reminded us to board the plane. Chang Ji-gang watched the two of them leave. Looking at their backs leaning against each other, Chung Ji-gang's reluctance gradually turned into blessings. Su Chang suffered so much in the past, but now he has finally made it through. He, Chung Ji-gang, is about to get through the hard times. Chung Ji-gang turned around. Just then, a sweet little thing crawled into his arms. Chung Ji-gang. Chang Ji was startled at first when he was suddenly embraced by this warm and soft beauty. But soon, he reacted. The person coming is Ko Shayan. Chapter 96, Adopted Son I. Didn't you say you were working overtime today? How do you have time to come here? Cheng Jigang knew that it was not easy for Ko Xiaoyan to find that job, so she valued her work very much and would not ask for leave without special circumstances. But that was all in the past. Now that she has Cheng Jigang, some of her previous principles have become less important. Ko Xiaoyan pretended to be angry and bit Cheng Jigang's mouth, saying, "Stinky brother, why did I come here? Don't you know it in your heart? Isn't it because I am afraid that you will be abused too much by that couple and feel uncomfortable later? Sister, this is to take care of your fragile and young heart." I'm actually not fragile at all. Cheng Jigang defended himself. Seeing his silly look, Ko Xiaoyan liked him more and more. She came from a good family and had been in various social occasions since she was a child. There were countless men who had shown her courtesy, but Ko Xiaoyan hated the hypocrisy of those men. Unlike them, Cheng Jigang is very sincere and honest. Whatever he is thinking is reflected on his face, so she doesn't have to guess it. Although her family still did not agree with their relationship, Ko Xiaoyan did not want to leave her silly brother Cheng Jigang. Although Cheng Jigang said that he would let her go if it was absolutely necessary, Ko Xiaoyan knew the character of this silly brother. He appeared to be very magnanimous on the surface, but he could hardly accept it in his heart, and it would probably take him several years to accept it. She couldn't bear to let him suffer so much. Yes, my brother is very powerful, especially when, right? Ko Xiaoyan is bolder than Qin Yuro. Even in public, she is so careless with her words. Cheng Jigang blushed and subconsciously looked at the people around him, but fortunately no one noticed their conversation just now. "So, you asked for leave just for me this time?" "Yes, with a big pancake boss like you around, I'm not afraid even if I lose my job. You'll support me, right?" Ko Xiaoyan was just joking. In fact, she felt that it was better for a woman to have her own career. However, Cheng Jigang nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, as long as I have something to eat, I will never let you suffer." That serious little look actually made Ko Xiaoyan laugh. "I knew that my silly brother is the best man in the world. How about this? To reward you, sister will play something exciting with you today." After saying this, Ko Xiaoyan's eyes began to patrol the airport. Cheng Jigang was a little moved, but a little shy. He didn't dare to show his true thoughts. He just expressed his feelings in a tactful way. "This is not a good idea. There are so many people here. It's easy to be discovered. Don't worry, I will control myself this time and speak softly. I won't cause you any trouble. I'm not afraid that my sister will cause me trouble." I know, actually you are looking forward to it too, right? Ko Xiaoyan smiled and pulled him into the bathroom. Cheng Jigang pretended to refuse several times, but finally he couldn't pretend anymore and just followed Ko Xiaoyan. "Don't worry, I've just observed that this bathroom is basically not used by anyone, so normally no one would come here. Of course, if someone comes here, I will hold back, hee. Sister, you are so nice." Here, Su Chang and Qin Yuro got off the plane. Coming to a strange city and taking a breath of the unfamiliar smog, Su Chang looked up at the sky and smiled. Life always has a new beginning. "Hubby, now that I've come to this city that belongs to you, I don't have any family left. If you treat me badly in the future, I don't know who to cry to." Qin Yuro said to him stealthily. "Don't worry, I won't bully you except in bed, hee. You, what nonsense are you talking about in public? Really?" Qin Yuro put her hands on her hips, like a fierce little female cat. The two chatted and laughed as they left the airport. At the door, someone from the Su family was already waiting there. The Su family has a special status, and Su Cheng originally thought that they would be very low-key, but he did not expect that Su Fengsheng would directly send 10 high-end military-modified cars to pick him up. These cars are simply not available on the market. He is very handsome just by looking at his appearance. Even Qin Yuro, a little woman who doesn't know much about cars, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, these cars are so cool, it must be very cool to sit in them, right?" "Maybe." Su Cheng led Qin Yuro to sit in. "Someone took my luggage and handed me food. It can be said that I was treated like an emperor." Qin Yuro looked at Su Cheng's profile and felt that this man was very calm and did not have any unacceptable emotions. It was as if he was born to be a king. Qin Yuro couldn't help but lean her little head on his shoulder. The two were a little tired after the plane ride and fell asleep after a while. When they woke up, they had already arrived at the Su family mansion. Unlike the Qin family, the Su family's building is completely antique and located in the best location in the city center. This house alone is worth more than 10 billion. "Hello, master." The servants on both sides saluted him. And the gestures are completely in line with military standards. It seems that being able to work as a servant in the Su family is not an easy thing. Su Chang led Qin Yuro in, without any stage fright at all. But what he didn't know was that on the second floor of the main building, there was a man holding a telescope, and he could see everything. Then, he sneered disdainfully, "TSK, you think you are pretending to be calm, but I can't see your cowardice? So what if you are the real young master of the Su family? You have been wandering outside for many years. The only noble thing about you is probably the blood of the Su family. As for the rest, compared to me, you are just a younger brother." But just as he finished his taunting, Su Chang below suddenly looked at him. That look was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze one's blood in an instant. The man was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his eyes again, but found that Su Chang was not looking at him at all. Yes, this must be his illusion. How could he hear him talking when they were so far apart? Su Chang and Qin Yuro entered the main building, where Su Fengsheng was sitting waiting for him. Oh, in addition to them, there was also an old man with gray hair and a beautiful woman in a cheongsam. 3 people. Dad. Su Chang called out. Hey, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. Su Fengsheng was very excited and stood up to greet him. When he stood up, the 2 people had to stand up as well. Chapter 97, Adopted Son Part 2. The beauty was fine, she was just a junior. But the old man also stood up, which was really surprising. It turned out that Su Fengsheng's status in the Su family was so high. This is your second uncle Su Ji. Ever since your grandfather passed away, he has been helping to take care of the Su family's affairs. He can be considered your elder. Su Fengsheng introduced him first. Su Chang and Qin Yuro greeted politely. Su Ji looked at Su Chang and Qin Yuro in surprise for several times. It was not until the Cheongsam beauty coughed lightly to remind him that he quickly retracted his gaze, smiled awkwardly, and said, "As expected of your son, he really has the demeanor of you when you were young. He is much more handsome than I was when I was young, ha." Su Fengsheng likes people praising Su Chang very much. In fact, he had thought that his son might grow up in a wrong direction after being away from home for so many years without his guidance. But after taking Su Chang to school, he realized that good bamboos produce good shoots, and his son, Su Fengsheng, is so outstanding. Although he is your second uncle, our Su family has always been based on status, so he can be considered your subordinate. When you become the head of the Su family in the future, everyone here will be your subordinate, including me. Su Fengsheng is strict in his work rules. Su Chang nodded, indicating that he understood. Oh, this is Sister Yuro, right? She's so beautiful, ha. The Cheongsam beauty came forward, took Qin Yuro's hand without any hesitation, and talked and laughed with her. However, Qin Yuro still somewhat unnaturally withdrew her arm, smiled politely, and then retreated back to Su Chang's side. The Cheongsam beauty was a little embarrassed. Su Fengsheng explained at this time, "This is Qi Moer, originally your fiancé. His father and I arranged a marriage for you, but I didn't expect that you would even give birth to my grandson." "Ha, then your engagement doesn't count." After hearing these words, Su Chang clearly felt that Qin Yuro beside him stiffened. If any woman heard that her husband had a fiancé, she would feel bad, right? Therefore, Su Chang directly took Qin Yuro's hand and said very solemnly, "My wife will only be Qin Yuro. I will not recognize those vulgar and feudal child marriages." He clearly felt that after he said this, the smile on Qi Moer's face froze for a moment. However, Qi Moer was taught from a young age that she should be gentle and generous, and never be petty, so Qi Moer quickly adjusted herself and said, "Since you and I are not destined to be together, I won't force it. After all, it is our Su family who has let you down. Don't worry, I will take care of the matter with Su Zhuo for you." Su Fengsheng said. Qi Moer also nodded obediently and stepped aside. "Su Zhuo? Who is this?" "Su Zhuo is a child adopted by our Su family. At the beginning, your father insisted on taking you back and refused to have another child. Your grandfather couldn't persuade him, but was also afraid that he would have no successor, so he decided to find a child for him from the welfare home and raised him by his side. Now, he has become a good child with both literary and martial arts skills." Su Ji said meaningfully. "Oh, it's the adopted son. Moer and Su Zhuo grew up together and have feelings for each other. Since you are not destined to be together, just help them get together," Su Fengsheng said. Su Chang had no objection to this. But Qi Moer said, "Uncle Su, Moer wants to stay with her parents for a few more years and doesn't want to think about marriage for the time being. In other words, she didn't want to marry Su Zhua. How could Su Fengxing not understand the meaning of her words? The times are different now. Child marriage is not popular anymore, but free love is popular. Since Qimoer said so, Su Fengxing felt that the Su family was sorry for her, so he didn't force anything. At this moment, a young man came down from upstairs. He was the one who had just been spying on Su's city with a telescope. Su Zhua, come here quickly. This is the Su Chang I told you about before. According to his age, you have to call him Brother Su Chang. Su Ji said with a smile. He smiled kindly, and Su Cheng could see that Su Ji was closer to Su Zhua than to him, even though Su Cheng was the one with Su family blood. Oh, Brother Su Chang, you are indeed a handsome man. Su Zhua walked over with his chin raised proudly, but for Su Fengxing's sake, he still extended his hand. Planning to shake hands with Su Chang. Su Chang also reached out his hand. The two of them only held hands for a brief moment and then quickly let go. Brother Su Chang, you must be very uncomfortable coming here for the first time, right? How about I take you around? Can. Su Fengxing was very satisfied to see that the two brothers got along so well. Su Chang, Su Zhua, and Qin Yuro walked out. Soon after they left the house, when Su Fengxing could no longer see them, Su Zhua seemed to have changed into a different person. He snorted coldly and said, "People from small places are just ignorant. Su Chang, although you are the true bloodline of the Su family, you have been left behind for so many years. How can the education you received in that place be compared with the education you received here?" Su Chang stopped. I am a person who speaks my mind. If I say something you don't like, don't take it to heart. Su Zhua smiled maliciously. He didn't take Su Chang seriously at all. Seeing that Su Chang didn't move, he thought his provocation was successful, so he said, "Why, I hit the nail on the head, you want to fight me?" Sorry, my kung fu was taught by my grandfather, and my grandfather is the only descendant of ancient martial arts, so I advise you to save your energy, you can't beat me. Qin Yuro tugged at Su Chang's sleeve. Su Chang narrowed his eyes and walked straight forward. Seeing that the two men were about to fight, Qin Yuro was a little worried that Su Chang would get hurt, so she hurried to find someone. This is not in S City. She was really afraid that her husband couldn't handle it. Dad. She found Su Fengxing. Su Fengxing was very happy to see Qin Yuro. Although the two of them didn't have much contact, the fact that this woman could stay with her son when he was down and out and never leave him proved that she was a good woman. Therefore, Su Fengxing also supports Qin Yuro and Su Chang being together. Here, Su Fengxing was talking to Qimoer, asking about the situation of Qimoer's parents. Compared with Qimoer's elegance and grace, Qin Yuro's sudden intrusion was a bit abrupt, but also more real. Dad, go check it out. Su Chang and Su Zhua are fighting. Chapter 98, Adopted Son Part 3. What? Aren't they on good terms? Why are they fighting at home? Su Fengxing went there in a hurry. To be honest, he was more worried about Su Chang. His son had been away from him for these years and had suffered a lot. Now he was not welcomed when he came home. What if he was driven away because of this incident? However, during the time when he was away from home, Su Zhua was the one who accompanied his father, Su Chang's grandfather. Moreover, the old man had passed away, and for the sake of the deceased, Su Fengxing couldn't favor Su Chang too obviously. So, he decided to handle the matter impartially. The group arrived at the place Qin Yuro mentioned. Even so, Su Fengxing was also aware of Su Zhua's strength. A man trained by the old man himself, he could kill a cow with one punch. Su Chang would probably not even be able to survive 3 moves under him. Su Chang. Anxiously, Su Fengxing called out Su Chang's name first. At this moment, he did not notice the thoughtful look in the eyes of the Cheongsam beauty Qimoer beside him. However, what they didn't expect was that under the pavilion, it was Su Chang who stepped on Su Zhua. And Su Chang's leather shoes were stepping on Su Zhua's hypocritical face. Su Fengxing was a little surprised. Not only him, everyone was surprised. In their hearts, Su Chang could not beat Su Zhua. But what was going on in front of them? Only Qin Yuro breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her husband with admiration. She knew that she had made the right choice. Save me. Dad, please save me. Su Zhua quickly waved towards Su Fengxing. If no one saved him, his face would probably be crushed. Ahem, Su Fengxing slowed down his pace. He didn't feel angry at all at the moment. Instead, he felt quite proud. Although he knew that his idea was wrong, he couldn't help but slow down his pace and let Su Chang step on Su Zhua for a while. Then he walked over and said, Su Chang, why can't we talk quietly? Why do you have to make a move? Just let him go. Only then did Su Chang move his feet. Oh, what kind of successor of ancient martial arts? You can't even last one move from him and you're defeated? Dad, I just wanted to take Su Chang around for a walk. Who knew he was so jealous? He was jealous that I have been in the Su family for so many years, and the servants only recognized me and not him. He also blamed me for not taking good care of Grandpa, saying that Grandpa passed away so early because of me. It started. This man began to confuse right and wrong. Su Chang let him talk. He just wanted to see what the difference was between Su Fengsheng's treatment of his adopted son Su Zhuo and Su Chang. Su Zhuo knew that Su Fengsheng had always been an upright man, and this time, he would definitely help him. Unexpectedly, Su Fengsheng's next words were, "Oh, I see. After all, Su Cheng just came back and suffered so much outside, so it's normal for him to have a bit of temper. It's fine for you brothers to have a little quarrel. I will ask him to reflect on himself and don't be so harsh next time." Next time? Do it? Su Fengsheng's other meaning is that Su Cheng can still do something to Su Zhuo in the future, but he just needs to be gentle? Dad, how could you do this? Su Zhuo couldn't believe it. Su Cheng narrowed his eyes and took out his cell phone. Then, play the audio you just recorded. This audio clip is exactly the conversation between him and Su Zhuo just now. Hearing his own voice coming from inside, Su Zhuo was stunned. In fact, Su Cheng had already noticed that something was wrong with Su Zhuo, so he was on guard. Su Zhuo obviously didn't expect that Su Cheng had this trick. He actually had this trick. Hearing Su Zhuo's arrogant tone in the recording, Su Fengsheng's face gradually darkened. He was a man who had really fought on the battlefield. If he really looked gloomy, everyone would be scared. Su Zhuo, who wanted to defend himself, was immediately scared into a quail. Dare not move. The scene was silent. After a long while, Su Zhuo finally summoned up the courage to whisper, "Dad." However, he was interrupted by Su Fengsheng after saying only this one word, "I told you a long time ago that you were brought back by the old man without my consent, so don't call me Dad. I, Su Fengsheng, only have Su Cheng as my son in this life. Others are not worthy." Su Zhuo, what Uncle Su said makes sense. After all, you are not the Su family's biological child. It is better to give in on some things. Chi Moer said gently, and asked someone to help Su Zhuo up. With Chi Moer's words, Su Zhuo didn't make much trouble anymore. He just looked at Su Cheng with vicious eyes, as if he was saying, "I'm not a gentleman if I don't take revenge." However, Su Cheng despised such behavior the most. Only a man without real ability would use such a childish method to save his face. Imoor is really sensible, but it's a pity that she can't be the daughter-in-law of our Su family, alas. Su Ji also added. Su Cheng held Qin Yuro's hand tightly. Chi Moer did look at him, but Su Cheng didn't say anything, which made her a little disappointed. "Even if I can't become the daughter-in-law of the Su family, I will still treat you as my family." Chi Moer smiled gently and generously. Su Zhuo was in terrible pain and was afraid of leaving any scars, so he immediately asked someone to take him to the hospital. Chi Moer also said that she had something to do at home, so she left first. Su Fengsheng looked at Su Cheng with some guilt and said, "I originally wanted you to come back to enjoy your life, but as soon as you came back, you ran into such a terrible thing. It's really hard for you." "It's okay. I don't take it to heart." "That's good." The servant took Su Cheng and Qin Yuro back to the prepared room, where Shan Shan and Nuonyuo were waiting for them. "I haven't seen these two little guys for a long time, and I really miss them." It's a pity, the two little guys obviously missed Qin Yuro, her breast milk more. When they saw the two of them coming in, they were about to pounce on Qin Yuro with their teeth and claws bared. Qin Yuro smiled and said, "I feel like I'm not a woman at all now, but a cow. These two starving little kids see me as if I were a cow." "Su Chang, stop talking, I already have the picture." "No, honey, I'm not interested in people or animals." "Qin Yuro?" It took her a while to react. She looked at Su Cheng angrily, as if she wanted to cut a piece of flesh from his body with her eyes. "What do you think of Chi Moer today?" Qin Yuro asked casually. Chapter 99, Adopted Son Part 4. "Not good." Su Cheng answered without hesitation. But the little woman obviously didn't believe it and continued to ask, "Why is it not good?" "She looks gentle, generous, virtuous, and capable. If it weren't for me, she would be your wife now. Don't lie because of me." A woman like Chi Moer makes her, who is also a woman, like her a little. How could Su Chang not be moved at all? I really didn't lie to you this time. I always feel that she has no good intentions. Su Chang looked like he was not joking. To be honest, your unreliable sister Qin Mengmeng is much better than her. In short, you should stay away from her in the future. That woman has evil intentions and will get caught in her own trap sooner or later. Although she didn't know why Su Chang said that, what her husband said now is like an imperial decree to her, and Qin Euro would definitely obey. Okay, husband, I feel relieved when you say that, hee hee. Qin Euro considers herself her biggest rival in love, but this is how her husband sees her. How could she not be happy? The little guy was feeding in Qin Euro's arms. Su Chang didn't mind. He hugged Qin Euro from behind and rubbed his head on his shoulder. Qin Euro felt a little uncomfortable, and her voice was stuttering. She said, "Don't do that. I'm still breastfeeding. Be careful not to hurt the baby." Su Chang did not leave, and his movements became more aggressive. He said, "Then control yourself and don't move around. I believe you must be a great mother." Asshole. Here, Chi Moer, who said she was going home, went to the hospital halfway. And it was the hospital where Su Zhuo was treated. Su Zhuo lost face and didn't want to talk, so Chi Moer sat beside him to keep him company. After the wound was completely bandaged and Su Zhuo calmed down, he said, "Why are you still here? Your fiancé is back, why don't you go and accompany him?" Cold and sarcastic. Chi Moer was peeling an apple for Su Zhuo. When she heard this, her hands froze. But soon, she controlled her emotions and said, "It's been so long, don't you know what I'm thinking? In my heart, you are the only one who is my fiancé. If it weren't for Su Chang's sudden return, we would have been married now." Hearing this, Su Zhuo's expression was finally not so serious anymore. He and Chi Moer have been childhood sweethearts. How could Su Chang interfere in such a relationship? Then why didn't you agree when General Su asked you to marry me just now? When Su Zhuo heard this, he was already very unhappy. However, Chi Moer is Su Chang's fiancé after all. He couldn't show off too much. But I didn't expect that I would make a fool of myself later, and in front of such a despicable person. I did that all for you. Chi Moer's clean face was full of worry and dedication. Now that he's back, your position in the Su family is in jeopardy. If I can still get close to him as his fiancé, I will find his flaws sooner or later and drive him out of the Su family for you. Then we can be together openly. Su Zhuo was stunned. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. Moer. Chi Moer handed him the peeled apple and said, "Su Zhuo, don't worry, you are the only one in my heart. I am willing to do anything for you. I just hope that after this is done, you won't despise me." How could it be? Su Zhuo's heart softened. The apples peeled by Chi Moer are very sweet. He smiled. "Moer, I feel that I have wronged you. You are not favored in the Chi family, and the Chi family doesn't treat you as a human being. You have had a hard time these years, and you were pointed to me. It's a good thing that the Chi family and the Su family have an engagement. However, the Su family has never been able to find Su Chang back. As time passed, the Chi family felt that even if they found the person in the end, Su Chang would definitely be a useless person who could do nothing. They don't want to marry their precious daughter to such a man. So they chose Chi Moer, the illegitimate daughter. Chi Moer's mother was just a singer, the product of Chi's father's drunken affair. The Chi family doesn't like her. What are you talking about? What I like about you is you as a person, not your identity. I should thank them for pointing me to you. There was nothing wrong with Chi Moer's words. Besides, I've been through so much hardship over the years, I've gotten used to it. I can't bear to see you continue to suffer. Su Zhuo grabbed her hand and said, "My uncle gave me an entertainment company a few days ago. The profits in the past few years have been good. I will transfer it to your name tomorrow. With the money, your life will be better." Chi Moer glanced at Su Zhuo's hand indifferently. He frowned slightly and subconsciously wanted to pull his hand back. But she could hold it in. Not only that, she shed 2 tears and said, "You've given me a lot over the years, I don't know how to repay you. Don't cry." Seeing the beauty crying, Su Zhuo's heart was broken. These things are not worth mentioning in my eyes. If I need anything else, I can ask the Su family for it later. What if they find out? Don't worry, I gave you these things on my own initiative. You did nothing wrong. Thank you, brother Su Zhuo. The word brother melted Su's heart. He wanted to hug Chi more. But Chi more stood up first. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay. After the woman left, Suzuo was still in a good mood. Su Chang. Can't he just fight a little? At best, he is just a piece of trash with strong limbs. Could Su Chang learn what he had learned in the Su family over the years in just 2 or 3 days? Ridiculous. The Su family's ancient martial arts are really good. It's a pity that Suzuo only learned the basics. After dinner, Su Fengcheng found all the ancient martial arts books in the Su family and showed them to Su Chang. It's a pity that your grandfather passed away, otherwise he could have taught you personally. I haven't learned ancient martial arts either, so you can only study it on your own. These are Su Fengcheng's original words. Although Suzuo was defeated by him, Su Chang did not underestimate these books. After returning, I studied it seriously. When Shin Yuro got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, he was still reading seriously. She felt a little distressed. Hubby, there's plenty of time later, why don't we watch it tomorrow? Su Cheng touched Shin Yuro's little face and said, Are you still sleepy now? Shin Yuro? What's the meaning? Wife, if you don't want to sleep, do your husband a favor. Chapter 100 Her Viciousness I. What kind of help? Perhaps because she had just woken up, Shin Yuro's voice at this moment was as lazy as a kitten. It seems like she is acting coquettishly. Su Cheng couldn't help but poke her little face with his hand and asked, Anyway, your husband just wants to ask you for something, it depends on whether you agree or not. Then I will definitely agree. Shin Yuro blinked her lively eyes, which were so charming. But what exactly do you want me to help you with? She was still confused. At this late hour of the night, apart from that kind of thing, is there anything else? Shin Yuro has already started to feel shy. Having been married for so long, Su Chang could naturally tell what this little woman was thinking. He couldn't help but feel a little proud. This is all due to his training, he. Then Su Chang hugged her and said something in her ear. He also gently bit her fleshy little earlobe. Shin Yuro blushed and didn't know what to do. Is that okay? Su Chang was urging again. You promised me this, don't go back on your word. He reminded her. I know. Shin Yuro bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, so she felt a little shy, but because her husband didn't ask her for help easily, she softened her heart and agreed. Besides, this doesn't sound like that much trouble. So, at Su Chang's request, Shin Yuro turned her back to him and read to him the contents of the book. This, the first move, slowly, is. I have to admit it. This kind of learning efficiency is much lower, but he is happy. A man's happiness is above everything else. The next morning, the two slept together until after 10 o'clock. Su Chang didn't expect that when he opened the door, he would see Chi Moer wearing a light blue cheongsam. She stood at the door dignified and elegant. You guys are awake now. Do you want to have breakfast in your room or outside? Su Chang was startled. No words. Shin Yuro ran out, her hair a little messy. The buttons of her clothes were not buttoned properly, and the kiss mark on her collarbone was very eye-catching. However, Chi Moer just glanced away and then smiled and reminded, Miss Chin, it's cold today, wear a high-necked dress. Well, it wasn't brought up outright. Very sensible. Even Shin Yuro felt that Chi Moer was particularly good at taking care of people. However, Su Chang still believed in his intuition. Chi Moer is definitely not a good woman. We can just eat in the room. Well, please help me serve the meal, Mr. Su. Chi Moer maintained a perfect smile. I prepared the breakfast, I wonder if it suits your taste. Oh, they have good intentions, just go and help. I'll take care of the child, don't worry. Shin Yuro pushed him out the door. Su Chang. This silly little woman is pushing her husband into the fire. Oh, I really don't know what to do with her. On the way to the kitchen, Chi Moer said lightly, Mr. Su doesn't seem to like me very much? No. Oh, I don't mean anything else. After all, no matter who it is, it's not easy to suddenly have a fiancé. If you can't accept it, I can understand. Chi Moer spoke slowly, like a breeze blowing on people's hearts, but I still want you to know that I have no ill will towards you. I'm just used to taking care of the general, so I stay here. Oh. Su Chang has always been indifferent. Chi Moer was not angry at all. When I arrived at the kitchen, there was not a single servant there. Shimura explained, I don't like others to disturb me when I'm cooking, so I didn't ask anyone to help me. Therefore, now in this small space, there are only two of them, a man and a woman. Su Chang served the dishes silently and ignored her. The corners of Shimura's mouth froze. Just when Su Chang was about to go out, Shimura suddenly held her forehead and cried out, ouch. Su Chang looked back. The Cheongsam beauty was holding onto the stove, her pair of long, white and slender legs trembling slightly. Her hair was a little messy and her unmade-up face was covered with beads of sweat. I'm sorry. She was weak and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. I have had hypoglycemia since I was a child. Now I just feel dizzy, so dizzy. She is waiting. Waiting for Su Chang to come over, she then leaned on him naturally. Anyway, she had close contact with Su Chang because she was not feeling well, so no one can blame her. Besides, there's no one else here. Su Chang wouldn't just stand by and watch someone die, right? Su Chang also understood that this was Shimura's plan. Seducing a married man, ha. No matter how beautiful she was, Su Chang still found this woman disgusting. He certainly would not stand by and watch someone die, but he did pick up the broom next to him. Then, he used the broom to support Shimura's waist to prevent her from falling. This posture is a bit weird. For a girl, there are also some insults. Shimura's expression froze. No matter how good her disguise skills were, she couldn't hold on at this moment. She stood firm. He stared at Su Chang and told the truth. Su Chang, actually I approach you for your body. To be honest, from the first time I saw you yesterday, I fell in love with you uncontrollably. I fell in love with your bravery and your aloofness. Su Chang, oh. Shimura is indeed very smart. Knowing that Su Chang didn't like to play the role of weak, he simply confessed his feelings directly. After she said that, Su Chang had to listen to the end. Shimura adjusted her Cheongsam. She thought her movements were very charming and most men could not resist them, but Su Chang turned around and wanted to leave. This once again exceeded her expectations. Don't leave. Listen to what I have to say, okay? The woman took 2 or 3 steps forward and blocked his way. Su Chang took out his mobile phone and turned on the recording mode. Shimura's mouth twitched. Mr. Su, what does this mean? That's what you see. Su Chang frowned. I don't like women who are too scheming. Please stay away from me. Otherwise, even if I don't hit women, you won't get away with it. His tone was far too harsh. Shimura was startled. However, the more men like this there were, the more interested she became. If you can conquer such a man, you will be very happy. Shimura smiled and took a step back. I didn't expect you to hate me to such an extent. Don't worry, I will quickly tell you what's on my mind and won't keep you too long. Su Chang exposed her without hesitation. You have delayed me for a long time. Chapter 101 Her Viciousness Part 2. This man is so disrespectful. That. Shimura cleared her throat. Then, he looked at Su Chang. She had to admit that the man's handsome yet cold eyes really made her heart beat faster, and she almost immersed herself in them. Such a man, even if he has no power or status, even if he doesn't make much money, you will feel happy just by looking at his face. Therefore, Shimura wanted him more and more. I really like you. Don't be fooled by my Cheongsam. I just like this traditional dress, but I am very open-minded. I am willing to be with you, and keep it secret. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Just come and accompany me when you are free. Just treat me like a little pet, how about that? In other words, Shimura wants to be Su Chang's mistress. And he is a very obedient person. I will never cause him any trouble. It is difficult for a man to refuse such a request. Shimura didn't want anything from Su Chang, she just wanted him to come and talk to her when he was upset. Or do something deeper. Su Chang pursed his lips slightly. You're done? Ha? So, are you willing? Shimura wanted to go forward again. Those beautiful eyes were already misty with tears, and one could imagine how much she was looking forward to it. But Su Chang didn't agree. From now on, I will prepare my own meals for Euro and me. Shimura, give yourself some face. Su Chang really has no patience at all for Shimura. Women should love themselves. If a man doesn't like you and you still insist on pursuing him, you should also use a serious approach. What's more, Shimura knew clearly that Shin Euro was his wife. Shimura was left behind by him, tears streaming down her face. Return to the bedroom. Shinjiro was playing with the two little guys. Hearing the sound of Su Chang coming in, the three of them looked at him together. Three little heads together. Not to mention how cute it is. This is the life he wants. Honey, why did you take so long? Shinjiro pouted her red lips, seeming a little unhappy. You're still talking. Su Chang walked over and explained what happened in a few words. I said that Chimoer had bad intentions. Look, she actually said such things to me while you were away. Su Chang showed her the recorded video. Shinjiro's face became increasingly worse. She thought her tea tasting ability was already high enough, but she didn't expect that the devil is always one step ahead of the saint. How could she do this? Shinjiro wanted to throw her phone away. But she didn't want to get too angry in front of the children. My dear, didn't I refuse? And he refused outright. Shinjiro's expression looked better. Fortunately, my husband is sensible. The whole family sat together happily to eat. Soon, Chimoer's matter was forgotten. The other side. When Suzua came back from the hospital, he saw Chimoer crying at first sight. What's going on? Chimoer moved her eyes and said, Brother Suzua, I'm sorry. Suzua hugged her with heartache, not even caring about his own injuries. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell me, I will make sure he gets away with it. Is it Sioux City? Yes, and no. Chimoer sobbed and said, Brother Suzua, for you, I am willing to do it. But Suzua couldn't stand it. Tell me, how did he bully you? I will definitely help you get justice. Justice is not as important as you. He did hit me and kissed me, but what does this little injustice I suffered mean in order to help you drive him out of the Su family? Suzua actually didn't see what happened between the two people. However, there is nothing wrong with it. He obviously trusted Chimoer more. In other words, no matter what Chimoer said, he didn't want to verify it. Chimoer will never harm him. They're grasshoppers tied to a string, aren't they? That's awful. I'm going to find him right now. Suzua was still injured, but he also wanted to seek justice for this woman. Heroes always have trouble resisting beautiful women. But Chimoer held him back. If you go now, you'll get hurt, and even if you get justice for me, it will be useless. My reputation will be ruined. Women care most about their reputation. If this matter gets out, others would just say that Su Chang was a playboy and treat it as a joke after dinner. It will be fine in a few days. But Chimoer is different. Regardless of whether she took the initiative or not, others would think she was fickle. If she married him with such a reputation, she would always be criticized. So is this matter over? Suzua was unwilling. Forget it. Anyway, I wasn't hurt too much, was I? Besides, since I have this relationship with him, it will be easier for me to find out about him in the future, which will also be good for our future. As Chimoer spoke, her voice became lower and lower. Suzua knew that it was rare for a lady from a noble family like her to be willing to swallow her pride and do such a thing for him. She certainly didn't want to talk about these things. Suzua couldn't help but hug her. Don't worry, I will definitely marry you after this is done, don't worry. By then, no matter whether Chimoer is clean or not, she will be his only wife. Little did they know. At this moment, Chimoer, who was curled up in his arms, had a sinister expression on her face. If Suzua saw her like this, he would definitely be scared. Because Chimoer had never behaved so viciously in front of others. With your words, Imoer is willing to endure any injustice she may suffer. Su Chang couldn't get close to her, but Suzua was firmly in her grasp. Chimoer sneered in her heart. In fact, both Su Chang and Suzua were just tools for her to get to the top. As an illegitimate daughter, she always has to rely on men to climb up step by step. Fortunately, Suzua was firmly held in her hands. He was fooled around, but he was enjoying it. After a while, the two separated. Looking at Suzua's eyes that kept looking back every few steps, Chimoer appeared grateful and shy on the surface, but she was actually mocking him in her heart. Idiot. If it weren't for the fact that you are the adopted son of the Su family, do you think I would care about you? Men are all bad. It only has some value when it is made into a toy. Chimoer narrowed her eyes and left the place. A few more days passed. Just when Su Chang thought that Chimoer had settled down, she came again. Chapter 102 Her Viciousness Part 3. This woman is really haunting. The two little guys were taken away by Su Fengsheng. At this time, Su Chang and Qin Yuro were spending their own time together. Qi Moer came over. She still had that signature smile on her face. Yuro, there's a new tailor shop nearby. The craftsmanship of the master there is pretty good. Shall we go take a look together? She didn't know yet that Qin Yuro had already known about her confession to Su Chang in the kitchen. Still pretending here. Okay, but I want to bring my husband with me. Do you mind? Qin Yuro actually agreed. And he acted like nothing happened. Did she really not care? Or did she forgive Qi Moer? No, neither. She just wanted to tear off Qi Moer's disguise and reveal her true face. Su Chang also knew that his wife looked well behaved on the surface. In fact, he has a lot of bad intentions. However, Qin Yuro's badness is different from Qi Moer's badness. Only when someone provokes Qin Yuro will the little wildcat show its sharp claws and retaliate even more fiercely. But Qi Moer is different. She is determined to achieve her goal at any cost. Even if it harms the interests of others. It had nothing to do with her anyway. Su Chang also cooperated with Qin Yuro and said, "Since my wife wants to go, then I will naturally go with you." Qi Moer laughed softly, "You two are deliberately feeding me dog food, ha ha ha." This is a half-joking tone. In fact, there is also a hint of jealousy. It's just that even she herself doesn't know it. On the way there, Su Chang drove. Qin Yuro was about to go to the passenger seat when Qi Moer stopped her. "Yuro, I get carsick easily, so it would be more comfortable for me to sit in the front. Can you let me sit in the passenger seat?" "Of course. If you don't want to and think I have other intentions, then I'd better sit in the back." Look, what they said was just right. If Qin Yuro disagreed, it would really show that she was narrow-minded. But there's no one else here. Qin Yuro was really careful and said, "Oh, I don't want to. I just need to sit in the front and watch my husband to feel at ease. If you can't accept it, just take a taxi yourself." Su Chang chuckled in his heart. The little woman's unreasonable look was so cute that he liked her to death. Qi Moer over there was dumbfounded. She also didn't expect that Qin Yuro could be so shameless and not take care of her, a person who is carsick. Qi Moer clenched her fists. After recovering from her shock, she tried to maintain a smile on her face, but said to Su Chang, "Well, Su Chang, don't blame Qin Yuro. Maybe my recent behavior caused Miss Qin to misunderstand me, so she doesn't want me to sit with you. It's okay, I'll just sit in the back." Well, it perfectly portrays the image of a well-educated and well-mannered woman. She thought. Su Chang definitely doesn't like Qin Yuro being so unruly. It's just that because they have a child, they are unwilling to show it. It can also be considered as giving Qin Yuro face. In this case, Qi Moer might as well add fuel to the fire. On the surface, he was trying to excuse Qin Yuro, but in fact, he was highlighting his own gentleness, intelligence and courtesy, as well as Qin Yuro's arrogance and unreasonableness. In this way, Su Chang must be able to realize who is the person he should cherish. The corners of Qi Moer's mouth slowly rose, waiting for Su Chang's praise. Su Chang glanced at Qin Yuro, who looked at him provocatively. It's as if he's saying, "The girl is waiting for your reply, why don't you show some reaction?" Su Chang just laughed in his heart. He planned to have some fun with Qi Moer. So he pretended to be angry and said to Qin Yuro, "It's okay that you are willful to me at home, but you are also so willful outside. I really spoil you." Qin Yuro pouted. "That's what I am." The little woman's pouting lips were so alluring that Su Chang really wanted to take a bite of them. But there are outsiders here. He continued to pretend to be slightly angry and said, "Qin Yuro, if it weren't for the fact that you gave birth to 2 children for me, I would have been unable to tolerate you like this." Qin Yuro spread her hands. "That can't be helped. Who made me so fertile that I gave birth to twins for you right away? Even for the sake of these 2 children, you can't do anything to me. You. Okay, stop arguing. Even if it's my fault." Qi Moer jumped out to act as peacemaker. "I shouldn't have used the excuse that I was carsick to try to take Miss Qin's passenger seat. Can you just assume that I was lying? Please don't ruin your relationship because of me. This move is to retreat in order to advance." Qi Moer thought that her image in Su Chang's heart must have risen to a higher level. She appeared submissive on the surface, but was actually proud on the inside. I knew it, Shin Yuro is a woman from a small place, and she has no other advantages except her ability to give birth. How can I compare to her? TSK, he will be defeated by her sooner or later. See, Moor is still sensible. Su Chang got into the driver's seat angrily, and Shin Yuro also sat in the passenger seat angrily. I just said a few more words, but it created a rift between the couple. She is really amazing. Shimor lifted the hair beside her ears and prepared to open the car door gracefully. But at this moment, Su Chang started the car and drove away in a flash. Shimor was left alone, disheveled in the wind. The hem of the cheongsam was blown up by the wind. She didn't notice it for a moment. He was thoroughly seen by several migrant workers passing by on the other side of the street. When she heard the laughter of those men, Shimor realized how embarrassed she had just been. "Oh, I'm going crazy. How could such a person be allowed to see the hem of the cheongsam being lifted up?" It was obvious that those migrant workers were very polite. They accidentally glanced at me and then didn't look at me again. But Shimor refused to give in. "You lowly men, be careful or I'll dig out your dog eyes. If this happened in ancient times, you wouldn't even have the chance to carry my shoes. Bah, get out of here." She was a little irritable. Fortunately, there was no one he knew here, so he vented his anger directly on these innocent men. The migrant workers looked at each other and laughed. "Yes, you are the eldest lady, and we brothers are not worthy of you, okay? But, girl, there is a saying that goes, he who does evil will eventually perish. You must not be too clever by half." Tailor's shop. Su Chung drove Shin Yuro here in advance, so Chi Moer had to find another driver from the Su family to take her here. As soon as you enter the door. She didn't have time to ask. Chapter 103, Her Viciousness, Part 4. Su Chang took the initiative and said, "I was too angry just now and didn't care about you. I took my wife and left first." Just an explanation, but no apology. However, Chi Moer was not angry, not on the surface. "It's okay, I understand you. Besides, these are just trivial matters. I'm not the kind of person who cares about every little thing." I don't know how many times I cursed in my heart. However, in order to maintain her noble and dignified image, Chi Moer had to swallow the bitterness. The owner of the tailor shop has a good relationship with Chi Moer. She is a woman who is 40 years old but still looks like a girl in her 20s. It means middle-aged woman. The proprietress came forward and greeted Chi Moer first. The two of them chatted and laughed, talking about the current popular styles and their own opinions on fashion. At this time, Chi Moer suddenly said, "This is Miss Shin Yuro. Let's talk about something that everyone can understand." The implication was that what they were talking about was too profound and Shin Yuro, a woman from a small place, could not understand. At this moment, Shin Yuro was standing where the sun was pouring. She was wearing a green Lolita dress, which made her look much younger. You really can't tell that this is a woman who has given birth to 2 children. Chi Moer couldn't help feeling a little jealous. But after hearing Chi Moer's words, Shin Yuro didn't feel embarrassed at all. She even tilted her head with 2 ponytails and looked at Chi Moer leisurely. It's like watching a joke. Chi Moer subconsciously looked at Su Chang. There was a signal for help in her eyes. Chi Moer knew that no matter what men said, deep down they didn't like women who were too strong. They all like women to be dependent on them. Just like daughter clinging to a big tree. Therefore, she had to pretend to be weak in front of Su Chang from time to time. She believed that Su Chang would never be able to refuse a woman like her. He will help her. Chi Moer just waited to see Shin Yuro's joke. She is very confident in herself. But the next second, the owner of the tailor shop took the initiative to walk towards Shin Yuro. There was an expression of great surprise on his face. "Lolita. I finally saw a live Lolita. You are so beautiful." She was very excited. "Is this thing you're wearing? Strawberry shortcake bear? This is the name of this dress." Shin Yuro's clothes always have some strange names, and Su Chang is used to it. Shin Yuro nodded. "I didn't expect that there would be someone here who knows what he is talking about." "Ah. This is my favorite designer's product. You are amazing." She was becoming more and more excited. Chi Moer's expression became more and more ugly. She brought Shin Yuro here to humiliate her. Not to make her famous. "Can I touch it?" "Sure." Shin Yuro is very generous. The two soon got along very well. Shimor stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do for a moment. After a while, she said, "You've been here for so long, you must be thirsty, right? I'm very familiar with this store. I'll go get you some hot water." She quickly left the place to calm down. Little did she know that Su Cheng had been following her secretly. I also watched the changes in her facial expressions carefully. He. Women are truly horrible creatures. How could it change so quickly? Su Cheng expressed his admiration. After Shimor calmed down, she prepared 4 glasses of water. Of course, she wouldn't just prepare water for nothing. Instead, he took out the medicine bag he had hidden in advance and poured it into a glass of water, muttering something in his mouth. "Shin Euro. I'm going to make you look bad this time. The face that says harsh words is very ugly." Sioux City retreated back to its original position. After a while, Shimor came out with a cup of water. "Everyone sit down and chat, and have a drink of water." What a wonderful way to entertain guests. The lady boss felt embarrassed and said, "You are a guest, why should I trouble you?" Shimor smiled and said, "We have known each other for such a long time, don't you know me yet? It's in my nature to help others. If you leave me idle, I'll get sick. Just let me help you." The proprietress became happier the more she listened. Su Cheng said silently, "Boss lady, you have to pay her salary. It's not easy to find a servant like this. Use this servile way to please others." "Sorry, Su Cheng doesn't like it." The smile on Shimor's face also froze. Fortunately, the proprietress was good at speaking and she changed the embarrassing topic in just a few words. Shimor then began to distribute the water cups. When it was Shin Euro's turn, Shin Euro was thirsty and wanted to drink it as soon as she picked it up. But at this moment, Su Cheng walked over and snatched her cup. Shin Euro was startled and couldn't help but scream. The noise they made here was so loud that it attracted a lot of people's attention. Shimor was a little flustered. "But then I thought, what I am doing is very secretive, no one will know about it. She needs to stay calm." So, he gently bit the meat in his mouth to make himself look less nervous. But Su Cheng still turned to her. Shimor subconsciously took a step back. "Su Cheng, don't look at me like that, I really didn't do anything, Just as she opened her mouth, Su Cheng directly poured the water in the cup onto her face. Shimor obviously didn't expect this. Su Cheng is so cruel. He has no sympathy for women at all. In fact, if it were the previous Su Cheng, he would not hit a girl. However, he has grown a lot now. He deeply understood one thing. Women are sometimes more terrifying than men. Therefore, some women do not deserve to be pitied. Shimor was caught off guard and swallowed several mouthfuls of water. Oh no! Her face changed and she wanted to run. But he was caught by Shin Euro. "Oh, Amor, I'm sorry. It's all because I didn't discipline my husband well that he was rude to you in public. Hey, it's all my fault. Come here and I'll wipe it off for you. I'll make amends for you on his behalf, okay?" She would never let Shimor leave so easily. The couple sang in unison. This scene was performed brilliantly. Shimor wanted to say something, but her body's reaction came faster. In order to embarrass Shin Euro, she put 100% laxative into the glass of water. And it's the kind that works very quickly. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Shimor, the dignified beauty in Cheongsam, couldn't help herself. Puff! He farted loudly and startlingly. And it stinks. The kind that everyone in the tailor shop can smell. This fart is powerful enough. No one would believe that this was a fart released by a delicate girl. Chapter 104 Her Viciousness v. Shimor was confused. At this moment, everyone was looking at her and laughing at her joke. She even heard the laughter of those people. "You are wearing such beautiful clothes, it's a pity." "Fuck, I can't help it, I'm already laughing, ha ha ha. Who would have thought it was a fart spirit? Her husband will suffer from now on." "Don't say that. What if her husband is just a flatterer? Ha ha ha." Shimor felt very embarrassed and wished she could find a place to hide. She covered her face, she had never felt so embarrassed in her life. The lady boss said kindly, "I'll take you to the bathroom." As a result, Shimor didn't listen either. He shook his head and rushed to the door. But because she rushed too fast, a warm current instantly flowed out. Hua la la. She pulled. No. This kind of scene was supposed to happen to Chin Yuro. Chi Moore wanted to run. But Su Chang won't let her go so quickly. After all, if he hadn't had foresight, the person making a fool of himself here would be Chin Yuro. There's something wrong with the water you prepared. You put a lot of laxatives in it. The glass of water was originally for my wife to drink. Chi Moore, women have the most vicious hearts. Chi Moore cried. With all the evidence, she has no way to argue. He just shook his head and said, yes, it's all my fault. I will apologize to you later. Can you please let me leave this place first? She never wants to come here again. Never. Chi Moore, when you did this, you should have thought about the consequences for yourself. Su Chang's eyes were cold. Chin Yuro also didn't look surprised. Chi Moore finally understood. You too. You knew it from the beginning. You were just acting to trick me. She thought that she could really sow discord between Su Chang and Chin Yuro. In the end, it was all in vain. She was just the clown performing for the couple, but she was too immersed in the role. In fact, Su Chang and Chin Yuro were not hurt at all. On the contrary, she was still immersed in it. We were just acting, what did we lie to you about? Chin Yuro looked at her with some amusement. You lie to her that she is very charming and can break up the couple. She lied to them that they knew nothing, including the fact that Chi Moore secretly seduced Su Chang. She successfully maintained her persona by deceiving her, so some people thought she was dignified and elegant. But how could Chi Moore say all this? She couldn't make excuses. Chi Moore hasn't appeared in the Su family for a long time. However, apart from Su Zhua, no one paid attention to her. Moore hasn't been here for a long time. Did something happen to her? Su Zhua was very worried. If you feel sorry for her, just go and see her, said Su Fengsheng. Su Zhua wilted again. How can this be so embarrassing? After all, she is my brother's nominal fiancée. I'm married, Su Chang said. I don't want to repeat this many times. Dad, Mr. Su, do you think we should do something? Su Zhua remembered that Su Fengsheng didn't allow him to call him dad. So, I changed my mind temporarily. However, he felt that he still had a certain status in this family, and they would not disobey what he said. To be honest, Su Fengsheng really didn't have much feelings for Su Zhua. It was the old man who insisted on bringing him to the Su family, but they had only met a few times. Su Fengsheng spent all his time looking for Su City. Su Fengsheng didn't say anything, and Su Ji, the only elder left in the family, spoke up. If my brother were still alive, he would definitely protect you, but things are different now. Su Zhua, you just have to be patient. As Su Fengsheng's second uncle, although Su Ji is not the head of the family, his age and experience are there, so Su Fengsheng has to give him some face. Su Zhua was still very sad. He couldn't bear it anymore and went to find Chi Moore secretly. Only then did I know what happened in the tailor shop that day. At first, he also felt a little nauseous. However, when he thought that Chi Moore suffered all these grievances for him, he felt deeply moved. Chi Moore didn't let him look for her in private. He said he was afraid of being seen and gossiped by others. Therefore, when Su Zhua asked Chi Moore out this time, he didn't have much hope. Just with the mentality of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, Chi Moore not only agreed, but also agreed to wait for him in the hotel. Su Zhua specially did his hair, changed into new clothes, and went to find Chi Moore obediently. His Moore has suffered so much injustice and now she must need a man's comfort. Arrived at the hotel. He found Chi Moore according to the room number she sent him. The door is not locked. Su Zhua was a little worried and asked, Moore, how can you leave the door open in the hotel? What if it's not me but someone else who comes? Girls must take good care of themselves when they are outside. He was a little at a loss for words. There's no way. The girl I've grown up with asked him to come to the hotel. I'd be lying if I wasn't nervous. I didn't hear Chi Moore's answer. But I heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. Su Zhua swallowed and walked over. The bathroom door was also open, and the slim figure of a woman could be vaguely seen. But Su Zhua didn't dare to look. With a stuttering voice, he said, You are taking a shower, then I will wait for you outside. Don't worry, I will always be here with you, don't worry. He sat on the couch and pretended to be looking at his phone. but my mind was always on the sound of the splashing water. Really, I can't stand it. But it seemed as if there were two little people fighting in his mind. One told him to take good care of his childhood goddess, and the other kept reminding him, "Your goddess is so happy to poop and fart in front of others." Suzwa shook his head. I felt like my head was going to explode. Chimoer, who was taking a shower, looked at her beautiful figure in the mirror and sighed deeply. She originally wanted to dedicate herself to Su Chang, but now it seems that there is no such opportunity. Su Chang only has Qin Euro in his heart, and no matter how hard she tries, she can't separate them. Since she couldn't hold Su Chang firmly in her hands, she had to change her target. At least, Suzwa should not be able to escape from her grasp. That stupid man. However, Suzwa is also her last trump card. She had to ensure that Suzwa was completely loyal to her. Because of the incident at the tailor shop, her family members looked at her more and more strangely. She was originally an illegitimate daughter and was not taken seriously. Over the years, because of the Su family, others have looked up to her. But what if even the Su family doesn't want her anymore? Her life is ruined. Chimoer clenched her hands tightly and summoned up the courage to say to the outside, "Suzwa, I forgot to bring my towel in. Can you get it for me?" Chapter 105 Her Viciousness 6. Towel? Aren't hotel towels usually placed in the bathroom? Suzwa was a little confused. Could it be that Chimoer didn't want to use the hotel's towels and brought her own? But he looked around and didn't find the rest of the towels. I had no choice but to stand at the door and say to her, "Chimoer, the towel should be in the bathroom, look for it yourself." Out of courtesy, he was reluctant to go in. But at this moment, the woman inside suddenly screamed. "Ah! Suzwa! I fell down. It hurts, I think I twisted my foot, can you come in for a moment?" Suzwa blushed. Although he really wanted to go in, it would be very impolite to the girl. I'll go find a waiter to help you. He really likes Chimoer and cherishes her. So I won't touch her easily. Little did they know that Chimoer inside secretly cursed him as waste. Such a good opportunity is in front of you, but you don't know how to cherish it? What kind of man is that? Chimoer quickly called him. Forget it. I don't want my body to be seen by other people, not even women. Since you won't come in, just let me keep feeling the pain. What else could Suzwa say? He went in quickly. But she still carried the person to the bed with a blushing face. Then look at her feet. Hey, your foot is fine, it's not injured at all. Chimoer, when did you learn to lie? In his impression, Chimoer has always been the kindest and simplest person. Can't lie. Chimoer really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She actually raised her foot and put her pink toes directly into Suzwa's mouth. I have many skills that you don't even know about. Suzwa. He fainted. After one night. Suzwa didn't expect that he would get dirty without knowing it. And he dedicated himself to his childhood goddess. I was confused at first, but later on, I accepted it. Chimoer felt wronged, so she needed to vent her anger on a man. He also saw the red mark left by Chimoer on the bedsheet. Chimoer. I've given my body to you, you can't abandon me. Yeah, don't worry. Suzwa was still very happy. But what he didn't know was that Chimoer had already recorded everything that happened last night on video. I plan to use that video to threaten him later. Suzwa, you must listen to her, otherwise, she will destroy him. For several days in a row, the two met secretly in the hotel. Finally, Chimoer got the secret of the Su family out of Suzwa's mouth. Originally, I wanted to tell you this after we got married, but now. Chimoer, you are mine now. You are destined to be mine for the rest of your life, so it's okay to tell you in advance. I believe they won't blame me. Suzwa hugged Chimoer happily. He had no idea how vicious the woman in his arms was. Chimoer nodded. Of course. Besides you, would I fall in love with any other man? Ridiculous. Brother Suzwa, let's go back to your house and tell them that we are getting married this month. How about that? Really? Suzwa was extremely excited. Yeah. Chimoer touched Suzwa's face. But I felt extremely disgusted in my heart. If the incident in the tailor shop hadn't happened, even if she couldn't be with Su Chang, there would still be many noble men chasing after her. Who is worse than Suzwa, this idiot? But now it's different. When the men saw her, they would laugh at her for making a fool of herself in front of everyone. I will definitely not be with her anymore. She could have been picky, but now there is only this idiot left to choose from. She would naturally marry him. However, this time she returned to the Su family for revenge. It was Chin who caused her to become what she is now. What qualifications does that shameless little bitch have to keep pestering Su Chang? When she entered the Su family, haha. She must find a way to drive Chin out. As for Su City, whether it is Su Zua or Su Chang, they will all be hers. Although Chi Moer has a bad reputation. But considering that she and Su Zua were childhood sweethearts, Su Zua insisted on having her. Su Fengsheng agreed. The two are getting married next week. During this period, Chi Moer took Su Zua back home to live. I heard that after learning that she could marry into the Su family, the Chi family treated her well. Chi Moer lived a very happy life. She even used her identity to beat up the Chi family's daughter, who was also her half-sister. He even beat the man into the hospital. Su family. I always feel that she has bad intentions. Chin leaned in Su Chang's arms, very worried. My little wife has finally grown up. She's not as naive as before? Su Chang smiled dotingly. He was not afraid of Chi Moer at all. Although he didn't know what Chi Moer was thinking. However, we can just fight against the enemy with our own soldiers and block the water with our own earth. Chin snorted unhappily. Indeed, not long ago, I foolishly thought that Chi Moer was a good person and wanted to be good friends with her. Fortunately, I don't have it. Otherwise, it will bring big trouble to my husband. Wife, don't you like being here? These days, Chin smiles less. At the beginning, Su Chang felt that she had just arrived in a strange place and was not familiar with it. But now, after so much time had passed, she was still unhappy. That's because of something else. Husband, do you want to hear the truth? Certainly. Chin can pretend to be a gentle and sensible wife. If that's the case, what's the difference between her and Chi Moer? Su Chang is her husband, and he wants to hear that it is definitely not a lie from her. I am indeed unhappy. There is no one I know here except you. Su Chang, sometimes I get scared when you go to the bathroom, because the days without you are so empty. Everyone here is very kind to you. Even without me, you will live well here. Maybe I'm a little selfish. Seeing you living such a good life, I'm actually unhappy because then you won't rely on me, and I won't seem that important in your heart. Hey, what am I talking about? Just treat me as nonsense. Chin felt a little embarrassed. Fine. I understand you. Su Chang hugged her and said, after this wedding, let's leave this place and find a small village, where we can live a life of men farming and women weaving. How about that? By then, no one will recognize us, and we will just be the two of us. Oh, yes, and these two brats. Pointed at Xian and Nuonyuo. Chapter 106 Her Viciousness Part 7. The two little guys also understood. Although I couldn't understand the complete words, I heard my own name in them. So he responded by babbling. Okay. Chin leaned in his arms. But, you finally found your family, are you willing to leave them just for me? I'm willing to give it up. Su Chang smiled and said, I've gotten used to living alone anyway, and I don't feel comfortable pretending to be nice here. I'll ask Dad when the time comes. If he's willing to go with us, that would be great. If not, we can come back to see him from time to time, how about that? Okay. Chin looked at her man with admiration. He always managed to arrange everything well. With him, I don't seem to have to worry about anything. This feeling is so good. Soon the day of Chi Moer and Su Zua's wedding arrived. After all, he is the adopted son of the Su family, so Su Fengsheng treats Su Zua very well. We booked the largest hotel in City B. The wedding went very smoothly and all the women envied Chi Moer. Su Chang remembered that he had not given Chin a grand wedding. He asked her, what kind of wedding do you want? I originally thought that Chin was the same as other women. What I had in mind was a grand wedding that would shock the world. That day, she will be the envy of women all over the world. However, Chin just smiled gently. She said, I want to have a simple wedding in a simple church, inviting only our families. The wedding doesn't need to be too grand, but the people I want to invite must come. Su Chang kissed her on the forehead. His woman was indeed different from those common women. Chimor and Su Zhuo are the protagonists today. Su Chang and Qin Yuro did not dress too luxuriously. I don't want to steal the newcomer's limelight. But even so, the handsome man and beautiful woman standing together still attracted a lot of people's attention. In particular, Su Zhuo invited many reporters here to satisfy Chimor's vanity. However, reporters swarmed towards Su Chang and Qin Yuro. "Excuse me, Mr. Su Chang, how does it feel to be found by the general? I heard that you would rather give up our famous lady Chimor for Miss Qin beside you. Is this true? Mr. Su Chang, I heard that you have a pair of cute twin babies. Why didn't you bring them here today?" The questions kept coming. Although these are all simple questions, when Su Chang's identity is added, everything becomes less simple. Su Chang Ben didn't want to answer. However, in order not to embarrass them too much, I picked a few questions and gave them simple answers. Afterwards, he used the excuse that he needed to go to the bathroom and led Qin Yuro away. At this time, I heard people behind me talking. Wow, they even hold hands when going to the bathroom. They have such a sweet relationship. Ah, I want a man like this too. Come on, can you not leave a man when he is down and out? I heard that when Mr. Su Chang first met Miss Qin Yuro, he was penniless. I can't seem to do it. I knew it, you're such a vain woman. It seemed like everyone was talking about Su Chang and Qin Yuro. But, Chimor, is the protagonist. At this time, Chimor in the dressing room could no longer hold back. She wanted to ruin the reputation of Su Chang and Qin Yuro from now on. She wants the entire Su family to be buried with her. Chimor took out the USB drive that she had prepared long ago and a smile appeared on her face. Mor. Su Zhui came to see her in advance. Chimor was startled and quickly hid the USB flash drive in her hand. Why are you here? We can't see each other before our wedding begins. It's unlucky. Mainly, she was afraid that Su Zhui would know her plan. Although Su Zhui listened to her, he certainly couldn't bear her attacking the Su family. Because this useless man is dependent on the Su family. I can't wait to come see you. He looked at Chimor in her wedding dress and felt a little excited. Mor, you are so beautiful today. You are the most beautiful bride in my heart. Look, even the words of praise are so vulgar. Chimor felt disdainful. But on the surface, she still pretended to be shy. You're annoying. I saw you holding something just now. Su Zhui started to make small talk, actually just to spend more time with Chimor. But unexpectedly, he hit the mark. Chimor's face changed. She was afraid that her USB drive would be discovered. So, he tilted his head, smiled, and said, "Since you suspect that I am holding something else, then come and check it out." As she spoke, she actually lifted the hem of her wedding dress, showing off her two beautiful long legs. How could Su Zhui resist such temptation? He looked back out the window and said, "Today is our big day. Isn't this a bad idea? But my saliva is almost flowing out." Chimor remained in that position and said, "There's still an hour before the wedding starts. Besides, their attention is on Su Chang and Qin Yuro. Who has time to take care of us? Hurry up, I can't wait any longer." Since the woman said so, if Su Zhui continued to endure it, he would not be a man. "Little rascal, your husband will come and check you out right now." Chimor breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. The wedding finally began. The host came on stage and said a few polite words. Afterwards, Chimor and Su Zhui's wedding photos will be played on the big screen. For the sake of the Su family, everyone showed an expectant expression. Qin Yuro was also very interested. Because this was her first time attending a wedding. Even though it was the wedding of someone I didn't like. But today they are the protagonists, they are a newlywed couple, and she is willing to bless them. Qin Yuro is still very kind at heart. She looked at the screen expectantly. Seeing his woman in such a state, Su Chang also accompanied him. Only. What was playing on the screen was not Chimor and Su Zhui's wedding photo at all. But a woman. A thin, imprisoned woman. The location should be in a dark basement with no sunlight. The person filming turned on the flashlight, and the woman screamed and shrank into the corner. "Don't come over here. You all want to take my child away, don't come over here, you are all bad people." Only then did everyone realize it. The woman was holding a rag doll in her arms, but the doll looked very old. In dilapidated condition. But the woman still couldn't bear to throw it away. How have you been these years, Mrs. Su? The photographer asked her. Chapter 107 Her Viciousness 8. The woman shook her head violently. The video suddenly stopped. However, just such a short video caused a stir among the people present. Imprisoned? Woman? Madman? Which family did this? Isn't this Madame Su, the general's wife? Some older people noticed it. How could she? How could she? The Su family actually treated her like this. This is so abominable. How is this different from taking human life lightly? We won't be attending this wedding. General. He has been a soldier all his life, but he treats his wife like this. I really don't know whether I should blame him or not. I don't know what to say. We have something else to do at home, so we'll leave first. Let's go, let's go. Hear these people talking. Su Chang also looked at the screen. So, the woman in the video just now is his mother? He had never heard Su Fengsheng mention it. By the way, Su Fengsheng. Chou-yi. You are still alive. Chou-yi. Su Fengsheng at this moment seemed like a madman. He walked towards the screen. But after all, as a man who has spent his whole life in the military, he is not that stupid. Halfway through the walk, I realized that it was impossible to bring this woman out of the screen. Then, he went to the host and asked for the USB flash drive. The host was shocked. Where had he ever seen a general look like this? He thought he was going to kill him. The USB drive was given to me by the bride. That's where Su Chang heard it. Then, he and Qin Yuro went to look for Chi Moer separately. Suji naturally came to the wedding. At the moment of the accident, he grabbed Suzua's arm and said, "This is the woman you desperately want to marry. Look at what she has done to our Su family." Maybe Amour was wronged. Second uncle, Amour would not do this. Please believe me. But when saying this, Suzua felt guilty. To be honest, between Suji and Su Fengsheng, Suji and Suzua are naturally closer. Because when Suzua was a child, Su Fengsheng rarely appeared. On the contrary, Suji often came to see him and brought him many good things. Therefore, he was more willing to listen to Suji. Second uncle. Suzua, you grew up in the Su family and were taught by the old man himself. You are actually not stupid. Think about this carefully. Especially that woman. You were deceived too deeply by her. The Su family, like any other family, also has internal strife. However, when something big happens, the Su family will work together. Be united against external foes. Finally, Chi Moer, who was about to escape, was found in the hotel parking lot. Su Chang went forward and grabbed her. Chi Moer's wrist was grabbed and it hurt. Seeing Qin Yuro coming over, he came up with an idea. She said delicately, "Oh, Su Chang, I am your sister-in-law now. It doesn't seem right for you to treat me like this. Be gentle, you're hurting me." Su Chang. Qin Yuro said directly, "You don't have to waste your energy. The relationship between us is indestructible. It can't be broken up by you alone." Chi Moer returned to her original face. "It seems you all know everything. You can kill me or chop me up as you please." Since the truth had been revealed, Chi Moer stopped pretending. But having said that, her indifferent look was much more pleasing to the eye than her previous arrogant look. "But I don't regret what I have done. Even if it doesn't succeed. At least she tried. People like her have nothing to worry about. In other words, everything you do is like risking your life. Even if I am doomed to failure, I will not regret it." But the Su family treated her well. Anyone with a conscience wouldn't do this. Su Chang dragged her out. Qin Yuro knew how powerful his strength and kung fu were. But there was one more thing that surprised her. Chi Moer actually bit her lips tightly and refused to beg for mercy no matter what. Nor did he make any sound of pain. Even if his mouth was bitten to pieces by himself. This woman is really patient. What should we do? Su Chang looked at Qin Yuro. Well, then imprison her as well? That's too good for her. But you can't just kill her. Death is the best relief for a person. Leave her to me. A voice came. Su Chang and Qin Yuro looked over when they heard the voice and found that it was Suzua. Without Suzua's help, Chimor would not have been able to record that video so smoothly. In a sense, he was also an accomplice. He was just an accomplice who was also deceived. Suzua, do you want to save her? Shinjiro stood in front of Chimor. When Chimor heard Suzua's voice, her eyes actually lit up. She naturally knew Suzua's feelings for her. If she fell into Suzua's hands, she would just have to put on a show and beg for mercy, and Suzua would not be so cruel to her. Of course she was willing. However, I guess Su Chang and Shinjiro won't agree. Shinjiro thought so too. However, Su Chang agreed for the first time. Since he is yours, I will hand him over to you for disposal. I will not interfere with his future affairs. Shinjiro and Suzua were equally shocked. Suzua didn't expect that Su Chang would agree so readily. He even had a lot of words prepared. I was just thinking about how to persuade Su Chang. Didn't he expect the other party to agree directly? All the preparations he had prepared were of no use. For the first time, Suzua looked at Su Chang with admiration. You are worthy of being the general's son. No, you are even better than the general. You can see through people's hearts. Su Chang raised his eyebrows. Take her away quickly before I regret it. Since people have said so, Suzua couldn't continue to hesitate here. He helped Chimor up. Suzua, I was the one who let you down before. Don't worry, I will definitely make it up to you in the future. Suzua said nothing. However, he didn't do anything to Chimor. Chimor breathed a sigh of relief. Suzua prepared the car and Chimor got in obediently. After driving for a while, Chimor discovered that this was not the way to the Su family at all. It's not the way back to her house. So where is Suzua going to take her? Where are we going? She couldn't help but ask. But I feel like that's not very polite. After all, he saved his own people. So he quickly added, no matter where I go, as long as you are by my side, I am willing. After he finished speaking, he looked at Suzua with gratitude. This time, she was truly grateful and did not mean to look down on Suzua at all. But Suzua still didn't say anything. Chapter 108, Suffering the Consequences. Chimor didn't dare to say anything more. This seemed to be the first 20 years they had known each other. For the first time, Suzua treated her indifferently. Chimor was not used to it. Or, she was used to it, and Suzua could understand what she wanted with just a glance from her. How accustomed are you to it? This person seemed to be born to serve her, but she didn't feel grateful at all. Thinking of this, Chimor couldn't help feeling a little guilty. She thought. After everything is over, she must treat Suzua well. Make up for what you owe him before. Hopefully it's not too late. She has been looking for someone who can protect her, but in fact, the person who treats her sincerely has always been by her side. She just didn't want to see it. When I look at Suzua now, I just think he is handsome in every way. Everywhere meets your standards. Arrived at the place. This is a villa in the suburbs, Suzua's private property. However, 2 years ago, he transferred his villa to Chimor's name. Both of them have the key to the villa. Chimor breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Suzua is still good to her. Take her to such a secret place. The people in the Su family would never have thought that Chimor did not escape anywhere, but came to the villa that was previously owned by the Su family. Suzua got out of the car. Chimor quickly followed him downstairs. Chimor ran over and wanted to hold Suzua's arm. But Suzua dodged it skillfully. Suzua! Brother Suzua! You should run slower. She could only jog behind him, luckily she was not wearing high heels today. Suzua walked into the room. This place has been cleaned and is very clean. Go to the bedroom. Suzua threw down these 3 words. Chimor's face turned slightly red. It's not a good idea to do this in broad daylight, right? She thought he was going to do that with her. But Suzua still had a cold face and said nothing. Chimor sighed. After all, I am sorry for him. So, she was willing to do it even during the day. Then I'll wait for you in the bedroom. Chimor went upstairs. The bedroom was also very clean, and even a few cameras were set up. Did Suzua want to record the entire process? Although she was somewhat reluctant in her heart, Chimor felt that she could do it in order to please the man. She took a towel from the closet and walked into the bathroom. When I was almost done washing, I heard the door lock. It should be Suzhua who came in. She Moore was a little nervous. Although it was not the first time she had done this with him, she was mentally prepared last time, but this time she was indeed forced to do so. She quickly wrapped herself in the towel. I opened the door and went out, not daring to look up. Then, the sound of someone fiddling with a camera was heard. Unexpectedly, Suzhua, who usually looks stupid, has a lot of tricks he wants to play. She Moore raised her head. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was completely stunned. Both hands went limp. And she was holding her bath towel with both hands. The towel quickly fell to the ground. The men saw her. She Moore screamed and prepared to run away. But the bedroom door had already been closed, and she was no match for these men. She Moore fell to the ground and was dragged back by her ankle. She knew these men. That day, after Su Chang and Shin Yuro drove away, she mocked them in frustration. Those migrant workers. She Moore would never have thought that one day she would fall into their hands. She would never have thought that the instigator of all this was Suzhua, her bootlicker for 20 years. The nightmare soon came. Life is not easy for an illegitimate daughter. The Chi family is wealthy and powerful. Although it can guarantee her wealth and glory throughout her life, she will always have to bear this title. Chi Moore was unwilling to accept this. It was clearly the man's fault, so why should she, a woman, take the responsibility? She doesn't want to be judged by others. Suzhua is her only lifeline. The moment she learned that she would replace another daughter of the Chi family as Suzhua's fiancée, she originally refused. Suzhua was just an adopted son of the Su family, and there was no telling when the real son would come back. Although they told her that as long as the legitimate son returned, she would be that man's fiancée. Chi Moore just found it ridiculous. This kind of unpredictable thing would happen to her. She doesn't accept it. Because she was an illegitimate daughter, her family would not give her any dowry. She couldn't even hold her head up in her husband's family. So she could only hold on to Suzhua tightly, train herself hard, and dress herself up like a socialite. But it's just a disguise after all. Deep down, she is still vicious. So, after what happened in the tailor shop, all the evil in her was released. She wants to destroy the Su family. Then let's perish together. So, she deceived Suzhua and learned the Su family's deepest secrets. After the Su family's child was lost, Su Fengsheng always wanted to find his son back. He is a grown man, a veteran of many battles, and in good health. It is understandable that he travels all over the world to find a child. But his wife couldn't stand it. That woman, the object of envy of all women at that time, was a real socialite, Zheng Shui. In desperation, the general had no choice but to leave his beloved wife at home and let her wait for his news. Zheng Shui is in poor health, and following Su Fengsheng will only bring trouble to the man. So she was willing to stay. But the general who fled didn't know that Zheng Shui was about to die. She was weak, and even if she was taken care of in the Su family, there was no way she could be saved. A few years later, Su Fengsheng received news that his wife had passed away. The woman he loved all his life, and the woman he let down all his life, turned into a handful of earth before she even saw his face. Su Fengsheng hated himself. He went back and stayed beside Zheng Shui's coffin for 7 days and 7 nights. Not eating. From then on, my body was no longer the same as before. After arranging Zheng Shui's funeral, Su Fengsheng continued to look for his son. But what he didn't know was Zheng Shui's body was stolen. The old man at that time, Su Fengsheng's father, kept the matter secret. He knew his son's personality. Su Fengsheng was so sad when he learned that Zheng Shui had passed away. If he knew that his beloved wife's body had been stolen, he would go crazy. After Su Fengsheng left, the Su family worked together to find Zheng Shui's body. Finally found it. It was stolen by Su Fengsheng's former defeated general. But misfortunes often go with good fortune, and good fortune often goes with misfortunes. Zheng Shui survived. It's a miracle. The Su family took her back home. Although Zheng Shui survived, she had mental problems. Chapter 109, Life and Death. In other words, Su Fengsheng is not crazy, Zheng Shui is crazy. For Su Fengsheng, they locked her in the basement. Although she was provided with good food and drink, she was not allowed to see anyone. Su Fengsheng has a pure heart. I wonder what he would become if he found out that his son was missing and his wife had gone crazy. It would be better to let him think that Zheng Shui is dead. After all, going crazy is more of a torture than death. All Zheng Shui remembered was that her child was gone. She hugged a rag doll every day and missed her child. Su Fengsheng also thought that his beloved wife was dead. Everything is so peaceful. Until Su Zhuo told Qi Moer about this matter. At that time, Su Zhuo felt that Qi Moer was going to marry him anyway, and would be his woman and a member of the Su family in the future, so it didn't matter if she knew about this. But what he could never have imagined was Qi Moer actually went to find Zhang Shui secretly and recorded her appearance. Put it at a wedding. For everyone to see. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face. Su Zhuo regretted it, and Qi Moer achieved her goal. Su Fengsheng, the pillar of the Su family, is afraid that he can no longer hold on. But fortunately, Su City is still there. Perhaps he is more suitable for the position of the head of the Su family than his father. Su Chang and Qin Yuro return to the Su family. Zhang Qiui has been taken out of the basement. She is unremarkably thin. Anyone who was locked up there for so long would have no appetite. Su Chang saw that Su Fengsheng was crying. The general who fought on the battlefield, the general who made the enemy tremble in fear, the guardian of China, was worthy of the people of the world, but only unworthy of his wife. He failed to protect her. So even if I reach this world, what does it matter? He wanted to get closer to Zhang Shui. But Zhang Shui was very resistant. The woman held on to her doll tightly. Don't steal my baby. Su Fengsheng's hands froze in place awkwardly. Shui, my name is Su Fengsheng. He introduced himself patiently. I don't know how many times I have said this. But Zhang Shui still refused to recognize him. Su Chang also felt a little heartbroken when he saw this. He stepped forward to comfort her. Mom, I'm Su Chang, I'm back. Zhang Shui was stunned and hugged the rag doll tightly in her arms. Don't look up at him, don't speak. Su Chang was at a loss. At this time, Qin Yuro went out. When he came back, he actually brought two children, Xian and Nuanyuo, with him. The servant guarding the door couldn't help but say, Young madam is now unconscious. What if we put the children in front of her and she hurts them? This is actually quite rude. But it is true. Su Fengsheng couldn't help but say, let Shui see her grandchildren later. Fortunately, he found Su Chang and learned that Zhang Shui had gone crazy. Otherwise, he would have collapsed and fainted by now. The general has a strong psychological quality, but only on the battlefield. After returning home, his heart was more fragile than anyone else's. Qin Yuro shook her head firmly. You believe me. Besides Mom, I'm the only woman present. I know what she's thinking. Maybe, this is a woman's sixth sense. Don't worry, why would I bet on my own child? Since Qin Yuro said so, it was difficult for them to refuse. So he gave up his position. Qin Yuro came forward holding her daughter Nuanyuo. This is Grandma, call her Grandma. Nuanyuo is only 10 months old. He can't walk steadily and can't speak complete sentences. After wasting a long time, he finally uttered, Naniai. Zhang Shui chuckled. Everyone was surprised to see Zhang Shui actually smile. Naniai. Nuanyuo stretched out her chubby little hands and asked Zhang Shui for a hug. Zhang Shui was stunned for a moment, then picked up the child. Su Fengsheng looked a little nervous. However, Qin Yuro smiled. He looked like he really trusted Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui held Nuanyuo in her arms. Years of irregular diet have made Zhang Shui skinny, and she is using almost all her strength to hold the child. Baby. Zhang Shui said softly. It's Nuanyuo, called Nuanyuo. Zhang Shui imitated Qin Yuro's voice and said, No. When Nuanyuo heard his name, he grinned. Zhang Shui also laughed. Su Chang and Su Fengsheng both breathed a sigh of relief. With her granddaughter around, Zhang Shui's spirit will get better day by day. But, we can't go back to the way it was before. Su Fengsheng sought out many famous doctors, but in the end he was unable to find a solution. In desperation, they went up the mountain to pray to Buddha. At this moment, Su Fengsheng suddenly thought of. Our Su family has an heirloom that might be able to save your mother's life. It's just that, it might endanger other people's lives. Su Fengsheng is old and can't do such things. The heavy burden suddenly fell on Su Chang's shoulders. Originally, Su Chang was lost by the couple since childhood. They had no care for him. He doesn't need to repay her with his own life. But after spending these days together, Su Cheng knew that Su Fengsheng and Zhang Chui both felt very guilty about what happened back then. One has been wandering outside for so many years, and the other has gone crazy. Compared to those adoptive parents, they are really the best people to him. Su Cheng has no choice but to do it. It is said that the ancestral treasure was obtained by Su Fengsheng and his family when they passed by the tomb of the first emperor during his military campaign. Got it from there. It has the magical effect of traveling through time and space. However, they can only travel to a parallel time and space. The body that stays in this world will become a vegetable. Qin Yuro wants to go with Su Cheng. Yuro, if we really go, we may not be able to come back. Su Cheng pressed her hand. Qin Yuro shook her head and said, as long as I can be with you, I'm not afraid of going anywhere. If you leave me here alone, I might go crazy like Mom. Su Cheng knew that Qin Yuro was not joking. You need to find the way back in that world yourself. Su Fengsheng reminded him. Su Cheng nodded. I don't know when we'll meet again after this trip. What if you can't come back? You'd better not go. He also didn't want to lose his son a second time. But Su Cheng insisted on going. Dad, don't worry. I have the blood of the Su family in my body, so I will never bring shame to the Su family. Su Fengsheng had no choice but to agree. This matter was done in secret. They would not let outsiders know about it, nor did they tell Su Zhua. Qi Moer's incident is a lesson for us. Su Cheng held Qin Yuro's hand and came to the ancestral treasure. Close your eyes. Gradually, the two people's consciousness became more and more blurred. It was at this time that Su Fengsheng saw an illusion rising in the air. He would never have thought of it. My son and daughter-in-law are actually. Chapter 110 Parallel World 1. Brother Su Cheng. Brother Su Cheng, wake up quickly. It's going to get dark soon. It will be dangerous if we continue to stay here. Brother Su Cheng. A familiar voice woke Su Cheng up. He rubbed his eyes. I opened my eyes and saw a familiar pretty face. All? Am I in the spiritual spring of space? He remembers. He used the Su family's heirloom and then lost consciousness. That's right. At that time, his wife Qin Yuro was with him. Where is your wife? Am I the only one? Have you seen Qin Yuro? There were several questions in a row, which made everyone a little confused. But after all, he is the master that he is waiting for, so he is willing to answer all of their questions one by one. Brother Su Cheng, this is not the space spirit spring, this is a parallel world, the beast world. When everyone came to look for you, they only saw you. Miss Qin, she might have ended up somewhere else. It's going to be dark soon. After dark, evil beasts will come out of the jungle. We are no match for them. Get up first. I'll take you out to settle you down first. We'll go find Miss Qin tomorrow, okay? Beast world? At this moment, Su Cheng suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He looked down. She was not wearing any clothes. Her key parts were only covered by a huge green leaf. Oh shit. He looked at Toon in disbelief. Wasn't it you who built it for me? They all nodded without hesitation. I'm afraid the owner will be shy, so I covered you with a leaf. But if you think it's unnecessary, you don't have to cover it. There are so many good brothers who don't wear clothes in places like this. Su Cheng looked at everything from top to bottom. She took off her ancient costume and put on a coarse linen dress. While talking, he kept applying mud on his face. He asked her why she did that. They all answered, because the beastmen here are very unreasonable. If they see a beautiful girl, they will take her away without her consent. Su Cheng tilted his head and asked, aren't you just a string of data? You're not a real girl. Everyone's expression changed. I don't want to cause trouble to the master. All right. Su Cheng stood up. He doesn't have the habit of streaking. But there are no clothes here. He really came here with nothing. I just don't know what happened to Qin Yuro. If it's really as Tuan said, his wife is so beautiful, he must be in great danger. Su Cheng was extremely worried. Master, please wait here for a while. I will make clothes for you. She was clever and it was very easy for her to weave a piece of clothing with the wild grasses here. Thank you very much. A strange country, and I am defenseless. He really didn't know how to find Qin Yuro. For the first time, Su Cheng felt confused. In the past, he was doing very well with the help of plugins. But cheats are cheats after all, and they will disappear sooner or later. Although he had thought about it, when the day really came, Su Cheng still found it hard to accept it. He sat there and waited. My hand seemed to touch something. Looking down, it turned out to be a huge round egg. Shit, it's not a dinosaur egg, is it? Everyone has said that this is the world of beasts. Then any kind of monster could appear. The dinosaur eggs are here. What if the mother dinosaur comes looking for them? Such a huge creature would surely swallow him in one gulp. You don't even need to chew it. Su Cheng wanted to run away, but was afraid that everyone would come back and not be able to find him. He had no choice but to sit there and wait. Listen carefully to what's going on around you. After a while, footsteps were heard. Su Cheng was very alert and prepared to find a place to hide. At this time, Tong Tong appeared in front of him holding a dress woven with wild grass. Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, there are dinosaur eggs here. Su Cheng pointed at the big white egg and said. They were all stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Master, this egg came with you. It is your egg, you can't lose it. As the saying goes, everything has a cause and an effect. Since you two appeared together, there must be a reason for it. What? This is actually his egg. It's so funny, he is not a dinosaur. Time is running out, Master, please put on your clothes and go. Aha! Su Cheng stood up and put on his clothes. And carrying his eggs. Along the way, don't forget to look around. What if I can see Qin Euro? If Qin Euro also fell into this jungle and had no help, I really don't know how she would get out. Su Cheng became more and more worried. Everyone who saw it was a little jealous. The little girl couldn't help asking, Master, if everything was lost, would you still worry about me like this? Su Cheng was worried about Qin Euro and didn't take Tong's words seriously. So he casually replied, You don't have a life, just throw it away and rebuild it. Oh. No one continued to speak. However, I still introduced the situation here to him very seriously and responsibly. The tribe is ahead. There are several villages inside. The leaders are all stronger orcs, such as tigers and lions. Further ahead is the town, where the few females in this beast world are kept. Only capable males can buy their own females. It can be said that the males are stronger than the females. The females were all guarded by the goddess, but she passed away a few days ago. Her daughter, the little goddess, was supposed to continue guarding these females, but she is also missing, and no one has found her yet. The people here are a combination of humans and animals. Their original bodies are all rabbits. Su Cheng became interested. Then what am I? It's a snake. Explain everything. My master's original body was a snake, but the snake race has been in decline for many years. In this age of the survival of the fittest, the lonely snake people cannot have their own females, and therefore cannot pass on their lineage. They are now almost extinct. Su Cheng. He is really unlucky. Soon we arrived at the tribe. Those powerful tribes will not take them in. The two of them are too weak, and going there would only cause trouble for others. They all brought Su Cheng to the refugee tribe. Most of the people here are weak males and infertile females. The mission of a female is to carry on the family line. A female who cannot carry on the family line has no value. Females are inherently weak. And he can't make food for himself. So, he became the refugee he is today. Su Cheng his coming in will not pose a threat to them. Chapter 111 Parallel World 2. Because. In their eyes, she was just a barren female and they had no interest in her. And what about Sioux City? He looks too fair and clean, and you can tell at first glance that he cannot do heavy work. You never know when he will be killed. They are not killed by other males, but by wild beasts, natural disasters, poisonous weeds, etc. It is summer all year round here. It wasn't cold at night. Su Cheng lay there, completely unable to sleep. Oh, and he's still holding his eggs. After a while, a man came over, poked his egg, and said, I have some freshly made bacon, it's very delicious, how about exchanging it for your egg? The bacon is ready to eat. But he didn't know whether there was anything in the egg. This is a very profitable business. But, for some reason, Su Cheng has a special liking for his own eggs. No, thank you. Humph, you have no vision. The man walked away angrily and sat in the crowd and said a few words. After a while, everyone looked at Su Chang with hatred. It was as if Su Chang had done something unforgivable. Master, why did you provoke him? These people have been in the refugee tribe for a long time and have narrow minds. If they are unhappy, they will say bad things about you and then contact others to isolate you together. Everyone is a little worried. Su Chang showed his fist and said, I'm not afraid. These are his eggs and cannot be given to others. They all asked him happily, Master, can you feel the martial arts in your body? Your ability is not lost yet. Aha! He can fight. I just haven't tried it yet, so I don't know how much has been recovered. Then this person really came to my door. All said with a smile. But they are such cowards, they are just talking big. This group of refugees are used to being bullied. Therefore, they are timid and dare not fight, but only bully others verbally. Well, there is a way. The girl said as she stepped forward. Then, as he walked, he used leaves to wipe the mud off his face. All. Su Chang was a little worried. When everyone saw his worried look, they instantly felt that everything was worth it. Master, although I am not as important as Miss Chin in your heart, there must be a place for me in your heart, right? So, if I can do something for you, I'm willing to do it. At the same time, the orcs gathered together smelled a special fragrance. They were very familiar with this scent, but they hadn't smelled it for a long time. This is the scent of a female. The scent of a fertile female. She's in heat. It smells so good, I can hardly bear it. Su Chang. It turns out that everything is possible. It's just that before, she hid it in order not to cause trouble for him. They followed the smell and soon found everything. However, everyone shrank behind Su Chang. Su Chang understood and started pretending with her. Hey, is this your female? That's right. A man who looked fairly strong, but had a scar on his face, walked over. His original form was a leopard. Because I accidentally ate poisonous weeds, my hands and feet would ache every time it rained. He didn't know the cause, so naturally he couldn't cure it. In addition, there are many powerful males in the leopard clan, so he was forced to drift to this place. But here, he is the best. Hey, how come you have such a good female? The leopard felt that Su Chang, who was so delicate and fragile, had trouble taking care of himself, so how could he take care of such a weak female? He was unwilling to accept it. Among males, if you feel unwilling to give up, just go and snatch her away. So the leopard said directly, I like your female. Let's fight. If I win, she will be mine. Ha ha ha. Su Chang smiled disdainfully. You are not qualified yet. You lowly snake beast, do you think you can survive a few moves from me? I will beat you to death today. Leopard looked at the beautiful girl and wished he could hold her in his arms right now. It must be very comfortable to hug such a delicate and soft female, right? Well, he wanted to hold her in his arms every day and let her give birth to a litter of little leopards for him. Everyone blinked. Master, I believe in you. Aha! The intimacy between the two made Leopard increasingly unhappy. He felt they were provoking him. Ah! I must kill you. The leopard rushed over. When two males fight, the rest of the people cannot help but cheer on from the sidelines. But those people thought that Su Chang couldn't beat Leopard. Therefore, no one present cheered for Su Chang except for everyone. Su Chang is not afraid either. He rushed forward and kicked the leopard several meters away. The leopard fell into the mud and couldn't be dug out. Everyone. They swallowed silently. I feel like I underestimated Su Chang. It's not just like that, it's really like that. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but take a few steps back, especially the one who wanted to exchange eggs with Su Chang but was rejected. Here. As long as you are displeased with a male, you can challenge him to a duel and beat him up. After the beating, no one will think that you are bullying the weak. Instead, they will think that you are very capable and are willing to follow you. They gave the best stone house here to Su Chang and Tong Tong to live in. In front of outsiders, they are all females from Suchang. So the two people must be in the same room. Tong Tong, I'm a little doubtful. Are you a string of data or a real woman? He was embarrassed to sleep in the same room with her. He is a grown man and can stay anywhere for a night. But none of them work. They all gritted their teeth. She had been holding it in for a long time, but she never dared to say it out loud. After what happened today, she realized that sometimes what she thought she was doing good to Su Chang was not actually good for him at all. It would be better for her to tell the truth. Well, actually, she has already transformed into a human form. She is actually a girl. Okay. I used to treat her as a string of data, which is quite embarrassing when I think about it now. Since she is a real girl, it is always inconvenient for two people to sleep in the same room. But no one wants him to suffer from the cold. The temperature difference between day and night is big here, and it will be very cold at night. The animal world is different from the time they have stayed in. Helpless, Su Chang had to stay in the room. But there are always differences between men and women. He found a piece of animal skin and placed it between the two of them. It can be said to be very polite. But in the middle of the night, Ting suddenly ran over and woke him up. Su Chang looked at him puzzledly. But all of them said, "Master, your egg is broken." Chapter 112 Finale Part 1. Su Chang actually subconsciously covered his balls. Later I realized that they were all talking about that big white egg. He sat up suddenly. Broken? Did you accidentally touch it? The egg was very hard. All of them felt a little aggrieved and said, "I was watching it fine the whole time. It broke on its own." Hey, I don't mean to blame you, I'm just worried that the eggshell will hurt you. Ever since he knew that Tong was a girl, Su Chang could no longer talk to her as heartlessly as before. Hee, master, you are so nice to everything. Su Chang didn't know how to reply. The two men quickly came to the egg. There was indeed a crack on the top of the egg. However, it was just a small crack. What should we do now? Should we smash it to pieces? They all asked anxiously. But this is brought by you, the master. I am afraid that it has some connection with you. What if this egg is broken and the master is also broken? What should I do then? All the concerns are not without reason. Su Chang also began to hesitate. He placed his hand gently on the eggshell. Unexpectedly, my finger was scratched. Bright red blood dripped into the egg, and soon the egg began to shatter completely. Su Chang. The big white egg emitted a dazzling golden light, and Su Chang and everyone took 2 steps back. Soon, the eggshell shattered completely. A small white snake, as thick as a wrist, crawled out from inside. It twisted its body a few times and then ran towards Su Chang. He held on to Su Chang's arm and wouldn't let go. Fortunately, Su Chang is not afraid of snakes. When he was a child, his family was poor and his unreliable adoptive parents left all the meat to Su Bin. When he was really hungry, he would go to the mountains to catch snakes to eat. What's going on? They all said in surprise, "Master. This is not an ordinary snake, this is. Su Chang thought to himself, of course he knew that this was not an ordinary snake. Otherwise, why would she appear with him? However, all the words that followed completely shocked him. This is Miss Chin Euro. We need to find her some food so she can transform into a human form. Su Chang. His wife turned into a white snake? Then isn't he Su Xian? Su Chang nodded. However, the white snake wouldn't let go and Su Chang had no way out. Everyone offered to help him find food. However, Su Chang was still a little worried. There are only some wild males out there. Can you really do this by yourself? Sure. Everyone has put on their straw sandals. Master, don't worry, Tong is not an ordinary girl. Well, she might be more powerful than she thought. Su Chang left her alone without any worries. It turns out that after searching for something everywhere, you can finally find it without any effort. He and Chin Euro actually landed in the same place. Moreover, Chin Euro turned into a small snake. Su Chang touched the little white snake's head, and the little white snake rubbed it obediently in his palm. The more I look at it, the cuter it becomes. Luckily you're still alive, otherwise, I don't know how to explain this to the children. The little white snake nodded, as if it understood what he said. Su Chang was no longer sleepy. Soon, everyone came back and brought a lot of fresh wild vegetables. Su Chang wanted to go and deal with Chin Euro. But the little white snake went over by itself, opened its mouth and started eating. Su Chang fed it some spiritual spring water. When it was dawn, the little white snake's body was shaking violently, and it was probably about to turn into a human form. Will there be any danger? Su Chang asked. Everyone shook their heads and said, normally, no. The two of them waited there obediently. The little white snake seemed to be in pain and rolled several times on the bed. Finally, it slowly turned into a human form. But it only changed halfway. The upper body is human-shaped and the lower body is a snake. Su Cheng jokingly asked, "Is this the end?" "If I didn't know, I would have thought you were a descendant of Niwa, half human, half snake." Shin Yuro's face turned red when he said that. However, there is one thing Su Cheng said that is correct. "Hubby, I am indeed a descendant of Niwa, and I am also the little goddess of this beast world." It turns out that his wife is from a very important background. However, there is a more difficult problem ahead. Shin Yuro was not wearing any clothes. Fortunately, there were two people who saw him. One was Su Chang, her man, and the other was Tong Tung, a girl, so there was nothing to be shy about. "I just woke up too," Shin Yuro said embarrassedly. Then he looked at everything and asked, "By the way, who is this?" Su Chang suddenly felt a little ashamed. Shin Yuro told herself everything, but what about him? The matter of the system's golden finger had been kept secret from Shin Yuro. It's really wrong. This is my system. Wife, when I first met you, I wasn't that capable. It was the system that helped me. Otherwise, you would have suffered a lot if you followed me. Su Chang was a little nervous when he said this. However, Shin Yuro's performance was quite beyond his expectations. She looked at him tenderly, even more tenderly than before. Then, she whispered, "There has never been any cheating. You deserve that, husband. It's best if you think so." Just then, a lot of people gathered outside. And they were discussing something. Su Chang looked at Shin Yuro's snake tail and felt a little reluctant. Shin Yuro said, "Hubby, you have protected me for so long, now it's my turn to protect you." She stood up. No. To be exact, it should be floating up. Because her snake tail didn't touch the ground at all. She went out. What was surprising was that when the orcs outside saw Shin Yuro, they actually knelt down in surprise. Then, he chanted a spell that Su Cheng couldn't understand. Shin Yuro floated in the air and said, "Stand up." The group of orcs then stood up. "Little goddess. Little goddess, we finally found you. That golden light is the instruction you gave us." It turned out that it was the golden light that Shin Yuro emitted when she broke out of her shell that attracted this group of orcs. It's just that the distance between the orc tribes is a bit far. So it takes some time for them to get here. But this is already their fastest speed. Shin Yuro is actually the little goddess of the orc world. He didn't expect it either. Shin Yuro took Su Cheng back to the town. There, they held a grand wedding. In the evening, Shin Yuro drank a little too much. She looked at him drunkenly and said, "Fushi, how could you forget me? But it doesn't matter. At least you are still by my side and still love me. That way, I am satisfied." Chapter 113 Finale Part 2. Su Chang. What? Is this talking about him? Fushi. I have waited for you for so long, Fortunately, I waited. No matter how we met, I only believe one thing, this is destiny. Su Chang swallowed. He understood. If Shin Yuro is Niwa, then he is Fushi. They have been together since ancient times. No wonder the beautiful, rich and pretty girl at that time would fall for him, a poor guy with nothing. Turn out to be. She was destined to be his woman. Although this is the wedding night, but Shin Yuro's lower body is still a snake. There was nothing the two could do. But it doesn't matter. He just held her quietly like this, and they both fell asleep together. It's not easy to be able to stay together. As for that kind of thing, since I have already experienced it, I won't indulge in it too much. Outside the door, everyone was very drunk. She knew that her mission was accomplished. Su Chang and Shin Yuro both remembered their identities and are now together happily. But, what about her? She should never ever fall in love with her host while carrying out her mission. Everyone left a letter to Su Chang. A farewell letter. There is nothing for her here. Everyone returned to the headquarters and wanted to ask the boss to help her clear the data. She is very sad now and wants to disappear completely. However, the boss at the headquarters did not agree. In the end, she just bottled up her feelings and waited until the right time to release them. Of course, sealing feelings does not mean sealing memories. Everyone still remembers everything that happened with Su Chang. But when I think of these things, there is not much fluctuation in my heart. Everything is finally sent back to the real world. She will go find her next host. When a person has nothing left to lose, that's when he begins to gain. I wonder who will be the next person to get everything. Not long after everyone left, Shin Yuro regained her human form. They did not forget the purpose of coming here. The most dangerous place for the orc tribe is the jungle where monsters roam. However, the most dangerous place must also hide many treasures. Maybe there is a medicine that can cure Zhangshui. After settling the orc tribe, Su Chang and Shin Yuro resolutely set out for the jungle. The two of them held hands. "Husband, are you afraid?" "Don't be afraid." He kissed her delicate hand and said, "With you by my side, I am not afraid of anything." Shin Yuro narrowed her eyes and said, "You said the same thing when there were only the two of us in this world before." Su Chang didn't answer. He knew that this girl was thinking of the story of Nuwa and Fushi again. They worshipped heaven and earth and were together under the witness of God. God has agreed to that. Therefore, no one can separate them. Even if their identities and memories changed, they would still be firmly bound together. They came to the jungle. It was fine during the day, no monsters appeared. The plants here are all very tall. He held Shin Yuro's hand and walked slowly forward. But the jungle is too big. However, there is the little goddess Shin Yuro. She can sense where the treasure is. We are still at the edge of the jungle. We need to go to the middle of the jungle. But if we go in, it will be dark. Are you afraid? No. Joke. The little girl didn't even say she was afraid, so how could he have the face to be afraid? Together they came to the center of the jungle. By this time, it was already dark. But the stars still shine. There is no air pollution in the animal world, and the sky is incredibly beautiful. Su Chang and Shin Yuro lay on the ground exhausted, looking at the stars in the sky. At this time, they heard the roar of wild beasts. The two men stood up. Su Chang stood in front of Shin Yuro. Guarding the treasure are 4 sacred beasts. However, the moment they saw Su Chang, they became as docile as kittens. They were originally Fushi's mounts. Now that he sees his master coming, he is so happy that he doesn't even have time to be angry. The treasures here were left here by Fushi thousands of years ago. It was a shiny bead. There is a white pill hidden inside. This is the medicine they are looking for. Su Chang was holding Shin Yuro's hand, and as soon as he got the bead, he felt dizzy. When the two woke up, they had returned to the real world. Dad, Mom. There are children's voices. The two people opened their eyes. Mom and Dad are so shy. They even hold hands when they sleep. They looked at the twins in front of them in disbelief. I only remember that it was only a few days since I left, but in the real world, 3 years had passed. The children have grown up and can call them now. Su Fengsheng sat aside, with more white hair on his head. Su Zui is here too. Ever since he stopped liking Chi more, his IQ has quickly improved. As expected, he is trained by the old man and is not too bad. Over the years, he has helped manage the Su family and taken care of Su Fengsheng and their 2 children. You're awake. You're finally back. Su Fengsheng was very excited. Su Chang quickly took out the bead. Hurry, take this to Mom. Leave it to me. Su Zui took the initiative to speak. The Su family has raised me for so many years, I will not repay kindness with enmity, you can trust me on this. Su Zui today is really different from before. Su Fengsheng nodded, indicating that Su Chang could rest assured. Su Zui went to work, leaving this precious time to their family. Xianxian and Nuonyuo have grown up and can call Dad and Mom. Xianxian is becoming more and more like Su Chang, while Nuonyuo is becoming more and more like Shin Yuro. You can tell at first glance that they are their children. Mom and Dad are sorry for leaving you for so long. Shin Yuro hugged her child with heartache. She didn't expect that she had missed so much. She had never experienced when the child grew his first tooth, when he started calling Mom, when he learned to walk, or when he fell. However, seeing how sensible these 2 children are now, Shin Yuro also knows that the Su family has taken good care of them. It's good that you guys are back. Su Fengsheng's voice was a little choked. I've asked someone to prepare your favorite dishes, so hurry up and eat. Is there any sweet and sour fish that the baby likes? Hearing that there was something to eat, Nuonyuo became excited. Su Fengsheng looked at his granddaughter with a smile and said, Of course I have. I will make sure that our little fat girl gets fatter. Nono likes sweet and sour fish? Su Cheng asked. Aha! Dad will make it for you in the future. Really? But Dad seems very busy. Not anymore. Mom and Dad will always be with you. The time is right and the future is promising. End of this article.